Here we start to hear in the Níomh Corfiún Hun Sinna Stúra in our Níomharta, August Nart across the Running on either Horse Hun Creeka, Inishka Witsa Tosofer or Willa Rihar, August Arnilla Níomh Fasta, August Gartrita Creek Nofer, Eid Three Christ or Jirna direct. We beseech thee, O Lord, our actions by thy holy inspiration and carry them on by thy gracious assistance, that every word and work of ours may always begin from thee and by thee, happily ended through Christ our Lord. So, won't you go, Ara? Ara start. Shakti August Ibrahim Chi. Our questions this morning are to the Minister Regina Doherty. Ara Hunan Ara Nohi Fosti to August Commercial Socially. The usual procedure, there are 30 seconds to introduce the question. The Minister has 2 minutes to respond. You have a supplementary of 1. The Minister has a minute reply. You have a final supplementary, and the Minister with the final reply. I am going to ask you to strictly adhere to the time schedules and not run over on the basis we try to accommodate as many people as possible with those questions and answers. So, Lanimid Jurai, Kesht Quega Kuig in Anam Chakt OD, 30 seconds to put your question, please.
As the Minister will be aware, a problem was created by the Department in relation to people in receipt who were applying for illness benefit, and also which caused a great deal of anxiety and distress to those people, not to mention the people expected to adjudicate on them, namely the medical profession. What I'm trying to ascertain in my question is, how did this problem arise and has it been resolved?
Questions number 55 and 56, if that's okay, from Deputy Brady also.
That's fine.
Thank you, Chair. My department recently introduced a redesigned claim and medical certificate forms for the use in the illness and injury benefit schemes, and the purpose of the redesign was to facilitate a new process within the department whereby forms would be scanned rather than manually keyed into the new IT system. Claims received on the new forms and certs are being processed into the payment system on the same day as they are received, and that's a significant improvement to and for and on behalf of our clients. The introduction of the redesigned form was discussed with the Irish Medical Organisation in advance, and the IMO advised its members 1 month before their introduction that they should cooperate with their use and indeed about the advent of the new forms. The department subsequently communicated directly with the GPs, as is our responsibility, and we communicated directly with them shortly before the introduction of the redesigned forms. But given genuinely the confusion that has arisen over the last couple of months, I think we have to accept that we probably should have communicated directly with the GPs quicker than we did, and we accept that and we apologise. But the majority of the certificates and the claim forms that are now being received each day by the department are the new scannable versions, and these claims are being processed without any delay whatsoever. However, some GPs have continued to use the old forms after the changeover date, and in order to facilitate the continued payment of the illness and injury benefits to our clients, my department has to date continued to accept those old forms. Excuse me. While their continued use is causing delaying, obviously, to our processing times, my department is doing absolutely everything possible to ensure that the customers are paid as quickly as possible, and currently there's a backlog of 2 days in processing the old forms and the old certificates. The introduction of these and other initiatives are the subjects of ongoing discussions with the IMO, and a framework and a timetable has been agreed with the IMO, during which intensive discussions are planned. New processes will not be introduced until these discussions are concluded, and advance notice, including details of any changes to payments arrangements, will be provided to the individual GPs directly from my department. I think it's important to note that the department has a long and very positive relationship with our GPs over many, many years, and we are committed to working hard to resolving any of the outstanding issues that are causing concerns amongst our GP partners. I'd like to also put on the record of the House, Chairman, my immense gratitude for the people in the illness benefit section of my department. They worked tirelessly. They came in at weekends to ensure that the clients that do rely on the weekly payment and have no other form of income didn't have to wait for a delay. We had to find an IT workaround system because we had already moved to the new system, and so therefore the old system wasn't working. But to their credit, and I genuinely mean this, and I don't think it can be understated, they worked their socks off to ensure that the service that we give to our clients is as good and as reliable as we always have done, and I for one am exceptionally grateful for their commitment.
Minister, now because you're taking 55 and 56 together, we'll give equal time to Deputy O'D and Deputy Brady, but your time is doubled, so you both have a fair crack at the 50. So you come back now with your response.
First of all, I want to be associated with the Minister's remarks about the staff in the department. The Minister said that the IMO were consulted, but the Minister must be aware that the IMO only represent about 18%, less than 1 in 5 of the practitioners who have to certify people for illness benefit. The Minister also said that individual, I think if I heard her correctly, she said that individual GPs were consulted shortly before were informed shortly before the new forms went out. My information is that the prescribing GPs simply got all these new forms with a whole lot of different information, different questions to what had hitherto been the case, and were simply told to get on with it without any consultation or any discussion whatsoever. Now, I think the Minister will accept, and I think she has accepted, this is just not a proper way to do business. Can I ask the Minister what percentage of GPs are using the new forms at the present time? What percentage are using the new forms? And is there any are there any remaining continual residual difficulties as a result of the fact that the full transition hasn't taken place?
Thank you. Deputy Brady.
Look, well, Minister, I want to be associated with your comments about the staff dealing with the illness benefit forms, but I think, the reason they had to work those extra hours and come in and do that was because of the unmitigated disaster, the mess that was created by the officials, by yourself as Minister, for unilaterally introducing these new forms on August the 6th without any proper consultation. And it's interesting you said that 1 month before the introduction that the IMO were consulted and informed that they should cooperate with the use of those forms. Certainly that isn't a consultation, and that's exactly what you said, Minister. I also hear when you made an apology to the GPs. That has to be welcomed. I think you also need to extend that apology to the people. We're dealing with some of the sickest people in the state, cancer patients, terminally ill people, who unfortunately were caught up in this complete mess, and I think the apology should be extended to those as well. Now, the NAGP, which Deputy O'D alludes to, representing the vast majority of GPs, they have tried to engage with yourself and the department in this entire process and have been completely ignored. So, Minister, can I ask as to whether there has been any engagement, whether there will be any engagement, because I think that is critically important, that one of the organisations that represents the vast majority of GPs have not been consulted, haven't been negotiated with, or simply spoken to.
Thank you. Minister.
Thanks, Chair. First of all, Deputy O'D, there was absolutely, I don't know if you're aware of the relationship, and it's long-standing. It exists for many, many, many years between my department and GPs. And it's not only that we rely on them for illness benefits, but also for carers benefit and for a variety of other schemes. They're an invaluable resource to not only the people that they serve, but also the department. We have never, ever told anybody to get on with anything. So I don't know who is giving you your information, but it's not quite accurate. Our relationship with individual GPs are based on individual contracts. There are no representative bodies that we negotiate with or we mediate with. We deal directly with our GPs. But out of respect of the long-standing framework that has existed in this country, that you're well aware of, that was established by Fianna Fáil many, many years ago, out of respect and to flag maybe that there might be potential issues that we wouldn't have seen ourselves within the department, we did have discussions with the IMO. And those discussions were fruitful, and the IMO instructed that their GPs, notwithstanding that there are other issues and other new efficiencies that are going to be discussed over the coming months, the IMO instructed their GPs that they should move ahead with the new, more efficient process that's being enabled by the department. So to ensure that the efficiencies that's provided by the GPs, by the department, results in an expedited claim and payment for the clients who rely on it. Now, that's exactly what happened for all of the GPs that used the new forms that were scanned in. Normally you have to wait a week and get paid a week in arrears on an illness payment. People are now getting paid on day 2. So there is huge efficiencies. And I'm very, very grateful for all of the GPs that have come on board. And sorry, Chair, for rabbiting on. To answer your question, I don't have a percentage, Deputy OD, but the vast majority of claims that are coming into us on a daily basis are on the new scannable forms.
Okay. Deputy OD, and then I'll go back to Deputy Brady.
Yeah, well, the Minister asked me if I know the relationship between her department and the GPs. Yeah, I do. And who informed me that they were told to get on with it? The GPs informed me. So, you know, seeing that your department has such a wonderful relationship with GPs, I think this is a pretty shoddy way to treat them with respect. Now, as Deputy Brady has said, there is an organisation representing over 80% of GPs. And, you know, they have sought to consult directly with the department. And for the life of me, I can't understand why the department chooses to consult with an organisation representing 18% of GPs and refuses point blank to consult with an organisation representing 82% of GPs. Now, the Minister has told me in response also that the vast majority would be well over 50%. The information I got, and I got it in writing, as of yesterday, is that 80% of GPs are still relying on the old forms and doing photocopies, etc. Well, that is the information, and I will communicate that correspondence to you after this.
Okay. Okay, and then let's come back. Deputy Brady.
Thanks, Cahir. Minister, it was stated that the aim of introducing these new forms was to improve efficiency for GPs, the department. But basically, efficiency has gone out the window. It appears to me that, you know, the only reason these forms were introduced was to make it more efficient for the department, certainly not for patients. And we see that I mentioned cancer patients, terminally ill people who are being caught up in this complete debacle. And Minister, it has to be said, it's not the first time the department has made a complete mess of changeovers, of introducing new schemes, and that we've seen it last year with the dental examinations that were introduced without any consultations with dentists or any organisations, and the mess that actually created at that time as well. And that's a fact, Minister. You can shake your head. I want to ask a couple of specific questions. How many people are still waiting on their claim, the illness benefit, to actually come through because of this mess? And what is the current processing time for new applications?
Thank you very much for your cooperation, both deputies. Minister, conclude on this.
Thanks, Chair. So public policy with regard to discussions or consultations with professional organisations such as GPs and others since about the mid-1970s has been to engage with one representative body rather than try to negotiate or communicate with multiple bodies, claiming to hold the mandate for that particular group of people. And Deputy, you can't on one hand say that one organisation represents 80% of their body when the other organisation claims in and around the same thing, because both sets of details can't be true. And so in the case of GPs, the representative body which is affiliated with ICTU and has been for many years is the IMO. And the NAGP is a relatively new body which is not affiliated with ICTU, and the department's understanding is that its membership is less than that of the IMO, but nevertheless the department is happy to take input from the NAGP and has had some contact with the organisation and will consider any input that we receive from them with regard to any efficiencies that they might like to see in our system and our offering. And we will, however, though, continue to hold substantive discussions with the IMO, as it is the body that's recognised as holding the representative rights for all GPs. You want to make stuff up, Deputy Brady, as you go along. That's your will, and it's probably a practice that's well engaged by Sinn Féin. The reality of the matter here is that for the new forms, the new system has far greater efficiencies than ever was beforehand. And so when we get an old form and it used to have to be manually inputted, people would have to wait maybe 5 or 6 days for their illness payment. Now, when the form comes in, it's scanned in on the same day and they get the payment the next day. Now, I don't know in what world you don't think that that's a better system, but in our world, we think that having efficiencies, not only in the department, which ultimately saves the department money, that allows us then to spend that money elsewhere, is a good thing. Maybe in your world it's not a good thing. but also improving the services for our clients is a very good thing. And that's what we will continue to do, not only on this particular scheme, but across all schemes that we can provide improvements and efficiencies in. Thank you, Chair. Sorry.
Can I just point out to the three people that are in the chamber at the moment, the Minister and two TDs, we've ran 7 minutes over. You were entitled to double the time because of the 2 questions. And I'm not going to allow that to continue. So I'm asking all members to please stick to the rules of the House. I'm only implementing the rules. Try your best. I know it's a very serious issue, and I don't wish at all to be blocking people or stopping people when they're trying to explain a point. Now, we'll move on with Deputy question 57, 30 seconds.
Well, in the spirit of your latest injunction, Cathaoirleach, the question is self-explanatory.
The idea of the total contributions approach, or TCA, to state pensions dates back to 2007, when the then government published the Green Paper on pensions to stimulate debate on the challenges and the options for the future development of Ireland's pension system, and that included the policy to introduce the TCA model. The consultation process was lengthy, thorough and inclusive, and involved regional seminars, a national conference and consultation meetings with sectoral interests, as well as very many written submissions. The consultation informed the development of the 2010 National Pensions Framework, which was set out the policy to introduce TCA, indeed by your own party who was in government at that stage. And this approach was subsequently endorsed by the OECD in its review of the Irish pension system in 2013, Chair. And as the Government intends to introduce the TCA from 2020, I launched a public consultation on its design on the 28th of May. This consultation is not about the policy concept or the rationale, because that's already been well sought out, but on the actual design and the implementation of TCA. And my department invited a range of sectoral interest groups and the media to a formal launch, at which we provided, I hope, a very informative presentation. But more importantly, we hosted a series of workshops on the various aspects of the proposed reform. There was also a separate briefing for the members of the Oireachtas and their staff, and the consultation was hosted on the department's website and was open to everyone to submit responses and make submissions. The consultation lasted for over 3 months, and we received almost 300 responses by the time it closed on the 3rd of September. Those responses are now being examined and considered, and we will publish a summary of the outcomes on the department's website when the work is completed, and obviously I will let you know when that's done. The initial analysis shows that the main area of concerns to respondents includes the number of contributions required to receive a full pension, the amount of credited contributions that will be available, and whether or not there should be a phase-in period for its introduction. And I'd genuinely like to thank to all the people who made the submissions, Chair, because I was at pains to ensure that we didn't just get representative bodies in an official capacity replying, given that that's what's their job to do. I was very, very keen to hear the people who would be affected by this, and in the main we have a substantial amount of submissions by the people who are going to be affected by this, and I'm very grateful for their cooperation. Thanks, Chair.
Sarah, Deputy.
Yeah, well, I just want to ask the Minister, the baseline, the 40-year baseline, as the Minister will be aware, the S stamp, the self-employed stamp, first came into being in 1988, which would make it very difficult for the self-employed people now who are applying for the pension now, or will be applying in 2020 after the new system comes into place, to qualify for the full pension. So, you know, how wedded is the government to the idea of 40 years baseline? The Minister will be aware that the National Pensions Framework document envisaged a baseline of 30 years. That's the first question. The second question is, the Minister will know also that the system in place at present requires 520 paid contributions to be considered for contributory pension. Has there been any feedback on that particular aspect, and does the government intend to stick with that, or is the Minister open to change that?
Thanks, Deputy. On your first point, the issue was actually raised in a number of submissions, and I'm actually told that a TD made a similar submission. I'm not sure if it was you or not, Deputy, but I am conscious that it's one of the matters, obviously, that have to be considered before we make the final decision. And while 40 years is the norm for many pensions, it's the number that will be required under TCA 2012 model. And when that legislation is passed by those affected for the 2012 rate band changes, the Deputy will be aware that the Class S contributions were only introduced in 1988, and it will make it challenging, obviously, for many self-employed people to qualify for a full pension by 2020 if the numbers of contributions at the time exceeded 32. The early analysis from the consultation shows that for some of those who responded, a more transitional model is preferred, where those qualifying in 2020 would have a lower bar than those qualifying in the later years who would have had the opportunity to catch up maybe in, say, 2028, given that the latter would have obviously had more access to PRSI contributions than the people who were there before. And I think, as the Deputy might be able to appreciate, I can't preempt any of the deliberations that we're going to have on the final outcome, but to say that the reason we ask for submissions is to consider them exceptionally carefully. With regard to your other point, the number of paid contributions to qualify for the state pension contributory has increased over the years, and the most recent increase to 520 was agreed and passed in legislation by, again, your own government in 1997 and implemented in 2012. And this was raised also in a number of submissions, Chair, including that made by the Deputy on behalf of his party, and again it's something that will be considered in the context of the new proposals. Nothing is agreed until everything is agreed.
Thank you, Minister. Final.
It's the Minister's intention, apparently, that if somebody who qualifies, who reaches the age of 66 between now and when the total contribution system is to come into full operation in 2020, that if they're better off on the old system than they would be under TCA, they can opt for which system suits them better. How long will that option last? I take it it'll only last for pensioners who become 66 before the TCA comes into operation. And can I also ask the Minister, in relation to there's a proposal for home caring credits to replace the present homemaker system. Will there be any difference, basically? Will the same types of people be covered for credits in the new home carer system as opposed to the old homemaker system?
I can't answer your first question because we haven't made any decisions yet. And again, it's not me that's going to be wedded to making the decision. It will be mindful of all of the submissions that are made, that I want to ensure that when we do introduce this next year, the year after with legislation, it will be by agreement of all of us because we think it's the right thing to do for the generations to come. And that might include myself and your good self, sir. So we'll do it together collectively and we'll do what's in the best interest of pensioners going forward. The homemaker's credit is outdated because historically it was only women who made homes in years before, and we all know that that reality is not the reality of many people's lives today. So it's going to be called a caring credit. It's not just going to be confined to children, it's going to be widened out to adults like myself and yourself, maybe looking after our parents, maybe looking after one of our siblings who mightn't be as lucky enough to have good health. I want to ensure that people who are caring, who are an invaluable resource to not only their families but to the state, are recognised and their contributions towards their state pension are fulfilled.
Thank you very much, Deputy and Minister. We'll move now to Keist Quaga Hucht and Anam Chapter McGrath. 30 seconds to put your...
I want to ask you, Minister, you're Minister for Employment and Protection and, and in the Employment Affairs, what levels of measures are you taking to address the high levels, stubbornly high levels of unemployment in Tipperary, and indeed especially in the Tipperary town and its environment?
Thanks, Deputy. I think as a result of the revised regional groupings, all of County Tipperary is now included in the Mid-Western region for CSO data collection purposes. Within this region, unemployment has fallen from when it was at a peak of 16.6% in 2012 to 5.8% today by the end of July. And the numbers in the employment in the region have increased from 153,700 to 240,200 in the same period. And while data from the Labour Force Survey is not available to county by county level, the trends in the live register can give us an indication of underlying trends in local employment, and they're very positive. And I'm very pleased to say they're very positive for Tipperary. So overall, the live register in Tipperary has fallen by 46% in the 5 years to August 2018, and that's close to the reduction of the 48% that it's fallen nationally. So if you're under the impression that you're much further behind and lagging behind the rest of the country, I'm very, very pleased to tell you that you're not. In the year August 2018, the live register in Tipperary has fallen by 1,270 people, or 12%, again closely aligned with the national trends. And in Tiptown itself, the live register has fallen by 1,840 people in 2012 to 962 people today. That's nearly half of a reduction, 50% of a reduction. The Government's primary strategy to tackle unemployment is twofold. First of all, I think as we're all well aware, the Action Plan for Jobs, which was led by my colleague, originally Minister Bruton and now by Heather Humphreys, sets out to create an environment in which businesses can and indeed succeed in creating jobs. And I think those jobs and that success is evident, and I wish continued success to all of those people. This policy now includes a specific regional action plan which still relates to the former South East region, covering South Tip, and the plan has seen over 21,000 jobs created in the region in the last 3 years. Successful implementation of the plan is targeted at the creation of 25,000 jobs, Chair, for the region by 2020, and the plan aims to achieve this through building on key sectors of potential for the region, like technology, biopharma and indeed tourism in the beautiful county of Tipperary.
Thank you, Chair. On time. Deputy, 1 minute.
The Minister will be aware that one of the most accurate indicators of deprivation, according to population statistics, comes from the National Census of Population, as represented by the Public HP Deprivation Index. Variables used in the compilation of the HP Index include those related to demographic growth, dependency ratios, education levels, and that of single parents and the of single parents rate, overcrowding, social class, occupation and unemployment. Tipperary North in particular, and Tipperary Town, Minister, is all fine, figures can be dressed up any way they like, but Tipperary Town and its environs is in a very, very sad place. Very proud people, wonderful entrepreneurs there and wonderful workforce, but they're not getting the opportunities. And you can throw us into the mix there of the whole Midwest region, as you said, and come out what figures you want to. But according to the Public Index, overall, male unemployment rates in North Tip stand at 14.5%, while in South Tip 14.2%. And in south of the county, the percentage of the population, professional, semi-skilled, unskilled classes, according to the latest data, stands at 23.7%. 5 years previous to that, in 2011, it stood at 23.9%, so we're only down 0.2% in the last 5 years. What way you want to dress them up, Minister? And we need serious efforts, and efforts by the ID and Enterprise Ireland and others, to bring industry to Tipperary Town and its environment, because it's not fair to throw them into the mix like you did, glowingly there. It's not to read, and I ask you to come and visit the town yourself as well to see firsthand.
Chair, it's not my job to dress up statistics. The facts are the facts. It's not my job to spin them A, spin them B. It's just to relay the information to you. So you asked me the information with regard to the huge unemployment issues in Tipperary, and I've explained to you how fortunate Tipperary has been in the last number of years to enjoy the recovery that it has. But we're not done. So just to reassure you, Chair, or Deputy, that every effort has been made to continue to create and build on the good work of both international and local businesses in Tipperary in providing employment in both your town and your county. The Government's goal is to create 200,000 jobs nationally by 2020, including 135,000 of those jobs outside of the capital, which includes Tipperary. The South East Regional Action Plan was launched in September 2015, and it covers the counties of Carlow, Kilkenny, Tipperary, Waterford and Wexford. The plan will see increasing employment in the region by 10 to 15% over the years to now to 2020, and that will see the creation of 25,000 new jobs in that region, which will absolutely benefit the people of Tip Town and Tip County.
Thank you.
The reality is that there are tens of thousands of jobs being created. The reality is that Tipperary is benefiting from them nearly to the same extent as the rest of the country is. That's not my figures. That's just reality, Deputy.
Thank you. Final Minister.
Ministers looking at Tipperary with rose-tinted glasses. Maybe the real issue is in your last answer. We talked about the South East region, Carlow, Kilkenny and Tipperary. In the earlier answer you said we were now in the Midwest region. That's the problem with Tipperary Town. It's on the border of the Midwest and indeed, it's in the South East. And we're falling between all the stools. We don't have the jobs in Tipperary Town. We don't have the idea of bringing people to visit to try and get factories. We don't have the factories either. And so it's not, you are looking to figures and causing them up to suit whatever you want to say yourself. I give you figures. I give you the deprivation indexes. And we've been left behind, Tipperary Town and its environs, left behind badly in the last 25, 30 years, and we haven't got the industry. So it's, you can quote figures from the Midwest or the South East or wherever. Focus in on West Tipperary. I'm talking about Tipperary Town and West Tipperary, and jobs aren't there. Yes, we have thousands of foreign direct investment jobs in Clonmel, and we're very grateful for them, and have them in other parts of Tipperary as well. But I'm talking about that West Tipperary is languishing behind. The town is not being supported by at national and the local level by the county council, and we need support to crying out for it.
Deputy, you might be right with my rose-tinted glasses of Tipperary, given that both my father and father-in-law hail from your good county. But the progress reports on the South Regional Action Plan for Jobs that is published twice a year shows the creation of 1,500 new jobs in the South East region during 2017. Of those 1,500 jobs, 1,200 of them were created by the IDA. The IDA that you claim doesn't come to your county were responsible for creating 1,200 of the 1,500 jobs. You can't look. If you want to have a conversation about building jobs in every single town of every single part of your county, every single one of us would like that. But you can't ignore the fact that Tipperary is thriving, it's flourishing, and that the IDA is paying it attention. Enterprise Ireland has increased employment in it by 16% since 2015. You cannot come in here and make claims that are blatantly false and misrepresent the actual reality of the people in Tipperary. I'm sorry, I won't allow it. Thanks, Chair.
Kesh Quagany, Deputy Eamon Ryan, 30 seconds to put your question.
Minister, our economy, we're told, is growing 9%. We're back to full employment and our budget's back balanced. This is the time, I believe, to reverse, I think, what was the worst cut through the period of real difficulty and crisis, and that was the cut to single parents' allowance from 18 to 7 years, which was introduced back, was it 4 or 5 years ago. I'm very interested to know whether you'll do that and what the policy approach you will take in that regard. Those parents, those families are 230% worse off than the average. The children are growing up in poverty. In homelessness, the lone parents make up 2/3 of the homeless figures, usually women. Will you support them? Will you change and reverse that policy, which needs to change now?
Thanks, Deputy. My department will be spending an estimated 502 million share on the one-parent family payment scheme in the year 2018, and I think the scheme currently supports over 39,000 recipients and almost 73,000 of their children. The One Family Payment Scheme has played, I think, a very important role in providing income support to lone parents since its introduction in 1997. However, in the past, income support for lone parents was passive in nature and involved limited engagement by the state employment services with those recipients. And research shows that the work being done reduces the risk of poverty rate for lone parents by 3/4 in comparison to those who do not work. And that highlights, I think, the best way to tackle poverty amongst lone parents is to assist them into either education and then employment or directly into employment. And access to activation supports is vital to achieve this objective, and therefore it's imperative, I think, that the Department continues to engage with lone parents to assist them into good careers. The non-conditionality of the nature of the payment, which was unique in Europe, coupled with its very long duration, has over time contributed to long-term social welfare dependency and, as you described rightly, associated poverty, and amongst many lone parents and their children. And the reforms of the scheme were introduced specifically to address that issue of poverty. The reforms provide enhanced access to the Department's intro services to lone parents once their child turns 7 years of age, and access to the Department's range of education and employment support services is essential to facilitate lone parents' progress into sustainable employment and ultimately financial independence. Budget 2018 contained a number of measures to support lone parents, including working lone parents. And for example, a lone parent on a job seeker's transition payment working 15 hours at the national minimum wage saw an increase to their overall income of almost €1,000 per annum. And also the disregards that were increased and the qualified child payment that was increased in the budget saw some percentage of people being moved from consistent poverty out of. We have a long way to go, Deputy, I totally agree with you, but it's only by I suppose, intensifying the supports that we're giving to those 39,000 lone parents that we will achieve fruitful careers and independent financial independence for the rest of their life.
Now, Deputy, 1 minute.
Minister, I have to be honest, I'm shocked that the words I hear you speak today are the exact same words that Kevin Humphreys used when as Minister for State in this area. He introduced the cuts in lone parents' allowance back to anyone with a child only under the child of 7. And I'll be honest, Minister, I think the facts belie what the policy approach you and your department seem to be taking. I understand the Indicon report, which reviewed the effect of the cuts that were made, it showed a 50% increase in the poverty for those families. And I'm sorry, the basic premise that parenting isn't work, parenting doesn't count, parenting is passive and doesn't matter, and you've got to get people out into the workplace to tackle social inclusion, I fundamentally disagree with. I think if your Taoiseach said after the last abortion referendum that the key thing we have to do now is make Ireland the best place in the world to raise all families, well, I think what you're doing wrong with the most vulnerable families, with the most fundamental families, is wrong. And it's an opinion which is formed on an economic analysis that caring doesn't matter. Lone parents are a problem. They have to be got out of the home and got into the workplace at all costs. I think it's the fundamentally wrong approach and a tragedy that that's applying. Whatever about it applying in 2012 when we didn't have any money, it's ideological. And that's what I have a real concern, that even at a time when we have full employment, when we have growing income, it's an ideological reason you want parents to stop supporting them.
Chair. I don't have an ideological problem with any parent in this country, Deputy, and I would ask you to be mindful of the comments or the accusations that you throw around. I've done nothing since I got elected or appointed to this position in July or June of last year, but to advocate as strongly and as loudly as I can to, number one, destigmatise the issues around lone parenting and to support lone parents and make commitments to ensure that I will continue to do that. But what you've done is you've conflated the cuts that were made in 2012 and in 2013 with the changes to policy. And so I'll just reiterate to you that the review that was carried out by Indicon, which was worth every single penny they charged us on the one-parent family payment, changes found that the changes resulted in an increase in employment amongst lone parents and a decrease in welfare dependency. And I'm the first person to stand here and admit to you that the cuts were harsh and they were targeted and they were unfair, and that's why I'm unravelling them. But please do not conflate the introduction of the new policy that provides supports, educational and both otherwise, activation with a pathway to employment, as anything other than a positive outcome, which was borne out by the Indicon report. The cuts were harsh and they will be unravelled. But don't conflate one policy with the
Thank you, Minister.
Not personal this, it's purely the policy that I'm concerned about, and the belief that we should not be discriminating one parent against the other, and particularly not lone parents who are in need of most of support by this state, and not to say to them, and this is the ideological position that I agree with, that the way to do that is always through the paid workforce. I think it's right to us to leave the parents with the choice for that, and for those parents who don't enter the workforce to provide the supports that we gave as early as the 1970s, and which fundamentally transferred the experience of being a lone parent in this country. The policy you're applying, in my mind, is having a deleterious effect on lone parents and their families. All the evidence is showing that in terms of the homeless statistics, the poverty figures, the level of consistent poverty among children who are the children of lone parents. And this is not a huge budget issue in terms of numbers. The restoration, my understanding, might cost something like 40 to 50 million. But if we don't do that, it is the policy of your department, and it's not you, because it was there with the Labour ministers before you. I fundamentally disagree with it and ask you to reconsider whether forcing people into the paid workforce is the best way of providing social protection.
I think if I'm right in hearing you, what your ideology is that you're happy that lone parents are dependent on welfare, and so that they'll be financially dependent for the rest of their lives. And I'm sorry, that's not an ideology I subscribe to even the tiniest bit. I don't. What we want is for people, and it's this particular group of people who are living in consistent poverty at rates far, far higher than the rest of the population, as indeed is their children, to provide financial independence to them. And if they want to stay at home, then that's a choice. But it's not going to improve their living standards. And what we want to do is, in the main, these women want to work, because I don't know how many of them you know. They don't want to stay at home and be financially dependent on the Department of Social Welfare. They want to be independent. They want to have fulfilling lives. They want to have active and participative lives. And that's what we're going to do, is to ensure that whatever resources and services that they need in order for them to fulfil their ambitions, which is having a full life, will be available from my department and the Department of Education.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to the next question. Shaska, in the name of Deputy Mick Wallace. 30 seconds to put your question.
Thanks, Minister. The unemployment rate in the South East between Q1 17 and Q1 18 fell from 7.9% to 7.2%. I'd like to know how much of that reduction is down to job creation and how much of it is down to individuals leaving the region's labour force through factors such as migration or retirement. Do you know if the number of people working in the region increased or decreased in that period, and if so, by how much?
I love it when I can answer a question exactly the way you want me to answer it. So, the peak of unemployment, the rate in the region was estimated in the South East to be about 19%. But the most recent official data from the Labour Force survey showed that at the end of the second quarter this year to the beginning of August, you're right, it is down to 7.2%. As compared to the same year last year, Deputy, the employment in the region has risen by 6,100. The labour force in the region has increased even faster by 8,400 people. So that unemployment rose by about 2,400 over the year, with the unemployed rate rising. This should obviously mean the employment rate, I apologise. The rate rising from 6.4 to 7.2. The figures for the single quarter at the regional level can be volatile, and that's why the Labour Force survey is a sample survey and therefore subject to sampling error, because over the longer period since the recovery began in 2012, employment in the South East is up by almost 33,000, with the labour force increasing by 15,000 and unemployment decreasing by 18,000. Migration estimates are published by the state level only, so it's not possible to identify specifically in your own county. However, the data quoted indicates that the reduction in unemployment is not attributable to the reduction in the labour force. The government's primary strategy is to tackle unemployment since 2012 is twofold. First of all, we have the Action Plan for Jobs, which is led by Minister Enterprise, and all of the regional action plans that we have that we can see that are yielding results, working with the IDA and the local enterprise boards. But secondly, the Pathways to Work. My department ensures that as many new jobs and vacancies are filled by people on the live register. We actually have a tremendous relationship, and it's growing, particularly because the workers or the employers can't find people when they have their standard job fairs are going through recruitment agencies. Our relationships are growing. There's more pilot and targeted projects being worked on and developed, not least of which is the YES project, which is being launched this week. Things are getting better, and in actual fact, the employment numbers are not matching the people in employment. The people in employment are higher in most of the regions around the county than they are the numbers that are dropping on the unemployment register.
Thanks, Minister. Listen, there's always issues about figures in here, as we heard a lot about overhousing in the last while. But Minister, I'm just wondering, are you aware of the South East Economic Monitor? I don't know if you read it, but the latest edition was published a couple of months ago. It's a publication that provides an analysis of the regional economy carried out by independent, non-politically affiliated academics. So it's independent of your department's interpretation and independent of my interpretation of what might be happening in Wexford or the South East. One of the points they make is that between quarter 117 and quarter 118, the number of people in work increased 62,000 nationally, but in the South East, they maintain that the number actually decreased. There were 2,400 fewer people working in the South East in that period, and that therefore the so-called reduction in unemployment is accounted for primarily by individuals leaving the region's labour force. Minister, obviously, if that's true, I mean, it's a pretty worrying thing. I don't know if you're familiar with those statistics and what you might have to say about them.
Thanks, Deputy.
I'm not, right, but what I'll do is I will make myself familiar with them later on and come back to you and either refute them or if they can be substantiatable, then obviously we have more work to do. But my figures are showing me that the amount of people that were taken off the live register is actually less than the amount of new people employed in the county. And that either means that people who weren't on the live register actively seeking jobs decided to take up the jobs that were being created, or people are actually moving to Wexford to take up the jobs. But either way, I'll come back to you later on this afternoon with regard to clarification on the report that you've just cited.
Thanks. Minister, while the South East makes up 9% of the state's population, only 3% of the IDA jobs created over the last 7 years have actually been in the South East. Only 2.2% of the Ireland 2040 capital investment in higher education is due to be spent in the South East. I mean, I know the Wexford is different again, but I can get the live register figure for Wexford, and in July it was 15.5%. Wexford is by far the worst off of those counties in the South East region. And, Minister, I honestly think that the statistics actually bear out the fact that we're one of the top 3 most deprived counties in the country at the moment. And I do think that there's a real need for cross-party cooperation to actually address it. I do think that there's a need for some really proactive work across the departments to actually change that. Wexford has been a deprived county for a long time, and it's directly linked to the fact that we have the highest suicide rate in the country for the last 3 years. Mental health challenges and deprivation are very strongly linked, as you know. I'm just wondering, Minister, is the notion that there would be that cross-party cooperation, that they would look at actually the realities of Wexford and what's happening, and might there be an appetite to actually just, I mean, it didn't start with your government. Umpteen governments have actually failed to do this, but I honestly think it would be a powerful exercise on the part of your government if you did it.
Thank you, Deputy. Final comment, Minister.
I would have thought, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, is that the Southern Regional Action Plan for Jobs and the task force that was around that could be that body or that mechanism that you would be able to feed into. If it's not, then maybe we'll have to look at it and I'll come back to you on it. But from my own department, which is the only thing I can say and take responsibility for, we have a tremendous amount of supports available in Wexford, recognising that it is lagging a little bit behind the rest of the county. We have 40 activation case officers looking after the people on the live register. We have a number of training initiatives that have been developed with the Wexford and the Waterford regional and educational training boards, and a wide variety of courses to go to. We have the Tourist Nua offices down there that are helping people find the real jobs that are being created. So I think what we need to do maybe is just to specifically focus in, both from a Department of Business and a Department of Social Protection, on your area and come back to you. And if there are black spots or real deficits, then maybe we can sit down together and work on something in the future. But I'd be happy to do that.
Nish Kesh Chapter Smith, you have 30 seconds to introduce.
Minister, as you are aware, there's a cohort of people who have now reached pension age or about to reach pension age who were paying the insurance contribution towards having a contributory pension. Then their insurance record was broke when they availed of Farm Assist. Can you assure me that the plight of those people will be considered in the consultation process that you have underway or maybe well advanced in relation to calculation of entitlements to contributory pensions? Thank you, Cahirig.
Deputy, the Farm Assist scheme was introduced in 1999 to provide income support for low-income farmers, I think indeed by your own party at the time. It replaced... Pardon? There you go, good man. It replaced the former smallholders unemployment assistance payment that was in existence then, and in line with the then existing arrangements for unemployment assistance, including that smallholders payment and pre-retirement allowances, the income of Farm Assist recipients was exempt from Class S PRSI payments for self-employed workers. Receipts of Farm Assist who had previously paid Class S social insurance had the option of paying voluntary contributions to maintain their social insurance record, provided obviously that they satisfied all of the qualifying conditions. And since the 1st of January 2007, the exemption from Class S PRSI has been removed, and those receiving Job Seekers Allowance and Farm Assist are subject to Class S PRSI as self-employed contributors on their self-employed income, provided obviously that their annual income is over €5,000 per year. There are currently no plans to amend the legislation regarding the state pension contributor to award a maximum rate of payment to pensioners who had such a period during 1999 to 2006, who were then exempt from paying PRSI contributions. However, a person aged over 66 with limited PRSI contributions over the course of their life can obviously claim a non-contributory pension from the state if they have an income need, and this entitlement is not based on any social insurance contribution. It's paid on the basis of need. The maximum weekly rate is €232, which is just over 95% of the maximum contributory rate pension, and whilst it is means tested, there are some very significant disregards which are to the benefit of claimants, and a significant majority of such pensioners are indeed paid at that full rate. I hope that clarifies.
And thank you, Cahirig. I thank the Minister for a reply. Minister, you referred to the fact that the Farm Assist was introduced in 1999. Indeed, at that time, I recall, I'm sure Deputy O'Dea and Deputy Durkin and myself and most members of this House representing rural constituents were very strong in our advocacy for replacing the smallholders farm assistance or unemployment assistance at the time, and that your predecessor at that time, Dr. Michael Woods, and the late Joe Walsh as Minister for Agriculture were to the fore in bringing in that new scheme. which took account of present income circumstances, whereas the former smallholders' assistance, to my recollection, was very much based on historical income for the previous 12 months, whatever, because we know farm incomes can change very much depending on maybe an outbreak of disease and a herd depopulation, of a herd total depopulation or partial depopulation, with income circumstances change very suddenly. Now, in the instances that I have come across, those farmers who in many instances took up farm assist for a short time, they continued to make tax returns. They were not informed by revenue or by the department at that time that they needed to make a contribution to continue their insurance record. Minister, there was always an understanding that if you were in receipt of a social welfare payment, that your social insurance record was maintained. That didn't happen in this instance. And the cases that I have come across are all people who did not employ an accountant. They weren't in a financial position to employ an accountant at that time. They made the returns themselves. They were not aware that their insurance contribution was being broken. And they had always had hoped, through making their insurance contributions, that when they came to pension age, they would be entitled to a full contributory pension. Unfortunately, that's not happening now. Thank you, Cahill.
I suppose I can't really speak to whether or how the Department, or indeed the Revenue Commissioners, would have imparted the information that would have been valuable to the people that you're addressing now. I can only look into it. But what I can obviously relate to is that the reasons as to why their records have been broken is resulting in them getting a lesser of a pension right now. The only thing that would have been available to them was to make that contribution, or indeed just before they retired, was for them to buy the credits to be able to supplement their annual contributions over the years of their lifetime of work. I don't know if you're speaking about a large cohort of people, Deputy, or if you're speaking about a small number of people, but well, could I ask you a favour? Could I arrange a meeting where you and I would sit down and you would give me an example or examples of the people in your constituency, so that I can follow through to see how many people have been impacted, whilst at the same time looking to see if we did or didn't genuinely inform people of what their options were, because it does seem obviously somewhat unjust what you've just brought to my attention. So can I get my office to give you a call later on and we'll have a proper talk about it? Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Minister. I'd be very glad to take up your offer of a meeting. And could I just say, in many instances you take where there's a dramatic change in farm income due to depopulation of a herd, maybe weather, seasons, all of that. No, the person who's filling out their own form isn't in a position to engage an accountant to do their paperwork. They often read the minimum amount. But I have put people through this. They were not informed by revenue of the break in their insurance contribution, nor were they informed by the department. But I'd be very glad to take up your offer of a meeting, and hopefully we can progress this matter and bring it within the consideration, the consultation in regard to the review of entitlements to contributory pensions.
Farmers that don't read the full documents is probably a charge that you can make against every single one of us. But the situation that you've described doesn't sound fair to me, so let's meet and talk about it.
For your understanding and commitment on that. Now, Minister, I understand you're going to take questions 62, 63, 73, 80, 90, 91 and 93 together. Could I ask the Minister and Deputies, because of the large number of people who want to get in on this issue, to, abide by the Chair's ruling. The procedure here is the first question will be put on all of your halves by Deputy Hayden, I understand. The Minister will have 2 minutes to reply, and then I will allow each of you the 1 minute, and it comes back then to the Minister, and you'll have a final minute. Had you a query, Deputy? Is that all right? Okay. So, Deputy Hayden, you might put the question 30 seconds.
Minister, you relieved the concerns of many pensioners and families around the country last January when you announced changes for those in receipt of reduced contributory pensions post-2012 due to some anomalies in the yearly averaging system. I would like to get confirmation on behalf of those due to be reviewed that the process as outlined last January is continuing, and the timelines for the reviews later this year and adjusted payments early next year are on track.
6, if not, go away.
I'll be real brief. Thanks, Deputy, and thank you for all of the deputies that have put down questions on this particular issue, because On the 23rd of January last, I was very pleased to be able to put a proposal to Government and have them agree to it that would allow pensioners affected by the 2012 rate changes in bands to have their pension entitlement calculated on what is going to be the new total cons approach basis, including a provision for up to 20 years of a new home caring credit. Legislation will have to be enacted to enable the implementation of these arrangements, and a number of options regarding the best approach for myself to passing that legislation is currently being considered. In addition, a new information technology system has to be developed in line with the legislation, and my department are currently working on both of those projects, Chairman, and they're at a very, very advanced stage. The next thing that we have to do is to design the procedures that we will work with the next couple of months. We are currently recruiting some temporary staff that will be the people that will actually do the reviews, and then we're going to start carrying out, I suppose, the actions and the reviews. The department will be writing to the 67,000 impacted customers in the next coming weeks to explain to them what's happening and exactly how the process of review of work will be done. And as I stated previously, it still plans to commence these reviews and complete them hopefully by the end of the year, with the first payments being made in the first quarter of 2019, backdated where relevant to the end of March 2018, or later where a person attained their 66th birthday after the end of March 2018. And I think, just to be reassuring people if they are listening, it's not necessary for people to contact the department on the matter, because once the legislation is passed and the systems are processed and are ready, the department will write again to the people impacted and provide them with the opportunity to have their pension recalculated. They will then have the opportunity, once they're presented with the recalculation, to decide whether they want to stay with their old pension payment or move to the new pension payment. And I've been asked on a number of occasions, Chair, whether there will be winners or losers in this particular recalculation, as probably has happened on different occasions in the past. I can absolutely assure the deputies and people listening that there will be no losers, because anybody who gets recalculated and their payment is smaller than their current payment, well then obviously they will choose to stay on their current payment. But the anticipated outcome is that of the 67,000 people who were adversely affected, they will be affected positively by the recalculation, and they will obviously move to the new positive payment.
Transparent. I'm going to take the members in the order as the questions come in. So it will be in this order. Deputy Hayden will be first then Deputy Moynihan, Deputy Durkin, Deputy Fitzpatrick if he comes, Deputy Smith if she comes, and I think Deputy Bree Smith can't be here, but Deputy Niamh Smith's name is here as well. So, Deputy Hayden.
I'd like to thank the Minister for her response. Minister, I'm glad to hear you reiterate the details of the plan, which were originally announced in January, are on track. You know, some of those affected have started to think that maybe it wasn't going to happen because they're not hearing about it in the media as much. And I suppose after many years of campaigning, they're nearly afraid that to believe that the issue is finally going to be resolved once and for all. And I think great credit is due to you, not just for that announcement last January, the work that you and your officials have undertaken since to be in a position to undertake what is going to be a very significant review. And I welcome the fact that you said those letters will issue in the next coming weeks. As I know you were very aware of the issue that caused upset and frustration and hardship for many affected since 2012, the payment of a weekly reduced pension reinforced that feeling that their work caring for families down through the years was unrecognised, and that's a really important step here. A couple of quick questions. Can you confirm that an allocation will be set aside as part of this year's budget then to make the necessary repayments for next year? You talk about 67,000. Is that the total amount of people in receipt of contributory pensions post-2012? Will people get letters about the review who aren't covered by it? Will the 67,000 all issue together, or do you expect that to take a couple of weeks? I know it's a lot of letters, but obviously there'll be a lot of people. If some people get a letter and others don't, how quick do you think it'll be?
Please, we must stick to the time. Deputy Moynihan.
Minister, when the announcement was made earlier this year about correcting the 2012 anomaly, there was great satisfaction and people were very keen on seeing that progress. It was understood that there would be legislation advancing in the earlier part of the year with a view to having the letters issuing around about now and through the autumn, and payments at the beginning of next year. Has that legislation advanced? My understanding is that it hasn't, and that people feel that things are slipping, timeline is slipping that little bit on it. Are you still on time for that? When will those letters realistically issue? Will they be this side or the far side of Christmas? so that people need the reassurance. They're very conscious of time, people who are affected by these 2012 cut, and they're very conscious that things would be happening as quickly as possible. You indicated, Minister, that you have temporary staff that you're going to be recruiting for that. How many, and when will they actually be there to conduct these reviews?
Deputy Durkin.
I appreciate the comprehensive nature of the Minister's reply. Could I ask if it might be possible at this stage to give some indication as to, given the number of people who are likely to opt for the higher of the two, being qualified for two levels of pension, the extent to which provision is likely to be made to ensure that the system will work the way it is intended, obviously for the benefit of all, and whether or not people with contributions in this jurisdiction and other jurisdictions are likely to be affected in any way.
You were very cooperative in the first section with this. You're way under time, so on the basis we're to go back again to everybody, we might keep it this.
No problem at all. I'll certainly be brief. First of all, I'm very pleased to be able to have the opportunity, Deputy Hayden, to be able to reiterate. There is no delay. There is no change of anybody's mind or tactic. We are in exactly the same position as I would have announced in this chamber a number of months ago. Cabinet made the decision to change the anomaly. The legislation is well advanced, Deputy. The only thing that needs to be made up our mind is whether we do it in the Social Welfare Bill or whether I do it as a standalone piece of legislation, and that's given the timelines of this particular House. It's not, to confuse or conflate anything. I appreciate the comments, Deputy Hayden, but I just happen to be lucky that I was the Minister of Social Protection at a time when a large number of pensioners decided to mobilise over the years since 2012 when they had been affected by something that was unfair, unjust and discriminatory. And I want to pay particular tribute to those pensioners who were persistent in coming to all of our clinics on a weekly basis, and indeed Age Action Ireland for the coordination of that campaign that they did. But I am happy to say that this is one of a number of instances where people have shouted loudly and that government has heard, and we are able to obviously allocate the money, number one, in the budget. Number two, the 67,000 people are the full amount. Deputy, to answer your question, sorry, Deputy Durkin, I think it was you, not all of them obviously are in Ireland. Some 9,000 of those people live outside of the Republic of Ireland. They will all be contacted in the coming weeks, well in advance of Christmas, because I would hope and assume that the assessments will be done by then. To answer your question about the temporary staff, I'd say they will be all in place by the end of next week. Then they will go into training, and then the letters will go out and the assessments will start. I have absolutely no intentions of being here at the beginning of next year and not have, by the end of Q1, every single one of those 67,000 people who've chose to move to a new increased payment will have received their backlog, their little lump sum, and be on that new payment by the end of Q1 next year.
Thank you very much.
I hope that answers them.
Back to Deputy Hayden again. I'd ask the deputies to be as brief as possible.
Yes, Cahirlock, and thank the Minister for that reply. You're absolutely right. The pensioners that I dealt with in Kildare were very persistent, and rightly so. The ones that contacted me, the unfairness of it. It's one of those few times you're sitting in clinics when people are coming to you with a case, and you can't argue back with them because there was an inherent unfairness in it, and it really cut to the bone of people because it felt their contributions to the state down through the years was being questioned, and the role that they've played through their life and the choices they made in those lives. So I welcome that. I welcome confirmation that the 67,000 letters will go out probably as closely together as possible, because when some start getting the letters and others don't, if there's a 3 or 4 week gap between that'll cause consternation. So as close together as possible, notwithstanding what a big undertaking it is. I will just ask one other point, if any consideration could be given to the fact that one of the big bugbears for these people has been when they hear in recent years of a £5 increase in the pension, that they would then go on to the post office to get their pension, and it wouldn't be a £5 because they were on a reduced amount. There maybe consideration might be given in this budget that if there was to be an increase, the full amount could be given to everybody, because obviously that is an anomaly that has driven home the inequality of the system up until to date.
Thank you. Deputy Moynihan.
And Gurmagat, Minister, there's a lot of very useful information on it, and pleased to note the outline of the time on it as well, because the people who are affected by this 2012 situation. They're very conscious of time and want to see things advance as quickly as possible. Minister, you've indicated that you haven't decided at this point which type of, whether you're going to let it off as part of the social welfare or a standalone. Will that impact on the timeline, and when will you know on when you're going to advance that?
Look, again, I think we should acknowledge the fact that this particular change is very, very welcome and is a huge benefit to an awful lot of people who made contributions, who worked extremely hard, sometimes for the state and sometimes in caring for others throughout their career, and got no recognition for it at all. So it is acknowledged that. Can I ask, just finally, that whether or not of the people who have combined contributions, as I mentioned, Irish and overseas ones, that they will receive the same treatment as everybody else, and that there will be no balancing of the situation where they might have a higher level from the UK, or will it be judged on the basis of achieving a pension in this jurisdiction of a particular amount?
Thank you very much. So, Minister, you're in good books all around. Final comment from you.
Finally, Chair, I just wanted to temper so that there isn't an unfair expectation given. 67,000 letters are not going to go out on one day, because we haven't taken on board 15,000 people, temporary staff, to do this. They're going to go out over a number of weeks, and so the only thing I can ask you is for your assistance, that if one of your constituents get a letter and another one doesn't for a couple of weeks, to reassure them that the letters are coming. But genuinely, we had to assess and address this, that this was a fixing of an anomaly, but it has to come out of the current staffing funds that we will have for this year. We've managed to be able to secure, through some savings, money for temporary staff, but there's not a huge amount of temporary staff. There's enough for us to be able to do the reviews, to send out the letters, to do and complete the reviews, to stick to the timelines that we set out, Deputy Moynihan, is that by Q1 of next year, every single one of the 67,000 people who were affected that will get an increase in their payments will receive their little backlog and then go on to their new payments before the end of Q1. Nothing has changed. Timelines haven't slipped. It makes no difference whatsoever to the timelines as to whether we include this piece of legislation as an amendment in the Social Welfare Bill or have it as a standalone bill. It just might be easier to have it as a standalone bill, but we're working that out. But it will in no way impact on the dates for the final payments, or indeed the first payments, but this will be done over a phased period because it's a tremendous amount of people, and the staff in our department obviously are great, but they're not Wonder Women and men. And Deputy Durkin, to finally answer your question, because of the common travel area agreements that we have and the reciprocal arrangements that we have between ourselves and the United Kingdom particularly, the arrangements will be no different for people who live outside of the Republic of Ireland than those who live in. What we want to do is to give people the fullest payment that they possibly can from the contributions that they made, either in Ireland or any of our reciprocal states.
Can I just say how we can do business to the three TDs and the... No, we can't come in again. Well, it's no, it's 2 minutes. Well, can you clarify the... Is that all right?
How many we've taken on, I genuinely don't know. Enough.
Is that okay?
I know just that there was mention of 15,000. Well, no.
The whole department is working. Okay, yeah, are you happy with that? Okay. Okay. Just in relation to the three deputies, Minister, I want to thank you all for your cooperation. It just shows how we can do business when everybody works together, and I really do appreciate that.
Thank you.
Now, Minister, I understand you're going to take questions 64, 72 and 75 together. Is that correct?
Okay.
Deputy Brown, on behalf of yourself and Deputy Brady, you introduce your question. 30 seconds, please.
Thanks, Curl. It's kind of sad and funny to hear the Minister talking about anomalies and no listening to her, and the sort of amnesia that affects her and the Fine Gael party generally, and indeed Fianna Fáil. You brought in
question,
those.
Please.
You changed those bans.
Question.
You changed those bans and inflicted that suffering on the women concerned, the pre-2012. The other anomaly I want to ask you about, obviously, is the Labour Court recommendation of 19293 of July 2008 in relation to pensions for the 1,250 CE supervisors and assistant supervisors who manage 25,000 staff, as you know, Cathaoirleach, carrying out wonderful work all over our parishes and communities throughout this island. Several commitments have been made that we would address this anomaly, this other anomaly, and you've done nothing so far, Minister.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister.
Just in relation to the Deputy's preamble, I just put on the record that it never ceases to amaze me the conceitedness of the far left on the monopoly of compassion that they think they own.
I don't want a second preamble.
I propose to take PQs 6, 14 and 17 together, Chairman. And the Community Employment Scheme supervisors are employees of private companies in the community and the voluntary sector that receive public funding, and they're not employees of my department, or indeed are they public servants. There are currently 1,346 supervisors and assistant supervisors employed within the community employment-sponsored organisations. And the department does, as you know, fund wages and training costs in respect of CE participants and the supervisors, but it does not and has not ever provided provision for funding for CE supervisor pensions. Employers, including CE sponsoring organisations, are legally obliged to offer access to at least one standard personal savings account, PRSA, under the Pension Amendments Act of 2002, and I'm sure the Deputy well knows that. But on foot of the Labour Court recommendations, the issue of CE supervisors' pension is currently being examined by the Community Sector High-Level Forum, which is chaired by the Department of Public Expenditure and Reform. And a number of departments, including my own, are represented on this group, as indeed are the unions and PUBL. A detailed scoping exercise was carried out with the input from the Irish Government Economic and Evaluation Services on the potential costs of providing Exchequer reports for the establishment of such a pension scheme for employees across the community and voluntary sector in Ireland. And the exercise clearly illustrated that the matter presents a very significant impact to the Exchequer, with the potential cost to the state of €188 million per annum every annum in respect of the funding to enable an employer pension contribution in state-funded community and voluntary organisations, excluding any provision for an immediate ex gratia lump sum payment of pension as sought, which could, depending on the size of the sector, entail a further Exchequer cost of up to €318 million. And whilst, Chair, I am very conscious that the issue relates to the community employment supervisors and assistant supervisors, such individuals do only comprise of one small sector of the wider community and voluntary sector, and any provision of state funding for a scheme in respect of those employees will potentially give rise to claims for similar schemes on the part of those in the broader sector, thus crystallising the potential level of liability. Any solution to this issue will require careful cooperation and consideration, and in particular consideration for the scarce resources of the economy.
Thank you very much. Now, first call on Deputy Brown and then Deputy Brady. So 60 seconds.
Last few points you're making, Minister, it's the old mantra. I think when community employment and later on JI was set up, people, I think it was Rory Quinn actually who began the SES scheme in the mid-80s, a long time ago, but people didn't realise at that stage it would become such a fundamental part of our society in terms of local development, in terms of training, in terms of caring, in terms of childcare, of course, a whole range of development. And just to say, I'm a director on behalf of the community, I think, of a number of these companies, as I have been before politics and all through my political career. But I mean, the wonderful work that's carried out both for the individual themselves in their training and indeed for the work that they do, it has to be recognised. Now, I know the Lansdowne Road Agreement, I think you referred to that, the high-level forum, which I think Deeper actually chairs. We were expecting, I think, in late 2017, we would have some output from that. And we had a debate here, a 2-hour debate, I think, which our Sinn Féin colleagues put forward, in which clearly the figures, the kind of costs, you're quoting the Irish Government Economic and Evaluation Service of 400 or 500 million, but we put those figures at a much lower cost in budgetary terms, and I think that's something that has to be revisited urgency. But in justice, Minister, every one of us is deeply aware and grateful for all the work that's been carried out. Local groups, they are very valiantly trying to support their supervisors, their assistant supervisors, for brilliant work that they've done over decades. And I think it's something that, like your previous question in relation to the women's pensions pre-2012, you should recognise it now and begin to move on it. Thanks, Cahirla.
Minister, the programme for government states that the government will respect the WRC, the Workplace Relations Commission, and the Labour Court, and ensure that both bodies are supported to fulfil their roles. So I'm asking as to whether that commitment still stands. And even when we were dealing with the Employment Miscellaneous Bill, there was a number of amendments, and the Minister cited legitimate concerns as to the implications those amendments would have on the workings of the WRC and the Labour Court, and that was dealt with. there is a quite clear ruling from the WRC in 2008 that has been ignored by successive ministers, successive governments, affecting 1,250 CE supervisors and their assistants. The Minister hides behind the scoping exercise that is being carried out. She brings in community and voluntary sector and comes up with this figure of 188 million, which had no part of the WRC ruling back in 2008. They were quite clear, quite categorical in what was being proposed, that it had to be pensions for CE supervisors and their assistants. Minister, can I get an exact figure as to how much it will cost solely for the CE supervisors and their assistants to put in place a pension scheme for those individuals doing exceptional work across the communities in this state?
The Minister comes back in, and I'm going to make this appeal because both of you have to come back in. There's two deputies have been sitting here a long time, Deputy Turkin and Deputy Murphy O'Mahony, and I want to ensure that they get in before 12 so that their questions can be answered. So again, I ask you to stick, to the rules and regulations which we all agree to in running this House. So I'm going to ask you all to be brief so that we can accommodate those two deputies who have been sitting here a long time. Thanks,
Chair. The first thing I'll say is that the Community Sector High-Level Forum includes representatives of not only the various government departments, statutory agencies, but also the union representatives. And to be fair, the forum is chaired by DEPR, but it includes the various departments, obviously, that have responsibilities towards the community and voluntary sector, and not just the valuable organisations that provide our CE schemes for my department, but it extends to various other departments, and the responsibilities towards those people that provide valuable services in our community is recognised by all of the departments, and that's why the high-level forum was established. Deputy, I'm not sure if you're aware, but the history of this case was that the Labour Court made a recommendation. They don't make a ruling, they made a recommendation. And that recommendation has been scoped by input from the Independent Government Economic and Evaluation Services on the potential costs of providing exchequer support to all of the community and voluntary service, because unlike you as an opposition deputy, we don't have the option of picking or pitting one part of the community and voluntary sector against another. And so if you're going to do something, you respect equally the contribution that all of the community and voluntary sector makes. And that's why this is such a difficult task, because if it was easy to fix, it would have already been fixed. And to answer your question, no, we haven't looked at individual costs for CEs, because you can't fix this problem without causing another problem over there. And we've learnt the lessons of the past of trying to fix things in a small piecemeal way by not ignoring or by ignoring the outputs from there.
Can we have a quick comment from both you first, Deputy Brown, and then
thanks. Well, Minister, you could make a start, I think, with the community employment supervisors and the assistant supervisors. I mean, there's no question. We did have this debate. I don't think the IG's figures that I quoted earlier, I don't know, up to 500 million or whatever, that's obviously if you have an immediate big bang approach. But if you deal with the injustice, with the fact that recommendation 19293, it's sitting there for 10 years. Whatever excuse could have been made in relation to the crash and the aftermath and the austerity period, there's no validity in that now. I mean, it's crying out for justice. Now, you yourself, you've been floating the idea, obviously, the supplementary savings scheme, the automatic enrolment, this plan by for 2022-23, that this will not happen again to any segment of our society for people who have given very valuable service to communities. But can't you therefore, in line with that, begin in this budget, and the Budget Committee were meeting Minister Pascal Donoghue this afternoon, as a start, can you not implement this recommendation at a very modest cost?
Minister, I'm not asking you to introduce anything piecemeal. I'm asking you to introduce the full recommendations of the WRC back in 2008. And what their recommendations laid out would cost a fraction of the 188 million in which you cite those figures of. So we're not talking about piecemeal, we're talking about following up your commitments in the programme for government, honouring and respecting the WRC and not being an impediment in the work that they actually carry out. Now, there was a Dáil motion passed here before the summer recess brought forward by your friends in Fianna Fáil, which Sinn Féin supported, calling on government to implement the recommendations from the WRC. So, Minister, can I ask, we're coming into the budgetary process. In the next couple of weeks, we'll have a negotiated budget presented between Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael. Can I ask as to whether there have been any discussions at this stage about implementing the Dáil motion, which was voted through? Have there been any discussions between Fianna Fáil and yourselves about implementing the pensions for CE supervisors and their assistants? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ken. Quick final comment for you, Minister, so we can move on to
Thanks, Chair. Just to remind both deputies, because they seem to maybe ignore this or have forgotten it, the high-level forum not only consists of people from a variety number of departments who, as I said, Chair, have responsibility to the voluntary and the community sectors, but it also includes representatives of Pobal, and it includes representatives of Forsa and SIP2, who are the people's representatives in that community and voluntary sector. If there were suggestions as to how we could find, magically, the €500 million that's potentially needed, and maybe, Johnny, you'll come out with a great budget yourself in the next couple of weeks and show us what you'd cut or what you'd actually stop doing to provide that extra 500 million every year, and we might have a look at it. If there was an easy solution to this, Chair, then the high-level forum, including the representative bodies of both unions, we would have already found that solution. But the meetings of that high-level forum will continue. The unions have met with the Minister over the summer months and do actively and will actively continue to pursue ideas in an effort to try and resolve this issue. It's not going to be fixed until we all find a solution to be able to fix it, and we'll continue to work on to do so.
Deputy Durkin, would you allow the Minister to answer and forfeit your 30 seconds so as to try and get Deputy Murphy O'Mahony in as well?
Thank you, Deputy. All decisions taken by the Department's deciding officers and dedicated persons are appealable to the Chief Appeals Officer. About 85% of all claims are awarded, and only 1% of all of the claims that are made are appealed annually. So it's actually a very small number. Nevertheless, the Department is genuinely concerned in these cases that they're dealt with as quickly as we can. Significant effort and resources have been devoted to reforming the appeals process in recent years, and as a result, the annual processing time has improved from what was a staggering 52.5 weeks for an oral hearing in 2011 to 26 weeks in 2017, and 25 weeks to a summary decision down to 19 weeks in 2017. And the most recent figures for the period of January are now at 30 weeks for an oral hearing and 25.2 weeks for a summary hearing. I know, this is raised with me on a number of occasions. It's too long. We need to increase it. There's a number of reasons why it is as long as it is, and one of the things we're going to attempt to do is to simplify the carers application form so that that process speeds up, and so therefore people are not waiting 4 months to get a rejection before they then have to wait another 4 or 5 months to do their appeal. We are doing everything. We have an example to cite that we had some great successes with the domiciliary care allowance application that was at one stage taking up to 26 weeks, but because of a redesign with DCA warriors and other interested bodies that were using the forms and finding them complicated, we designed a new form, and the application time for DCA applications is now down to 5 weeks. And so I have every anticipation and expectation that when we introduce a new form, the new carers form, that we will have the same results. But I hear your concerns, Deputy, loud and clear.
Thank you. Might give a quick response from you, and then we'll try and get into Deputy Murphy O'Mahony.
Thank the Minister for a reply. I wasn't referring to carers allowances only. I was referring to all payments that are means tested or whatever, or tested on health grounds either. The problem really is in the period during the review, and they may be cut off and with no payment, and that can cause very serious hardship to people in particularly straitened circumstances, and in some cases can lead to them losing their house due to mortgage or to rent arrears. That's the particular issue that I'd like to see pursued further.
A very quick comment, thanks.
Deputy, and come back to maybe directly myself.
Murphy O'Mahony, would you forfeit your introduction and let the Minister answer, and then I'll let you back in. Thank you. So if you wish to give an answer to question 66.
Great, and I want to thank Deputy Murphy O'Mahony for bringing this particular topic to the floor of the House today, because the Sign Language Interpreting Services is the national service for the development, promotion and delivery of sign language interpreting services to the deaf community in Ireland, and I think, as you're aware, it's funded by the Citizens Information Board, which comes under my remit. The Government and my department is particular and committed to supporting the services, which it recognises are invaluable to the people that we serve. And in the 2018 budget for sign language interpreting services was €676,000, and that included over €300,000 in order for them to be able to expand their activities to deliver on the commitments that were set out in the National Disability Inclusion Strategy of 2017 to 2021, which includes the extension of the operating hours and the availability of remote interpretation services to both evenings and weekends, to resourcing of the sign language interpreting services to increase the number of trained sign language and deaf interpreters, and to putting a quality assurance and registration scheme in for interpreters in place, and the provision of ongoing professional training and support and development. Additional staff resources were given to SLIS, which facilitated the extension of the Irish Remote Interpreting Services appointments to 6:30 p.m. Monday to Friday and from 10 till 1 p.m. on Saturdays. And the Sign Language Interpreting Services is currently recruiting a Quality Information and Development Officer to assist Quality Assurance and Registration Scheme for interpreters, and to develop and deliver ongoing professional training and development. And in preparing for the commencements of the Minister of Justice and Equality of the Irish Sign Language Act, the Sign Language Interpreting Services have drafted guidelines, and these guidelines are for the administration of the scheme to facilitate access to social, educational and cultural events and services by ISL users. It's no doubt that it's important for anybody who is deaf to be able to live a full and supported life, and I think this goes a long way to recognising the deficits that were there in the past and reinstating, obviously, the services that should be available.
Okay. Deputy?
Letting me in. Thank you, Minister, for your comments. I'd like to welcome what has been done so far. Fianna Fáil, my party, has a particular interest in this, as it was my colleague in Dáil Éireann, Senator Mark Daly, initiated the bill that was passed by the Oireachtas last year, the Recognition of Irish Sign Language for the Deaf Community Act, and I'd like to commend here today the work that he put into it. I'll send the rest on to you, Minister, because I know we're cut for time.
Knowledge, and actually it was remiss of me, apologies, Deputy, I should have given the credit to Senator Daly, because it's because of his tremendous work that we were able to support the initiatives, obviously, that he would have put forward, and I was very, very happy to be able to extend the extra 300,000 to extend that services. Can I also just commend him for the work that he has done in having our national anthem signed for the very first time, both at a national event and at local events. It's a real credit to him, to his commitment to this particular sector of people, so thank you.
I just want to express thanks to the Minister, the Deputies and the staff of the House. We got through quite a lot of questions this morning with everybody's cooperation. Very shortly we will move to leaders' questions.
We'll continue with leaders' questions, and I call on the leader of Fianna Fáil, Deputy Micheál Martin, who has 3 minutes, and I would ask all to observe 3 minutes.
There's a general murmur about the House, so could I just... Well, Taoiseach, last week out in Tala, I met with a parent on the doorstep and just asking her basic sort of issues, and immediately her main concern was the significant burden and cost that education was placing on the household budget, and admittedly a limited household budget, the pressure of going back to school, but more importantly the pressure of paying a voluntary subscription to the school was very real and pressing, because it was made clear to her that failure to do so would mean that her children couldn't access textbooks and materials that were centrally procured by the school. In other words, the subscription had to be paid up front by the parent, and that was made very clear. And what that reveals and illustrates is that the ongoing cost of education and going back to school is genuinely growing. Schools have very little choice but to voluntarily raise funds. We know from the Grant Thornton report of last February that the average allocation to schools, the government allocation of about 46,000 a year for the operating costs, does not cover the actual average expenditure of about 96 or 91,000 euros. Lighting, heating, cleaning, insurance, equipment, printing, all of that eats up the costs and the expenditure of running a school. And depending on the size of the school, small and medium-sized schools suffer even more, and DEIS schools, disadvantaged schools, because they don't have the capacity to raise money, are particularly disadvantaged. They can't fundraise. Now, the Oireachtas Education Committee, under the chairmanship of Fiona O'Loughlin, held valuable hearings in August on this very subject. The Catholic Primary Schools Management Association presented to the committee and said unequivocally that the current model is unsustainable. The issue is urgent. Many schools are running out of contingency funds and are running deficits. The Irish League of Credit Unions, their CEO Ed Farrell, went to the committee and said in their annual back-to-school survey the results showed a rise in the number of parents in debt due to back-to-school related costs. Well over a third of parents in Ireland say they're getting into debt to cover back-to-school costs, and in particular the credit unions were worried about the prevalence of moneylenders and the degree to which they're giving loans to parents to try and get through this difficult period. 46% of parents said the cost of going back to school their biggest worry, 67% of parents saying that it represents a very significant financial burden. 4 in 10 saying they wouldn't be in a position to afford new shoes for their children. 7 in 10 saying extracurricular activities would have to be cut. Now, Taoiseach, I would put it to you that the most effective way to deal with this, or one of the most effective ways, along a number of measures, is to accept that the existing capitation grant is wholly inadequate to fund our primary schools. And in particular, the small to medium and DEIS schools are disadvantaged. I would ask, does he accept that? And does he agree that this must be a budget priority and that provision must be made for an increased capitation grant in the forthcoming budget and a commitment to phased increases in subsequent budgets to try and reduce the pressure on parents who find going back to school a huge difficulty?
To thank the Deputy for raising this important matter, and certainly in my engagement with parents as I go around the country or on the occasions that I knock on doors, it's very much an issue that people raise with me as well. The cost of education can be an enormous burden on families, and often these are the same families who are bearing the high cost of childcare, the cost of school transport, and in some cases the cost of rising rents or a large mortgage. In terms of capitation grants, increasing capitation grants for next year is of course a budgetary matter, and no budget decisions have been made as of yet. But I know that it's a priority that Fianna Fáil has raised in negotiations with us on the budget. Also in the letter that I wrote to you last month, suggesting that we continue a constant supply arrangement through to 2020. It's one of the things that I specifically listed that should be included as part of a future arrangement should Fianna Fáil choose to continue the constant supply agreement through the summer of 2020 as I've proposed. And also it is something that's included in the programme for government. It is always necessary, to prioritise, and in education we have a budget of €10 billion this year. It's the largest budget ever for education in the history of the state, and that is making a real difference. It means we've hired 5,000 more teachers in the last 2 years. It means we're building new schools all over the country, extending schools. It means we're developing technological universities now in Dublin, hopefully soon in the South East. It means that we have more special needs assistants than we've ever had in our Irish education service. It means the pupil-teacher ratio this September is at its lowest ever for children attending primary schools. So we can see how that massive investment in education is making a real difference for children, for their futures and for families. I acknowledge one of the things that we haven't been able to do because we've had to focus on those other areas is an increase in capitation. It is absolutely something that is under consideration for this budget, but bear in mind there are always competing priorities and even the wealthiest countries have limited budgets and we have to prioritise within them.
And I think prioritisation is an important issue, Taoiseach, because when population grows, we'll have more teachers. So, generally speaking, because of the actual significant growth in the number of children going to primary schools in the last number of years, the pupil-teacher ratio, or there will be additional teachers because of the existence of a pupil-teacher ratio. That's a matter of fact, that happens. But what hasn't grown, or what hasn't increased in the last number of years in any shape or form, is the capitation grant. And cost of living is affecting people. And if you look at it in a targeted way, many parents who have children going back to school have a higher degree of cost. And these are people who would not be entitled to back-to-school allowance or anything like that. But they have a higher degree of cost than others in society. So priorities have to be targeted and have to be focused. And it's very, very clear from all of the evidence given to the Oireachtas Committee in August, in the Education Committee, that schools are at the end of their tether, they're running deficits, parents are under particular pressures. And it's embarrassing for parents if they can't pay. The children come back in from school and say, the teachers are saying, the principal is saying you have to pay this voluntary subscription. It's not voluntary in the real sense of the word, if we are honest. There's a huge pressure on parents to cough up. And there needs to be, along with an increase in the capitation grant, a restatement of the guidelines around that. Because children feel that. And the person I spoke to, the children were there in the presence of the mother telling the story. But it's a story many deputies have heard across the House. And there has to be an acknowledgement that cost of living is a key issue. That giving tax cuts to the wealthy alone doesn't deal with in any significant or substantive way.
Sure, the Deputy, that as was the case in the last couple of budgets, we won't be giving tax cuts to the wealthy alone. Tax cuts will be focused on those on middle incomes. We've already taken people on the lowest incomes out of the tax net altogether, relieved them of the burden of the USC, which Fianna Fáil imposed on them. So now 38% of people, 38% lowest earners, don't pay any income tax at all. And now the focus is going to be very much on those on middle incomes. People on modest incomes, around €40,000, who pay some of their income at the highest rate of income tax, and we think that's unfair. And certainly we will stand over our policy of having taken the lowest paid out of the tax net altogether, and now focusing on those on middle incomes. And I'll defend that to the hilt because I think it's the right thing to do. The Deputy is right to say the population has grown, and of course spending must go up in line with population growth. But we've done better than that. If it had only grown in line with demographics, the pupil-teacher ratio would have stayed the same. We've actually done better than that, and that's why the lowest pupil-teacher ratio ever this September. There are also more resource teachers, 500 new guidance counsellors, 500 deputy principals to give schools better management, and also there's junior cycle reform as well. And in terms of prioritisation, we really want to prioritise those families who are struggling the most, and that's why we've reversed some of the cutbacks to the back-to-school clothing and footwear allowance which were imposed by the Deputy's party in government. Not fully reversed your cuts, but we're getting there on that one. I've also brought in a school book scheme, which has been of real value to parents as well, and we're expanding the whole school meals programme, which is really important, particularly in DEIS schools.
Jack MacDonald,
Taoiseach, as we speak, nurses and midwives, members of the INMO, are meeting to discuss the issues of pay and staffing shortages. The National Executive of the Psychiatric Nurses Association also meet today to consider the recent report of the Public Sector Pay Commission. For years now, nurses, midwives and their unions have highlighted the recruitment and retention crisis in the health service. They have proposed reasonable and responsible solutions to address it, and yet there has been a complete disengagement from your government on the issue. The Public Service Pay Commission report was supposed to independently analyse and assess the crisis, its causes and how to address the problems. But as the report itself conveys, Minister Paschal Donoghue met the Commission in October 2017 to emphasise that its work, and I quote, was not a pay review, nor can it be. So it's clear that from the outset, Government was determined that a Commission mandated to investigate the issues of both pay and conditions was to focus solely on the issue of conditions and to disregard the issue of pay. It appears as though you were determined to establish the conclusions of the report long before the work had even begun. In carrying out its international pay comparisons, the report acknowledges the number of nurses and midwives who have chosen to work in Britain instead of Ireland. The report, however, while acknowledging the fact that pay conditions vary across England, failed to adequately address differences in pay between Ireland and London specifically, a popular destination for our nurses and where entry pay is more than €3,000 higher. A pay comparison that fails to adequately address one of the most popular destinations for our nurses is, I would say, flawed. Our nurses and midwives perform, as you know, an invaluable service to patients in our health service, and we should expect that their jobs pay well. We should expect high morale in their ranks, but that's not the case, Taoiseach. There is only one application for every 4 nursing and midwifery vacancies in the health service. And all the while the government doesn't want to talk about the issue of pay, and yet that's the conversation that must be had. You ignore willfully that will only worsen the state of our health service and make it impossible to fully implement sláinte care, and all the while the bill for agency staff continues to spiral. In April, Taoiseach, the Dáil passed a Sinn Féin motion calling for the introduction of recruitment and retention measures based on realistic proposals and which would prioritise pay. It called on your government to work with the unions to draw up a roadmap for pay equality, how that would be achieved for nurses and midwives, with an implementation plan to deliver pay equality within a short time frame, not the 8-year time frame that you now propose. So my question is this: will you commit, Taoiseach, to acting and to engaging with unions so that our nurses and other health professionals get a fair deal?
Absolutely, Deputy. We always engage with unions. That's why we have a pay deal. We have a public sector pay deal, which we agreed less than a year ago. That deal runs for the next 3 years. It applies to all public servants in the country, provides for pay increases every year for the next 3 years, to a total cost to the taxpayer of €400 million last year. That's an agreement that we made after engaging with unions. It's an agreement that we intend to honour, and we certainly hope all of the unions honour that agreement that they made with the government and also the Irish taxpayer as well. An agreement for 3 years, all public servants, pay increases every year, over €400 million worth of pay increases for public servants next year, which is about as much as we can afford. We don't want to repeat the mistakes of the past and start borrowing money to pay for pay increases, because that is illusory. All we go back to is that cycle of pay increases followed by pay cuts down the line. I think the Public Sector Pay Commission report is worth reading. I'm sure the Deputy has read it. It is based on facts. It puts forward solutions. For those not interested in point scoring or exploiting industrial relations issues, they will find it very informative. And it is independent, by the way. It was not written by government or any civil servant or anyone in the Department of Finance. Anyone could make their submissions, and indeed lots of people did, and it sets out the facts. And among the facts it sets out is that the number of nurses working in our public health service has now been increasing for the last 3 years, year on year. It shows that pay is comparable with the UK and with Europe, and also shows that relative to other countries, Ireland has a relatively high number of nurses per head or per bed than other countries. These are the facts. This is not my opinion, set out in black and white in the Public Sector Pay Commission report. It also points out that lots of countries are struggling to recruit and retain nurses because there is an international shortage of nurses, and pay measured itself will not change that. As there are Irish nurses in Australia and the UK, here in Ireland there are nurses from the UK as well, and from Spain and from India and from all parts of the world. And those are the facts set out in that report. And one of the most pertinent facts, and something we shouldn't deny because it is a fact, is if you look at what's in the report, what's in the OECD figures, Ireland has more nurses per head than most countries in the world. We're in the top 5 or 6. If you reduce the number of nurses per bed, we even go higher. And any reforms must involve changes to how we deploy our nurses to make sure that we have nurses used in appropriate roles. And we have, for example, in Ireland, nurses doing jobs that would be done by theatre assistants or scrub techs in the United States. We have nurses doing jobs in outpatients, for example, that would be done by other grades. And any reform must involve those kind of changes. And of course we're willing to engage on that kind of reform. And bear in mind, that is what Stáiltear Care is actually really about. It's about reform. It isn't just more of the same. Because if more nurses, more pay, more beds, more of the same was the solution, we'd be improving our health services now. But we don't need more of the same. We need a different approach.
Thank you. 1 minute.
You're not contesting the fact, Taoiseach, that there is one application for every 4 nursing and midwifery vacancies in the health service, because that's a fact too. The fact is that we train what is said to be the best and the brightest, the most capable of nursing and midwifery staff, and then we lose them. We lose them specifically to London, or they go to Canada, they go to Australia. And when you make a pay comparison, you have to benchmark the pay rate here with those particular destinations. So there is an issue around pay, and nurses and their unions have said this loud and clear. There's an issue around pay equality, for sure, but then there is a broader issue around pay if we wish to recruit and to retain staff. And the Stáiltear Care report will gather dust on a shelf somewhere unless we have the resources, the human resources, the capital, the staff to actually make it a reality. So, the report is being considered by the real experts. As we speak, they're meeting in Croke Park. The nurses will gather in Croke Park and they will take a view on this report. I have simply asked you, Taoiseach, in light of all of that, will you honour what was passed in a motion by the Dáil, which asked of you that you engage with unions, that you don't set any preclusions on that, and that you talk about the issue of pay, and that you talk about that in real terms so that we can recruit the best, so that we can retain the best, and so that we can deliver a first-class health service.
To respond.
Deputy, I can absolutely guarantee you that the government will engage with unions, both on pay and terms and conditions, and also cooperation with the reforms that are necessary to bring about a better health service. It's because of that engagement that we have a 3-year pay deal with all public servants to increase their pay every year. 400 million set aside next year alone for increases in pay for our public servants, 2 pay increases happening next year. It's because of that engagement that we have negotiated with the Irish Congress of Trade Unions a pathway by which we can equalise the pay scales of those public servants recruited after 2012. But as Pascal Donoghue would often say, and he's right, there only is a certain amount of money, and we've set aside 400 million or so for pay increases for public servants next year. There is a point at which, if we go beyond that, we either have to take the money out of public services, out of new schools, out of new hospitals, away from new medicines, or borrow it and then pay later. And that is not the responsible approach. I know the Sinn Féin approach will always be to back any demand, any interest group for anything they ask for. That is not the approach of government, and that is not what's in the interest of the Irish taxpayer or people who use our public services.
Brendan Howland.
Taoiseach, it's 10 years since Ireland's economic collapse. When the economy collapsed, Ireland's tax base was exposed as fragile and narrow. tax receipts fell 10 years ago by 30% in a year. This didn't happen by accident. For a decade, Fianna Fáil had riddled the tax system with all sorts of tax breaks and bought popularity at budget time by cutting personal taxes to a level far below other European countries. The property boom meant that windfall tax receipts from stamp duties and VAT brought in the necessary cash for public spending. But that all stopped with the economic collapse, leaving Ireland unable to pay for basic public services like schools and hospitals and guards. We all know the history, because the people of Ireland suffered and endured it. But it is not clear that the government now, your government, Taoiseach, has learned the lessons of history. I'm determined that we will not go back to a situation where our basic health and social services are vulnerable to collapse because our tax system is so weak. We are now seeing tax lobbyists seeking cuts to income taxes, with comparisons being made to personal tax levels of 10 years ago. So let me be clear from my perspective. Income taxes in 2008 were excessively low. Government spokespeople have suggested in the last week or 10 days that local property tax should no longer be linked to property values, which totally undermines the logic of a tax on assets and undermines the economic benefits of such a tax in dampening the growth in the property prices. Your government has now embarked, I believe, on the same process of driving down income tax. Your focus is almost entirely, from what we've heard in the kites that have been flown in the last 10 days, on the top 20% of income earners. Reports from the Revenue Commissioners make it crystal clear that only the top 19% of taxpayers pay tax, any tax, at the higher rate. So over 80% do not. Yet you insist on calling these the middle, as you just did again today. The top 20% of income tax earners or income taxpayers are not the middle. You obsess about the marginal rate of income tax, and I remind you, and I was directly involved in the negotiations, when you said you took the lowest paid workers out of the income tax system. We insisted on it. Fine Gael's plan, and I negotiated directly with the Minister for Finance, was to reduce the top rate of income tax. But by agreement, we took the lowest payers out of universal social charge. So, despite the fact that almost all North West European countries pay higher rates of personal income tax than Ireland, you're talking about reducing it. So there is a very real risk of repeating the disastrous mistakes of the past, and that's my point. So can I ask you, Taoiseach, to confirm that only the top 19% of income taxpayers pay tax at the marginal rate right now? And will the government confirm its intention to strengthen, not weaken, the overall tax base of this economy as we approach the budget, in order to ensure that we provide decent and sustainable public services into the future?
Thanks very much. I think the Deputy does raise some very valid points. 10 years ago, if you look at our tax base, we relied very heavily on stamp duty and on tax revenues that came through from capital gains tax, very heavily on tax receipts coming through from the property sector. If you look at our tax base now, it's actually much more broadly based. We have a local property tax, unpopular as it may be. It has broadened our tax base. We have things like sugar taxes, for example, have brought in a carbon tax. So we have a much more broadly based tax system than we had 10 years ago. The area of vulnerability, and we've identified this as a vulnerability, is probably around corporation profit tax. We've had a windfall, big increases in taxes paid by big companies in the last couple of years, and we have to make sure that we don't make long-term spending commitments with that money, because we can't be sure that money will be there in a year or two. So I just want to acknowledge the valid issue the Deputy raises, but also to say that we do have a much more broadly based tax system now, and if there is a vulnerability, it's not around income tax, it's around corporation profit tax, and whether we'll be able to take in as much money from corporations in 2 or 3 years' time as we do now. And I think the Deputy makes a very valid point. Yeah, there are a lot of people talking about going back to 10 years ago, going back to paying the low kind of taxes that we paid 10 years ago, as if 10 years ago, pre-crash, was somehow normal. And that does apply to other things as well. There are people talking about going back to pay levels that we had 10 years ago. There are people talking about going back to house prices that we had 10 years ago, as if 10 years ago was normal. If we go back to pay levels, house price levels and low taxes like we had 10 years ago, we're heading for another crash. And that's why this government needs to be responsible. We need to try to contain the increase in house prices. We need to contain the increase in demands for higher pay. We need to contain the increase in demands for lower taxes. Because if we go back to 10 years ago, if people think that what we had in Ireland 10 years ago was normal, we're heading for another crash. And this government will be responsible and make sure that doesn't happen on any of those levels: tax, pay, spending, property prices. In relation to income tax, I can assure the Deputy that our plan is to raise more from income tax in 2019 than we will in 2018. That's largely due to increasing employment and higher incomes, not due to rising taxes. We do not intend to cut the marginal rate. Our focus, though, is on average incomes. And the average person in Ireland working full-time, excluding students, earns about €44,000 a year. And that person does pay some of their income at the highest rate of income tax. And yes, Deputy, I think people who earn 40 or 50,000 are the middle. You may say they're in the top 19%, you may say they're the rich. When you factor out part-time workers, when you factor out students, when you factor out pensioners, the average person in Ireland working full-time, the kind of people we all know and meet every day, earn €44,000 a year. And those people pay some of their income at the highest rate of income tax. That is the anomaly. That is unfair. So you have people on middle incomes, they get a pay increase, they get an increment, they get some extra hours, they do overtime, and they lose more than half of that in income tax. And yes, I do think that's unfair, and that is something we want to change. Can't do it in one go, but we will do it in this budget, the next one, and the one after that if we're given the opportunity.
Deputy Howland. I have to say I welcome the acknowledgement of the vulnerability of our tax base from the Taoiseach, but all his actions and all the kites been flown in recent times undermine that. He talks about sustainable house prices. There are no sustainable house prices. We are back in many parts of the country to the absolutely unaffordable level of house prices that we had at the boom level. The issue is, of course, that people's incomes have not recovered, so they can't even, they're worse off in terms of affordability. What is demonstrable now is the priority for our economy is to invest in quality public services. That's what all our people want. And the notion that you're going to give a marginal tax break to 19% of taxpayers, 81% will not benefit at all, and you call that the middle. If you're going to give a marginal break to 19% of taxpayers who, if you ask them directly, would prefer to have that money invested in health and education to do some of the things that we know need to be done. And I would ask that that would be the priority as you approach the budget, and not fall into this notion that you can do everything at once, that you can do the tax breaks, that you can invest in the quality public services. You can't do both if you're going to have a sustainable economic policy.
Taoiseach, 1 minute.
The Deputy and I are not so far apart as he may think or wish people to believe. There will be three priorities in the budget coming to the House in 2 weeks' time. The first priority is that it be broadly balanced, that we don't repeat the mistakes of the past and ramp up spending and slash taxes when the economy is already strong and doing well. So it will be broadly balanced, we'll reduce the deficit, and our national debt will fall as a percentage of GDP. First principle is to be prudent. The second is investment in public infrastructure and public services. We will increase our spending on public infrastructure and public services by €3.4 billion at least next year, a 25% increase in capital spending. New homes, healthcare facilities, schools, transport, broadband. Anything more than that would probably just drive up construction inflation and wouldn't actually allow us to build any more. And the third priority, and it is the third priority, is there will be a tax and welfare package. And that will put money back in people's pockets, not just middle-income taxpayers, but also pensioners and people on welfare. While we haven't signed off on the budget yet and can't agree it as yet, I firmly hope that it will be the budget that finally reverses the cuts made to weekly welfare payments made by government in the past.
Ryan, on behalf of the Greens and Social Democrats.
Thank you very much. The Taoiseach, on 30th of August, the Minister for Climate Action, Denis Naughton, admitted the government's climate mitigation plan was not working. John Fitzgerald, earlier in the summer, the head of the Climate Advisory Group, said we are off course and heading rapidly in the wrong direction. In our Climate Action Committee last week, we asked in advance of the meeting today, when the Secretary-General from the Department of Climate Action came in, could we see a first draft of the plan that we have to present to the European Union by Christmas, only to be told yesterday from the Secretariat that no such plan exists as yet. But then last week, Mary Donnelly came in, a former Irish civil servant in the European Commission, and set out a vision how we could actually turn this to an opportunity for our country. By being ambitious and going for a zero-carbon Ireland, we would create jobs and create opportunity right across this country. Now, we have to have the draft by Christmas, but in truth, Taoiseach, this is a question for Micheál Martin, as much as for Mary Lou, as for Brendan Howland and every other TD in this Dáil. Because the final sign-off on this new climate action plan, which is the one we have to do, will be agreed not by this government but by the next, towards the end of next year. And the question I have is whether we're able to make that leap that Mary Donnelly set out. We've done it before. In the late 50s, we went from a closed economy to an open economy, and Fine Gael played their part. Your party actually appointed Whitaker before Fianna Fáil and supported Lemass when we collectively in this Dáil at that time set our country in a new course. That is the scale of the historic moment we are at now, and we have to organise in the next 16, 18 months. And then repeated for the subsequent 6 governments. Because the reason Whitaker and Lemass were successful is that we had a stable political agreement in this House to invest in education, to join the European Union, to set up our Shannon tax-free zones and so on. So it's that level of cooperation and ambition and joint effort is what I believe we need, and I think the Irish people are ready for it. The Irish people are good at tackling climate change. They just need some leadership and some help and support, and that's what this Dáil has to do. And in going green, which we can do as an island, it's 40 shades of green. It's changing everything. It's changing our transport system, energy system, food system, and business system. It's in Killybegs, in Galway, Shannon, Waterford, Cork, Drogheda, Dundalk, Belfast, Derry, to turn them into ports that we get energy from our seas. It's on every street where we turn it from the current dominated by cars to one. There's a brilliant greenway going out to your area, I'm sure you'll know it, going to Blanchardstown. Beautiful cycle out there. We need those in every single area so our children can cycle to school so they do not have asthma growing up. And similarly in farming, instead of going into a future of Irish farming where the average age of the farmer is 67, let's be bold and ambitious and pay them properly for storing carbon and have the average age of Irish farming in 10 years' time 37. And the centre, the front line of this global challenge, which is the biggest challenge humankind has ever faced. And set our economy. Set Bord na Móna to retrofit our homes, double the size of the company, start immediately storing the peat in the ground. It's that level of the leap we need to make. So I ask you in a spirit of collaboration, will you follow the example of those who appointed Whitaker? We need a Whitaker to stay within the public service, and we need a Lemass in every party to get agreement on this climate leap we need to make. Are you willing to make the leap to think about everything and to think big at how we make this new plan that we have to write by Christmas together?
Not entirely clear what the Deputy's question is, quite frankly, but obviously I'll await the report from the All-Party Committee, which is being chaired ably by my colleague, Deputy Hildegard Naughton. But in terms of the Government's commitment to climate action, I think it's important to put on the record of the House the kind of things the Government has already committed to. We don't need an all-party agreement to make the commitments we have made, and we have made them. So if you take Project Ireland 2040, the largest single block of investment in Project Ireland 2040 is in climate action, over €20 billion worth of investment in infrastructure that will allow us to tackle climate change. We've confirmed that Ireland will become one of the first countries in the world, for example, to ban the use of smoky coals. Moneypoint will be taken off coal in 2025, being one of the first countries in Europe to come off coal as a means of generating power. Peat being taken out of our electricity system by 2030, if not before. From next year, any new buses that are added to our bus fleet will be either low-emission vehicles or zero-emission vehicles. The first few will actually arrive this year, and we'll buy no new ones from the middle of next year, other than those that are low emission or no emission vehicles. We've agreed to begin electrifying more of our railways, including the Minute line and the Kildare line. Bus Connects, if you actually look at it, isn't just about buses. 1/4 of Bus Connects is actually about cycling, because along those high-quality spines and bus lanes, there's going to be spaces for bikes as well. And the Deputy is, of course, right to acknowledge the enormous investment that this government has put into greenways. Not just in my own constituency, but also around the country in places like Waterford, and there will be many other investments such as that. And we also have our retrofitting plans to retrofit public buildings, to retrofit our homes, making them more energy efficient. We have the new renewable electricity support scheme to deliver an extra 3,000 to 4,000 megawatts of renewable energy, and we have renewable heat as well. So I think we've got a pretty good plan, Alas Ceann Comhairle. What we just need is to implement it and have the cooperation of the opposition in implementing it, and perhaps a little bit of encouragement and acknowledgement as well.
I'd love to stand up to give encouragement and acknowledgement, but maybe I should be more clear, Taoiseach. Your development plan sucks when it comes to climate. It won't do the job. We need ambition that's way beyond what you just said out there. And we need political support and truth, Taoiseach. I support the Bus Connects project, but we know, all everyone in this House, that it's dead in the water at the moment politically. Because what we're going to do there, the real story is we're going to take the car out of our cities, move towards car sharing, public transport, really sophisticated. We turn this into Copenhagen. It's that level of ambition we're going for. And your plan doesn't do it. It's all the old model. It's more and more roads, 63 big motorways. It's sprawl. And I'm sorry, we're taking the peat out of Ireland by 2030 is not good enough. There'll be no peat left by 2030, Taoiseach. Listen to every advice that's gone into this committee and says, you've got to stop the peat production now. And in the National Climate Litigation meeting, or say in the National Economic Dialogue, in the privacy of there, the rural people were saying to us, we're sick and tired of this digging up the peat economy. We can't even get the workers to do the retrofit we need to do, and the scale of the retrofit. Well, that's what I heard, Michael. I was at that meeting. The scale of the challenge, Taoiseach, if we were really ambitious, what I'm looking for is to us to agree with John Fitzgerald said, we spend $5 billion retrofitting our social housing so we end fuel poverty. Let's do that. And 30 billion financing for every other home so that it generates its own power, it has an electric charging point, and we move to this economy with skill and in land, just like California is saying it's doing, and Jeremy Corbyn is saying today.
You must respect the House.
Will you change?
You respect the House.
Will you change your development plan, because it's not going to work on climate terms?
Ryan, don't take advantage, Taoiseach.
The Deputy's a very excitable gentleman, isn't he?
It's not a laughing issue if you don't mind.
You can be passionate, but you can also be measured and logical. And I'd encourage the Deputy to actually read Project Ireland 2040. Like, I would love to know where these 53 big motorways are going. Like, 63 motorways. I can absolutely guarantee you, Las Ceann Comhairle, that there are not 63 motorway projects in the project. There is the Dublin-Cork motorway, the M20, and that needs to be done, and some other ones as well, and the Galway Ring Road and a few others. And I may be totally wrong, but I highly doubt that, as things are currently going, all the peat will be gone by 2030. There's a lot of it out there. There really is.
Thank you, Taoiseach. We now move on to questions, and let me remind the House: is questions on province legislation, it's not topical issues. And Dr. Micheál Martin, question on province legislation.
Yes. Taoiseach, yesterday there were reports in the Irish Examiner, very serious front page article, that 3 college students were raped in Cork since the commencement of the academic year. Now, the director of the Rape Crisis Centre, Mary Crilly, who has outstanding credibility in this field for many, many years, has been running that particular centre. The young women involved were between 18 and 19 years of age. The most alarming fact is that the 3 women did not feel they could go to the Gardaí because of the circumstances of the sexual assault and the rape. And so they did go to the Rape Crisis Centre. They felt it was their own fault, as alcohol was involved. 2 of the 3 women have already dropped out of college. Now, there is research and evidence to suggest that this is a phenomenon, that September, October can be the most dangerous time for young women as they're going to college, and particularly first-year students. So I think there are commitments on the programme for government in terms of legislation around to reduce excessive delays in trials, court proceedings, but I think this is beyond that. And I would ask the Minister for Justice to convene an urgent forum involving the Garda Commissioner, a representative number from the rape crisis centres and the leaders of third-level institutions and the Higher Education Authority to begin a process of looking at this in a more comprehensive way than we've done to date. Because I think this is alarming, and apparently it's happening across the country. There's a report, I think, today in relation to Galway. And Freshers' Week, or that whole first month, people are vulnerable. And I think we just can't sort of read these reports and not respond in a comprehensive, urgent and different way.
Minister for Justice.
In addition to whatever legislation we have to introduce as well.
Will respond.
I share the concern of Deputy Martin on the matter of these reports. I have been engaging not only with the Garda management on the issue, but also with interested stakeholders and advocacy groups. I believe there is merit in making contact with the management teams in our third-level colleges. I want to acknowledge the importance, for example, of the Garda Protected Services Unit, which is engaged very much on the ground in order to ensuring that those who do report crime of a sexual nature are dealt with in a most compassionate way and in a comprehensive way. But I would urge any person, any young woman in particular, who suffers as a result of such criminal activity, I would encourage them to report the matter to the Garda Síochána, where there are structures available. I want to acknowledge the legislative programme in that regard, in order to ensure that those who are brought to court and those who are convicted of such crimes are dealt with. In fact, later on this afternoon, the House will be discussing a sexual offences amendment bill. I want, in conclusion, to point to a review of the practice and procedure of sexual reporting on offences that's currently underway under the chair of Professor Tom O'Malley of Galway University. But yes, in response to Deputy Martin, let me say I do think there's merit in making direct contact on this specific issue with the heads of colleges and those involved in pastoral care in our colleges, in order to ensure that anybody who does suffer at the hands of a criminal has an adequate and comprehensive response on the part of the state.
If we continue in this vein, we'll get 8 questions and there'll be others. So please think of your colleagues who want to ask questions. Deputy MacDonald, I know you'll
Thank you. Last Councillor, I keep that in mind. Last night, Taoiseach, your Minister for Housing survived a motion of no confidence because of the cowardice of Fianna Fáil. Despite that, the issue of demanding political accountability for housing and homelessness is not going away. We need a huge change of direction and a change of policy that delivers secure, affordable housing for all our citizens. We will, in the coming weeks, Taoiseach, have a referendum on the issue of blasphemy. And I'm sure this is a very worthy issue, but I don't believe it's the most pressing one that we face. A more productive course of action would be to hold a referendum on the right to housing. That would, of course, give effect to the decision by 80% of the participants in the Constitutional Convention that such a right ought to be enshrined in the Constitution. So it's not a novel idea. In fact, over 80 countries across the world already have the right to a home enshrined in their basic law, in their Constitution. So your government could and should provide for the holding of a referendum to enshrine a citizen's right to a home, to a right to housing in the Constitution, and you should do this without delay. You could do it, for example, on the occasion of the local and European elections in the coming May. if not before that. So I want to put it to you, will you take that course of action? We heard that, and I agree with you, empathy on this issue is not the sole preserve of any party in this House or any individual. So let's have demonstrable evidence of your empathy, understanding and compassion, and let's have this referendum.
If the Deputy has a specific proposal to make on the wording of the referendum, we'd be happy to consider it. But I think we always need to be very cautious about amending our constitution. As the Deputy rightly points out, 83 countries do have a legal right to housing, and lots of those countries have a homelessness crisis and people living in shanty towns. So just putting something into your constitution or your law doesn't actually mean that it will have any impact on people's lives. And there's always the risk that if you put something into your constitution that it may be interpreted in a particular way by the courts. What if, for example, like in many of those 83 countries, it turned out to be a meaningless right? Or what if it turned out to be a basis by which somebody could sue the state, and instead of spending money building houses, we'd spend that money compensating people for not having a house? That wouldn't make sense either. So when you change your constitution, you need to know exactly what the wording is, what it means and what the implications are. And that's why it's important that Sinn Féin on housing should have thought out policies, which they don't at the moment.
Howland.
Lescan Corla, page 103 of the programme for government says that this state will provide a safe haven for refugees, and I think we all applauded the sterling work of our naval service in rescuing distressed families and children in the Mediterranean. The Aquarius vessel has been operating in the Mediterranean rescuing migrants at sea, as you know. Médecins Sans Frontières and SOS Méditerranée have described the decision by the Panama Maritime Authority to deflag that vessel as a major blow. There are concerns that Panama was forced to revoke the registration due to pressure from the Italian government. Médecins Sans Frontières have asked other European governments now to consider the issuing of a flag to Aquarius to continue their work. They're the last private vessel operating between Libya and Europe. Last week, they rescued 7 families, including 18 children and one woman who was 23 weeks pregnant. Can I ask you, Taoiseach, I don't expect you to give me a yes or no answer now, will you consider offering an Irish flag to the Aquarius to continue its humanitarian work?
Deputy, if the vessel makes an application to the Department of Transport or the Irish Maritime Development Office, the application will be considered. That will be the case for any vessel. Any vessel, whether it's a ship or whether it's an aircraft that wants to be registered in Ireland or have an Irish flag, that'll be considered. I haven't seen the application. I can't.
Is the People Before Profit Deputy?
Thank you. The programme for government talks of rebuilding Ireland. The plan, self-evidently, is not working. The Minister last night in the debate, however, said that he would like to hear alternatives. So our alternative is based on the idea of public housing to be built on public land. And I have not 1 or 2, but 4 examples here of how that might be done. The first, Damastown Village in Dublin West for 1,200 social and affordable houses. One about the site at the Old Whitechurch Road in Cork for 800 social and affordable houses. And also Kilcarberry The Grange in the South Dublin County Council area and Belcamp Lane in the Dublin City Council area for 892 and 532 social and affordable houses respectively. Now, these are plans for mixed communities, 100% social and public affordable housing without need for any privatisation whatsoever. The Dublin West proposal has been on the desk of the Housing Minister for the guts of a year. I'm going to come over to you, Taoiseach, at the end of the session today and give you all 4. And I'd ask you to comment now on the idea of public housing on public land, which I think is a good and viable alternative to your plan for mass privatisation of land through a land development agency.
This is such awful play acting on a very important and serious issue. The Deputy is well aware that those councils have developed plans for those lands. Fingal County Council with respect to Damastown and South Dublin County Council with respect to Kilcarberry. And what they have proposed is a mix of housing. Some private housing for young people who want to buy their first house and own their first house, some affordable housing for people who qualify it, and social housing for those on the housing list. And I think that is the right way to go about this. We should have integrated mixed communities and use those lands to build social housing for those who need it, affordable housing for those who qualify it, and private housing for those who want to buy their own homes, so that everyone can live together and we can build communities as well as houses. What the socialists want is something different. They want segregation. They want to divide people up. They want people living in council estates in one area, private estates in the other. They want a wall built between them. They want to divide our society into people who live in different areas. Some people who pay for everything and qualify for nothing, and other people well, it's the wrong way of doing it.
The ruling depends, Deputy McGrath. Promised legislation.
Promised legislation to Rebuilding Ireland. Taoiseach, the latest ESRI report has raised further alarm bells about the impact of the housing crisis. The report highlights that there appears to be no end in sight on the pressure on rent prices, Taoiseach. In particular, this pressure is affecting low-income families and in the private rented sector. Apart from the human misery that this is causing, the ESRI now warn that the issue is directly affecting our international competitiveness, and we can all see that, and we're simple to know why. Will the Taoiseach now accept that the policies you are pursuing will have absolutely no impact on for a number of years in terms of the cost of rent, and that will effectively wipe out any increases or extra monies that may be made available to families after the budget? It's just people can't get accommodation, and as simple as that. So your Rebuilding Ireland policy is not working.
You should respond if there's a question.
Sorry, it's the question again, Deputy.
The question is that the ESRI report that the rent for low-income families is increasing for all families, the rent price for houses, and your Rebuilding Ireland policy is failing, and we're losing our competitiveness because we can't attract people back here to live and work.
Yeah, there is legislation pending on the rent pressure zones to strengthen the provisions in that. The ESRI report today actually says something quite different to what the Deputy claims. The ESRI report indicates that 18,655 new homes will be built this year, rising to 24,500 units in 2019. So the ESRI report published today actually indicates that we will meet or exceed our new build targets.
As Cancorla, my questions to do with the climate change. And this day week, last Wednesday, was a very serious day weather-wise for this country. And it seems that some people have forgotten that 2 people lost their lives. 200,000 people, homes and businesses lost power. A number of people were trapped in vehicles, fallen trees. And in some way, it appears that Met Éireann and others got it wrong. It was a very serious event. I drove from Roscommon to Dublin, and the amount of debris that was flying around the place was shocking. Even in this city, some people were trapped in their cars with falling trees. And that brings me around to the National Weather Forecasting Service, which has been promised. We know the steering group has been set up. It has had a number of meetings. I understand terms of reference have been agreed and some other issues addressed. This service is to deal basically with flood forecasting, and it is so important considering climate change. And I somewhat, bit annoyed that Deputy Ryan was dismissed somewhat in some very important points he was making. Now, Taoiseach, it's anticipated that it will take 5 years to have this service put in place. 5 years, and as you know, wind and rain waters won't wait for anybody. And what I'm saying to you is that only 2 staff have been appointed, 15 is needed, and I'm appealing to you today to speed this up. And can you speed it up? Because we are being told many storms will be coming our way because of climate change, and it's a matter we must really take seriously.
Yeah, but many colleagues who want to get in. Minister Moran.
Last question put forward in relation to Met Éireann. We are working very, very closely in my department, and other departments here are working closely with Met Éireann, and they have appointed staff, and we've now looked to appoint more. But it's no easy solution. The staff are high quality trained people. It takes time. It is going to take 5 years. There's no point saying we're going to throw money and it's going to have staff on the ground. That's not possible. And I think, in fairness, in relation to what happened last week, Met Éireann were on top of the brief, and so was my department and every other department that sits around the table. We had a number of discussions in relation to it. It's misfortunate in relation to the way the weather hit, but we're fully aware
Minister,
of and the work we're doing.
Deputy Danny Healy-Rae, a question on promised legislation.
Thank you very much, Les Council. Yes, of course. In 2012, Minister Burton changed the rules in relation to pensions, and women especially that became pension age applied for their pension in 2012, they either got no pension or got a reduced pension. Yes, Minister Taoiseach, you have indicated that you're going to start addressing that anomaly in this budget. However, I want to ask you about another category of women. The women who are mothers to the men and women of today, who were altogether left behind. They got no pensions because they reared their children and they stayed in the homes. Many of them are in their 70s and 80s now, and many of them are still alive. I believe they deserve recognition in this budget as well, to ensure that that they are in some way rewarded and that they are thought of for what they have done for this country. They are the mothers of the people who are running the country today. And I see Minister Regina nodding her head.
A brief answer.
Thank you, Chair, and I'll be as brief as I can. Yeah, just to reassure the House that the 67,000 pensioners that would have received a smaller pension given rise to the rate change bans will be rectified in the coming months. We had a lengthy discussion here this morning under the chairmanship for the Oireachtas Committee on Social Protection this morning. That will happen between now and March of next year. The women that you're talking about in the main, we have a considerable amount of people who are in receipt of a non-contributory pension, just under 90,000 people. The vast majority, Deputy, are the people that you have described. So there's absolutely no discrimination or alienation or non-recognition of the contribution that those people made to rearing their families and indeed to the state. The vast majority of those people are women, and they are in receipt of a non-contributory pension because they didn't have enough contributions or indeed any contribution to get a contributory.
Deputy John Brazel. Now you got your opportunity. Minister got hers.
Firstly, Taoiseach, can I commend you on your advice to the Sinn Féin leader to think out their policies before they propose them, and I might remind you of the Sinn Féin Gael 2011 health commitment on universal health insurance, and maybe practice what you preach with the adage would be apt. Anyway, on the programme for government, a very clear commitment was given to support and grow our tourism industry. And in 2013, I believe you yourself were the Minister when you introduced the 9.5% VAT rate for tourism and hospitality, and the effect of that has been very significant. Can I ask you, Taoiseach, that can you give a commitment that that 9.5% VAT rate for the tourism and hospitality industry will continue into 2019 and beyond? Thank you.
Taoiseach.
I can't give any particular commitments on the budget at this stage. There are many moving parts, and decisions have yet to be made on tax or spending.
Deputy Lisa Chambers.
On Tuesday of last week, I asked you about the provision of the drug Spinraza for children suffering with SMA. In your response, you said that efficacy was one of the issues as well as cost. Taoiseach, I'd ask you to correct the record. Efficacy is not an issue. The HSE have fully acknowledged that the drug does work and does work well, and it is solely an issue of cost. I also asked that you ask your Minister for Health to engage with these families. He has not done so. He did, however, manage to tweet that he thinks the HSE should engage with Biogen and that he will make sure they do this. As of yet, Taoiseach, Biogen and the HSE have had no further engagement, and Biogen are waiting on the HSE to come back to them. So I'd ask you again to correct the record and acknowledge that efficacy is not an issue. The drug works, and I would ask that you direct your Minister for Health to engage with these families, and that you also direct the HSE to engage with Biogen. I understand the HSE are meeting on Friday to discuss this issue, to discuss this drug. The families are waiting with desperation to hear that answer.
Deputy, I'll have to take a look at the NCP report for myself. Its efficacy is never just a case of whether it works or not, it's to what extent it works and what difference it makes and for how long that difference is sustainable. But I'll read the report for myself and I'll correct the record if you're correct.
Michael Moynihan.
Many reports are in the programme for government in relation to housing, in relation to, we have had debates, numerous debates in relation to rebuilding Ireland and every other debate, but there are regulations that are in the Department of the Environment, the Planning Department, that are impacting on decisions being made at local authority level, particularly on residency clauses. There are houses that were built during the boom way back, and there was residency clause put on. Them houses are now coming for sale and can't be sold to families who are looking for them. And they are citing, the local authorities are citing that the regulations that were put in by the Department of the Environment are stopping these houses being sold on to families who badly need them. And I think, Taoiseach, that you should look at the Department and make sure that any regulations that are there, or any frustration in relation to bureaucracy that's in the Department that is stopping houses being moved on to genuine people that need them, should be obliterated, and make sure that there's a free flowing of these houses.
Very last, Carl, I'm not familiar with the detail of that particular issue, but I'll certainly inform Mr Murphy that the Deputy raised it, and I'll ask him to send a written response.
Peter Fitzpatrick.
Taoiseach, one in 6 Irish couples struggle with the fertilities, and there was no public system to allow for IVF treatment. This government has committed to funding IVF treatment for couples unable to conceive from 2019. Minister Howes has stated that assisted human reproduction bill will regulate the whole area in terms of what support will be provided from 2019. Minister Howes has also stated that financial assistance will be available to families. Only last week, Minister, this woman came into my constituency office. She's been married for the last 5 years. She's 39 years of age. Her and her husband has been trying to have a child for the last 5 years. She had 30,000 euros in the bank. She has spent every shilling that she has in trying to have a child. Minister, I'm just pleading here. I'm a father, I'm a grandfather, and I know myself what joy and what pleasure a child can take. And I'm pleading you, Minister, Taoiseach, this bill, when is this bill going to come before the Hill? Right. And the last thing, Minister, I want to do, Taoiseach, is I want to urge you, please let the normal person, if you haven't got a medical card, please don't stop don't let people with medical cards only receive this support. Middle class people need to be looked after. This woman and her husband have spent over 30,000, and all they want is
there's no point repeating yourself. There are others behind you. Taoiseach, simple answer. When does the bill come before the House?
I just want to acknowledge the fact that the Deputy has raised this very important question. I think all of us know from our personal lives, or whether it's from our constituents, that a huge number of people have to spend a lot of money to access IVF treatment, and government's objective is to legislate for it. We don't actually have any legislation governing assisted human reproduction in Ireland. It's an unregulated area, which is far from ideal, because people can be exploited on occasions, and we do want to make sure that we bring in some form of funding for it. It's already the case that there is some support in that medicines and clinical expenses can be offset against income tax, but that's only 20%. The legislation has gone to PLS, I believe, but we don't have a date for publication.
Lawless.
Taoiseach, Monday's Irish Times carried an editorial by Patrick Prendergast, the Provost of Trinity College. The Provost made a point I've been making for some time, that investment in research is critical, and not just in commercial research, which is highly important, but in basic pioneering research. The most important discoveries happen by accident, when great minds are concentrated with the relevant supports. The reality is that sector of our education and enterprise portfolios is being squeezed. The discovery, frontier, basic research is not being funded. Other funding is being diverted elsewhere. Taoiseach, will you answer the Provost's call? Will you engage with the sector? Because we fear a loss of talent, and we risk a degradation of our education and indeed enterprise by extension if this is not tackled. Thank you.
A budgetary matter, and no decision is yet made. No decisions are yet made in relation to spending our taxation in the budget. There has been an increase in funding for third level last year, 50 million, and it's anticipated that there will be a similar increase for next year, but I can't say for sure how that will be divvied up. That's yet to be decided.
Short, snappy questions.
Always. Taoiseach, this weekend in my town, for my Thomas King's School of History Symposium has been held. I ask you, Taoiseach, the proposed that the new junior stuff be scaled down in regards to the history subject. Should we should the Department of Education revisit this area? Like, I think history in the junior stuff should be kept compulsory in line with the changing facade of modern day society. And we must acknowledge that things that we decide today is often based on what we know from the past. I think that's why history should be kept as a compulsory subject in our curriculum.
say to the Deputy, history is not only a compulsory subject in voluntary secondary schools, not in half of the sector is not compulsory. And yet, despite that, 90% of people take up history. The new curriculum will be much more creative in its content, and we believe it will attract people to take up history. It will also be more fulfilling in that they will look at history in the context of their own community, and it will encourage research and curiosity about their own community. We feel it's a very strong curriculum. But in the broad base, we have introduced in the junior cycle limited compulsion. It's only maths, Irish and mathematics that are compulsory subjects. And this was followed wide consultation under the best way to develop a junior cycle programme that developed the talents of people for the future needs. And that's why more student choice was built into this, less compulsion. But we are very confident that in the choice of the 10 subjects the junior cycle students will make, we will see a continuing very high take-up of history.
Deputy Michael Healy-Rae.
Thank you very much, following on from Sinn Féin's motion last night, when is this government going to change the tenant purchase scheme to allow the 80% of people who are local authority tenants who wish to purchase their homes, to allow them that chance? Because at the moment, anybody that's on unemployment, that's on a pension, or that is not actually working, they are debarred from availing of the present tenant purchase scheme. And when is it going to be changed?
Again, in terms of specifics, I'll have to ask Minister Murphy to provide a reply to the Deputy. But bear in mind what we're trying to do at the moment is increase our social housing stock. A huge amount of social housing stock was sold off, and there were consequences as a result of that. It's not the cause of the housing crisis by any means, but we need to be careful that we aren't, on the one hand, building new social housing, and on the other hand, selling off the social housing that we have. Surely that's not a sensible policy.
Taoiseach, on page 101 of the programme for government, it stated that this government would reopen a number of Garda stations. 6 in total were subsequently announced. One of these was Ballinspittle Garda Station in West Cork. Taoiseach, I've asked you time and time again, can you tell us today when will Ballinspittle Garda Station be reopened and be fully manned so to protect the people from the Ballinspittle community?
A very Garda commitment be fully complied with. There are ongoing negotiations between my department, between the Garda Síochána and the Office of Public Works in order to ensure that the 6 pilot Garda stations will reopen at the earliest opportunity. Costings have been prepared. Plans are proceeding.
Charlie McConnell.
The first line on page 53 of the programme for government in relation to the government's health plans indicates and says efforts to increase access to safe, timely care as close to patients' homes as possible will be a priority for the government. And in that regard, I'd just like to draw your attention to the demonstration today outside the Dáil, where a number of Lyme sufferers have come along, not for the first time, to the Dáil to raise awareness in relation to the disease and also to the level of care and assessment and investigation available within the country for that particular illness. Many have had to go to Germany to receive diagnosis. As you will be aware, there's a cross-party Oireachtas committee set up to try and move this issue forward. And can I ask you today for an update in relation to the government's considerations in this matter, and also an update in relation to the government's plans to try and ensure that there's a better service for Lyme sufferers in the country?
Taoiseach, as the Deputy said, there are a large group of people who have travelled from different areas, people who are affected by Lyme disease, their families and friends, and the problem here is multifaceted. What is required is a comprehensive strategy from the government to address the issues and the challenges posed by Lyme disease, and that needs to involve education, it needs to involve awareness, it needs to involve greater research, but it also needs to involve diagnosis and treatment. And it's not acceptable that people are travelling abroad, travelling to Germany at their own cost to get the diagnosis which they are getting, and then having to travel for treatment as well. So can I ask you, is there any progress in relation to developing a comprehensive strategy to deal with the challenges posed by Lyme disease?
And I'll have to ask the Minister for Health to provide the deputies with a response, but I would say that chronic Lyme disease as opposed to acute Lyme disease is a controversial diagnosis. There are disputes among medical professionals as to whether suggested treatments such as long-term antibiotics are actually appropriate treatments, and there are often issues around the accreditations of labs overseas.
4 left, and I'm going to take them. Ryan, Durcan, O'Dea and Neville, and please be brief.
President Juncker, in his President of the State Union address last week, made it clear that his Commission is going to, and Parliament will pass the plastics legislation, which will help people stop the waste of single-use plastic. The legislation exactly mirrors the waste reduction bill, which we introduced over a year ago. Our committee last week had to write to the President of the Commission and write to the President of the Council saying this government has no intention of dealing with plastics, or certainly no immediate intention. They won't be surprised because we don't do environmental legislation. What are you fearful of in allowing a committee stage debate on that waste reduction bill, which the rest of this House wants, which could set out the approach that we would take, give the government 3 or 4 years, any future government, to introduce it? Why are you fearful of a debate? Why are you just out there spinning, telling people they have to do the right thing on plastic, on your tweets and everything, but you're actually not doing anything to make it easy for people to do the right thing? Will you allow committee stage debate on our waste reduction bill?
Committee stage debate.
Yeah, I've explained the reasons as to why Minister Nott in particular and the government has difficulty with the bill that the Deputy proposed, but it's not the case that we don't do environmental legislation. We've already passed legislation in this House to divest the state from investing in hydrocarbons and those sort of investments, and we have on the priority list for this session the legislation on microbeads.
Thank you. I wish to raise again the question of the urgent need to introduce a code of conduct to protect homeowners and small business owners who have found themselves in difficulty meeting their mortgage repayments and who are currently the subject of litigation, which, if allowed to continue unabated, will result in a fairly sharp increase in homelessness right across the country. And I understand the Minister has indicated that he is doing that, but it needs to be done soon.
Well, there are a number of departments involved in this issue, one of which is the Department of Justice. I wish to assure the Deputy of the success of the Awalia scheme, but also in respect of a code of conduct. There is amending legislation which was initiated by my colleague, Minister Boxer-Moran, which I would intend presenting to the House over the next few weeks.
Dr. Willie O'Dea.
Can I ask the Taoiseach for the, I think it is 5th time now, when is it intended to restore the motorised transport grant and the mobility allowance? This has been closed to new entrants since 2013, for 5 years. I've asked your predecessor on at least a dozen occasions about this, and I consistently get the same reply. It's been worked on flat out for 5 years now. Now, I understand that the Minister of State, Finian McGrath, introduced a memo to Cabinet recently on this matter, which had to be withdrawn. So how much longer is it going to remain closed for?
It is still being worked on, and the Minister did bring some proposals to Cabinet, but there were difficulties with it. Obviously, part of the issue is how you design a new scheme, who's included, who's not, and the wider you make the scheme, the more it costs, and then that makes it harder to do. So finding the right balance for a new scheme, one that is doable and both affordable, is one of the difficulties. But as I understand, it's the Minister's intention to bring a proposal to the committee and allow people to deliberate on it on an all-party basis.
For Government, page 45, in relation to tourism and greenways, Taoiseach, I'd like to thank Minister Griffin for visiting the Great Southern Greenway in County Limerick that stretches into County Kerry. Recently, we have applications in there for signage on the N21 with the TII, and we would ask that this would be prioritised as soon as possible, that there would be decent signage put on the N21, because we hear of the Waterford Greenway and other greenways here, but there's actually a fantastic greenway in County Limerick as well, on which we've applied for resurfacing, but we need that signage on the N21. That's the Dublin to Killarney route that you can stop into Rathkeil and all along the greenway and make use of Limerick tourism. Thank you.
Minister for Transport.
Thank Deputy Neville for bringing the House's attention to the Great Southern Greenway, Great Southern Trail. I have been on it. So when I was Transport Minister, I was on it years ago, and I'll certainly make sure that my office passes on his concerns to TII about putting in signage. I know they have certain rules around how many people have to use something before it can be brown signed, but I certainly make the authority aware that he's raised this and made the proposal.
Okay, thanks to members for their cooperation. Now we move on to the Statute of Limitations Amendment Bill for stage, and I call on Deputy Jack Chambers to move for leave to introduce the bill. Is the bill been opposed? The Deputy has 5 minutes.
Thanks, Lascian Corla, and I'd like to thank the Bill's Office for its assistance in producing this bill. My bill, the Statute of Limitations Amendment Bill 2018, will provide that people who suffered as a result of maternal ingestion of thalidomide are not excluded from pursuing their cases because of time limits in the Statute of Limitations Act of 1957. The bill will amend the Statute of Limitations Acts of 1957, 1991 and 2000. I am inserting into the Acts that a person shall, in respect of injury suffered by that person as a result of the ingestion of thalidomide by that person's mother during the person's gestation period, be deemed to be under a disability. The background to this is that the Minister for Health and his department have been trying to technically knock out thalidomide victims and litigants by these limits in a case management action at the High Court. New thalidomide victims who emerged since the 1960s, as well as people not acknowledged as survivors back then, remain unacknowledged by the HSE and the Minister for Health. These are people who have never received any entitlements from the Irish state associated with their injuries. I think they should have the right to make their case if they can, and they shouldn't be locked out by a timing and technical issue. The Irish state, through the Irish Thalidomide Medical Assessment Board of the 1960s, failed to acknowledge a lot of people who were injured through the ingestion of thalidomide by their mothers. 50 years later, sufferers are still emerging as there was a degree of cover-up associated with the existence of records. The unfortunate situation is that my bill is sadly coming too late for 2 of these litigants who have passed away since the action began 4 years ago. I hope the Government will now take on board this legislation so those who survive can see their cases proceed. I don't think it is right that they should be stopped from even taking their cases because of the statute of limitations. They deserve the right to pursue their action, and even with my proposed change, will still have to prove their cases, which won't be easy given the length of time involved since the 1960s. Thalidomide survivors have been the subject of threats by way of court application that their claims will be struck out on timing and for failure to provide medical record detail. The state is being intransigent and difficult with thalidomide survivors, which is shameful given what befell them. Furthermore, this House has been told that the reason the litigation is not resolved is because any payments of compensation would come deductible from German or Irish state pension entitlements. This statement is inaccurate in that these litigants have never received a penny of compensation or pension entitlement or any thalidomide-related benefit at all from the Irish state. A 2010 State Claims Agency report on the thalidomide controversy was fundamentally flawed, and the state has held on to an entrenched position because of that. That report did not acknowledge that thalidomide remained on the Irish market for several years after the date of the knowledge that it posed a risk. Like the cervical cancer cover-up of this century, in the last century, these pregnant women who ingested thalidomide were never told that their unborn babies could have been injured in utero. Why Ireland neglected to withdraw and recall thalidomide in a timely manner back in the 1960s has never been properly explained. Unlike in the cervical cancer controversy, though, no provision of funding has been delivered by the Minister for Health or his department to the HSE to enable it to provide the necessary medical records to thalidomide litigants. The Minister for Health has a conflict in this matter. On the one side, he underfunds the HSE in relation to the provision of medical records, with the consequent effect that thalidomide litigants are placed in a vulnerable position in that their cases could be struck out for failure to provide medical records. And on the other side, the Minister for Health is a defendant in the exact same court proceedings, and therefore it is within his remit and his department to cure the issue upon which advantage is being sought in terms of litigation. He and his department need to end a two-faced tactic of sympathising with victims on the one hand and on the other hand blocking their progress. In this action by the thalidomide survivors, in excess of 1,100 court documents have had to be filed so far. 1,539 of the medical records sought by the defendants and the Minister from the survivors as well. The hospital system's ability to deliver the records is very limited, so the litigants are in a catch-22, Lascian Corla. And it's important that the medical records are delivered to the litigants, and I'd like to see collective agreement in this House so that this legislation can be progressed. I'd also like to welcome many of the thalidomide survivors who are here in the gallery today and want to see political progress on this. This is something that we can do for them to help them in their court action so that, that the matter is progressed. So thanks again for the opportunity for introducing the bill, and I'd like to see it progress quickly to second stage, to committee and beyond. Thank you.
Has the bill been opposed? No. As the bill has not been opposed, the motion for leave to introduce the bill is agreed, and I would ask Deputy Chambers to move that the second stage be taken in private members' time.
I now move.
Agreed. We move on to questions to Taoiseach, and the first 8 questions are grouped. Taoiseach. Number 1 here.
I travelled to New York in July to participate in the launch of Ireland's election campaign for a non-permanent or elected seat on the UN Security Council for the 2021-2022 term. During that visit, I attended and spoke at the event that formally launched Ireland's bid, and I also spoke at an event commemorating Ireland's record of 60 years of unbroken service on UN peacekeeping operations, and met with representatives from more than 30 African Union member states to emphasise Ireland's commitment to partnership with the continent and to highlight Ireland's Security Council campaign. I made a return visit to the UN earlier this week to represent Ireland at the Nelson Mandela Peace Summit, where leaders and representatives of more than 130 countries gathered to commemorate the 100th anniversary of the birth of Nelson Mandela as part of a week's events around the UN General Assembly. The political declaration from the summit reaffirms the signatories' commitment to the 3 UN pillars: peace and security, development and human rights, and also reaffirmed the importance of the multilateral system in preventing and resolving conflict. Ireland and South Africa led the preparation of this political declaration. While at the UN this week, I had the opportunity to meet bilaterally with the presidents of South Africa, Namibia and Colombia and Mozambique, and also the Prime Minister of New Zealand and the Foreign Minister of Malawi. During each of these meetings, we discussed our bilateral relations, as well as Ireland's campaign for UN seat on the Security Council, our seat on the UN Security Council. I also had the opportunity to discuss these issues in informal conversations with several other heads of state and government, including the Cypriot President, Prime Minister Trudeau of Canada, Prime Minister Muscat of Malta, Prime Minister Ratas of Estonia, and also with senior UN officials, including Secretary General Antonio Guterres, Deputy Secretary General Amina Mohamed, and President of the General Assembly Maria Fernanda Espinosa Garcés. Attendance at the UN also presents an opportunity to engage on an impromptu basis with many people in leadership positions in politics, international development and civil society. So among others I met informally were the widow of Nelson Mandela, Graça Machel, the Secretary General of the Arab League, the Secretary General of Amnesty International, Mr Naidu, and representatives of the governments of Monaco, Bahrain, Guyana and St Vincent and the Grenadines. I'm sure the House will agree that Ireland's credentials as a candidate for the Security Council are very strong, and since joining in 1985, Ireland has made a sustained contribution to the international community's efforts to tackle important global challenges like peace and security, human rights, international development, climate change and sustainable development. Ireland's candidature for a seat on the UN Security Council will deepen our engagement at a time when the multilateral institutions, which are so important to international peace and order, are under pressure. Before I travelled last weekend, I had the opportunity to meet President Mahmoud Abbas during his short visit to Ireland. We were joined by the Taoiseach and members of President Abbas's delegation, including Deputy Prime Minister Abu Amr, Foreign Minister Al-Maliki and Chief Negotiator Saïd Berkat. Our discussions covered the Middle East peace process, Ireland's support for the Palestinian people, and challenges facing the Palestinian Authority and Palestinian people in terms of peace, security, welfare and human rights. I emphasised to President Abbas the Irish Government's continued and consistent support for the aspirations of the Palestinian people. As regards further international engagements over the next 6 months, I'll attend the scheduled meetings of the European Council in Brussels on the 17th and 18th of October and the 13th and 14th of December. I'll also attend any extra meetings of the European Council that are scheduled, including the one suggested in November. I also expect to attend the next meeting of the British-Irish Council, scheduled for the 9th of November in the Isle of Man, and I'll continue my programme of bilateral meetings with other members of the European Council. I'll keep the House informed as and when details of any future visits and engagements are finalised for announcement.
Questions of the Taoiseach as they have been tabled. Deputy MacDonald.
Thank you, Taoiseach. I think it's absolutely necessary that you move beyond articulating an aspiration of recognition of the Palestinian state and move to actually doing that. You've long fingered this issue. You say that you will do it in the context of a two-state solution at a time where that looks very remote and at a time of very great trouble in the Middle East and particularly in Gaza. And I would say to you, it is the will of the Oireachtas to recognise the Palestinian state, and rather than waiting for the solution, the recognition of Palestinian statehood, I argue, is a necessary precondition, a necessary ingredient to advance towards that. As you say, on Monday you addressed the Nelson Mandela Peace Summit in New York, held in honour of the centenary of the birth of Nelson Mandela, and that is a considerable honour and privilege, and I hope it was a productive engagement. I read the speech, and you quite rightly held up our own peace process as a beacon of hope for building peace and reconciliation. The Good Friday Agreement remains a triumph of hope over despair, and it's as relevant today as it was 20 years ago. It is, of course, regrettable that 20 years on, the political institutions of the agreement aren't functioning. In the context of Brexit, the actions of Tory hardliners, the denial of rights by the DUP and the actions of a British government that is, in my view, undermining the agreement, it's absolutely essential that we recommit ourselves to the Good Friday Agreement, because those institutions are what's best for all of us, for our economy, our public services, and for building reconciliation. So the way forward, Taoiseach, is not to discard the agreement but to embrace it, to re-establish the Executive and the Assembly on the basis of equality and respect as was intended. And as you know, over the past year we've tried to do that. We reached an agreement with the DUP leadership to do so in February. They walked away, the thing collapsed. Listening to some of your ministers last night, Taoiseach, you'd be forgiven for thinking that the impasse in the north was entirely to be blamed on Sinn Féin, that we somehow were behind the RHI scandal, that we were denying fundamental rights to citizens. But you, of course, know the state of play, Taoiseach, and I'll tell you, Simon Coveney or Tánaiste that knows it even better. And yet your ministers Ring, Doherty, Griffin, engage in opportunistic sniping that is patently inaccurate and untrue. So you can't be a statesman one day and rejoice in the benefits of the peace process, Taoiseach, and then watch on as your ministers descend into the gutter with comments like those that were made last night. So I think it would be useful for you to discuss this at ministerial level, and perhaps it's a case that you're not actually briefing Cabinet accurately or fully. And if that's the case, I would ask you to remedy that situation, because the only way that we are finding a viable pathway back to full power sharing is with the active and fully informed engagement of everybody, and that crucially includes every member of your Cabinet. 7
minutes left. No, we'll take them in the order.
I'm interested, Taoiseach, in the discussions you've had in relation to the application for the Security Council membership, and it's an application that I and the Labour Party strongly support. In fact, have used our own contacts to advance. But I would just ask you in a general way, if you could tell us, has it in any way compromised our ability on the world stage to criticise countries as we look for their votes? You met with the Secretary-General of the Arab League, you say. I think that's a very important meeting. I had the privilege of meeting the Secretary-General last year when we were on the delegation to Egypt. But, for example, are we inhibited from criticising Saudi Arabia's involvement in Yemen? Are we clear in what we say internationally that although we're looking for people's support, We're not, if you like, holding our punches in our normal role. But I think that would be a mistake. I think it is important. If we ask people to support us, they'll know that we are honest brokers, and we will call out violations of human rights where we see it without fear or favour. And I think that's Ireland's strength in its application. And I'd be interested in hearing you set out that in clearer terms. In relation to the point made previously about the recognition of the State of Palestine, again, I think that is really an important position for us to advance now, and I know that every time that's been raised, although it was supported by all parties across the House, your general view is that that is contingent on a two-state solution. But things have moved remarkably badly in the wrong direction, particularly since the election of Donald Trump as President of the United States and the movement of the United States Embassy to Jerusalem. I think it is important that we are clear that we support a two-state solution, but in the interim that we would recognise the state of Palestine and the legitimate aspiration of the Palestinian people to their own state, which would include, of course, a capital in Jerusalem on an agreed basis.
Thank you. Taoiseach, when Ireland has succeeded in being elected to the UN Security Council at regular intervals in the past, it has been through a relentless focus on diplomatic contacts. We've all been involved, and I was involved in previous governments in getting direction from foreign affairs in terms of the state of play. And this is why, Taoiseach, I think it has caused some surprise that the government decided to assign a marketing expert to the campaign. There's been a lot more showboating now, razzmatazz around this. One gets the sense for a domestic audience as opposed to the international reality of how these things happen and how you win an election to the Security Council. Can you explain, Taoiseach, I think people were surprised by how the former head of your Strategic Communications Unit was by your side in New York on Monday. Can you explain who he reports to and why you decided we needed marketing expertise in this bid? And was there a competition for the particular post that the person now occupies in line with normal procedure? In relation to the visit of President Abbas at the weekend, Taoiseach, can you explain whether you're any closer to clarifying what appears to be entirely contradictory policies in relation to Israel, Palestine and the occupied territories? Ireland's position as a country has been, and the Oireachtas in particular, has been consistently in favour of a two-state solution, as well as recognition of the humanitarian crisis, especially in Gaza. Given the efforts of Mr Netanyahu's government to effectively undermine any possibility of reaching a two-state solution, that's where we are now. It's been steady, consistent, to avoid any, and in fact to reduce the feasibility of a two-state solution eventually. The worsening humanitarian situation in Gaza, and we should acknowledge the negative role of Hamas in terms of that deteriorating humanitarian situation. The question is, does the international community act, or does it simply stand on the sidelines? Many states are now actively working to try and push back against Netanyahu's policies by recognising a Palestinian state and seeking new ways to combat illegal settlements. At each stage, our government has been resistant to action. In fact, we've been, don't like to use the word, but lectured by the Taoiseach about how we are damaging his efforts to bring peace to the region. I spoke in terms of the context of the Occupied Territories Bill with the Taoiseach. He is earnest, but he said to me, look, this could damage Ireland's role in peace and the perception of Ireland by the United States and so on. And he gave me the impression that a peace initiative was about to happen. But what actually did happen from the United States government was the antithesis of any movement towards peace. It took away its funding from UNRWA, the United Nations Relief Organisation, which does extraordinary work in Gaza and the West Bank to feed people, to educate children. And I've been in the schools in Gaza where they teach the children of Gaza about the Holocaust and the atrocities and the horror of the Holocaust. And yet the one sort of civilising and significant humanitarian response to the crisis is being steadily undermined and eroded by the US government and by President Trump. And the bottom line is, and I've made this clear to the Taoiseach, people's patience is running out, Taoiseach. in terms of this Parliament's response and this government's response. So I just want to ask you, Taoiseach, specifically, if it is your view that targeting goods from illegal settlements is a problem in terms of EU law, what you're going to do to try to change this? Are you going to take any steps to implement the clearly expressed will of the Oireachtas? And finally, just on the peace process in the north, I would have to put it on the record that I think the Sinn Féin Ard Comhairle at the time should not have contrived to collapse the Assembly and the Executive. We now know from evidence that letters were written by Sinn Féin ministers pleading for the extension of RHI, or that we continue to be kept open. That is now out there in the public domain, and taking credit for that. And that is a problem. That is a problem in terms of very important institutions being undermined.
Taoiseach, I have never subscribed to the two-state solution when it comes to Palestine, because it codifies and institutionalises ethnic and religious partition of people, specifically Jewish people and Palestinian people, in a way that I don't think we would accept anywhere else, not least on this island. So I don't accept it. But setting aside that debate and the fact that the two-state solution in any way is falling apart because of Israel's complete flouting of every elementary sort of aspect of international law and human rights in relation to the Palestinians, what do you say in seeking nomination for Ireland to the UN Security Council about UN Resolution 194, the resolution that deals with the right of Palestinian refugees and their descendants to return to the homes from which they were expelled and to recover the property which was lost when they were expelled, whether it was in 1948 or 1967. And I think in answering that question, you should consider the appalling conditions of refugees in refugee camps in Beirut. I was there in July. Absolutely shocking, worse than what you would see in the West Bank or in Jordan or in Syria. Do those refugees, as you seek to get Ireland onto the UN Security Council, do they have a right, as the marchers demanded in the Great March of Return, do they have the right to have that UN resolution vindicated and returned to their homes in what is now called Israel? Because if you don't believe that, then I frankly think your aspiration to be on the UN Security Council is meaningless. Because the UN Security Council is completely selective in terms of its implementation of its own resolutions when it comes to the Palestinians. Equally, can I ask you to look at UN Resolution 55 and 56, which deal with the Kimberley process and conflict diamonds. Now, this is a process which the EU will now chair, and there's going to be a meeting on the 12th to the 16th of November where reforms of the Kimberley process will be discussed, and a big demand of those who support the Palestinian people, and indeed the Palestinian people themselves, is that Israel, because of its flouting of international law, its suppression of Palestinian rights, its continuous use of violence, which we saw most recently against the Great March of Return and the killing of about 170 people, its use of administrative detention, the shocking national law that was passed by Netanyahu recently, which has said now Israeli Palestinians do no longer have the right to self-determination, another tenet of international law within Israeli territory. Do you think, and will you champion, a demand that Israel is suspended from the Kimberley process and that its diamonds, which is a massive trade which finances the Israeli military, are suspended from the Kimberley process and that their diamonds are labelled conflict diamonds, as they absolutely are?
Ryan, for a short question. Because we've
very much welcome your visit to the UN and our ongoing support of the UN. Will you, on behalf of the government, or who will, signal our disapproval as to what President Trump said yesterday in his UN speech? I don't know if you have a chance to see it yet, but it was beyond belief in my mind in the level of bellicose, threatening content. It was laughable in its arrogance if it was not so worrying in its intent. What's the diplomatic approach here? How can we comment on that? Will you comment on it? If not today, having had a chance to hear the speak, will the state, in the form of the government of Mr. De Taoiseach or yourself, make some response to what was said, because I would ask you to listen to it and come back to me with what you think our suitable response is.
We're now on 25 minutes left and we should be in the second group, but I'll give the Taoiseach 5 minutes. There have been quite a few questions and we may not get to the third group. Taoiseach.
Thanks very much. In relation to refugees, my view and the position of the Irish Government is that all refugees should be allowed to return to their homes and recover any property expropriated from them, and that applies to all refugees, not just Palestinian refugees. I didn't have a chance to hear President Trump's speech in full. I did hear some extracts of it. I'm always reluctant to comment on extracts of a speech because things heard in their entirety are often different to sound bites. But I would certainly remark on two things. I would strongly disagree with his assertion that we should abandon globalism in favour of patriotism, which to me seemed to be a speech in favour of nationalism as opposed to globalism, and the Irish Government has a very different outlook in that regard. We're globalists by nature, and also I would be very much in line with our European colleagues in defending and supporting the Iran deal, which we believe has been successful in discouraging Iran from developing nuclear weapons, and we would stand with our European allies and colleagues in that regard, and disagreeing with President Trump's approach in relation to Iran. The government recognises the Palestinian people's right to statehood and to self-determination and their right to be treated decently. And the programme for government provides for the recognition of a Palestinian state as part of a two-state solution. It's important to point out that Palestine is not yet recognised by many other of our peer countries. Most OECD countries do not recognise Palestine as a state, including countries like Canada and Japan, America, Australia, New Zealand, most of the countries of Western Europe, France, Germany, Spain, Britain, the Benelux countries. I think one of the few exceptions in Western Europe is Sweden, and as a consequence of their recognition, the Israeli embassy was closed, relations were downgraded, Palestinians didn't benefit at all, and they endured some criticism from the United States for doing that, and I think we need to bear those things in mind in any decision that we make. When I met with President Abbas, I had the opportunity as well to raise with him concerns about the protection of the Christian minority in the Palestinian territories, a minority which has dwindled over the years. Also, the need to protect LGBT Palestinians, and they've yet to decriminalise, as you know, in Gaza. The decriminalisation has occurred in West Bank, but not in Gaza, and also the need to advance the rights of women. And I got a good engagement with them on those points, and they did respond to my concerns. I would just encourage other members, when they speak about Palestine, not to ignore those issues. We should be supportive of Palestinian statehood and self-determination, but we shouldn't turn a blind eye or be silenced or allow ourselves to be silent when it comes to talking about the treatment of the Christian minority in the Middle East, in Palestine, the need to promote women, and the need to decriminalise homosexuality in Gaza. And I'm disappointed when people talk about Palestine, but seem to turn a blind eye to human rights issues and so on when it comes to that issue. They're also very grateful to Ireland for some of the things that we have done, supporting them in particular on the issue of Jerusalem, voting in the interests of Palestine in the General Assembly, in opposing the recognition of Jerusalem as the capital of Israel, welcomed our support for their observer status and observer membership in the UN, and also welcomed the fact that we've increased our contribution to UNRWA after America reduced theirs. In terms of the trade bill that Deputy Martin asked about, our advice is that that legislation contravenes European law and therefore cannot be implemented and would probably be struck down if challenged in the European courts. And that advice shouldn't come as any surprise, because trade is an exclusive EU competence, and individual countries can't make their own laws with respect to external trade. In terms of the Security Council campaign, I don't believe that our campaign in any way inhibits us from raising concerns about human rights or our objections to the actions of other states. I'm sure the countries that we're competing with, both Canada and Norway, will take the same view, that the fact that we're campaigning votes shouldn't restrain us in saying what needs to be said. In terms of Deputy Martin's question, the person you asked about is seconded to the Department of Foreign Affairs, reports to the Taoiseach, and as a communications professional is involved in the communications aspects of our campaign for SECO. On the Northern Ireland institutions, deputies will know now that Northern Ireland unfortunately holds the international record for failing to form a government, which I think is something of great regret, that we don't have devolved government in Northern Ireland, that people don't have an executive or an assembly to represent their interests, that we don't have north-south institutions functioning as they were for quite a number of years. And ultimately, while governments are there to support the parties, there cannot be an executive formed in Northern Ireland unless Sinn Féin and the DUP are able to do a deal. And both those parties have now broken the world record in being able to do a deal and form a government, and that is a deep regret. But I think to a certain extent Deputy McDonald perhaps protests too much in response to comments that my ministers made yesterday. It is a fact that Sinn Féin collapsed the Assembly and collapsed the Executive over the RHI controversy, and it may transpire when the inquiry is done that Sinn Féin knew more about it sooner than they had previously said. That's all history now, and we have to work together to try to get things going again, but that is the position. It's not all history.
To move on. Listen, we're moving on. I know. We'll move on to the second group of questions, and it looks as that's as far as we'll get because we have 19 minutes left. They're tabled in this order. Sorry. Question 9, 10 and 11 I understand are grouped.
The deputies are quite right. The events are in the past, but they're still current as the inquiry is underway in the deputy report.
Moved on.
I propose to take questions 9 to 11 together. The committee last met on the 8th of February this year. The meeting was attended by ministers and senior officials from the Department of Finance and Public Expenditure and Reform, Foreign Affairs and Trade, Justice and Equality, Health, Communications, Climate Action, Environment, Transport, Tourism and Sport, Housing, Planning and Local Government and Defence. Arrangements are being made for the next meeting of Cabinet Committee F, but a date is not yet finalised. The role of the Cabinet Committee is to keep the state systems for the analysis of, preparation for and response to threats to national security under review, and to provide high-level coordination between relevant departments and agencies on related matters. Given the recent publication of the O'Toole report on the reform of the Gardaí, we intend to have a meeting of this Cabinet Subcommittee and the Justice Subcommittee to examine the Government's response.
Parliamentary says table. Deputy Joan Burton.
First of all, if I could just say that the committee met last February, if I heard you correctly, Taoiseach. Yeah. With all of the difficulties besetting the Guards and with very important issues of national security and indeed relating to Brexit, I just find that very unusual that what's a very important committee would meet so infrequently, and also bearing in mind that we had changes of Garda commissioners and changes of other changes within the Gardaí. In any event, I want to ask you about the long-standing discussion about how national security is addressed. And the report on the future of policing has recommended the immediate creation of a national centre for intelligence collation and analysis, the Strategic Threat Analysis Centre, STAG, situated centrally within government, that should be headed by a national security coordinator. That would be a new post, who would answer directly to the Taoiseach. Taoiseach, do you agree with this recommendation, and will you implement it? They also recommended the updating of our capacity to cope with cyber-security strategy, which, as we know, particularly from events in the UK, is extremely important. And the National Cyber Security Centre proposal that should answer to the National Security Coordinator and therefore indirectly to yourself. The role of the Navy in the Mediterranean. I'm sure you're aware that the ship that Médecins Sans Frontières has been using to save lives, the Aquarius, has been deflagged by Panama. Has the Irish Government considered offering to register that ship so it can continue to save lives? And I understand the responsible line minister is your colleague, Minister Shane Ross. Will you ask him to do that? Because MSF carry out really important life-saving work in the Med.
Next is table Deputy MacDonald.
And I'm delighted, Taoiseach, that you raised with President Abbas issues around women's rights and LGBT rights, and no doubt in giving him the benefit of your wisdom, you would also have reflected that yourself and your colleagues are relatively recent converts to those causes yourselves, so I'm sure you can assist him in walking that journey. I want to welcome the publication of the Commission on the Future of Policing. I want to thank Kathleen O'Toole and the Commission for their considerable work. It is undoubtedly a very significant and detailed piece of work, and it has very many positive recommendations in respect of modernising policing. I like and I want to commend the very strong emphasis on community policing and policing within the community. I think that's important. The emphasis on human rights, on tackling cybercrime, on providing quality training for Gardaí, as well as an access programme. All of these are welcome. But there are some areas in which we will need further clarification and that I think we need to pause to consider. We have concern around the proposal to abolish the policing authority and to reassign some of its functions, for example with regard to appointments to a new statutory Garda board and the Garda Commissioner. I think, Taoiseach, it's not insignificant that there were differing views on that point within the Commission itself, and I note the minority view of Vicky Conway and Eddie Malloy contained in the report in that regard. We, for our part in Sinn Féin, had sought more power for the policing authority, including in relation to appointments, because the policing authority was making progress and was advancing. An independent appointments process is essential, and transparency has to be kept front and centre. It's our view that the current process is the best way of doing business, and the removal of such powers from the authority is in fact a regressive step. So can you tell us, Taoiseach, if the Government has considered the report? When will we have a debate? What's the current state of play? And what sense, can we have some sense of the next steps in the process?
Thank you. I'll ask Ceann Comhairle. In the context of the National Security Committee and its work, I think the report led by Kathleen O'Toole is a very important piece of work. Comprehensive and deals in a fundamental way with many of the issues that require reform in relation to security and in relation to An Garda Síochána. And I do believe and would support its, for example, its emphasis, and something with much of the recommendations tally actually with a lot of what Fianna Fáil put into its own submission to the review. We had called for this review originally. I think we were the first party to call for a fundamental patent-style review of An Garda Síochána, and we welcome it. Cyber security is where we are weak as a country. We are very weak on this. It's a vulnerability, and I know, Taoiseach, that countries are telling you this, that Ireland is vulnerable in terms of cyber security to attack. We need more specialisms, and we need faster routes to recruit specialists into An Garda Síochána in terms of areas like cyber security and other fields as well. I think there are issues around the policing authority and the inspectorate. I think I can recall someone articulating at one stage there was about 5 different bodies that a Garda Commissioner had to go to, including an Oireachtas committee. And there are question marks about that. And I think simplifying that and streamlining that is important. I also believe I believe in a strong policing authority, but there has to be clear delineation of roles. I think the operational responsibility has to be with the Garda Commissioner and his team. I don't think a sort of policing authority that is just about public commentary is not what I envisaged a policing authority to be about in itself. You know, that every time an incident breaks up, I don't like to look at that, I don't like to sound. That to me isn't really where an authority should be. And I would accept, and I would look at the minority report, and I would accept there's a debate there to be had. In terms of GSOC, for example, I don't think GSOC has worked out. You have guards investigating guards. You have too much minor issues getting into GSOC. There are guards now being sent to investigate every kind of a complaint. Whereas one would have thought their primary responsibility should be to continue to do their job. I thought about a higher management rank now in certain parts of the country. So the whole industry, and then unfortunately, the sense of satisfaction emanating out of GSOC inquiries to the public doesn't seem to be high. I base this on the people who have come to us looking for inquiries and so on. I actually find it difficult to recommend to people that they should pursue an issue with GSOC. I'm talking about serious issues now. Why am I reluctant? Because I think it could actually continue the trauma for the individual without any definitive sense of there being closure at the end of the GSOC process. It's far too long. Oh my God. It's far too long altogether. And so I think there has to be a radical look at GSOC, and I think it should be, its operation should be on the bigger issues, if you like, more serious complaints, as opposed to ones that should be primarily dealt with by the internal governance within Garda Síochána itself. That hasn't worked in practice in the last while.
Taoiseach to respond.
Yeah, just say that the Cabinet Committee F is a new Cabinet Committee, one that I set up myself to deal with national security issues, and it's not designed to meet on a regular basis, designed to meet on an ad hoc basis as needed. There is a separate Cabinet Committee that deals with public sector reform, including reform of justice. My practice, as I've explained to the House in the past, is to deal with more issues as a Cabinet as a whole, and I believe in collective Cabinet responsibility, and where important things need to be discussed, like Brexit, for example, I prefer to have them discussed by the whole Cabinet rather than a subcommittee of the Cabinet. And sometimes that takes more time. It's why we often have to have 2 meetings in the 1 week. Our meetings take longer than they did in the past. But as much as possible, if something is of great importance, I would prefer to have it discussed by the Cabinet as a whole rather than a subcommittee. And I appreciate you need different types of government and different styles of government for different times. But I certainly felt in the last government a lot of things were decided by the party leaders or decided by the MC and then rubber stamped by Cabinet. And I've tried to adopt a different approach involving the Cabinet more collectively in making decisions. So, for example, the O'Toole report was discussed at the full Cabinet. They got it first. Got to see it, and we got to discuss it as a whole, rather than sending it to a Cabinet subcommittee, who would then just refer it on for a short discussion by the full Cabinet. And the same thing applies for the appointment of the Garda Commissioner. That went straight to the full Cabinet, rather than to a Cabinet subcommittee. In terms of the Commission on the Reform of Policing, I just wanted to put on the record my profound thanks to Kathleen O'Toole and her team for the really good work they've done over the past few months in producing this report and producing it on time and giving us what I think can inform a roadmap for the reform of our police service between now and 2022. And the Commission identifies that date themselves as the centenary of the creation of Garda Síochána, and suggests that we set that date as our target date for having introduced a reformed policing service in Ireland. And I think among the things that are particularly appealing to me in the report is the acknowledgement that policing is about more than the Gardaí, that we need to have more of what we saw yesterday, for example, a joint approach between the Gardaí and social services when it comes to responding to crime, preventing recidivism. And also I think some of the proposals in relation to GSOC, and I'd agree with Deputy Martin on this, do seem to make sense to me, to move GSOC from being what it is now into an independent office of the Police Ombudsman, to use their permanent staff more and second Gardaí a little bit less, and to have minor complaints dealt with at Garda level rather than at the level of the Ombudsman. I think it was right to set up GSOC, but I think it needs to be strengthened and modernised. And also the report provides for the Garda Commissioner to be allowed to do his or her job, and I think that's important too. It is the current accountability arrangements are quite strange, where you have a guard inspector, a guard authority, GSOC, and then of course regular requests to come before at least 2 committees, the House Justice and PAC. You always have to get the balance right, I think, between allowing people to do their job and be accountable for doing their job. And if you spend almost all your time accounting, it can be quite hard to actually have the time to execute the job. And the suggestions they make, I think, might be a step in the right direction for the Garda Commissioner in that regard. The Government at Cabinet considered the report and noted it and provided for its publication. And we've committed now to study it, to respond to it and to develop a reasoned response and a timelined action and implementation plan before the end of the year. So the next step is to do that. Minister for Justice will develop a reasoned response to the report, to each of the recommendations, and then a timelined action and implementation plan. That'll go to Cabinet Subcommittee, and that'll go to Cabinet Subcommittee. And then to Cabinet, and I think what will be useful and welcome as well is a discussion in the House on the report. I think it's a very good report, and I don't want any of my comments, by the way, to be misconstrued as the government not accepting the report or not accepting the vast majority of the report. But I think it does make good sense. There are particular recommendations. 1 or 2 of which are controversial, and has been noted, and has been noted as well that there is a disagreement on it. No, we haven't made any decisions in principle. What we've said we'd do is note the report, publish it, and now we'll develop a reasoned response to it, and an implementation plan, an action plan to be prepared before the end of the year.
So we have only 3 minutes left. I would suggest that. Yeah, there's only 3, so the Taoiseach wouldn't have time to answer the question apart from, so it wouldn't do it justice. Before we suspend for the SOS, I wish to advise the House that 19 deputies have submitted matters under Standing Order 29A, which will be listed in the official debate. The matters raised by the following deputies have been selected for discussion. Deputy Frank O'Rourke to discuss access issues with the housing assistance payment in the new place finder unit. Deputy Maurice Quinlivan to discuss staffing in the emerging department of the University Hospital Limerick. Deputies Louise O'Reilly and Richard Boyd Barrett the need to discuss scoliosis waiting list. Deputy Alan Kelly to discuss the budget plans on pay and resources for principal teachers and primary education. And Dáil Éireann Oireachtas. We proceed with topicals. And the first topical I recall is in the name of Deputy, who has 4 minutes.
Last Concordia, and I want to thank the Office of the Concordia for selecting this topical here this afternoon, and also thank the Minister Owen Murphy for coming in to take the topical. And the significance of this, I believe, Minister, there's 3 areas I'm going to outline to you that I believe is adding to and contributing to homelessness and people ending up unnecessarily homeless or being able to access the services that you have put in place to help people and prevent them from being homeless and to help them get into some form of semi-permanent to permanent accommodation. And some of these issues that I'm going to raise, I believe they'll need a policy change from you or your department, or else maybe a letter of approval to the local authorities. In this case, I'm speaking about Kildare County Council because the constituency I represent is Kildare North, to maybe make this more clear, give them maybe more flexible, and to assist in a positive way, which, remember, everybody in this House wants to do, is to prevent people going homeless and help them secure a roof over their head, if it's not through local authorities' social housing allocation, through private rental accommodation. One of the first areas I'm going to touch on is in relation to the Homeless HAP and the Place Finder, which you put in place to assist people in finding a private home to rent. And at the moment, once you get your notice to quit and you present to the Kildare County Council or any other local authority, obviously then you are going to find a home so that you don't end up homeless. Right now, we're finding is that you can't actually access that deposit or upfront deposit until you're very close to your eviction date or your get-out date, which means it's leaving it extremely difficult for people to find a home with that shorter notice. That could be maybe 3 to 4 weeks away from their eviction date, because obviously properties in Kildare North, like anywhere else, is very difficult to find through the private rental market. So the need, as long as possible, to try and source private rental accommodation. My view would be, from speaking to different groups about this, is that when somebody presents to the local authority with a notice to quit, which normally might have 3 or 4 months notice, in some cases it might even have 2 months notice, that they're going to aggressively go and try and pursue a property so they don't end up homeless with their family. At that point, I believe they should be able to access, when they come back and prove that they found a property and already have confirmed to the local authority through the homeless section that they are actually going homeless and their notice to quit is in order with the statutory guidelines, that they can then access that deposit and month's rent to assist them find an alternative home, whether it's a month away from their eviction date or whether it's 3 months away from their eviction date. Because when you bring it close to the eviction date, it's making it far too close and far too tight to try and find a property. And then they're going to end up in a hotel. And that can be, maybe in some cases, I know in Kildare at the moment, they're going to hotels in Carlow and Portlaoise, which isn't very practical if you've got a family with children that's going to school or people that's trying to work. So I suppose they need all the time they can get, and they need the supports they can get to try and find alternative accommodation. Also, in relation to the 30% disposable income, Minister, I can understand where that calculation comes from with the department, so that when they pay their rent and pay the top-up, that they must have disposable income left to live, and that's acceptable. But the difficulty is at the moment, and I've raised in this House before, the HAP payment with the 20% discretion, still there's a gap between that and the current market value of rent, and I've asked if that would be increased temporarily while waiting on supply and stock to come into the market. But in the absence of that increase, what you have at the moment is there's a gap to be made up between the HAP payment and the actual current market rent for these families who's trying to find homes. They're getting letters of support from their family, it could be parents, brothers, sisters, from a reliable source who's in full employment, but to help them acquire a home and to help them obviously pay the balance. But unfortunately, local authority in Kildare, under the current policy, are saying they're not able to accept those letters in some cases unless they can get nearly bank statements and letters from their employers to confirm their permanent employment, and they can support their family member to pay the top-up. That's adding to huge distress and concern for families, because it's hugely difficult to get a property. If you're lucky enough to get the property and you're getting support of the family to do the top-up, that should be allowed if it comes in with a strong letter of support, and putting them to the other needless tasks of getting the personal details from the person who's given them that support, I believe, is unwarranted. Thank you.
4 minutes.
Thank you, Dáil Éireann, and I would like to thank the Deputy for raising this issue, and I want to acknowledge the hard work and dedication that he as a Deputy has given to this issue, and I know that he has because we've been in contact in relation to HAP and homeless prevention measures on a number of occasions, and he has also worked with my staff on this in terms of bringing different concerns that he has had over the past number of months. He has concerns about the terms and consistency of the application of the homeless HAP in his area, and I do hear that. We know from the housing assistance payment as it's operated to date that because it is flexible and it is immediate housing support, and because it's now available throughout the state, it is playing a vital role in housing eligible families and individuals. And currently there are 40,000 households having their needs met via HAP, and over 21,000 landlords and agents who are in receipt of HAP payments. As the Deputy knows, the rent charged for HAP accommodation must be within the limits set down for the household type in a local authority area, and HAP tenants pay a weekly rent contribution to the local authority based on their income and ability to pay. The HAP rent limits were increased significantly in July of 2016 by up to 60% in some areas, and the Government has also provided flexibility to each local authority to agree to a HAP payment up to 20% above the maximum rent limit where it's necessary because of local market rent conditions. The increased rent limits, together with the additional discretion available to local authorities to exceed the maximum rent limit where necessary, are allowing HAP households to find suitable accommodation and willing landlords. And at the end of the second quarter of this year, excluding households that were accommodated under the homeless HAP arrangements operated by the Dublin Region Homeless Executive, 21.3% of households nationally were benefiting from the additional discretion, and in those cases the average rate of discretionary payment was 15.7% above the relevant rent limits. And I can give, in a further reply, more detail for there to the Deputy. In addition to the flexible and immediate housing support set out above, a significant dimension to homeless HAP was the establishment of the Place Finder service, which the Deputy referenced. Homeless HAP is a targeted support for homeless households who may find it difficult to secure HAP tenancies, and under the Place Finder service, the local authorities can appoint new dedicated staff to assist individuals in emergency accommodation to find appropriate long-term housing solutions. The Place Finder service has been in operation in the Dublin region since 2015, and the option to establish the service was made available to all local authorities from January of 2018, and it was taken up by Kildare earlier this year. It is a matter for each local authority to determine the appropriate deployment of the Place Finder service based on local needs, including the point at which a household will be directed to the service. I understand that many local authorities are focusing on those households who are already in emergency accommodation, assisting them to transition into their HAP tenancies. The Place Finder service recognises that for a certain number of people, particularly those already in emergency accommodation, sourcing property and securing a tenancy, including the financial constraints around deposits and advance rent, might be very challenging. The provisions of the Homeless HAP scheme provide local authorities with the discretion to assist homeless households by providing a deposit to secure property and paying up to 2 months advance rent. This discretion was provided as an exceptional measure for exceptionally challenging circumstances, and as such must only be applied where necessary. To broaden the provisions of advance rent and deposits is contradictory to the principles of the HAP scheme and could undermine the careful checks and balances that are in the system to ensure the best use of public funds. That said, the Deputy has been engaging with my department on this matter, and I do hope that he will be able to have further engagements where he can bring to light more specific issues that can be then examined, given what he has raised in the Dáil today. The Homeless HAP scheme has successfully been utilised by the DRHE across the 4 Dublin local authorities since February of this year, supporting more than 3,600 households to date. More than 1,600 new homeless HAP tenancies have been set up so far this year, and that goes for people who are at risk of homelessness or coming out of emergency accommodation. So it's a very important support for people in this crisis. We monitor HAP data on an ongoing basis. I have a report here for the Deputy, which I think he'll be interested to see, as well as other key information relating to the private rental market. And I'm satisfied that the current HAP rent limits and the flexibility to exceed them in certain circumstances provide local authorities with the capacity necessary to assist households in securing rented accommodation that meets their need. But again, I am grateful to the Deputy for raising these particular concerns, and I hope that he will engage further with me and the Department over the coming days. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Oireachtas. 2 minutes.
Thank you, Dáil Éireann. Thank you, Minister. Yeah, and to that end, I'm meeting some of your officials tomorrow, as far as I know, here in Dublin, on these 3 particular issues, because I think that if there's clarity brought about them and some flexibility, it will assist positively. And I'm not criticising the measures at all. What I'm saying is the Homeless HAP and Place Finder was put in place in Kildare County Council earlier this year, and this was a debate we had, I think, just before the summer recess, is a welcome measure, and anything we can do to help people and prevent them from going homeless is welcome. The issue here is the timing of them being able to access the upfront rent and deposit. That's the key here, and that's the point I wanted to distill out with you. At the moment, policy is saying, department officials are saying, and the council is saying that you have to be very close to your eviction date before you can access that upfront deposit and rent. And what I'm saying is that is contributing to homelessness, because you won't get a property the day you go out looking for it, and if you're going looking for it before you can access that fund, you're competing with someone that maybe has the money in their back pocket. So if someone has notice to quit, and that's a statutory document that obviously meets the criteria, well then they're virtually on the home stretch of being homeless unless they get another home, because they've got notice to quit to get out in 2 or 3 months. Unless they can find another home, they're going to be going into emergency accommodation. And look at the cost of that, and we want to avoid that. So what I'm suggesting is that they can access that payment once they get their homeless, their notice to quit, immediately to help them to get another home between that and being evicted. And in relation to the 30% disposable income threshold, and in relation to that letter of guarantee, the problem is, Minister, is that, like it or not, for most families they need a 3-bedroom semi-detached house. I know it's relating to family unit, the HAP payment, but rather than get into that calculation here, we don't have time. That equates to, in some cases, a 3-bedroom semi-detached house with a 20% discretion. HAP in Kildare is about €1,250. The current market value of that is €1,500, so there's a top-up needed. So we need to be able to get the local authorities and the department to agree to accepting the letters of guarantee coming in without forensically post-morting them, which means it's leading to further problems. And the final issue, just if I can have a moment, is that people that's actually on the housing list that's in HAP units at the moment, it could be in them 1, 2 or 3 years. Those houses comes up for sale, maybe the landlord or landlady's under financial pressure from banks or whatever the personal reasons are. Is there any possibility that the department could engage with the local authorities to ask them to purchase those units? Because what happens is they're not purchasing the HAP units. Those families end up coming out looking for alternative accommodation. They can't maybe access it due to lack of supply, and they end up going into hotels, not even within the county, but maybe in a neighbouring county or two. So that is a problem. I'm just wondering if some clarity can be brought to that, and if some approval can be given to the local authorities, that if someone is in a property like that and the property has been sold, that even though they're getting the HAP payment, that property can be purchased either by the local authority or by the department agencies. Thank you, Minister.
Final response, Minister.
Thank you, Lance, and thank you, Deputy. I want to welcome the fact that the Deputy is recognising that HAP is working, but of course it can be improved, because not every Deputy in this House does recognise the huge support that HAP is giving to people either who were at risk of homelessness or coming out of emergency accommodation, literally tens of thousands of people up and down the country. And some people, for ideological reasons, refuse to recognise that. So I do welcome the comments from the Deputy. In relation to the 3 specific points that you raised, on the timing issue, and so far as when someone can access the deposit in the first month's rent, I think we should look at that. And so I want you to engage, and I'll tell my officials to engage with you into looking at that to see what's going wrong there, because we don't want to, for administrative reasons, be putting people into distress when they shouldn't be. In relation to the second point that you raised around the gap and letters of comfort, let's look at that too. Now, obviously, we need to make sure, because we're talking about taxpayers' money, that all appropriate checks and balances are in place. And I don't want to be taking away discretion from local authorities who are on the front line of the services at the coalface, might have a better understanding of what they're dealing with themselves. But of course, we can look at that. In relation to the third point, though, about the department potentially buying homes or allowing the local authority to buy a home that is being happed at the moment and might be sold, the difficulty there is value for money. The difficulty there is cost. It may not be value for money for the local authority actually to purchase that home, and that's a call that they'll have to make. But it's based on costs at the time, their own build programme, other acquisition programmes that they have, prevailing market rates and everything else. But I do appreciate the Deputy for highlighting these issues, and we can engage positively on them through my department over the coming days and through the meetings that he is having. I'll give you this official report that we have that's been prepared for the Joint Oireachtas Committee tomorrow. But just to give you a couple of quick figures in relation to Kildare, total active HAP tenancies, 1,667, 355 of which were set up in 2018. It's roughly 14 a week. So HAP is helping people in your county, which is great, and we want it to help more. The average rent that's been paid in Kildare by the local authority to the landlord is €916. Which is above the national average, but of course it's Kildare, it's very close to where many people want to live and work. And then if we look at the use of the discretion, which is a point that you also raised, Deputy, about 42.6%, so almost half of people who are getting HAP are getting the discretion, so they're getting some uplift above the HAP rates. But in terms of the amount of the uplift they're getting about, on average, 14.1%. So when you talk about the gap, even those who are coming in are not needing to go the full 20%, most of them. So there is still plenty of flexibility, plenty of headroom within that 20%, notwithstanding the point you raised about letters of comfort and the additional payments and things like that. So we can look at those things, but happy is working. Anything we can do to help it work better, I will absolutely welcome. Thank you.
We now move to the next topic by Deputy Maurice Quinlivan.
Thank you very much, Last Concurla. Last Concurla, can I raise an issue with you about the fact that the Minister for Health is not here? And it's no disrespect to Minister Daly. I said this to you back in March as well on a similar type of topic when you came in for the Minister. I understand the Minister of Health is very, very busy. I understand that. I have no problem whatsoever with that. But he's never once come in to me on a topical issue, and normally all roughly around the same issue, around issues around at the University Hospital Limerick. So if the Last Concurla or the Concurla or Minister Daly can raise my concern with the Minister that maybe the next time I'm selected for topical that he might actually try and get in here himself, because in fairness, like when I said it to you in March, it was 13 times I tried to get him in here, and obviously it's more since then. So it's quite disappointing that, you know, the hospital that is in most crisis in the state has the highest numbers on trolleys every single day. The Minister doesn't seem to have been able to come in on one occasion. Now, I can understand he's busy, but he can't have been not able to come in every single day, every single time it's been selected, and it's simply not good enough. To be honest, I've lost the number of times I've put down the topical question. There's an issue in the hospital every single day, every single week. The full capacity protocol is used every single day. That's supposed to be a temporary emergency measure, but it's used every single day in Limerick, and that means that staff are under huge pressure. It means that elective operations are cancelled. Quite a lot of them were cancelled this week. We have 166 people on trolleys this week already. We had 46 on Monday, 63 on Tuesday, and 57 on Wednesday. But I'm really astonished to come in here today and to ask the Minister for Health, so Deputy Daly might bring this back to him, to explain why there was not enough staff to feed patients in the emergency department in the University Hospital last week. This is an absolutely crazy situation. Not enough staff to feed patients in the emergency department in Limerick's largest hospital. It's an outrageous situation. On Monday, I was contacted by somebody who works at University Hospital Limerick, and they stated, and I quote, "There was only one attendant providing food for over 90 patients in the emergency department for the last 4 days, and as no staff covers available, some patients couldn't get fed or even get a cup of tea. The agreed figure for staffing at the hospital is a minimum of 3. This is completely inexcusable. Today, Minister, there's 57 people on trolleys in University Hospital. That is more than the number of patients on trolleys in 17 other hospitals across the state put together. Can the Minister please explain the situation? I hope you or your department immediately contact the hospital management to ask what is going on. What additional funding will be provided immediately to ensure there's enough staff to at least feed the patients?
And thank you, Deputy, for raising the important issue of the challenges that are arising in University Hospital Limerick. On behalf of Minister Harris, I welcome the opportunity to address the House on this issue. The emergency department in University Hospital Limerick is one of the busiest in the country, with approximately 67,000 attendances annually. Demand for emergency department services at the hospital continue to rise, with an increase of 6% in the emergency department attendances at UHL in 2017 compared with the previous year of 2016. I wish to acknowledge the distress overcrowded emergency departments cause to patients, their families and frontline staff working in very challenging working conditions in hospitals throughout the country. Behind every trolley number, there is a patient in need of effective, timely and compassionate care from our health service. That is why this government is committed to breaking the cycle of overcrowding in our health service. As emergency department attendances continue to rise, emergency departments are under increasing pressure to meet this new level of demand and ensure the provision of timely, safe and effective care for patients. A considerable number of patients presenting to the emergency departments are frail or acute patients that often require admission. In relation to the claim that some patients are not being fed, the UL Hospital Group has advised that except for one catering attendant who is currently on leave, there is a full catering staff complement. UL Hospital Group has advised that they are managing this deficit from their relief pool. At times, there may be unscheduled sick leave that could create pressures on the service. However, full catering is available to all patients who are not fasting due to medical reasons. With regards to patients' experience, the House would be aware that overcrowding at the UHL ED has been a concern for some time. The University Hospital Limerick Emergency Department is frequently working above capacity using full capacity protocol, and this contributes to inefficient ways of working and poor patient experience. In recognition of this high demand, funding of €24 million was provided for the new emergency department at University Hospital Limerick, which opened in May last year. The new facility is triple the size of the old emergency department and immeasurably improves the experience of patients in terms of their comfort, privacy and dignity. Furthermore, against the background of increasing demand for unscheduled care services, an extra €30 million was made available nationally to respond to winter pressures in 2017, with a further €40 million being provided in 2018. To conclude, the University Limerick Hospital Group has assured me that full catering is available to all patients who are not fasting due to medical reasons. In relation to the issue of overcrowding, I am acutely aware of the current situation and I am monitoring the situation closely. My department, the HSE and the University Limerick Hospitals Group are carrying out measures to improve this situation.
You used the word, you said the University Hospital Limerick, the emergency department, frequently is working above capacity. It's working above capacity every single day. The emergency measure is in place every single day this year. It has been in place every single day in 2017. So it's not frequently, it's every single day. And that leads to elective surgeries being cancelled, extra beds being put into wards, which is not safe. And when this measure was introduced by the HSE a number of years ago, in consultation with the nurses, they expressed huge concern, but they were told at the time it would be an emergency measure. Every single day it's used in Limerick, Minister, and it's simply not good enough. And to come in here and say it's frequently used, that's not true, Minister. So it's used every single day this year, every single day in 2017. Also, you mentioned there the new emergency department, and it is a good facility, but the problem is, as was highlighted to you by myself in this chamber, where Minister Finney McGrath came in because Minister Harris again didn't turn up that day. Minister Harris, I raised the issue that the nurses were concerned that there was a proposal to have 24 people usually on trolleys in the new emergency department, and Minister Harris rubbished that would never be the case. That wouldn't be the case. That would be happening. You'd nearly be happy in Limerick if it was 24 people on trolleys, because, as I said to you, every single day it's way over that. I wrote to the Minister back in January seeking a meeting with him to discuss ways to reduce the overcrowding problem in the hospital, because it's abundantly clear his plan for our local hospital is failing, and failing miserably. And I'm yet to hear back from the Minister. University Hospital Limerick is in a terrible state. It's constantly overcrowded and operations are being cancelled all the time. It's so unfair to make our nurses, doctors and staff work in such pressurised, overcrowded conditions. And even worse, to make sick patients lie on trolleys for days waiting for a bed. How on earth do you expect to attract nurses home from places like Australia to work for lower wages and far worse conditions? And I was proud myself to stand with those nurses outside the hospital there a number of days ago. The full capacity protocol, as I said, has been used every single day, despite, as you know, being designed only for emergencies. So what plans has the Minister? You might go back to him, and he might come back to me this time, because I've been told he will come back to me and he doesn't. What plans he has for the 96-bed extension? When will it be built? Is there any progress of speeding that up? Because the latest we heard is the plans might be ready in 2019, and we need to see the building start. Go on, good.
Deputy, and I will relay your concerns back to Minister Harris. Just to address the issue of Minister Harris not being here, I suppose it is a very fine balance, and I appreciate your frustration, Deputy, and I'm not saying this to be argumentative, I'm just saying it, I suppose, to illustrate for the House the challenges that the Minister faces on a daily basis is to get the balance right between trying to deal with issues and engage with the parliamentary process. This House places a lot of demands on the Minister's times, as does the Shannon, as does the committee system, as does the numerous, I suppose, lobby groups and interest groups and advocacy groups and representative bodies that place to hear. And the Minister every Minister has to make a judgment call on the amount of time that they spend actively engaging one-on-one with complaints and with issues, and actually dealing with the problems behind the scenes. When you go and meet with the hospital group and the University Hospital Group in Limerick, meet with the management, try and get your head around the issues that are there. So that's a continuing balance, and just to put that on the record, that it's not a snub to you, Deputy, I can assure you, it's diary challenges are always challenging, and I think particularly for the Minister for Health, above and beyond maybe some other ministries, it's probably more challenging. On the issue of the UL and the Emergency Department, just to assure again the Deputy, and to reassure more importantly the people that are using the facilities, that there is a full catering service available at the University Hospital Limerick, and I think you may have emailed the management about it, and I suggest you should probably engage more proactively with the management. That's for you to do with the management down there as a public representative. Because the Minister doesn't, as you know, manage UL, or he doesn't manage any of the hospitals actually that are run, the acute hospitals that interbreed the country. That's done by the HSE or the management team there. But I will relay your concerns to the Minister and make him aware of it.
Move on to number 3 in the names of Deputies Louise O'Reilly and Richard Boyd Barrett. The need to discuss scoliosis waiting lists, and start with Deputy Louise O'Reilly as 2 minutes.
Thank you, Lascan Corla. Minister, when the Dáil resumed last week, a father by the name of Aaron Daly was waiting outside the Department of An Taoiseach, and he was waiting for Minister Harris because he wanted to tell him about his lovely daughter, Sophia, who had been waiting for scoliosis surgery. The Minister, notwithstanding the fact that others did actually find a few minutes to speak to him, the Minister didn't. That's very disappointing. But I suppose Mr Daly is only one of a large number of parents who are dealing every day of the week with the broken promises that have been repeatedly made. So there's a bit of a pattern emerging here. We see an expose in the media like waiting on the list, then we see the Minister apologising and committing to make sure that things improve. Then we see no improvement, and then perhaps we get the media interest again, and then there's another apology. I suppose the scoliosis waiting lists are not being dealt with in any meaningful way, particularly for those children who have complex medical needs. So we had over 60 children with complex needs who were on a list. They were waiting a very, very long time. They've now been moved on to what's known as a suspended list. Some of this is because they waited so long that they deteriorated to the point where they were not able to have that surgery. Minister, the theatre in Crumlin is still not open 5 days a week. It should be open 7 days a week, and it's not yet open 5 days a week. That's one of the promises. Children were also promised that they would be brought abroad to be treated. So far this year, 1 child has gone abroad. There are hundreds of children waiting on this surgery. 1 child has been brought abroad. And Minister, it's not fair on those children. I met Sophia McGuinness, and she can't speak, but she uses a machine to communicate. And the first thing she said was, "I am in pain." She's in pain while she waits, and she's not the only one. The kids are in pain, they're waiting. They want to see something realistic about addressing the pain that their children are in. And people like Aaron Daly should not have to stand outside government buildings begging for a few minutes of the Minister's time. Thank you.
The situation that reveals itself when you look at Sophia's case. I met her father just a couple of weeks ago in Dunleary, and he told me of Sophia's case, and he mentioned to me since that in 2015 he wrote to Leo Varadkar, who was then the Minister for Health, and Leo Varadkar told him that no child would be waiting for scoliosis surgery longer than 15 months. At that time, Sophia had to wait 16 months from her first diagnosis in 2013. More recently, Simon Harris has said no child will wait longer than 4 months, but Sophia was put on the urgent list in April of 2017 and then was removed from that list without having got her surgery in August 2018, which is 17 months later. So the government have absolutely, at the highest level of both the Taoiseach and Minister Harris, have let this young girl down. suffering from scoliosis, whose condition is deteriorating, who could face the possibility of having to go into emergency surgery because of the screws being loose in the rod that's in her spine and going into her hip. Her internal organs are being affected. The curvature in her spine is worsening. And now that deterioration is causing problems in terms of her ability to actually have the surgery. Right? It's just not fair to put a child through that suffering, that pain, and her parents. And as has been said by Deputy O'Reilly, this links into the wider issue of, I think it's 52 people being removed from the surgery list, apparently making the list shorter, but actually being put on this suspended list. So they still need the surgery, very complex needs, and the state is letting them down. It's not acceptable, Minister, and I want to know what the government intends to do about it.
Minister, 4 minutes.
Thank you, Deputy O'Reilly and Deputy Barrett. And I welcome the opportunity to address the House. Minister Harris and I are sorry that any child and their family experience a long waiting time for treatment for scoliosis. Improving access for these patients is a key priority for this government, and specific plans have been developed and funded in 2017 and 2018. However, I fully accept there is room for further improvement in terms of patients accessing timely scoliosis treatment. As I said, Minister Harris has prioritised the development of a sustainable scoliosis service in Ireland, and an additional €9 million has been provided to the HSE for this year in 2018, specifically to develop paediatric orthopaedic services, including further increasing access to scoliosis services. Indeed, just last Monday, Minister Harris met with the Deputy Director-General of the HSE and the CEO of the Children's Hospital Group to discuss their short-term and long-term plans to provide a better service for patients and their families. The Minister sought assurance from the CEO regarding the management of children with very complex needs, as there has been a lot of concern expressed by parents of children with very complex needs. The CEO advised that there are a number of very complex and difficult cases at present, and that the hospital has and will continue to provide all support and services required to children and their patients. In situations where a child has multiple clinical complexities and medical conditions, consultation between parents and a multidisciplinary team of specialist consultants is required to develop and manage a treatment plan. Given the complex nature of the care required, this often requires extensive discussions and planning so that appropriate surgery can be scheduled in a timely manner if clinically safe. Notwithstanding, this year has seen the Children's Hospital Group make progress towards the development of a sustainable scoliosis service. They published the Scoliosis Co-Design 10-point action plan in July, and an orthopaedic implementation group has been established to oversee its implementation. The action plan was developed through the participation of professionals, families and advocates. Importantly, this has ensured that the voice of the child has been incorporated. This year, the Children's Hospital Group aimed to deliver 447 procedures. This equates to a near doubling of activity since 2016. By the end of last week, 314 surgeries, of which 151 are spinal fusions, have been delivered. Overall activity is slightly ahead of surgical targets. Waiting list figures for the 21st of September show that there are 77 active patients waiting for scoliosis treatment, of which 35 have been waiting for more than 4 months, a reduction of 21 since the start of this year.
Minute, Deputy O'Reilly.
Thank you, Corla. Minister, that was a very elaborate answer to a question I didn't ask you. We were talking about children with complex needs. So your mechanism for dealing with those kids is simply to take them off the list and put them on a suspended list. And just like that, your list is going to be halved. Of course it is, because you're just taking kids off the list. They don't need an action plan. They don't need another working group. They need surgery. They're in pain. Is there some of this that's just lost on you? What they need, a time frame, and I would be very grateful if you would ask the Minister for Health. These are very, very simple requests. A timeline for treatment for those on the urgent list. You'd think it would be urgent, but look, it's not. Confirmation of when the theatre will be open for 5 days. It's currently only open 3 in Crumlin Children's Hospital. An explanation as to why only 1 child has gone abroad this year for treatment, although we were told that that was going to deal with the lists. And can you ask the Minister if he will commit to an independent clinical review of the cases of those kids that we have raised, the ones that are on the urgent list, the ones that have been forgotten about, the ones that are in the most pain?
Minister, I mean, it's a bit, no disrespect to you, it's a bit disappointing that we don't have the Minister for Health here. It's even more disappointing for Sophia's father that, despite repeated requests, the Minister for Health will not meet with Sophia's father. And consequently, we do get answers which are not really the questions we didn't really ask. And Aaron Daly, Sophia's father, said to me, and I asked this to the Taoiseach yesterday, and I'm asking again to you, when are you going to deal with the backlog of urgent and complex cases and stop trying to manipulate the figures by putting them off onto this suspended list? When is that going to happen? And as Deputy O'Reilly said, one person has gone on the treatment abroad scheme to the UK for scoliosis surgery. One, against a background where we have this backlog, this pain and suffering that children, vulnerable children, are going through. Why has the scheme not been approved for people who are on this list, who are urgent, complex cases? So I would ask that if you or the government don't fully understand what's going on here, meet with Sophia's father, and he will explain to you what is the problem and how a solution can be come to end Sophia's suffering and the suffering of these other urgent and complex cases.
Couple of moments, there is nothing simple about this, and I know Deputy Riley keeps using the word simple, that you want simple answers, simple questions. This is a very complex, difficult area of surgery. You can nod your head all you like, but I mean, sometimes we have to listen. Nobody in this room has a monopoly on understanding or compassion of what's involved for the patients here. I am a practising politician, the same as everybody else in this House, and we all have constituents. We all are aware of people, sometimes family, sometimes connected outside of us, that are waiting for these urgent, difficult, complex procedures. There is a variety of challenges and difficulties that are there, both in capacity of personnel, in capacity of theatre space. These are competing with other procedures. Scoliosis isn't the only procedure that are waiting lists for. There are many other waiting lists that are out there within the medical system at the moment that are competing for the same theatre space, for the same skill set, for the same time, for the same resources. We as a government prioritised scoliosis this year in 2018, put €9 million additional towards it. As I understand it as of today, that €9 million will not be spent in its entirety by the HSE. That's my understanding of it today as it stands. Because of the difficulties and challenges, you have medical advice, medical reasons, you have very clinical aspect to this, that I, or Minister Harris, despite what you might say, have actually never carried out one of these procedures and never can do. That's a clinical matter, and there are clinical decisions to be made along the way, and there are clinical considerations. And you can shout me down all you like, Deputy, but it would be in your interest and in everybody's interest out there to listen as well. You can nod, and if you want to play politics and fantasy politics with this all you like, you can continue to do so. But there is another side to the story that has to be understood before we can reach a solution to this very difficult and challenging. It isn't just about resources. That is what's within our gift, is to put money into the issue, is to throw money at it, and we can do that, and we are doing that. But there are other challenges in the system. Try to do it. And as a matter of absolute fact, this is not manipulating waiting lists. This year, there will be 447 procedures carried out by the Children's Hospital Group. 2 years ago, there was 224 procedures carried out by the Children's Hospital Group. That is a doubling. That is a 100% improvement rate in 2 years of the amount of procedures carried out by the Children's Hospital Group. That is a matter of fact. That's not borrowing from any other list, manipulating figures. It's on the record there to be understood. And I would like the deputies to take note of that as well.
Deputy Alan Kelly is 4 minutes to present his case. Deputy Kelly.
Thank you very much, Las Cairlic. And thank you, Minister, for coming in today to deal with this issue yourself. I stand here today speaking in relation to the role of school principals, primary school principals. When I say primary school principals, I mean those who are teaching principals and those who are walking principals. I do so speaking after meeting the primary school principals network and also working closely with my colleague
Councillor Alison Gilliland of the INTO, who's raising this issue with me consistently. Put simply, Minister, the working conditions of primary school principals are unbearable. And I know you have a forum set up in relation to dealing with many of the issues I'm going to outline. But you have a unique opportunity now as part of the budget to deal with this issue. Because if you do not, the conditions and deal with the conditions in which they're working, the actual educational benefit at the most primary level, which is so important, where my own children are today, will actually suffer. I was gobsmacked to find out that the guidance in relation to the role of principals hasn't been updated since the circular in 1975. That's before I was even born. It was in the year I was born. This isn't acceptable. There has been a whole range of different missives and circulars issued in relation to the role, but the actual role hasn't been updated. So principals are expected to be in charge of all education and teaching in the schools, but are also expected to be administrators. And the administration has grown to a level now that's insufferable. For instance, last year there were 84 circulars issued to primary school principals. Now, how in the name of God can principals be in charge of the teaching component of the school, which is so important, and be in charge of administration at that level with the resources that they have? Minister, 3 people I know quite well, one of them which is a good friend of mine, all female, have resigned their jobs as primary school teachers. They're more or less the same age as me. In fact, a couple of them are younger than me. So in their late 30s, early 40s, they're resigning as principals because they can't bear the conditions they're working in. And it's a real issue for them. It's actually more difficult to get back into teaching in the relevant schools or anywhere else because they don't have really any rights. They don't have panel rights even. So that's an issue you also need to deal with. But given all the responsibility that principals now have, given the fact that they have to work through the summer, in many cases, deal with the backlog of administration, we now have to, as an Oireachtas and you as a minister, deal with these real issues. They have requirements in relation to more resources. They have a need for greater paying conditions. They have to know that the Department of Education is going to support them in their role, because voluntary boards just aren't going to cut it as regards picking up the slack, and so many good people are on those boards, so many brilliant chairs of boards of management. But it's still ultimately left with the principals. It's still ultimately left with them to actually deal with having the best teaching conditions and all the administration that is coming down the line. Many of which, dare I say it, is necessary, but some of which, dare I say it, probably could be dealt with better. You have to find a model, you have to find ways and means and resources of helping these people. Otherwise, my children and the children of this country, their educational opportunities and their educational benefits are, unfortunately, may I say, going to be affected. Thank you.
Minister, 4 minutes.
First of all, I'd like to welcome Deputy Kelly's interest in this issue, because it is the role of leaders in our schools is hugely important. I want to give him some reassurance, though. We have successfully recruited 6,000 additional teachers to our schools in the last 3 years. And as you know, the standards of reading and the standards of mathematics among our 10-year-olds are the best in Europe. So we have a great deal to be grateful to for the role and manner in which our schools are managed. That doesn't mean, of course, that we should stand still, and I have set an ambitious target that we would seek by 2026 to have the best education and training service, and that does mean improvements in literacy and improvements in the use of digital technologies, improving in the learning environment, breaking down cycles of disadvantage, reforming curricula to update it to be more relevant to people, and that does involve change. And of course, we rely on principals as the leaders of change within their schools. I'd like to point out some of the things that we have been doing. For example, last year we appointed 2,600 additional assistant principals. Not only that, but we negotiated an agreement with the trade unions about a new approach to management, which involves a more devolved and collective leadership. It also involves reporting on the role that these assistant principals take within their school, and moving away from appointment based on, your turn having come around. We also, as you know, have made a very substantial investment in primary education, which has helped principals in having additional resources at their disposal. And I have indicated some of them in the reply there. We've reduced the pupil-teacher ratio to the lowest ever in the history of the state. We have provided over 600 resource teachers, over 1,200, 1,800 SNAs in primary schools, and hundreds of schools are now operating innovative projects in clusters, where principals and others within the school are taking leadership role in either adopting technology, applying DESH initiatives, creative initiatives across the system. Specifically in relation to the teaching principal, I this year allocated additional time off to allow teaching principals manage their responsibilities more effectively, increased it by 2 days, 3 days and 4 days, depending on the size of the school, and it's outlined there in the reply for you. So that has been that is a continuing demand from teaching principals, that they would have more time off. The other thing I did, and it came directly from the INTO, indeed the president of the INTO, the former president of the INTO, where he was impressed by an initiative of clusters, where there were 14 clusters in existence, where more remote schools could come together in a cluster, pool their time off, if you like, for managing it, and that has allowed them employ a permanent position, which has been really beneficial. So I've extended the number of clusters there from 14 to 50 there. The big thing I think that you didn't refer to at all is the creation of the Centre for School Leadership. This is now investing in the leaders in our schools. Each year about 1,000 principals get opportunities to have the support of mentoring, coaching, or indeed doing postgraduate qualifications to improve their capacity to manage their resource. So these are very significant changes, and specifically on the issue of as you rightly said, a lot of principals feel there's too much coming at them. They do recognise the importance of, like, child protection, new curricula, new ways of teaching. All of these things are important, and we've set up a forum to look at the sequencing of those things to try and allow them manage those issues. And in terms of pay, of course, principals are in the same way benefiting under the pay agreement. So I absolutely support your belief that investing in leadership is possibly the best bang for our buck that we can get, and we have started to put in place measures, I think, that show our commitment in this area.
Deputy Kelly, 2 minutes.
Minister, you haven't answered the question regarding why so many young principals are resigning from their jobs. That has to be a concern for you. Will you please update the guidance, which hasn't been updated since 1975, in relation to principals? I'm sure people will be shocked when you actually have to outline what their full role is. A survey in relation to under the primary school network showed that 89% of principals felt that their mental health has been affected by the amount of work that they're having to do, and 84% said they're considering stepping aside from their job. Now, I have a very good friend who's working in a local school for me, who went to school with me, who's resigned from her job. She actually doesn't have any rights. Will you please address the fact that where principals actually choose to go back into the classroom because of the volume of the work that's coming on principals, that they actually have some rights, given the amount of time that they've given? Furthermore, I think you're really not dealing with the issues in relation to pay parity. There's pay equality across all areas for teachers required, but pay parity in relation to commitments that were given to principals back in 2007. We need to look at the whole issue of restoration of posts across the board in the primary sector. My wife is a teacher. Posts were suppressed. They need to be brought back in order to help principals. We need to understand why there has been a change in relation to the appointment figure you need to get for getting back a mainstream teacher. Why is that higher than it is to actually retain a teacher in a school? That doesn't make sense. We need an immediate increase in the ancillary grant allowed for secretarial, caretakers and cleaning staff. And once and for all, would you please help those teachers who work in small schools who are actually teaching principals? I have a friend of mine, he sat beside me in primary school. He's a brilliant teacher and he's a brilliant principal. His name is John. But they deserve a day a week off in order to deal with what I've already outlined, 84 circulars. When you're in a 3, 4, 5 teacher school, 84 circulars, to be an actual working principal and deal with this at the same time is impossible. And is it any wonder that principals are actually resigning from their posts? They want to stay teaching, but they didn't sign up to being able to do this amount of work because simply it is inconceivable to do the work. They don't get paid well enough. And for a fact, they actually can't do it. So will you please deal with that issue as well?
2 minutes.
Well, I think Deputy Kelly is long enough around these houses to know that this government and the previous government and all governments that I know of have engaged in collective bargaining across the sector with the public service unions. It hasn't been a question of segregating different groups or principles within that. So we do collectively negotiate arrangements, and we have recently, as you acknowledged, grudgingly, albeit, that we have this week negotiated restoration to young teachers who were recruited at lower rates of pay, which we all know why they were. They were recruited because of that. You raise, why do we not just, what about the posts of responsibilities that used to be? I don't know whether you listened to my reply, but I have restored 2,500 such posts, 2,600. That means that there's 37% of teachers are now in positions where they are assistant principals, where they're assistant. I mean, I don't know whether you're interested in the answer or just imparting information. Well, I don't know how I can answer without interruption at every moment. We are restoring this. I think the Centre for School Leadership is a fantastic initiative. We are investing in that, and we're seeing more principals getting the opportunity to develop their skills, and that is really important. I am extending, and I have extended, the days when teachers who are teaching principals have time off in order to manage those resources, and I provided for clusters. So you didn't answer to listen to the question. It was 2, 3 and 4 days a week, depending on the size of the school. In addition, providing clusters where schools can pool their resource to take on a permanent position to support that. So, I think we're making progress. I'm glad that the Deputy is urging more investment in education, because it's something that I want to do. But I think the Deputy should acknowledge that there's a lot of really good principals doing great work, and we have succeeded at a very difficult period in driving our education system to have the highest standards of literacy and numeracy in Europe. And that's no mean achievement. And I think we need to credit our leaders in the schools with that.
We move on to the next business, and it's the Local Government Restoration of Town Councils Bill 2018, second stage, and I call on Deputy Brendan Howland to move the second reading motion.
I move the second reading of the Local Government Restoration of Town Councils Bill 2018. I think I will be sharing my time. I think you have the list of speakers, so I won't take up the House time in that.
Second time, and you have 20 minutes.
Very good. I'll take the first 10 minutes.
Yeah.
In 2013, this House passed a local government bill which was steered through by Phil Hogan, then Minister for Environment, Community and Local Government. My party was in government at that time. Some 80 town councils were abolished. That was a mistake, Lasceann Comhairle. I personally regret that that government that I was a member of made that decision, and that we didn't stop town councils being abolished at that time. But since I've spent the last 3 days at the British Labour Party conference trying to persuade the British people to think again on a matter of some importance to this country, I think that if you recognise that something needs to be done differently, then it is important to recognise that and put forward a solution. Town councils were replaced by 137 municipal district councils, which are essentially subcommittees of the county council. Let's not pretend they're anything else. They're subcommittees of the County Council and are seen as such. They were also replaced by public participation networks, which were meant to involve local community groups and other civic society actors in discussing local concerns. That was an extension of a proposal that I had many, many years ago when I was in the Department of the Environment and published a document called Better Local Government. 5 years later, I think it's fair to say that this policy has not delivered an ideal system of local government. It's not all bad, I acknowledge that. Some public participation networks have successfully engaged with civic society and with their own communities, but they're very much reliant on the presence of active citizens and organisations in particular areas. In other places, public participation networks have not worked so well, and that has to be acknowledged too. Municipal district councils have not delivered as a replacement for town government. Now, I say this as somebody who has been involved in the local government system since I was a town councillor, mayor of Wexford, a county councillor, minister for the environment, and I've been involved in looking at the evolution and people attempting to alter local government. And one thing that I'm clear of for a very long time is that the Department of the Environment was always, for decades, anxious to merge town government into a county structure. But as I've said, municipal district councils, as were created in 2013, have not delivered. First and foremost, they operate across urban and rural areas in a way that militates, in fact undermines, the actual concept of the urban centre, the town, the driver, the heartland of a community. A town is a defined urban area, a place with clear boundaries, with deep histories, municipal histories, that in many instances, as both ministers here present will remember, goes back a very long time, and areas with an identity. A clear focus on building towns lends itself to better planning decisions, more compact, coherent settlement patterns, which in turn facilitates the delivery of public services, and which are more likely to deliver a stronger local economy. Strong and vibrant towns drive local communities. They drive not only the urban environment, but they drive rural enterprise and create jobs. Towns are central to economic development. They are the central focus of commercial activity up and down this country. And all of us who have had the opportunity to travel up and down the country know that. There are around 100 towns in Ireland with a population over 5,000 people in what we would describe as defined urban boundaries. About 100. Some of them have had town councils for over a century. Some, as I've said, for many centuries. Other towns, notably places like Swords or Blanchardstown, never had a town council, despite having populations sometimes in the tens of thousands. We're proposing changes with what existed in the past. Our proposals are for a single type of town council. It's a uniform system across the country rather than the system which many of us remember from the past, where we had town commissions, town councils, urban district councils and borough councils, each with not only varying membership, but in fact with varying powers. Or indeed, the past where some very large towns had no council at all for anomalous historical reasons. So I would ask people to give our proposal a fair hearing, because I really think it's one of the most important democratic initiatives that we can take as a House. We're proposing councils of 9 members for every town with a population of 5,000 inhabitants or more, and councils of 15 members where the town population exceeds 25,000. The restoration of town government is to be done on a cost-neutral basis, using the existing local government resources, simply moving back to the urbans what was taken from them in terms of personnel. But town government is not primarily about the economy, important and all as that is, Lasceann Comhairle. It's about local democracy. According to the Edelman Global Survey of People's Trust in Institutions, Ireland scores particularly low in terms of trust. In 2018, little over a third of the people, 35%, reported trust in government. Lack of trust in government, in the media, in so-called experts. That's a recurrent theme not only for Ireland, it's a recurrent theme across the world. It was a theme that helped elect US President Donald Trump. It was a theme that drove Brexit. And it has been a theme in the argument made by populist nationalist parties across Europe and continues to be made by them as Mr. Bannon and some of his cohorts arrive on our shores now to bang a populist drum. I suppose the whole theme is best summarised in one of the Brexit slogans, "Take back control," or "I make America great again." If all these empowering sounding slogans. But what we want to actually do in the bill that we're now proposing to this House, the Restoration of Town Councils Bill, is to give real power back to local people at local level. The European Union is founded on one of its core principles of subsidiarity. This is the idea that decisions should be taken as close as possible to the persons or people who will be affected by those decisions. It makes sense for the population of towns, those most affected by the decisions of local government, to be directly involved and consulted. And what does take back control mean? It sounds mundane, but it really is relevant, because where there is real problems, and if you actually talk to your own communities, the thing that most people get most animated about are what we would call the smaller things. The street lights, the footpaths, the vacant buildings. You know, it could be dog fouling, it could be minor things in the great scheme of things, but really important things for people. And it is town councillors who are clearly accountable to the local population who address those most effectively. And quite frankly, many people involved now at local level don't know who their town councillors are. Because their councillors, as you know, in my own area now, are drawn from a quarter of the entire county of Wexford, are in one electoral area. And that's just not working, and I can say that. It's often the job of councillors to inform citizens about what's going on, with planning permissions, big development plans, to bring them around to some of the big ideas. And they have to know and trust the people that they've elected to do that. It's that interface, that immediacy, that is so important. I'm very conscious of the time I have. So I want to make this very clear. This is, I believe, undoing a mistake that was made. I think it's a proposal that actually goes much further than the status quo. I'm not asking people to go back to exactly what existed prior to the abolition of town councils, but to put in a uniform system where every urban centre will have the opportunity to elect its own council, restore the immediate connection of the community to the elected council. And I would ask the ministers present and the government to give fair consideration to what I really believe is a truly important proposal.
I'll share the remaining time with my colleague Sean Sherlock. Ministers, thanks for coming in today. The Labour Party is proposing this bill because we believe it's totally necessary. My colleagues across the party, across the country, have felt that getting rid of town councils was a mistake. Reforming them, regenerating how they worked was the right thing to do. We went a step too far. I'm thinking of people like Sean Coonahan down in Killarney, who has literally been chasing us on this issue for years. And it was a mistake, and it was a mistake made by yourselves and ourselves. and we need to actually deal with it now. And I want to thank in advance Fianna Fáil, Sinn Féin and others who have actually said that they would support such a change. This bill is a practical bill to bring back town councils for towns that have 5,000 people or more. And it is very much necessary. I look at my own county, Neenah and Thurles and other towns, and they do need town councils because town councils are actually on the money when it comes to issues relating to real things that affect people in towns very quickly. And you can see now with the way the municipal districts and the actual areas being covered by the council at county council level just don't get down into the detail as quickly as possible. And our proposal is actually cost neutral, and the fact that it's cost neutral means it should be embraced even more. It also gives an opportunity to right the wrongs of where we had situations like Ballincollig and other towns across Ireland that didn't have town councils when they should have had town councils, but yet some other areas had town councils historically, which maybe shouldn't have. So you've an opportunity to right a wrong as well as dealing with something that's very much needed. It also became very pertinent that it was needed when you look at various different announcements and dignitaries coming to an area, and the person representing them isn't actually from the area. They could be from the other side of the county. They do their best, they're very good people across a whole range of different political views, but they're actually not from the area. And in a situation where there was town councils, obviously they would be electing one of their own. So if there's a major tourism initiative, a major announcement, or a major issue with a dignitary coming to the town, they'd be able to deal with that and be able to do so with local knowledge. They wouldn't be asking for directions of where the event was on. When it comes to local government commission, we're recommending that it can be anywhere between 9 and 15 members. And I believe that in the scenario we're open to compromise in relation to how that works, but that would be our proposals. And I think in fairness to you, Minister, you've acknowledged that there is a need for a change because the changes that have been made in relation to the local government boundaries. I mean, I looked in my own local municipal district of Neenah, where the councillors across all parties were expected to cover an area which tipped from the Limerick border down to the Clare border, all the way down to the Galway border. It was incredible. It was, crazy. It was impossible for many councillors being paid the 17 or 18,000 a year to be able to cover that area. And in fairness, that has been acknowledged. They're in the same municipal area now, but the actual local electoral area has been changed and has been made more realistic for their areas of coverage. So I think that was a step in the positive direction. Now we need to go further. We need to go further when it comes to dealing with the return of local electoral area or local town councils and to add on to the progress that has been made in recent times. When it also comes to local town councils, I believe there is probably within some of the local government administration, and trust me, I know what I'm talking about here from previous jobs, that there may be some pushback against this. Ultimately, you're the minister. Ultimately, we are the People's Forum. For some, and dare I say some, in local authority administration, town councils may have been a nuisance. I don't accept that. I believe the decision was wrong. I know it was wrong. And it's up to us here, Minister, and it's up to you to be strong and the government to be strong and support this bill because we know it's the right thing to do. Across politics, you walk around the corridors of this House, across politics, the majority of people in your party, in my party, in Fianna Fáil, there's nobody here from anyone else, actually know that we have to do this. And dare I say it, if you're not going to do it, well then in a future government it will have to be done. But I would ask you to take the opportunity we have here now to deal with this issue and show a bit of progressiveness, embrace what we're doing, change it if you want. We're not stuck in the mud on every single detail. We'll embrace any changes that you want to bring forward. But I believe this Dáil is going to vote to back this bill, so I would hope that you would take it in that spirit. I'll ask my colleague to take over now.
Thank you, Alaska Corla. I stand before you as somebody who was formerly a representative on Mallow Town Council, and I was very proud to be a member of Mallow Town Council. I cut my back teeth, if you will, on that very council, and
sharp teeth.
And I have to say, when somebody asked me before an Irish Presidency Competitiveness Council meeting when I was formerly a minister, was I nervous, going into such a big room with all of these European Union members and ministers right across the 27 member states, I had to say that, well, if you came from Mallow Town Council and you ever chaired a meeting of Mallow Town Council, you could chair a meeting of anybody, anywhere in the world, and I'm very proud of the fact that I started there, as did my late father in 1967. So for me, instinctively, you know, I suppose in government you become part of a collective agreement, you know, and I was part of that decision that collectively agreed to abolish the town councils, and I'm glad that we as a party have taken a decision to seek to rescind that mistake. I think it was a grievous error, and I fully acknowledge that I was part of that decision. And I stand before you here today, Alaska Corla, to seek to support that legislation that we have put forward, so that we can create again, you know, the front line for representative democracy, and that is to our municipal councils, our district councils. People will argue that the local authorities now, like Cork County Council, for instance, have the municipal areas or the municipal districts. In my experience, since their creation, I think people are a little bit removed from those decision-making mechanisms, if you will. I think that the resources of the local authorities have become more stretched in relation to the allocation of, you know, engineers, you know, housing staff, outdoor staff, and they're covering a larger geographical area. And I think if we decide to implement this legislation as a legislature, I think if we decide to reinstate the town councils, I think what you will put back into those town councils is, you know, the core competency of staff who always looked after these towns. And I have to say that since the abolition of town councils, I have noticed a diminution of services in towns, and I'm sure that there are many members across this House who now find themselves more and more doing, you know, council-related work, and we're all happy to do that because all politics is local, as we know, and you know we'll help everybody at every turn on the road, no matter how high up the food chain we go politically. But I do believe, though, that if you had a coterie of town councillors again representing districts and towns, I think, you know, it would be another service. It's going back to basics, back to core principles in terms of representative democracy, and I think the people would welcome it. Because no matter what town you come from, when you walk down the main street as a public representative, whether you're a councillor or a TD or a minister, there will always be somebody on a Friday afternoon or a Saturday afternoon that will say to you, why did they abolish the town councils? Why did ye abolish the town councils? And the answer, I'm hard-pressed to give an answer, to be quite frank about it myself, and I think this legislation perhaps seeks to address that, because I think people liked the idea that they have a very local person that they can go to, you know, for which would represent their interests, which would advocate for the bread and butter issues that affect people. And if you get the bread and butter issues right, the very simple things, because it's sometimes the very simple things that exercise people, and I think the town council, you know, gave everybody access on those bread and butter issues. Right now, there's a sense of remoteness. Citizens in towns don't feel that connectedness in terms of the relationships, you know, through the municipal districts, and I think that is something that, you know, this legislation would address.
And I call on Minister Damien English, and I understand that the Minister has an amendment to move.
I do. I have an amendment to move. Do you want to read it out? Yeah.
Move amendment.
I move amendment. Amendment 1. All right. Thanks, Dáil Éireann, for your help with that.
Thank you.
Let's go back to my council days as well to be able to get the amendment procedures corrected. I welcome this opportunity, Dáil Éireann, to discuss important issues related to the local government system and the other views of deputies, and to share with the Houses our government's proposals for the future of local government in Ireland. I think one thing that certainly most of us here at this debate so far tonight or this afternoon, and in general politics, really value the work of local government, be that in the previous town councils or the existing local authority areas and local councils. But I think most of us here served that apprenticeship, and it's without doubt a major benefit to coming into this House as a TD, in future on to be committee chairs or ministers or junior ministers. The the opportunity you get at local government level is second to none, and it really gets you ready for a proper career in politics and political representation. I think we can't value that enough, and certainly a lot of us probably develop good working relationships at that level as well, which certainly benefits in this House too, because you carry that with you right the way through. So certainly local government has achieved a lot when it comes to politics, and we certainly all value that. We might differ over the different versions of it, we might disagree in certain parts of it, but I think we all recognise the importance of local government one way or the other, and it's important that we keep reminding ourselves of that as well. This private member's bill proposes the re-establishment of town councils as recommended by the Local Government Commission based on the Census report on population distribution and movements published by the Central Statistics Office. We are opposing this bill mainly for timing reasons, as the matters raised are part of the report on local government matters and have been submitted to government and their actors under the programme for partnership with government. There's also issues we might necessarily disagree with, but certainly for now we think the timing of it is premature. I am instead proposing that Dáil Éireann declines to give the bill a second reading in order that the issue of town councils can be considered in the context of the report Municipal Governance, Districts, Towns and Local Electoral Areas, on potential measures to boost local government leadership and accountability, and to ensure that local government funding, structures and responsibilities strengthen local democracy, including the issues of town or borough council status and reduction in the size of local electoral areas, which is currently under consideration by the Joint Oireachtas Committee on Housing, Planning and Local Government. This report is already with the committee, having been submitted to them for consideration in April. It is therefore appropriate at this time to allow the Joint Oireachtas Committee the time to complete their deliberations before making any decisions. The Government's action plan, action programme, assessment action plans, but the Government's action programme for effective local government, putting people first, which was the platform for the wide-ranging reform programme implemented in 2014, set out an ambitious vision for local government to be the main vehicle of governance and public service at local level, leading economic, social and community development, delivering efficient and good value services and representing citizens and local communities effectively and accountably. We intend to further that objective, building on the significant improvements that have been made in recent years. I think for all of us we can see in the last number of years how local government have really stepped up and are delivering a much wider range of services and are very much involved in both the social, in driving social parts of our county, but also the economic development, and have been very successful in that. And have been some great success as well. So I think we should recognise that they are taking a greater role, and in my view are much more in authority than they used to be, much more relevant right across the board in many arms of developments in our towns and counties as well, and rightly so, because they are the key vehicle to make things happen at a local level as well. So I want to recognise that I can see the benefits of it certainly over the last number of years. The next stage in that process is the report to government and their actors under the programme for a partnership with government on potential measures to boost local government leadership and accountability, and to ensure that local government structures and responsibilities strengthen local democracy. The programme signals this process as the next wave of local government reform, and also indicates specific issues to be considered, including reducing the size of local electoral areas and the question of town and borough councils. To date, several papers have been submitted to government and to their actors for consideration. In addition to the paper on municipal governance, papers on local authority boundaries and local authority structures have also been completed. Indeed, the recommendations in the local authority structures paper are the main substance of the Local Government Bill 2018, which will be before this House in the coming weeks. My colleague here beside me, Minister Phelan, will also bring proposals on local authority leadership, governance and administration, the issue of directly elected mayors in the coming weeks, and a final paper examining the evolution of functions will also be presented to government in the coming weeks. To achieve the vision set out in the 2012 policy document, the structural framework must be fit for purpose. Accordingly, a core element of the reform programme was structural reorganisation, involving the unification of certain city and county councils and replacing 80 former town councils by municipal districts integrated with the county councils in a new, innovative system of governance. This builds on the Barrington Committee report of 1991, which identified the need to overhaul sub-county arrangements, including the replacement of existing town authorities, and also highlighted significant concerns with the existing town council system, including the issue of double representation, where towns have separate councils in addition to representation at county level. Outdated boundaries and other anomalies have now been removed. The new system provides more effective and community-focused decision-making and implementation. There is full integration of local authority resources across each county, and elimination of duplication both in administrative and electoral terms. The new municipal district system is also closer to the European norm, covering the entire territory of each county, in contrast with the previous unbalanced arrangement of isolated town councils, while rural areas and many town environments and some larger centres lacked municipal status and local governance. Indeed, the 2013 Council of Europe report specifically welcomed the decision to replace the town council system by the new municipal district arrangement, particularly because it ended the dual franchise in towns which the Council of Europe report described as unfair. An important benefit of the new system is a more appropriate assignment of local authority functions. Local matters are dealt with at municipal district level, while those of wider strategic application are decided at county level, without duplication between county and district jurisdictions. In effect, there is now a dual system of governance with an integrated administrative structure in each county which maximises operational efficiency while ensuring devolved decision-making throughout the county. Turning to the bill itself, I must record that it also has technical flaws, particularly in the fact that it is linked to repealed provisions of the Local Government Act 2001. Substantial redrafting will be required if it were to progress. However, there are also fundamental issues in principle with the bill as follows. Insofar as there are shortcomings and scope for improvement in current local government arrangements, these matters can and will be addressed without resorting to the establishment of an array of town councils, if that's what this House decides. I mean, no one would say that everything is perfect. I mean, ongoing reform is about ongoing reform and constantly tweaking the system to make it better. The bill relies on a local government commission to define the town councils. The Local Government Commission is provided for in sections 89 to 95 of the Local Government Act 2001, which have not been commenced and were repealed in 2014. The Commission doesn't exist. Even if the Local Government Commission were in place, the bill provides for the Commission and not the Minister to make orders determining what constitutes a town, including defining the boundaries of a town. The bill proposes that each town council will consist of one local electoral area. Having more town-focused local electoral areas was part of the terms of reference for the independent local electoral boundary review, which is now complete. Local electoral areas will be now provided for in legislation in line with the boundary review report recommendations, and these recommendations do not align with the proposal in the bill that each town council would consist of one electoral area. It would not be possible to implement the bill's proposals based on the 2018 Local Electoral Area Boundary Committee. There are other arguments the arguments made for restoring the town councils, such as the lack of investment by local authorities in towns, are not generally supported by the facts. Certainly I can see in my own town of Navan, I think it's been very well served by the municipal area approach, although I do recognise that the boundary of the municipal area, and that as an example, probably fairly well measured up to the actual town, the new town boundary, as well as some rural areas as well. But so it's probably one of the ones that we did actually get right, and that's been recognised with the changes that has happened now with the boundaries, try to recognise those larger towns and try to realign the boundaries to match up some of those towns as well. Concerns about lack of urban funds and geographically large municipal districts have in the main been addressed by the Local Electoral Area 2018, published in June this year, in line with their terms of reference to define district urban-focused local electoral areas as appropriate in respective towns where the population was equal to or greater than 15,000. This provision also applied to county towns where they did not meet the population criteria. There is little general support for the restoration of town councils, even among councillors, as has been confirmed on several occasions by comments from the Association of the Irish Local Government. We met them at the various meetings and they said they're not really interested in it, but also they've said it publicly. So we do have to have this conversation, and I know we have to. Yes, well, we have to engage with everybody, but I'm conscious there was also duplication there as well. I'm just trying to give the point here. That's why we went through a certain process to be able to deal with this as well, because there are different views out there. And unlike Sean Sherrick, I don't get people when I knock on doors, and I do that every week, saying to me, where's the town council gone? That doesn't really happen. It might happen in some cases. Maybe it's a little bit different. But I've just been genuine telling you the truth. You know, I'm not saying you're completely wrong. I'm just saying there's different views out there. But I'm not getting that feedback. Although I do recognise that Deputy Castles would have very strong views on this as well, and might get different feedback than what I'm getting as well. So we have to find a way to process all these different concerns that are out there and different issues as well. Again, the reasons for restructuring local government in 2014, they're still valid. And if town councils were re-established, the flaws and weaknesses that gave rise to dissolution would return and would in fact be increased, because it would be necessary to apply much wider boundaries in many towns and create authorities in new locations. Again, we had examples. If I take my own county, you had places like Ashbourne, Dunboyne and Enfield didn't have town councils. The only three we had was in Navan, Kells and Trim. And it wasn't exactly a very fair system. And even those boundaries had to be changed, and the process of changing them took a long time in some cases as well. So it wasn't perfect either. And it was worth bearing that in mind, that I do think that the changes in the municipal area make that much more effective. Also, just finishing, there's been some benefits in relation to effectiveness and decision making. I have to say, I often felt that when you had the twin approach, the council, the local authority, sorry, the council area and the town council, you had decisions delayed. And decisions delayed are often bad decisions. And I have to say, if you're ever going back to town council, bear that in mind, because you're handing over opportunity there for nothing to happen in some cases.
Deputy St. Castles, and I understand you have an arrangement with your colleagues, so you're taking 8 minutes.
I'm taking 8 and 12 for the rest. Yep. Okay, thank you very much, Lascan Corla. The advancement of local government and the need for us to break the centralised control of power in this country away from the Customs House is something that I am passionate about, and so I'm delighted to get the opportunity to speak on this subject here this afternoon. Indeed, I moved our own Fianna Fáil bill on the re-establishment of town councils last year, bringing it through second stage in committee scrutiny before Christmas, before the government tried to suffocate it with a money message, but we will persevere. And the issue of making sure that not only can we get back a system, but indeed to have an enhanced system of local democracy is something that ourselves in Fianna Fáil are passionate about, because quite simply the model of the municipal district does not deliver that in a truly meaningful way. It has conspired against our urban centres, and it also means that they are not provided with the powers to be able to improve the lives of the people living in these towns. Now, at the time, that is something that we flagged quite clearly, and indeed we were joined in chambers across Ireland by members from other parties who shared those views. We said quite clearly that if you take away the key powers of budgetary powers and planning powers from a local town, then you're neutering their ability to positively impact the way these towns are governed. Each town is unique, Lascan Corla. Each town has its own challenges, has its own strengths, and so the ability to set commercial rates accordingly for different towns throughout a county, rather than having one rate set for the county, was always something that in bad economic times councillors could use their own discretion and their own judgment to get businesses through. And equally, when it came to the passing of town plans, it was the councillors in a particular urban centre that knew the area the best when it came to producing strong town development plans. I spent 17 years as a councillor, both at town and at county level, and our ability to get things done was far more effective at town council level, where we ran budget surpluses, we had the powers to raise our own finance, most importantly our own bank loans, and pursue our own projects for the people that lived in my town in Navan, and plans which, more importantly, were not subjected to a vote or a debate of the county council, where there was an inherently anti-town attitude from many members of other geographical areas. We were already living in an overall centralised and underrepresented system before the abolition of town councils, but it got worse after they were gone. We used to have 1,627 elected councillors in Ireland. Now that was slashed to 950 in the name of reform. And before anyone thinks we had too many councillors before this, let's reflect on the hard facts. The average population per council in Ireland used to be 2,815, and even back then that was the highest proportion in the EU 15, with the UK in second place. We are now standing at one councillor for every 4,838 persons, effectively 5,000. So let's compare that to the rest of Europe. In France, there's one councillor for every 118 persons. They have 36,500 councils in France. 36,500. In fact, across Europe, the average of people per councillor per people is in the hundreds. Yet here we are for one for every 5,000. Now, those issues might have got lost in the ordinary person in the street, but when they saw the impact hit home of how their towns then form part of larger urban boundaries, in some cases the size of Dáil constituencies, it started to actually, the net impact of that was realised. As I said, the crucial issue of finance kicked in, and we saw the revenue which had been raised in towns, be it from commercial rates or parking charges, now pooled into a county council budget, and our towns have suffered as a result. Now, politically, and it has to be said, Lascan Corla, it was the Labour Party who supported Fine Gael and government in implementing this disaster. It was assassination of our democracy, and it was shameful. And I heard Deputy Brendan Howlin earlier today in the chamber accuse Fianna Fáil of buying popularity at election time. Yet here we are today debating the re-establishment of a most needed layer of local government, because Deputy Howlin and the Labour Party went along with a so-called populist move of culling 1,000 councillors in the name of reform to try and make it look to the public that they were doing something positive. It was unforgivable, because you just centralise more powers, and more devastatingly you cripple the ability of small and large towns to run their own show, to be free of the shackles of government to progress their own plans, to show how imagination could create urban spaces that are a pleasure to work and live in. And I read the email that Deputy Howlin sent around last week with the mea culpa story about what they had done. But it was a bit like the fox going into the hen house and having savaged all the chickens is on a way out when he meets the farmer with the shotgun at his head going mea culpa. So be you, Deputy Howlin. Here you are today, fantastic Mr. Fox with the feathers coming out of your mouth, as you beg forgiveness for culling so many effective councils that represented the beating heart of our urban towns. Lascan Corla, I served on Navan Town Council and was honoured to have been mayor of my town on 2 occasions, and we achieved a hell of a lot. Another town I know very well is Drogheda, located close to us, where they proudly held borough council status, and they have felt the brunt of this decision very badly. a town, actually, Debbie, with a very proud Labour tradition, where I attended many NUJ meetings in the local Union Hall. This morning, the local paper in that town, the Drogheda Independent, has a front-page story stating, on this very issue, time to get the power back. They have felt the loss of those decisions. As Concordia, we're not going to be opposing this bill at second stage because, as I said, we believe that any advancement of democratic institutions is to be welcomed. We made a firm commitment in our own election manifesto towards town councils, and we have moved our own bill last year in this respect. But we also believe that the model needs to be introduced, needs to be different than what was there before. I have no problem in admitting that there were many ineffective councils that had been previously town commissions. They had little budgetary powers, if any. And I also believe, and I've said this previously during scrutiny with Minister John Paul Feeling of our own bill at committee stage, that we need to be brave and imaginative when it comes to what we want to see in the future for our local councils. I've had a lot of engagement with councils in Italy, in towns Bobbio and Bracostella, where I twinned Navan with these particular towns, and the interaction with their elected administration was hugely insightful. They effectively had mini cabinets at council level, where different councillors had portfolios when it came to infrastructure, education, recreational facilities, and the mayor had executive powers. And the most immediate impact that you could see is that when the mayor walked down the street of his own hometown, people knew that this man was responsible for the running of their town. And with that came all the perks and equally the responsibility of that role. But crucially, people could see who was responsible when things went wrong, and indeed when things went right. And they had a sense of belonging to the administration that existed within their own town. You had a starting point for accountability, and that is crucial. And I firmly believe that we need to get to that stage, because we have the ultimate pass-the-can system in this country. We should be brave. We should look at enhancing the executive control of our own council chambers, as opposed to the board of directors ethos that we have at present, where the councillors come each month to simply receive a chief executive's report and toddle off again. We need something more radical, more imaginative, and something with real power for those who are accountable to the people.
Deputy James Brown, I understand it's an internal arrangement, 2 minutes, and I can't interfere.
Yes, 2 minutes each from here on in Lascouncorla. And thank you, Lascouncorla. I welcome Fianna Fáil's support of this bill, and similar to a Fianna Fáil bill that was produced last year. I mean, we've seen 80 town councils, almost 750 councillors effectively abolished by the last government. It was not only the idea created, endorsed, it was actually championed as a populist move, but in fact what it did is it fundamentally undermined democracy. We were told it was going to save a load of money. That obviously never came true, because every level of staff that was there before was kept on, and rightly so. They were needed. The only thing that was taken out was the level of democracy. And we heard from Deputy Castles that there's now only one councillor for every 5,000 people. And those councillors, especially the councillors based in the towns, are massively overstretched themselves. And we've seen that if you talk to any of those councillors dealing with those major towns. And why is that? Because we used to have another layer of local democracy. And in those town councils, you had councillors who had no ambition to be county councillors or to be TDs. They were only interested solely and purely in their local town. They were on the ground the whole time, and if there was an issue with lamps or lights, if there was an issue with footpaths, you would meet them, you could talk to them, and they knew who their engineer was, and they would meet the engineer later on that day, and that engineer would be able to go and sort out that problem. Now you have to go to a county councillor who has to go down to the main town where the county council is based. It goes into the abyss somewhere. You may or may not hear back about the issue. They might have to contact some third-party contractor or Irish Water, whoever the case may be, to solve a problem. Local government spreads democracy. Without local government, without local democracy, it's been said you don't have democracy. And I think that very much is the case. And I very much want to see our town councils back. I was proud to serve on a town council for 5 years, a very effective town council, a council that had a balanced budget. And I think those councils that were lost is an absolute shame to this democracy. Thank you.
Thank you, Laskin Curler, and I welcome the bill. I never served on a town council, but my late father served as chair of Ballina Town Council twice, and before he went into public life as town engineer, a position also occupied by my grandfather. And from that vintage, the debate we had last night is absolutely relevant to this debate today, because town councils, urban councils and borough corporations were the most effective providers of public housing in this country. They did it, they delivered them well, and they minded it when they were properly resourced. So in the context of a housing and homelessness debate, this is a good step. We're also debating this debate in the week of tidy towns. Again, the urban councils, town councils and borough corporations were the initial providers. They gave people the chance to take ownership of their town issues, to take ownership of the challenges that face that town, but to exploit the opportunities that were faced that town culturally and economically. And in the 4 years since that has been gone, towns have weakened. And I heard Deputy Howland say that the Department of the Environment wanted this for years and years. They got their way. You don't see the damage that's been done on a daily basis in towns around the country because you got your way. We do, because we're the people on the ground. And that damage resulted this year in Mayo of community groups in our towns, such as tidy towns, graveyards, tourism bodies, being forced to wait to July to get their community grants because the county executive decided to use the towns and town budgets as pawns in a budget battle with councillors. And organisations suffered because of that. That would not happen if we had town councils with their own powers, with planning powers, and with 9 people or whatever figures in this bill who are known in their communities. It is ridiculous, Minister, to hear your lack of ambition for towns around the country. You seem to be afraid to restore the power, because Fine Gael don't like town councils. You never did well in them, because you never got them, you never understood them. So let's redo. You have a chance to undo the damage your constituency colleague did in 2013. You have the chance, Minister, to restore Kilkenny's reputation by restoring town councils. Thank you.
Corla, this bill reverses the Fine Gael Labour government decision to abolish town councils. It must be said, it is quite ironic and paradoxical that the Labour Party, who were part of the government that abolished town councils at that time, are now advocating for its restoration. Phil Hogan and the previous administration's Local Government Bill 2013 created a democratic deficit at the heart of Irish politics, placing more power in the hands of unelected officials, and utterly failed to transform how we do politics in this country. However, this policy shift should and must be welcomed. The main strength of town councils was in the personal touch. One of the town council's most vital roles was regular liaison with the local area office of the county council on issues such as grass cutting, road and footpath maintenance, signage, area enhancement, weed control, all the simple things that go unnoticed unless they are not done. Take Lismore, for example, a stunning heritage town that was dependent on its town council for many roles to promote tourism, interact with the tidy towns groups and liaise with the local authority. The loss of the town council was widely felt by the local community. In Ireland, towns were used to electing representatives to represent them at local level. I look at the county town of Dungarvan with a population of 10,000 people and noted that in 1898, local government in Ireland was recognised and Dungarvan became an urban district in 1898. This system worked well, and contrary to what was peddled at the time, that we had too many elected representatives, we actually had the lowest number of councillors relative population in the EU. The seaside town of Tramore, with a population of 12,000 residents, lost their town council, lost the right to make local decisions. We need local solutions for local problems. Gorf Mahagut.
agus tá áthasarm tá céachta thuirta an rún seo chun go bheithna cóirlaí balta torthar náis mar impel na tíre. Botúna bhí ann ar a chuirg deirg lo ag an réalta sternach agus cén áfala mídig glóra go hórfaí ar náis mar a bhí se tá deis ann inis chun rudaí a bhrú chun cín agus chun rud nó chur in áit. I want to welcome the opportunity to support the motion because the loss of the town councils was felt very hard in many towns. In my own county, there was over a dozen town councils and over 100 town councillors dismissed over 5 years ago. And those town councils, they provided a voice in their own area. They provided a leadership role and a platform, not just for local issues, but also national issues and the way they would have been impacting the local community. Macroom residents, for example, would have reasonably expected to be able to walk down the street any day and meet a number of councillors if they wished to raise an issue with them. They also would have expected to be able to go into the town council office to discuss a housing application. Whereas that's not available to them under the current system. And those councils, they were able to advance, for example, housing with a local emphasis. I want to focus in on one particular example where people lost out in Macroom as a result of the last government's abolition of the town councils. And that was where Macroom Town Council had planning permission, had tenders for and were ready to start the construction of 7 houses in Masseytown. The town council was dismissed, and the emphasis in the county was a different focus, bigger schemes all over the county, and time was lost, having to re-tender again, and it ended up that those houses are only now under construction, 5 years after the town council could have progressed it. It means that people in Macroom have missed out on the opportunity of those houses over the last number of years. At this stage, I've no doubt, if Macroom Town Council had continued, that there would be families facing into their 3rd or possibly even their 4th Christmas in those houses. But those houses are not finished yet, and they're not looking like they're likely to be finished before this side of Christmas. Minister, it was a mistake to end the town councils, and you need to look at a way of bringing back a variation of it, an upgraded version.
Dr. Fiona O'Loughlin.
It's a very rare occurrence in politics, Minister, that people in politics will admit that they got something wrong. And most of them seem to follow Napoleon's advice that in politics, never retreat, never retract, never admit a mistake. And the Fine Gael Labour government most certainly got it wrong when they abolished town councils, and to add insult to injury without even any public consultation. But at least in this instance, the Labour Party have recognised how ill-judged that decision was and is now advocating restoration of our town councils. That decision at that point in time showed a complete lack of understanding about how local communities function and prioritised the saving of a paltry amount of money over the empowerment of local communities. Our 2017 bill, proposed by my colleague here, Deputy Castles, sought to right that wrong, and the bill before us today clearly resembles that particular Fianna Fáil bill. The democratic deficit created in 2014 must be redressed to allow all of our constituents better access to the political process. Our towns absolutely need good local governance structures to deliver quicker and more efficient services. I got my first bite of the political cherry at Newbridge Town Council when the good people of Newbridge saw fit to elect me to represent them at that level. I saw at first hand the incredible and unpaid efforts of communities and community groups such as Tidy Towns, community games groups and very many others to work to help one another. I was privileged during that time to see so many dedicated people carrying out work, delivering new, exciting and innovative projects and activities and initiatives throughout our town. The whole point of the Maastricht Treaty, which we, along with Europe, adopted in 1992, 26 years ago, was the principle of subsidiarity, that people would make decisions as close as possible to the citizens on the ground. This has taken us completely away from that. So I say to you, Minister, we must absolutely restore town councils. We must restore confidence in our structures. We must restore local democracy and bring back real power to the people. Gurv Magat.
Deputy Murphy O'Mahony.
Gurmagat Ceann Comhairle. Minister, in the first instance, I am glad that Deputy Howland has admitted that the abolishment of some 80 town councils and well over 700 town councillors as a result of Minister Hogan's Local Government Bill 2013 was a mistake. Indeed, Deputy, I think a lot of mistakes were made in that government, but at least you have admitted to this one. Putting people first was in fact putting people last.
As a member of Bandon Town Council for 10 years and having served twice as mayor of the town that I now live in, I was actually the first female mayor of the town, an honour that I was very glad of. I am, of course, supportive of this bill. I note the Labour Party bill reflects similarities to our bill, the Fianna Fáil legislation that passed through second stage in 2017, following on from a commitment in our manifesto of 2016. I believe the reintroduction of town councils will revitalise towns across West Cork and the country as a whole. Indeed, I have made many references to this on many occasions. Local government is a driving force behind towns and communities because it is at the heart of job creation, democratic representation, civic participation and local service provision. Town councils ensure that real issues pertaining to local matters which affect people in West Cork are tackled head-on. It is important that people engaged with local communities and participate in local government. The town council structure is conducive to allowing this to happen. Currently, issues such as housing, vacant premises, commercial rates, increasing rents, water, road infrastructure and antisocial behaviour need to be addressed urgently, but more importantly, need to be addressed continuously. In that regard, I welcome the principle of this bill, and we in Fianna Fáil will work with all parties to revitalise local democracy. Minister, I always say that the town councils are like the bottom rung of the ladder, and if you take that away, it's very hard to jump up to the next step. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Deputy. Deputy Meldon Munster and Deputy Quaylon. Sherry.
Thanks. Sinn Féin has always been in favour of retaining town councils. That's why we voted against the bill to abolish them in 2013, the bill that Fine Gael and Labour brought in and passed. Sinn Féin believes in the retention of properly functioning local democracy that provides for better engagement with citizens and improved accountability at local level. There's nothing new in that, and that remains our view. But your local government reform bill did not reform town councils. It abolished 75 town councils and 5 borough councils, including my own borough council in Drogheda, abolished. In 2012, the Labour and Fine Gael government published a document called Putting People First, and that document acknowledged the importance of town councils, and it was a big glossy brochure, but yet despite that, Labour and Fine Gael went ahead and abolished town councils anyway. But this bill represents the height of hypocrisy. Labour were in government when town councils were abolished. Labour voted for the abolition of the councils, and your Minister Kelly, enforced the policy when he took over as Minister for Local Government, and there's a list the length of my arm, where Labour sold out during their time in government. You had cutting the respite care grant, cutting loan parents' allowance, cutting social welfare for young people, bringing in water charges, bringing in local property tax, and abolishing the town councils was just another on that long list. Now, Section 10 of this bill makes the claim that the re-establishment of town councils will be met from existing resources and that there will be no additional cost to the state. So can you explain to me how re-establishing 80 councils can be done cost-free? How will additional councillors be paid for example? How will the councils run without any extra resourcing or budgeting? I can only assume that this section was included because of the obvious fact that establishing 80 town councils costs money, and opposition parties cannot enact legislation that costs money. But hey, now you're in opposition. And when you were in power, what you did was you got rid of the councils. And the Labour Party talks the talk in opposition, but sells the country out when they're in power. And the people know this. And they told you that at the last election. And every argument you made this morning or today for the reinstatement of borough councils, you knew all that back in 2012 and 2013, and you still went ahead. But also, this bill also only says that the Minister may resurrect councils if the Minister so decides. Sure, the Minister knows that himself. The Minister knows that himself, that he can do that, and it is up to the Minister. And there's an onus on the Minister to reinstate borough and town councils, and the bill will unfortunately achieve nothing. But then again, you knew that. You had your chance to reform local government when you were in government, and you didn't. You just got rid of it. You do one thing in opposition and the complete opposite when you're in power. So why would anyone trust the Labour Party after all they've done? Why, in God's name, would anyone give you the time of day? It's a new low in cynical politics, even for the Labour Party. Now, I just want to bring something to your attention from my town of Drogheda. Your Labour Minister, Alan Kelly, when he was Minister for Local Government, said in a parliamentary response, now wait for it, that he was satisfied that Drogheda had a status appropriate to its size and its location within Louth County Council, and he had no proposals to introduce amending legislation to establish a new city authority in Drogheda or elsewhere. But now his colleague, a former Labour super junior minister who was in cabinet at the time and from Drogheda, said diddly squat, said absolutely nothing, put up no fight for the town, and in fact he actively removed Drogheda's Borough Council. And Labour were warned of these consequences. They were warned time and time again about the consequences of removing any sort of local democracy and power from borough councils and town councils and setting up toothless municipal councils. And we in Drogheda and Dundalk have to put up with your mess, have to deal with the mess that you've created day in, day out since then. And Louth is the two largest towns in the state, and neither have a council that is worth anything. Louth County Council treat Drogheda as an afterthought. Drogheda doesn't even have its own budget because of you, because of Labour. We don't. You voted to strip Drogheda of its borough council status. You voted to strip Drogheda of its town clerk. You voted to strip Drogheda of any shred of local democracy and local accountability that we had. And these were very obvious consequences of abolishing town councils, and you were told it would happen. You were warned that would happen. And now here, 5 years later, you make a weak attempt to rectify it, when we all know that this bill isn't worth the paper it's written on. And the government, Minister, your government now need to establish town and borough councils to introduce local government reform to ensure that towns and boroughs have adequate powers to run towns properly. We need to ensure that we have strong, focused, functional local government, and we'll support the bill because, unlike Labour and yourselves, we have always supported town councils and always believed in the importance of local democracy and local accountability. So, Minister, the time now is to reinstate borough councils and local town councils and undo the damage that yourselves and your Labour Party colleagues
Thank you,
did.
Deputy O'Connell.
Well, I am pleased to have the opportunity to once again address the very important issue of local democracy. I spoke on a very similar bill in 2017 that the Deputy Cross introduced, and needless to say, my position has certainly not changed. The decision in 2014 to abolish our town and borough councils was a sad day for Ireland. It left a deep democratic deficit which has not been filled, and I believe will not be filled unless this policy is reversed and these councils are restored. When we talk today about the destruction of rural Ireland and the breaking of the social contract between citizens and the state, the extent of power and decision-making that was removed from urban communities at that time was fundamentally wrong. In Cavan and Monaghan, my own constituency, we lost 8 town councils. In County Cavan, we lost Cavan Town, Belturbet and Cootill, and in County Monaghan, we lost Monaghan Town, Clones, Castleblaney, Carrickmacross and Ballybay. On these councils were 72 elected members. These councillors were elected from all parties and none. They were entrusted by their local communities to make the right local decisions in order to make their town the best place to live, visit, grow up in, work in and/or invest in. This form of local government worked. It was a short-sighted and ill-thought-out decision to remove this tier of local democracy and administration. Of course, at the time, we did not have as much revenue to spend on public services, but this situation has changed. Now that it has changed, we need to reconsider how best to reflect ordinary people's opinions in the democratic decision-making process. It has been my consistent position, and Sinn Féin's, that the best means of doing this will be through the restoration of town councils. At the Joint Committee on Housing, Planning and Local Government last May, Minister of State at the Department of Housing, Planning and Local Government, Minister John Paul Phelan, who is here with us today, addressed the committee on the issue of local government reform. The Minister at that meeting referred to a report published titled Municipal Governance, Districts, Towns and Local Electoral Areas. This report, he quoted, and I repeat the words, sets out a range of proposals to strengthen the current municipal district system within local authorities and to address identified shortcomings rather than re-establish town councils, unquote. The Minister also stated that stronger powers would be preferred for municipal district members, which would involve strengthening the role and capacity of the elected members at municipal district level, particularly in budgetary and local development matters, with financial capacity being of particular importance. These proposals, Minister, while welcome as they indicate that there is consideration at least being given to restoring some powers to municipal areas, I still do not see any impediment whatsoever to restoring town councils. The boundary changes announced over the summer period actually complement their restoration. Local people and local representatives make the best decisions for their local areas. Fighting for investment, facilities and resources as part of municipal areas and their budgets simply will not deliver the same results. Labour have indeed, as others have said, about turned on the disastrous and short-sighted decision that they made in government. They are attempting now to rectify this disaster by introducing this bill today, and I, for one, welcome this. Ultimately, Minister Phelan, Fine Gael must do the same. Admit a mistake was made. I've made my own. So I say to you, it's not the worst thing to stand up and be man enough or woman enough to acknowledge. Return power to the people and restore town and borough councils at the earliest opportunity. I support this bill and I welcome it wholeheartedly and I commend it to the House. Go Move
to Deputy Matthew McGrath, who's taking the Sol PBP slot.
I'm not going to count corner. I want first of all to Cédar Chase my break is done. Deputy Dr. Brian Barrett and his group for giving me the time. From the outset, I have opposed the abolition of town and borough councils, and indeed condemned it as a power grab that it was by an arrogant and self-serving central government, led by the captain of the ship himself, your former colleague, and talked on Tara, Deputy Phil Hogan at the time. Phil the enforcer, as I described him, and that's what he was. And he left the ruinous after him. As I said, the government of course supported him, and indeed Labour, and I too. And above anyone, Minister Howland, or Deputy Howland, you were Minister at the time. I described you at the time as a high priest because you would listen to anyone. And you had a close family member, a member of the MAI, it's very senior, so above anyone you should be best advised as to the fatalities of this. But no, you left, I don't know what medicine you were trying to dispose to people, but it left Tipperary, Clonmel a proud borough council. Proud borough council. The Labour Party was founded there. And as a result, you couldn't go back for your 100-year celebrations when it came around. You couldn't go back to celebrate it, which is a pity. And I decried the people that objected to you. You should have been welcome back anyway to Clonmel, but the protests and everything else. But you really did. Carrick-on-Shore, Clonmel, as I said, Thurles, Templemore, indeed Nina, Cashel, and Tipperary Town. Cashel of the Kings, renowned with centuries. And now the council is going, a new building actually, that was only opened a few years beforehand, locked up to the people. Not a place to host a civic reception for all kinds of dignitaries that come. And they come from far and near. We retained the town hall in Clonmel with great difficulty because our CEO, they weren't counting call managers anymore, Mr. McGrath wanted to close that as well. And he gave us a lucky bag chain in our office. And we have a noble chain worth about €50,000 that's locked away in a vault. An insult to the town of Clonmel, and that's what we have. A lucky bag would be better. We're in and out I won't say fishmongers, we might as well. We're in and out to shops, jewellery shops to get it fixed every time it was worn. They were a disgrace, and they were all the same for all the counties. Diminished and rubbished the people and the dignity of those offices. Indeed, almost 2 years ago, to the month, I highlighted the necessity of a constitutional challenge to the Local Government Reform Act 2014. as well as the urgent need for a judicial review of the legality of the Act, which led to the eradication of over 80 town and borough councils throughout the country. It was high-handed on the extreme. And we can all talk about Sinn Féin are talking there now as well. On the last day of that bill passage here, I was the only one standing, and there was other parties representing, to challenge Minister Hogan and to tell him that how fatal it was. And I would be meeting in another forum. And the day after, thanks to Flame and former councillor Niall Dennehy and former mayor of Clonmel, I served him with a summons inside in the Dáil canteen, probably the first ever, and he was laughing. Of course he was laughing, because he knew where he was heading. He didn't care about the ordinary people. We're only minions. To hell with the people. Croppies lie down. Cromwell was back in a different guise. At the time, statements by the government sources suggested that the merger of Cork County Council was also sold or run by Minister Alan Kelly. Now, where's he today? He's not even happy with G. He wants you all gone. He'd run the party himself. I told you at the time he'd come back in a car, but you came back in a 7-seater. And if you get Deputy Kelly in charge, God knows, I don't know where you end up. Then in March of last year, 2015, the then Minister of Public Expenditure, Brendan Howland, publicly described the abolition of 80 town councils as his single greatest policy regret in 4 years of government. And I acknowledge that. You did. And fair dues to you for that, because it was the worst thing ever happened. Those comments were then backed at the Labour Party conference by Deputy Kelly, who was backing you that time. Now he's snapping at your heels. They wept tears for local government, but not one single thing to try and reverse that disastrous decision. When you were in government, you could have seen the folly of your way sooner and try and change it. In the intervening years, however, we have had no meaningful political debate about the implications of those admissions by the two then senior ministers, yourself, August, and Dr. Kelly. This has in turn exposed a chasm of political indifference at the heart of government concerning the threat to democratic structures in this state. It was absurd for this matter to continually go on without debate and for it to be relegated to the margins of political conversation. I stood here countless times in that 4-year period and the order of business questioning when you were going to return it, but you were all happy to forget about it. I fully supported the work of Flame, who at the time of the so-called Local Government Reform Act challenged the constitutionality of the decision to axe the council, and it was unconstitutional as far as I'm concerned, and totally so. They advanced the view that the Act was repugnant to the Constitution, specifically that it violates Article 28A of the Constitution and the European Charter of Self-Government. And I was talking to the EU people, 45 years celebrating you earlier today down below, and I know that our commissioner is due to retire very, very soon, and I told him bring him something from some other country. Don't send him back here even to stand for any town council, because he wouldn't get elected to it. As I said, the 80 town and borough councils, 744 members. Decent people working for a pittance. They were the servants of the people, really on the ground. They were part of the JPCs. They were able to solve crime and help in Garda Síochána. They were able to help with tidy towns. They were able to help with planning matters and many other things. And most of them would have done it they didn't do it for money. They were committed to better their own places. As I said, if in the Foreign Election Manifesto, and indeed the programme for government wants to restore them over 7,500, why isn't that being acted on? I mean, we're fooling around. And as I said, the tidy towns this week as well. But the Labour Party have suffered seriously over this, and you knew, as I said, Minister, there was funds then as well, remember, and I've asked questions about that. There was funds in the relative organisations of the members, the AMAI and others. Where did that money go? I'm not saying anybody took it, but it was amalgamated and sucked in somewhere. We talked about savings. There was no savings. We talked about 5 million Tipperary with the putting together of something that the British couldn't rule Tipperary, which was such a long county. But Big Phil the enforcer thought he could push it all in together, and we get 5 million there. We got still savings. We got anti-democratic decisions, and now we have decisions being stripped away as late as last week by reserve functions being taken off the members in Clonmel Borough District. Nothing wrong with them at all. Just I said the British couldn't govern us because it's too long and unwieldy. Nothing at all wrong with them. But I said it's not workable. It's too big. The officials are travelling up and down at enormous expense, and there's no savings. And that's what's going on. And the councils, the 40 there now is too big. They also have to have too big constituencies, nearly half the size of a Dáil constituency that it was one time. It's just not functioning. You know that. You stripped the powers, and you insulted them. Then I said with lucky back change of office, and you give them token developments about development for employment. And that they have no powers. Our all-famous, powerful CEO, he is king. And they do, and they have workshops then for everything. When I was there in the council, we had a workshop once a year before the budget meeting. Now there's a workshop for everything behind closed doors. The press are locked out of the whole thing. It's dictatorship. You totally removed the democratic right of the people to have people represent them, and you banish them all. And like you've done so many other things. You refuse to take down this HSE. Take the power away from the people, lock them out. As you're locking the people out of now, I mean, our CEO McGrath out of Clonmel Cemetery to even visit their dead. Farmer mayors inside there buried. Farmer members, Farmer Tuckty Dolly, and people now that are unfit and unwell to go in were allowed to drive in. No, the powers health and safety is invoked to take more reserve functions from the members. It's dictatorship. Was by Minister Hogan, is by our CEO now, Mr. McGrath at the moment again. And the sooner something is done about it, the better, and give some bits of power back to the members.
Thank you, Deputy. Now we move to Deputy John Brazel, who's sharing with Deputy Eugene Murphy and Deputy James Lawless.
Thank you, Ceann Comhairle, and I greatly welcome the opportunity to speak on this bill. Has been mentioned by previous speakers when Brendan Howlin admits he made a mistake. Firstly, I admire that, and I think when it happens, we should stand up and take note. I hadn't the opportunity to hear what Deputy Alan Kelly had to say, as I had to leave the office, but if Alan Kelly has admitted to making a mistake, then indeed it is a monumental and historic occasion for this chamber. And lastly, Minister, it must give you great satisfaction to sit there and listen to us tearing strips off your former constituency colleague, Minister Hogan, and all you have to do is sit down and agree with us without opening your mouth. So a good day all round for you, I would think. Deputy Cassells has been to the fore in promoting the return of town councils since he got elected to this Dáil, and I, along with all my colleagues in Fianna Fáil, very much support his efforts. And I very much welcome that Labour, Sinn Féin and the Independents, and I would hope, Minister, yourself agree that a mistake has been made. It's time to rectify it, and now is the time to do that. Local decisions are always best made locally. Issues around housing, planning, street maintenance and so on are best dealt with at a local level, and you will get much better value for money letting local democracy return to a local level. If I could give you an example, since the abolition of the town councils, Tralee and Killarney recently passed town plans. The level of engagement on both of those plans was significantly less than what it would have been if the town councils themselves were doing the work. And already, less than a month after they have been passed, significant errors, in my opinion, are beginning to show and will now have to be rectified. And the reason for that is because of the lack of engagement from the public. And when you have a healthy local democracy, people inputting in, local councillors who know their own area, dealing with the issues, you will get far better results. I think there is improvements that can be made to the town council structure. I think there are lessons that can be learned, but I would certainly encourage and hope that you as Minister, having the full support of the remainder of the House, would look at reinstating town councils, particularly for towns with greater populations, and reintroduce local democracy where better decisions can be made. And I will not repeat what all my colleagues have pointed out to you, but local democracy is best dealt with locally. Thank you, Minister.
Murphy.
Limited time that I have, I just want to, first of all, welcome the fact that this bill has come forward. It's a pity, really, that you couldn't have come in behind our bill, because I think it was progressive and it was the right thing to do. But nevertheless, if you did, you wouldn't bring this one up again, is my point. But nevertheless, I acknowledge that you acknowledged that there was an error made at the time, and I want to pay tribute to Deputy Cassells, because he's led a very strong campaign on this. I know I'm going to upset John Paul Phelan when I say your former colleague, Minister Hogan, made an outrageous error of judgment in what he did to local authorities and to town councils when he did. As has been stated here time and time again, many of the urban councils were the strong voice of the people. And I take in my own constituency, the town of Ballinasloe. There's absolutely no doubt about it. The town of Ballinasloe, with a population of 7,000 people, has significantly suffered because of the loss of that town council. And that's why I hope, Minister, in relation to your own situation on this, that we're not going to be looking at this figure of starting putting back town councils with a population of 10,000. That needs to come back down to 6,500 to take towns like Ballinasloe in. That's extremely important. Well, 5 is even better, and that's good news. And those town councils were a strong voice. And as has been said time and time again here today, that voice was important in terms of tidy towns, in terms of promoting employment in that town, in promoting what was good about those towns. But you know, when you go back to that point, there was a bit of snobbery involved in this, because the guys and the girls down in the town councils were seen as bits of idiots that really you couldn't have represented their town or their area. And that was very wrong, and that existed. And I hope that the damage that was done to people and the hurt that was caused will now be changed when we put this back in place as quickly as possible, where those town councils, as Deputy Howland has said to me now, with a population of 5,000, are going to be put back in place, have their rightful position, and I can assure you that that will mean a lot to those towns, and it will invigorate them again, and it will give a real voice at local level to those people when that voice should never have been taken away. I'll hand over to my colleague, Deputy Lawless.
Thank you, Ken Corley. I want to begin by applaud Deputy Howland for bringing forward the bill and for the measure, and I want to also welcome his recognition, his acknowledgement of the fact that it was a mistake under his government to abolish town councils, and I say that in a magnanimous, sincere way, because I think it is important when someone realises something is wrong that one says it, so I applaud that. I also want to recognise the efforts of my colleague Deputy Shane Castles, who has brought forward a similar bill recently, which I think actually passed second stage not so long ago. I think it's a very important measure. We know that decisions are made best by those closest to them. The principle of subsidiarity has been recognised for millennia, since we first began city charters. Indeed, the famous Irish-American politician Tip O'Neill talked of all politics being local, and indeed they are, and that's why it's so important that we recognise that role. Of course, there are anomalies. The poor, maligned town of Ballybay, I'm not sure if any colleagues would have Monaghan in the chamber, was Deputy Queen, but was an example of one. I think there were 900 residents for 9 councillors, a 1 to 100 population. But by the same token, the town of Selbridge, or the town of Maynooth, in my own constituency, had close to 20,000 residents and not a single councillor because they didn't have a town council. So I think it's important that if we do re-establish them, and I hope we do, that it is done in such a way that's uniform and that we get balance across the country. The cost savings, I think, when the abolition was made, and we've heard much criticism of former Deputy Hogan, the cost savings, I believe amounted to 15 million over 72 town councils that were abolished. It reminds me of the Garda stations that were abolished. I think 132 stations were abolished. Cost saving was 2 million. So I think there was a general cull at the time, or a general populism, and I blame it the Fine Gael door, this kind of anti-Quango. There was much talk, and the current Taoiseach was very to the fore end of abolishing Quangos and abolishing all these sort of agencies. In actual fact, what he was doing was abolishing public services. I think it was a kind of populism, anti-expert mood, because the figures actually don't bear it out. If we actually look at the statistics, there was this idea abroad a couple of years ago that we were overrepresented, that we had too many politicians. In actual fact, if we look at local government, France has 1 councillor to every 118 people, Denmark has 1 councillor to every 115 people, Ireland has 1 councillor to every 4,800. So we are actually at the opposite end of the scale. We are actually massively underrepresented in local government in Ireland. So I think that kind of populism was unhelpful to local democracy. But look, I commend the bill, and I hope it is enacted. Thank you.
Dr. Michael Harty, please, sharing with colleagues.
Yes, with Michael Collins and Michael Healy-Rae. Thank you very much, Ciarán Comhairle, and I would like to speak in favour of this bill. Deputy Howland, the Local Government Restoration of Town Councils Bill 2018, and obviously this bill is going to reform the Local Government Act of 2014 and restore town councils, and I think this is going to address the democratic deficit that arose with the abolition of town councils. I think it's a political correction for democracy. I think that sums up the bill, that we are returning to a form of democracy that we lost, and we now realise the loss of that, and it needs to be returned. So I think the pendulum has swung too far away from local democracy. And this bill attempts to allow local towns and councils to make decisions for themselves. I think the centralisation of local government into county councils withdrew too far away from people in towns and substantial towns in our counties. In Clare, Shannon, Ennis, Kilrush lost their town councils and Kilkee lost their town commissioners. So this bill would restore to County Clare a town council in Ennis and in Shannon. And I think that is to be welcomed. Because we are suffering a sustained attack on rural Ireland and rural life, and I think the withdrawal of local democracy was another example of that. We're losing our services, our medical, our post office services and many other services in rural Ireland, and I think we do need to restore local democracy, which would help to redress that balance. So it also allows towns to make decisions which are specific to themselves and to develop local amenities and local cultural activities, but also to maintain the services within those towns and to maintain the integrity of those communities. So county councils have now divided into municipal districts, and quite often that is a huge area to be covered by a small number of councillors. And quite often many areas have no representation whatsoever. So I think the restoration of this democracy, this correction of local democracy is extremely important, and I commend this bill to the House. Thank you.
I'm grateful of the opportunity to speak this evening. The previous government abolished the town council tier of local government. The abolishment of that tier, which had focused on urban centres, was clearly a mistake and needs to be rectified by restoring our town councils. I will stand here and strongly argue for the reintroduction of an urban focus. There is a disconnect between the municipal districts and the urban towns. People in the towns of West Cork no longer have the ready access to the same number of councillors or to what used to be the town hall, and we must restore that. When the town councils were abolished, I saw in my own constituency in West Cork, Clonakilty, they set up their own mayoral council, and this council, in fairness to the volunteers, Anthony McDermott, John Loughnane, Greta O'Donovan, Colette Toomey and Kenneth O'Sullivan, have given tirelessly, continuously to their community. Each year they have a mayoral contest, and there's 150, 160 functions they attend each year attends, and I commend them for their giving their time to the people. Some of the decisions of the previous government and present government beggars belief when it comes to rural Ireland. Look at the Community Voluntary Forum. The way he struck them off, we were lucky, and very lucky, with the way the last government were going, that you couldn't get your hands on local community councils, because he would have struck them out as well. Anyone at all, make sure you won't give a voice. But has anything changed? The recent boundary changes in Cork, which include the transfer of Cork County Council areas with big populations from the County Council into the Cork Cooperation, will have a detrimental effect on the county going forward. The loss of revenue from areas such as Glanmire, Blarney, Ballincollig will result in a huge drain of revenue to the county long term. No, again, dictation from the top. I am representing rural areas in West Cork, some of which are the most disadvantaged in the county. These include the peninsulas and islands, and we cannot afford any loss of revenue long term going forward, Minister. But as I said, has anything changed? Now we look at the new county council boundary changes, where no consultation was had for the people of Court McSherry, Barry Road, Timoleague and Dara. Again, they don't want to be pushed into the Bandon electoral area, but he forced them into it. Again, dictation from the top. So we're left in no situation. Nothing has changed. He got rid of town councils. You're getting rid of, as much as he can, you'll erode anything that's to do with community. And this is all being led by a political party that have another agenda. And while I agree with the restoring of town council, I do not trust this government in doing it, as it will be doctored, in my view, in some way to suit their own needs. The government needs to start taking the people of rural Ireland seriously and give the people of rural Ireland back their voice. One step in this measure would be to reintroduce the town councils.
Count Caller, if you'll live long enough, you'll get to see everything. This is the same Labour that a short number of years ago bald-headed abolished 80 town councils, 744 councillors, people who I adored, no matter what political persuasions they were. I didn't care whether they were Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael, Labour, Independent, Sinn Féin. They were doing great work in their localities. You were all so arrogant at that time, in Fine Gael and in Labour. He thought that he could impose whatever he wanted. He had such a majority, and he did. and he tore the heart out of local democracy because he was so big-headed and swelled-headed. I remember at the time, over across from me there, and I hate talking about somebody who's not here, but at the time Phil Hogan, and I was particularly talking about Fine Gael councillors who I was personally friends with, people who I liked, who I was brought up as a child knowing the work they were doing in their communities, and I admired them. And I told him, those people, I said, they're from your party, and I said, they're very upset. He stood up when I was finished and he said, do you know what you can do? He said, go back and tell them I'm quaking in my boots. That's on the record of the Dáil. That's what he thought of colleagues of his at the time. Just because he was a big fancy minister above here, he forgot completely about the local councillors. The local councillors, in my book, aren't thanked half enough for the work that they do. But they were thanked by Labour and they were thanked by Fine Gael because he got rid of them. And it's so hypocritical of you to be coming in here now and saying, well, we'll bring them back. You'll bring them back after not listening to us at the time, who we didn't just ask you. We actually begged you. It wasn't about saving money. You were just being stupid and arrogant. And that's what you are. Now you realise, oh yes, you made a big mistake. And there is other people who aren't here, and I hate talking about people who aren't in the chamber, but people like Alan Kelly, that were their heads were so far up where I won't say they couldn't see the light of day. They were just being so arrogant, and they thought they could do whatever they wanted and get away with it. But I would dearly love to see town councils coming back. I remember the great work that was done by people from across the party political divides in towns like Killarney, Tralee and Listowel, back for many decades, work that they did that was so important. And I think that having town councils being brought back is of vital importance, and they have a very important role to play in the future, and they should have never ever been abolished in the first instance.
Just the question of making the charge of being arrogant has been raised. It's not. No, well, I don't. Well, no, I don't know. I didn't hear that. But the accusation of being arrogant is a political charge that is routinely made here. Right. Well, Deputy Healy, I'm sure you won't give us anything to object to, Deputy Healy, will you?
I wouldn't know is right. Thank you, Count Corla. I want to speak on this particular bill, and I want to welcome it and hope that it will be passed. And indeed, I'd call first off on the Minister to withdraw his amendment, because the scrutiny of this bill can be done at committee and subsequent stages. Local decisions, Count Corla, should be made at local level and as near as possible to people that those decisions affect. And local government was working well, and there was no need to fix it because it wasn't broken. And I have seen at first hand the workings of town councils and borough councils. I was a member of Clonmel Corporation and Clonmel Borough Council from 1985 to 2004, and Mayor of the town from 1994 to 95. A very significant and substantial inland town, the biggest inland town in the country, in fact, and worked absolutely very well right across all the political parties and independents who served on that corporation and borough council. Tipperary was very badly hit by the abolition of the councils, and in fact it has been a disaster, and it has obviously failed, and I welcome the fact that this bill has now been introduced. It's a pity it has to be introduced, but so be it. In Tipperary we lost Clonmel Borough Council, we lost Carrick-on-Suir Town Council, Cashel Town Council, Tipperary Town Council, Thurles Town Council, Templemore Town Council and Nenagh Urban District Council as well. Count Corla, I think it's important to get a flavour of the type of towns that have been stripped of their local representatives, of their local government. And if I could just say, Carrick-on-Suir, for instance, known, for the only existing manor house in the country, visited by Anne Boleyn, wife of Henry VIII at one stage. The home of the first president of the GAA, Maurice Davin, the home of Sean Kelly and Sam Bennett, and indeed the Clancy brothers. Clonmel, capital of South Tipperary, defeated Cromwell in May 1650 with the help of our northern neighbours Hugh Dove O'Neill and his people, and the mayor of the day, Mayor White, negotiated a deal with Cromwell that saved the town, saved the people of the town, and indeed the soldiers that were supporting the town. Clonmel Courthouse saw many high-profile sessions, including the Young Irelanders in 1848. And of course the Labour Party was established in Clonmel Town Hall in 1912, and it's the seat of has been the seat of administration of the South County for a long number of years. And of course we have musicians like the late Frank Patterson, like Mick Delahunty and like Micheál O'Sullivan. A Quaker town, and Biancany's first transport system, another man that was a mayor of Clonmel on two occasions. Again, Cahir, Cashel rather, the Rock of Cashel, and the seat of the Kings of Munster, Tipperary town, Tibrador, the Well of Ara, it's the nucleus of the War of Independence, nearby Salahead Beg, Sean Tracy, Dan Breen, Seamus Robinson and Sean Hogan in January 1919 started the fight for Irish freedom. Nina in the north of the county, the capital of the north of the county, it's a Norman settlement. Nina Castle was built as early as the 13th century, and there was a county jail there, and that jail had a great-grandfather of mine, Michael Healy, a Fenian, incarcerated there for some time in the 1867. Thurles, again, the birthplace of the GAA, Semple Stadium, Roscrea, heritage town, 600 years of the finest Irish architecture at St. Cronan's Cathedral, and a normal castle going back to 1280. There's Cahir Castle, there's Roscrea, as I said, there's Templemore. This is the kind of history that gives towns their identity and makes them communities. And these are towns that certainly shouldn't have been stripped of their local government. And there's no doubt in my mind that we should restore those town councils and indeed the borough councils as quickly as possible. It would appear that the Minister and the government who in the past, with the help of the Labour Party, abolished these town councils and borough councils, that this government now are going to put this off again. I certainly hope that they don't do that, that they withdraw their amendment and they allow this bill to go forward for scrutiny at committee and subsequent stages.
Much, Deputy Healy. Now, Deputy Willie Penrose, please.
I'm glad to have an opportunity to support Deputy Howland in bringing forward the restoration of the Town Council Bill. And I'm somewhat surprised at the peevishness and small-mindedness of some of the contributors here from various parties who have actually tried to undermine former Minister Howland. He's done what, and I'm one of the longest-serving members here today, this evening, he's done what I haven't seen in 26 years. He's come into the House, put his hands up, acknowledged that we did wrong. It's very important. And I see Deputy Lawless here, and I acknowledge that you acknowledge that, and I think that. But in fairness, Deputy Cassells, I was listening to your speech, and I don't know where you were coming from. It was ungracious, to say the least. Well, don't worry about the fox. You're at the old meat trick. We well know you in Westmeath what you're like. But in that respect, I mean, of course, Deputy Munster is feeling the heat from Senator Nash, and of course, the campaign being led by the local newspaper to ensure that Drogheda is getting cooperation status restored. So, and at the end of the day, we should all learn lessons and not be afraid to come in here to apologise. And I have great respect for Deputy O'Cale, and perhaps the lesson of the fact that I know the former Senator Maria Cahill is looking for acknowledgement of various issues at this point in time. And maybe if they adopt the same role and the same position as Deputy Howland has in relation to where we've made a mess of abolishing town councils. Let's be clear, we did. And we're glad. Although some town councils, you couldn't say the town councils that you're going to get elected with 50 people, that was still worthy of maintaining or retaining. There should have been reform rather than abolition. Let's be clear. Let's call a spade a spade. And I know of some of those town councils down here. So let's all grow up in here. Let's not always have to have a bad, flying off the handle over nothing. Let's be deal it in a critical, cool-headed way. We made a mistake. We're in here apologising for it, and we adopt and delighted with support coming from all quarters. We feel that this bill could probably be improved and put together maybe with the Fianna Fáil bill and bring forward and get it into the committee. And, Minister Phelan, it was your own colleague who led the charge. I wasn't there at the time. I was actually resigned. I wasn't even a member of the Labour Party. I didn't have the whip when this happened. But I still assume responsibility, unlike some people, because I was here and I suppose I could have spoken out with greater clarity against it. But we're now proposing that every town in Ireland with a population of over 5,000 and at least 1,000 dwellings with a clearly defined urban centre should have a town council stored. In other words, there's critical mass. There should be 9 councillors elected from one electoral area, but if the town is larger, there's larger towns, they're down where Deputy Lawless is, maybe 25,000 people, there should be 15. Let's reflect it. But of course this can be changed or reconsidered. Deputy Cassell's idea may well be better than that. Let's bring the two of them together. Don't be afraid about this. And other deputies have their point of view. Deputy Quayle has a point of view. The central point is that the town would elect its own council, serve the needs of council. And people do feel remote from their public representative present. And this would remedy this. The ability to set their own rates can be lower or higher than set by the county council. The Restoration Town Council, Mullingar, Athlone and Longford would enable them to be in control of their own development plans, their own budgets, their own planning application, their own finances. And indeed, in the like of Mullingar, we could actually, as a town council, promote the local industrial park at Marlinstown with 27 hectares, so to ensure that we would get an industry in there, centrally located, well appointed, planning permissions, 3-phase electricity, and yes, we have failed, the IDA have failed to secure an industry for that area, and we could do more. At Lowell and Mullingar, nearly 25,000 people, well over 20,000 people, heading those 25,000 people each, Longford 10,000 people. All of those areas would qualify. So I think that's important. And the decision to abolish in whole-scale fashion, was stupid, driven by a false narrative that the abolition would lead to significant levels of savings. What happened as a result, of course, the reduction of local public reps, who are the fulcrum of representative democracy, was it just heaped work and pressure on a smaller number of public representatives, many of whom were in effect, not local to the particular area, and who actually had to carry an extra load with no pay. No, the pay is absolutely useless for local authority. The big problem we're going to face over the next number of years, let's call a spade, is trying to get people to actually run for those offices. Let's call a spade. And we bow to the lowest common denominator. Someone in the media makes a point about public representatives, and immediately we rush in. And we in this House are kings and queens of it. We condemn every public representative, and we lacerate ourselves in here. I've seen it over the deterioration over 26 years is frightening. When I came in here first, there was respect for one another. We had our political arguments. No more than I disagree with Deputy Cassell or Deputy Quayle. But at the end of the day, we had respect. And if we do not have respect for one another, don't expect anyone outside to have respect for you. And you think you're gaining an upper hand by some snide or glib remark, and you're only playing to the gallery and denigrating your fellow representative. Argue the political toss vehemently and strongly, but when you leave here, we're all in these colleagues together. And I'm sure we're all in it for the best motives. 99.9% of the people I have served with, I think they were always motivated by public service. And I was proud to be one of their own, and after the next election I clearly won't be, but I was proud to leave and say that I was part of that House, and it's a great honour. But we shouldn't run around denigrating one another, because it's only fuel for somebody else to continue that denigration. In the last week I've heard stories across Ireland of the impact of the loss of the Town Council and why it should be introduced. Liam van der Speck, or representing Cavan, urgently seeks the restoration of his Town Council. He told me that Cavan Town Council, with a population of over 10,000, has been notably underdeveloped since losing this Town Council, with the main streets and housing estates not suffering. They've dropped from one of the top spots of the IBAL Litter League, and because of the lack of representation, and I was very proud to be at their 3 Flags, and I'm a great Kyoto's man, as most people know, in 2010 back, that's years, But it'd be hard to get those things now because they all want it. I know we're spending $3 million in Mullingar, and we hope to get the FLA in 2020 and 21 because in 2021 it was founded in Mullingar. We want it there for the 70th anniversary. So let that go out to everyone, including Deputy Howland, who's looking for Wexford. So that I know Ian McGahan from Bray and County Wicklow told me we have lost direct decision-making powers in housing and planning, as well as direct finance and budgets. Towns have lost out hugely by the 2004 legislation. Seamus Ryan and Ennis, County Clare, told me communities took pride in having their local council for their town. They were a vital avenue for advocacy for people in small communities across the entirety of the country and to give people a local focal point. So people are being badly represented by the changes introduced in the municipal districts, where it can take literally hours to cross from one end to the other. Ennis is a town of 26,000, effectively has 3 councillors, as the other 5 are all rural, and in Shannon with 13,000 is 1 councillor for the town. Just shows you the imbalance that can happen. This is no respect to the councillors who are there. They're fighting tooth and nail. Every councillor travelling miles and getting damn all for it from rural areas outside the town, because I was a rural councillor myself, 12, 14 miles from Mullingar. But sure, I'd be representing rural areas and things like that. But the town, you know, the county councillors who elected Mullingar, they knew intimately every pothole, every ditch, every hedgerow, every light, every pavement, every manhole cover. They knew it intimately. I couldn't know that. So this is where it all fell out. So we need to give them back a voice and not be afraid of it. Aaron Byrne from Kells in County Meath, a neighbour, of course, of Deputy Cassels, told me the removal of town councils created a deficit of representation for people in smaller towns and villages across the county. And his area, I think there's 3 towns, and I can be corrected now with Deputy Cassels, Kells at Boyne Castle, a neighbour of our own, which have lost their town councils and are now represented at county level by, I think, they shared 7 councillors. And this meant 7 voices among, 40 in Meath County Council, fighting for resources for 3 towns in a large municipal district. And Kells is listed in the County Development Plan as only support function in Navan, which is a different municipal district. So there are 7 councillors trying to vie for funding, I suppose, across a huge area of the county, against 7 councillors specifically elected to serve in Navan Town, backed up by a County Development Plan. And that's the type of imbalance that happens because of the way the thing was structured. And, you know, I mean, we all represent, like of us, we represent Mullingar, he represents Navan, you represent everyone. But in the town areas, it's important that they have the representatives, those large towns. And so I think that you know, Kells needs a representative can prioritise the needs of Kells and focus on developing the town and hinterlands in their own right and not supporting entities to larger towns and entities. And I think Johnny Walsh in Galway, he's on slow there, Town Council, he gave me 7 reasons, Chair. So one is that the town can set its own commercial rates, which are 30% lower than the county rate, and increases hitting the town hard. 2, that it would restore personal contact with local council officials instead of people having to travel 40 miles to close office. 3, it would reconnect the general public in our towns with the general political process, which is important. It would restore our budgetary planning and housing functions to our town, giving people local control. It would restore the discretionary community fund that the town councils had the relevant local knowledge for allocating monies to projects that needed them. It would ensure proper service for people in the town for council housing maintenance and upkeep of council green areas. The previous town council had an affordable council rent scheme, but the county council scheme is a more expensive scheme for tenants, even if there is no increase in their income. And it would restore a sense of civic pride by having their own local mayor to officiate important local events. Now that's one man, Johnny Walsh, who's around me. So, Minister, as you can see across Ireland, people who care about their towns want the opportunity to make their urban areas better. The specific goals, concerns are getting lost. Diversity is essential. It allows towns to experiment with new ways of doing things, to try out new projects and specialise based on what they're happy to have. It gives towns a voice they now lack, and I support the returning of those voices to those local councils.
Thank you, Deputy Penrose. Minister Phelan, please.
Thank you, John Corlett. And I thank the deputies who contributed to the debate. It's very interesting, actually, and I'm a bit of an anorak about matters relating to local government. But I must admit that I can't support the legislation as drafted by Minister Howland. And I think we've had 19 deputies who have spoken. And there's been some very good reasons as to why they feel the changes weren't suitable and haven't worked in some areas. My fundamental principle is that when people vote in local elections, as in national elections, they should have one vote. And the previous Victorian system, introduced by the Local Government Act of 1898, which is referred to, I think, by Deputy Butler, created a situation where certain individuals who lived in certain urban centres around the country had 2 ballot papers at a local election. Now, I think that there's a lot of work to be done here, and there's not as much, perhaps, between my view and other members of the House as to how we develop an integrated system of local government. But I think we can all agree that the county as a unit is, I suppose, the primary function outside of the larger cities, the primary identifiable geographic division of by which local government should be implemented. But is there a method of ensuring that our towns can be, I suppose, more strongly represented, or not more integrated, I can't even find the word I'm looking for, but better represented within that county structure? I think that our current system, where we're heading now for 30 local authorities in Ireland, is enough. I note people's contributions in relation to representation. And Deputy Lawless and others, I think Deputy Castle spoke about, I think it's a councillor for every 118, was it, in France? Which would be interesting if we were to have that here in this country. I think that proportion is perhaps too low, but we are on the higher end. There's no doubt about it. But we're also overrepresented at a national level. Perhaps we should cut the Dáil in half and double the size of local authorities to bring us. No, well, that would bring us more into line with international norms. Or perhaps we could have our own proper integrated system of local government. I'm not one to say that the current system is perfect, but I listen to examples from deputies from around the country. Deputy McGrath spoke comically, as usual, about chains of office in Clonmel and council offices in Cashel. Those are matters for Tipperary County Council, what offices they open and which they don't. And the idea that because the British couldn't rule Tipperary, I don't know if the British could rule Matty, but that Tipperary was divided into two and therefore should be kept and frozen in aspic in perpetuity. Surely we should be able to have, and Deputy Penrose made the best contribution of the lot when he spoke about people not denigrating each other. I don't dismiss any of the arguments that have been made by others, but I really fundamentally object, and I can't understand how a house of people who are supposed to be Democrats think that some people should have 2 votes in a local election and others should have 1. And nobody said it. Now, but can we integrate our towns properly? I know, and that's absolutely outrageous, but I'm changing that. Brendan, there's a committee which will have legislation shortly on how the Seanad should be elected into the future. I want to address some of the specific issues that others have spoken about, this bill being cost neutral. It isn't cost neutral. 100 towns you spoke of, Deputy Howland, of 5,000 or more. Interestingly enough, several of the Fianna Fáil speakers, Deputy Butler and somebody else, who I can't even, Deputy Moynihan from Macroom, spoke about how they were supporting the bill because it would bring back Lismore Town Council and Macroom Town Council. Those 2 towns are far below the 5,000 people threshold, so maybe they should have read the bill before they contributed. But can we... I actually think that the reason that Deputy Castle's legislation, which was passed by the House, we haven't discussed it since, is that there was an impending report due before the Cabinet on local government and local leadership, and that was approved by the Cabinet, and it has been given to the... I find it very frustrating as well, as I suppose the spare leg in the Customs House, who's not directly involved in housing, that most of the issues naturally that are discussed by the Housing Committee are related to housing, because that's the biggest national issue now. And to get time to discuss local government matters is just difficult. I would much prefer if there was a separate local... I mean, most people here have served on local authorities. If there was a separate local government committee, or if there was a subgroup of the joint Oireachtas committee to look at local government, and we could have a proper discussion and a full discussion without kind of shouting at each other as to how we want town councils and indeed county councils and local authorities to progress into the future. I just want to refer again to a few of the other comments by other deputies. Deputy James Brown spoke about that we said that we were told that there would be no savings. There have been savings. 21 million was saved in the merger of Tipperary, Waterford and Limerick local authorities, and between 18 and 20 million in the abolition of town councils. It's not necessarily huge money, but it's equally untrue to say that there was no savings made. I also was struck by Deputy Cassidy. He said that there was an anti-town attitude in county councils across the country. Maybe it's the case in Meath, but I never found it. Maybe Kilkenny was unique in the sense that there was one urban centre and everything else was much smaller around the county, but there was never a sense of anti-urbanism. Your deputy leader, who is a man I have great respect for, made a most strange contribution to this debate where he spoke about his ancestors being town engineers. And he said that he kind of let the mask slip a little. Fine Gael never did well in town councils, so they were always against them. So the corollary being, I suppose, that Fianna Fáil always did well in them, and I don't think Deputy Howland, this is at the back of his, and I don't think it's at the back of most of the contributors here, but there is an element of patronage involved in town councils. That it gives a role for local party activists who can be paid on the back of the ratepayer or the property taxpayer and can become involved in the political activities of whatever organisation or independent that is seeking election. And I got a strong whiff of that from Deputy Cleary, which would be unusual from him, from his contribution earlier tonight. Deputy O'Loughlin, nothing much. Town councils at the bottom. Margaret Murphy O'Mahony spoke about town councils being at the bottom rung of the ladder and needing to, people could stand for further election after being on town councils. I suppose that was a function that they did serve to some extent, but I don't think that's necessarily a good enough reason as to why they should exist in the future. In relation to Drogheda, which is in the same boat as my own part of the world in Kilkenny, where the borough council was abolished. The new Drogheda Borough District was drawn up, and I think most people who contributed to the debate have acknowledged the fact that the recent review of local electoral areas has made an attempt to make them more manageable geographically. It's also made an attempt to make them more manageable in terms of the focus on towns. Now, Deputy Howland has spoken to me several times about Wexford Town. The new Wexford Borough District corresponds to Wexford Town and its immediate hinterland. And my local town growing up was New, which it won't be, because the people who drew up the committee members erred in terms of their terms of reference, that any town of over 30,000 will or any ex-borough will have its own municipal district. But my local town growing up was New Ross in County Wexford. And of course we'll always have this problem. The town council in New Ross, the people who lived in Ross Birkin, which is my own home area, some of them had a vote in New Ross, and the rest of them were in County Kilkenny. You'll always have the boundary issues, which I'm very familiar with. But, New Ross is a beautiful place, and I have great memories of going to school there. But it was run by 5 out of 9 Fianna Fáil for most of my life, and it was like a common. It was like a common. And the town suffered as a result. And there was probably other examples of town councils where Fianna Fáil had the majority that didn't suffer. But it was the individuals that were involved. And I could bring you...
No, deputies, please.
I didn't name any individuals. Matty was naming a public official. But...
Deputy, please.
Okay. I think, and the reason why I'm asking members to, I suppose, postpone even the vote on this, is that we needed a proper discussion. We've never had it. In the year and a bit that I've been Minister for Local Government, there's been no discussion solely on local government reform issues, and I would welcome it. And I think that rather than dividing on the bill, we should have that full discussion first.
Minister, thank you very much. Now, Deputy Howland, to conclude this matter, please.
I want to thank everybody who contributed to this debate. I think for private members' business, it certainly had one of the largest numbers of members contributing that I can remember of recent times. But I think everybody in the House has an affinity to the democratic system. And we all strive in our own ways to try and make it better. There's been various attempts. In my own time, more than 2 decades ago in the Custom House, when I produced Better Local Government, the idea then was not only to strengthen local government, but to link it into very strong community activity for the first time. And there was great resistance to that, the notion that unelected community groups should be involved in strategic policy committees and shape policy, although the majority of every committee, of course, would be the elected members. I know that when Phil Hogan produced his plans, I don't attribute any malice to him at all. Of course I don't. And, you know, there's various contributions to this debate tonight. Most of it was very constructive. Most of it was very measured. There are some members whom you never expect anything more than vitriol from, and they never disappoint. But I have to say that I am taken aback by just the ungraciousness and ungenerousness of the comments of Deputy Castles. I think it is an important thing for politicians to recognise mistakes were made and to come in here and say that and change our mind. As I said in my opening contributions, I spent 3 days in Liverpool up to last night trying to persuade the British people to think again about what I think is a grievous mistake in Brexit. And if we haven't the ability to say that we should think again on how things work out, and whatever merits people argued for a more integrated type of local government, it hasn't worked. And I want to make just a few points in relation to the comments of particularly the 2 ministers who spoke. Minister English said basically that the municipal system is working. It isn't. It just isn't. And I acknowledge that the revised boundaries will improve things. For example, we all know our own place best. And the new municipal district of Wexford, which is essentially Wexford town and its immediate environments, will be immeasurably better than the old one. Because the old one was a quarter of the county. And people, you know, from Kilmore Quay to Rosslare Harbour didn't have the affinity to the town. And mayors elected from those areas had no urban tradition. And it did sunder that. And you do need the urban driver. So when I acknowledge that an attempt has been made in the new boundaries to make improvements, I really do think we need to have the standalone urban council so that we don't have a situation where it is, whatever we say, merely a subcommittee of the Greater County Council. Because that's what it is now. Why I am anxious to publish or to have this bill enacted now, and I'm certainly determined to proceed with it. And I acknowledge the campaigning work of Deputy Castles on this. But his bill didn't actually create the new councils. If this bill is passed, this will create the new councils. His bill created a process that would consider the creation of the councils. That's very welcome. We supported it. It is right. There'll be a lot of work to be done if we pass this to second stage and get into committee. But I'd love to see this been done in time for the next local elections. And that's not an impossible task if we try it. The other point made by Minister English, that the government's response to this is we'll have another report, and what will we do with that? We'll actually submit that for a further report. Now, that is not the way to deal with this critical issue. We want the debate. Let's set aside a day, maybe a Friday or a Monday, if the Minister of State wants a full debate on local government issues. And let us make those decisions. I'd be delighted to map out my own time to contribute to that, and I think that all the deputies who spoke tonight would do the same. I do say, in relation to Minister John Paul Phelan's contribution, I think he will regret talking about the patronage issue. I think that was unfortunate. I genuinely think that people who put themselves up for town councils get precious little out of it other than abuse. They work really hard and they have ideas. I served for many, many years on Wexford Borough Council. I served on Wexford County Council. And I have to say with an absolute clear conscience that much more constructive work was done at Wexford Borough Council than at Wexford County Council. Maybe it's the scale of things, maybe it's because not everybody was interested in every issue. But on the Borough Council, everybody was interested in every single issue, and it was of great moment. Now, an awful lot of time was wasted. I remember one rates process that took, I think, 10 meetings, and we were talking over very small sums of money at the end of the day. But they were passionate, and people were strong about it, and people were listening, and the wider public knew it, and they knew their councillors were there through the night, you know, until 10 or 11 at night, arguing for their little issues, whether there should be an expenditure of £20,000 at the time for a local playground. Small money, but really important decisions for people. And I do regret that we haven't got that now, and I'd like to put that right. You know, I've taken note of what everybody said, and I don't really want to add any notes of discordancy to this, but Deputy Munster came in here, and the most damning thing about her contribution is she clearly hadn't read the bill. You know, you'd expect the basic things in a democracy, that people know what they're talking about, even in fairly general terms, before they make a critique. And to come in here, she obviously motivated by whatever is going on within her own constituency, because Jed Nash has championed this and has got traction on it because he's right on it, that she feels that she has to put her oar in. But I can say this, if her general thesis is that it is fundamentally wrong to change your mind, well then Sinn Féin is in a sorry state. Because I welcome people changing their mind. I welcome people saying, you know, we didn't get that right. You know, we made a mistake with that. You know, we could have done that better. If we could all do that, I think our democracy would be an awful lot better and an awful lot healthier. So let me...
Deputy Hall, would you acknowledge that Deputy O'Connell said exactly...
I most certainly would. But as I said in the beginning, there are some people whose contribution you always expect to be of a certain standard. And in terms of your own Deputy O'Connell, I always expect yours to be of a very high standard. Never playing the person, always addressing with passion the issue. And I acknowledge that very readily. But I want to get back to the critical issue, and that is, will we have a consensus in this House to actually maybe take on some in the Custom House, whom I dealt with 20-odd years ago, who were never enamoured with town government.
Take them on, please.
And let you, because you're the minister, and you know, I think you came in and admitted that the housing issue is so large and so important that the local government issue is very much a secondary issue. But we have local government elections next year. Would you take it upon yourself to say, there is a consensus in this House to restore town government in some shape or form? I'm not saying the formulation that the Labour Party has presented tonight is the finished product. It isn't. But will you take it on that we'll try and do it in time for next year? Let this bill pass, even if it requires a special committee of the House, if the Housing Committee is too busy. I will serve on it myself. And I would ask people to see if we can make this transformation, which I think would be a really important restoration of our local government system, but a real important step in reconnecting people who are increasingly disenfranchised and disconnected from the things that matter most to them. Because if you talk to people on the doors, it is the small things, the antisocial behaviour, the state of the footpaths, the lights, the signage, the grass verges, all these things that are the bread and butter of local government that people want to be able to contact their local representatives about. So I would ask you, Minister, to withdraw your amendment, allow this bill to pass. I think it will in any event, and I thank all the deputies who supported it. And let us then, in our best collective effort, do something right for local government.
Thank you, Deputy Howland. That therefore concludes our discussion on the local government restoration of town councils Bill 2018. The question now is, how stands the amendment in the name of the Minister? The Minister is pressing his amendment. Na chakti atar have na tarishka shin abridish ta. Enya tanakanya abridish nil. Stoilumun gulen kestritze. I believe the question is carried. Vote all. Well, since the vote has been called, the vote is postponed until the weekly division time on Thursday next, tomorrow, in accordance with Standing Order 72. Thank you, members. We now, belatedly, and apologies for the late start, we proceed now to our consideration of item number 41, which is the Public Health Alcohol Bill 2015, Order for Report in final stages. Minister, can you move that the report stage be taken now?
I move.
Is that agreed? It's agreed. Thank you very much. Right, we proceed to the amendments. Amendment number 1 is in the name of Deputy Louisa Riley. It arises out of committee proceedings. 1 to 3 inclusive, 6 and 24 are related. 1 to 3 inclusive and 6 are consequential on 24. 1 to 3 inclusive, 6 and 24 will be discussed together. Deputy O'Reilly.
I move.
You move. Do you want to address the amendment?
Subsection 1, Subsection 1 is a prohibition on the advertising of alcohol online unless all reasonable steps are taken to ensure that children cannot view the advertising. All reasonable steps is a formula widely used in the statute book. It is the same test used by the Department of Health in relation to the offence of selling tobacco products to under 16s. The reference to Information Society services reflects the EU terminology used to define services such as websites, email, search engines, Twitter, YouTube, etc., and it is the terminology used by the Department of Health in their ban on e-cigarettes. Section 6, subsection 2 then sets out factors to be taken into account in determining whether reasonable steps to ensure advertising cannot be viewed by children. The reference to the court or jury reflects the fact that the offence could be tried on indictment before a jury. The subsection is not prescriptive as to what constitutes all reasonable steps, but I would expect that it would effectively require the following: age gates, which would be at least a user entered date of birth or similar. The use of any demographic targeting tools provided by advertising networks to limit viewing to users over 18. Registration of websites with internet filtering software providers and a restriction on retweets sent by email and similar tools where these would have the effect of exposing an advertisement to a new audience which could potentially include children. The reference to state of technological development is borrowed from the Data Protection Acts 1988 and 2003, and it is intended to have the effect that the duty to prevent viewing by children will become more stringent as time progresses and access controls become more effective. Subsection 3 provides that the offence only apply to audiovisual media services originating in Ireland. This is done to reflect the country of origin principle in the AVMSD, which prevents Ireland from imposing these rules on services originating in other EEA jurisdictions. I had expected that the Department of Health would table its own amendment in similar terms, but alas, this did not happen.
Deputy O'Reilly, are there any other members offering at this stage on this? Deputy Donnelly? My apologies, yes.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to support the spirit of what Deputy O'Reilly is trying to do. I've discussed it with the Minister in some detail, and it has been explained that for a bunch of what sound like very reasonable and material legal reasons, it can't be done in this way. However, I think the point raised is incredibly important, because one of the things that this bill does is try and prevent advertising of alcohol around areas like sports, and particularly as it relates to children. And of course, as we know, advertising is moving online. So my understanding is that over 50% of advertising revenue spent in Ireland today is online, and so I think we are going to great efforts in making a real difference in terms of advertising, billboards and near schools and so forth. But to miss online advertising, of course, is a real problem. Now, my understanding is it couldn't be brought through this bill because it requires changes to European legislation and so forth. And so while we won't be supporting the exact motion, I wholeheartedly agree with the point Deputy O'Reilly raises, which is whatever prohibitions we're bringing in, whatever protections we're bringing in, particularly for younger people and children, we must, as a matter of urgency, figure out how to bring that into the online space as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other deputy? No. Minister.
Thank you very much, Cian Corla. So opposition amendments 1, 2, 3, 6 and 24, as Deputy O'Reilly outlined, create a framework for age restrictions for alcohol advertising on the internet. And I too, like Deputy Donnelly, want to be very clear that I fully support the intention of these amendments, as I've discussed with Deputy O'Reilly, as I also discussed in the Shannon, and as my colleague Minister Byrne would have discussed at committee stage. Because one of the primary objectives of this bill is to delay the initiation of alcohol consumption by children and young people. So, to be very clear, there's no disagreement between myself and Deputy O'Reilly on the intent of what the Deputy is trying to achieve. These amendments propose the creation of an offence if a person advertises or causes to be advertised an alcohol product on an information society service, unless all reasonable steps are taken to ensure that the advertisement cannot be viewed by children. An example of what constitutes a reasonable step is whether age verification controls have been used to prevent access by children to an advertisement. My concern, which won't be of any news to the Deputy, with this approach is that these amendments use the framework of the Audiovisual Media Services Directive, which is obviously within the remit of my colleague, the Minister for Communications, Climate Action and the Environment. My officials have previously consulted with that department and the Department of Justice and Equality on this matter, because the issue is an important one. I'm informed that the Audiovisual Media Services Directive is a sector-specific directive for television and services that are like television, and I'm informed that the intention of its scope, as would be done by these amendments, to include any audiovisual content on any internet platform would cut across several EU directives and other legislation. In addition to these legal concerns, there is a difficulty with enforcement of the proposal. For example, if it was introduced for websites hosted in Ireland, advertisers could simply move to websites which are not hosted in Ireland in order to avoid the necessity to comply with these proposed restrictions. Finally, and this is just a practical point, but I'm unclear as to how effective age verification controls anyway are in terms of their implementation. If it's a matter of clicking a button to confirm that the viewer is aged 18 or over, children may simply well be able to click that button and therefore access the alcohol advertising. So, Cian Corla, I fully support the intention here. I'm very willing to work with colleagues across this House and indeed with other colleagues in government to see how Ireland can endeavour to address this and also endeavour to play a role in Europe in terms of addressing it. But it is the view and advice available to me that European legislation is likely to be necessary to address issues in relation to online platforms due to the cross-border nature of the services involved. That's not to say we shouldn't do it, but that this vehicle is not the best place or a position where we can do it, that this issue needs to be addressed at EU level, and for that reason I do not propose to accept these amendments. Thank you, Minister.
Deputy O'Reilly, do you want to come back on that?
Well, the information I have directly contradicts the information that the Minister has just given, and while I fully appreciate that the deputies respect the intention, it is and it remains our position that this is the correct vehicle in which to do it, because we believe that we have to take all and any steps that are necessary.
Wanted to comment on this matter?
First of all, thank you very much, Cian Corla. I suppose basically I am opposed to the cancer warning on this one. I thought he said one. Amendment 1 to 3.
1 to 3 inclusive, and 6 and 24.
Well, I suppose maybe I don't know. And does this include advertising? Is what, Minister?
Internet advertising targeting children. Are you for it or against it, Deputy?
And is it cancer one in pubs and restaurants?
No, that's not the subject matter here. No. So we'll come back to you when we get to that particular matter, Deputy. So the Minister is not accepting the amendment. How stands the amendment?
The amendment is being pressed.
The amendment is pressed. The Choctaw Tarhaven and Tarishkarish and Aberdeen each of the Tana Kanya Aberdeen is stolen Gulbutcher and Kesh. I believe the question is lost. Vote all.
Members, please take your designated seats. Item number 41, the Public Health Alcohol Bill 2015, Amendment 1 in the name of Deputy Louise O'Reilly. The question is that the amendment be made, and in that question a division has been challenged. Deputies Ta, Louise O'Reilly, Angus O'Snuddy, Neil, Deputies Joe McHugh and Tony McLaughlin. Sin tarú na tá fi a chuig Neil Cege sé agus Stain Trohadá ten Kesh Culture. We move on to Amendment 2. Could we just bear with us, please? Amendment 2, already discussed with number 1. Deputy Louise O'Reilly, where stands Amendment 2?
The amendment has been pressed.
Amendment 2?
It's been pressed.
You've been pressed?
Yes. Just to find my notes.
So Amendment 2 is already discussed. It should have done a wawer abadis ta. And the gunya abadis Neil. Shilam Golan Kesh Culture. The question is lost. Now, bear with us. Number 3, Amendment 3, already discussed with 1. Deputy O'Reilly. Are you pressing? Amendment 3.
Yes.
Amendment 3 has been pressed. It should have done a wawer abadis ta. It should have done a gunya abadis Neil. Shilam Golan Kesh Culture. Vote out. Short bells.
Item number 41, Public Health Alcohol Bill 2015. Amendment number 3 in the name of Deputy Louise O'Reilly. The question is that the amendment be made, and in that question a division has been challenged. Deputies Ta, Angus O'Snoddy, Louise O'Reilly, Neil, Deputies Joe McHugh and Tony McLaughlin. Sin tarin na ta fi shacht. Ta fi shacht Neil Craig August Stain Trocha 3 Tan Cash Culture. Amendment 4 Deputy Louise O'Reilly.
This amendment relates to the availability of free alcohol when purchasing a service, such as getting your nails done, going to the barbers. This is offered by businesses who are not licensed premises, so they shouldn't be supplying alcohol in this way without a proper licence. The provision of free alcohol in...
Maybe you should wait for a minute. Deputies, please leave as quietly as possible. Please, Deputy Louise O'Reilly, who has moved Amendment 3. Amendment 4 and 4 and 5 have been discussed together.
The purposes of Amendments 4 and 5, they're to deal with the availability of free alcohol when purchasing another service. So, for example, if you're getting your nails done, you're going to the barber's, you're going to the cinema. Very often the premises and the businesses that are supplying this alcohol are not licensed premises, so they're not governed by the same rules and regulations as they would be. It is shocking that Healthy Ireland have published a survey that found that only 16% of women were aware of the link between breast cancer and alcohol consumption. The National Cancer Control Programme found that 12% of all breast cancers over the course of a decade in Ireland were associated with alcohol consumption. So for these reasons, alcohol that is given away with a free service should be prohibited under this bill. Very often, and I have experienced this, you're not asked in the hair salon or the nail salon or wherever it is you happen to be if you want a drink. You're asked if you want a cup of tea or coffee, or you're asked even if you want a glass of water, but you're handed a glass of Prosecco. So the purpose of the amendment is to ensure that that practice ceases.
Deputy Michael Healy-Rae.
I take grave exception to this, because if you take this to its ultimate conclusion, and I'll give you the example. Many people attend, and you actually mentioned hairdressers. Take, for instance, an opening day of a new premises, a hairdresser's. And if people are invited to a launch of that day, and if you take this proposal to its ultimate conclusion, at that day, if would-be customers are attending a launch of a new business, and if they're offered a drink, under this proposal, this could actually be wrong, because it's free and it's in a premises that might be a new business. And I think this is a case of people gone mad with political correctness. For God's sake, if you're attending a function, and if it's a launch of a new business, and if somebody wants to treat somebody to a bottle of beer or a glass of wine, what in the name of goodness is wrong with it? This is the total demonisation of alcohol. We all want responsible intake of alcohol. But I mean, are we going to, like, what do people want here? Do they want every public house in the country to close down? Do we want our small breweries that give much needed employment in each of our counties? I'm very proud of the fact that in the county that I represent, we have small business people who started up breweries. For instance, I think of Killarney, Dingle. They're making gin, they're making beer, craft beer to the highest of qualities, and it's a product that's a safe, nice product for people to taste, be they visitors or locals. And do we want to close down these people, Minister? Do we want to do away with the alcohol industry? Enough bars have closed, enough public houses have closed. I've always said repeatedly, the best person to administer the sale of alcohol is the responsible publicans that we have. And whether they're people who own public houses or any other licensed premises. But I think that what is actually being proposed here today about giving away free beer or free wine or anything like that, it's only on certain occasions. And if this is taken to its ultimate conclusion, it'll lead to the most serious and stupid situation where somebody who just wants to treat somebody to a drink, if they're in a premises on a street, that could be deemed to be wrong and actually be illegal. And I just think it's crazy. I think that we're losing the run of ourselves, Minister. And all I'm talking here, as I'm sure you're aware, is common sense. Because every one of us inside in this house, we want the sensible and safe use of alcohol. But are we trying to say that we want to demonise the industry, and do we want to shut it down and cost ourselves thousands and thousands of jobs? The hoteliers, the publicans, the restaurateurs, the people that I know, they're working in their communities, they're creating much needed employment, and they're looking on in horror at what is going on here with this bill. And they're looking on and they're saying, for God's sake, have the politicians lost complete run of themselves? Have we forgotten where we come from? Like, we want people to be safe, we don't want people to abuse alcohol, but are we saying we don't want them to touch a drop again, whether it is for free or whether they have to buy it? And I think this actual proposal in this section, I think it's just crazy. Last concall.
And Chuck Michael Morris.
I'd like to concur with the previous speaker. When a business is opening or whatever, first of all, they don't ram it down your throat. They give you the offer of tea or a mineral, or if you want to drink. It's a one-off. Second of all, it was referred about licensed premises. They are not taking money for it. They are giving it because of a date that they're opening. Thirdly, in most parts of the country, it might be different where some of the members of the Dáil live, but in most places you'll be driving a car home, so you won't be driving. So I think that, as has been previously said, we're gone in the way that you mentioned about that there is a link between it, and yes, excessive drink, no more than excessive sweets or no excessive processed foods or excessive of anything will not do you any good. And I think that we are gone in here, that we're nearly gone beyond political correctness at this stage with some of the things that we're trying to bring forward.
Deputy Danny, I'm sorry, Deputy, your leader, Deputy McGrath. You were on the list first, then the afterwards.
I too am concerned about this, the fact that political correctness is gone mad as well. I honestly believe that, I looked at this carefully and I didn't submit any amendments. My colleagues did, and discussed at the time, but haven't considered it and looked at it, and the more it went on, and ebbing and flowing of different political groupings and the way they changed and wanted to do things, and then there were the heavy hand of the health spokespersons came on, and you'd wonder about the democracy of it all. But this is certainly ridiculous. I mean, we have the launch of our Apple Fest, a very proud history of Bournemouth and Clonmel and Tipperary, and we have this on Saturday evening, and the next thing we'll have to have apple juice labelled as well, or if we dare mention the cider. I think it's really, really OTT. Well, there's a huge issue with alcohol abuse and alcohol misuse, but we're going after the wrong people all the time. The whole myriad of sales now in everywhere, shops, forecourts of garages, massive, off-licence. I've respect for the off-licence association. They run their places properly, but I've seen it time and time again. When the youngsters behind the counter, at festivals, we had to discontinue a festival, one of my towns in Tipperary, because of the way the young people were able to get the alcohol from bigger shops with only young people behind the counter, peer pressure and everything else, no reckless trading. As Deputy Healy said, the safest place to consume alcohol, if you want to, or tea or coffee or the My Body or the orange or whatever, or lemonade, is in a respectable public house where there's measures, where there's responsible and the licence is up behind the counter for Garda Síochána to come in and check it, and where they have to keep their house in order. And many, 99% of them do that and have done that. But we're literally closing them down by this kind of ridiculous legislation. Are we going to put this labelling onto, meat products and many other products, sweets, milk tray? If we leave out a bottle for Santi, will we have to put a warning on it? He can't drink it. It might cause him, he'll be sick before he gets back to Lapland. I mean, this has gone pure lula. And the legislation that we're passing in here is so aggressive and so anti-work and so anti-business. It's frightening. Deputy Alan Kelly had a bill earlier in the year, to try and allow the brewers, and we supported it, I certainly did, the small breweries, craft brewers that have many in my county now, that they could be able to let people taste this and purchase some of it if they're there, if you want to. And the same day, Minister Ross was passing the bill that you catch them outside the gate if they had a whiff of it. You even open the bottle. It's pure farcical. We need to have joined up thinking here, and our industries and our pubs who have served us well all over the centuries and decades have to be supported, not just destroyed. And that's what we're doing. And we're just gone over the top with regulation. And in any state we're going to become, you can't do this and you can't get it. On the other hand, they can do what they like out in the as I said, in the off-licence and the trade that's there, and buying illicit and buying illegal. And God knows if breakfast gets a hard border, and we'll have the border issue again. You know that better than anyone do. Let's count Corla. So we have to have common sense at all times. And I heard my former colleague and good friend, Professor John Crown. I listened to him carefully on radio yesterday, and he makes very valid points. That is the excessive drinking and the and the damage to health. And we all expect that, but we're not doing enough in schools and education system to educate people about that. But if anyone here seriously thinks that putting labels on top of the nick of a bottle, that's going to change. That's going to change.
Maybe if I could interrupt, we're really talking about removing the word "and."
Yes, little word. And
yeah, but it's the significance, distribute free of charge, and we're talking about moving and. So maybe we should focus on the amendment, because there will be an opportunity to talk about labelling later on.
So there'll be a few more people here launching books, I'm sure, in the years to come in Glasgow Cora. And we can't have a glass of wine at it. So it'll have to be a dry launch. It'll have to have my body.
What does the and change?
Yeah, the if and the and. If and and buts. There's all if and and buts here, and no common sense. No common sense.
Deputy Michael Fitzmaurice, who I know will focus on the amendment. Oh, you've spoken, Deputy. Oh, sorry, Deputy Peter Fitzpatrick. Sorry.
Thank you very much, Les Conor, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I think the main purpose of the alcohol bill is to tackle alcohol misuse, underage drinking, and the overall consumption. Les Conor, I go to a lot of functions. I go to a lot of functions where there's free drink. I go to a lot of openings. I go to a lot of football matches. And there's a thing called choices. I've been a pioneer for the last 40-odd years, and to be honest with you, I don't have a problem with drink. Don't have a problem whatsoever with drink. I think my option is I don't want to drink, and I don't have a problem with other people drinking. But there's a thing to say no. If you want to drink, one thing you don't do, you don't pressurise people to take alcohol. If people want a glass, my wife would take the odd glass of wine. I'm married 35 years, and I've maybe seen her taking 10 glasses of wine. And honestly, she takes a glass of wine and enjoys a glass of wine. And I think if we start messing around, like, we have to do a thing called responsibility. You know, let's think about responsibility. If you drink, if you go to a function and you drink, and you go into a car and you drive home, please God, you'll be stopped by the guards and be arrested. That's what should be done. Let's think about it being a blame game. Like, you know, there's like everything else is. People's going to have to start standing up for themselves. I'm listening for years and years. I manage football teams, I manage business and everything else at the moment. When someone's caught drinking, driving, or taking too much drink, there's always someone to blame. What I'm trying to say is, I think it's about time that we stood up and, as I said here, the main emphasis here at the moment is the overconsumption, and my big main concern is underage drinking. And I think if these functions are giving a free drink to underage, then they should be prosecuted. But as I said here at the moment is, there's too much emphasis put on blaming people. And as I said here, like in my county of Louth and Dundalk, we've got a lot of distilleries, and it's delight. I love visiting distilleries. I don't drink. I love seeing them manufacturing this drink and everything else at the moment. I think it's fantastic. And when I actually go to these distilleries and look at the tourism, first thing they offer me is a cup of tea or a scone. They don't push drinking to you. And I think it's fantastic at the moment. And I think, I'm going to finish this. We have to learn to say no. We have to learn to take responsibility, and can we stop blaming people? Let's take the responsibility ourselves. Thank you,
Any other members who are going to contribute to have a look at the amendments? And it's not a second stage. This is about removing the word and does it necessitate? I don't want to stifle debate, but at least it shouldn't be a second stage. That's done and dusted. I know that you'll concentrate on the amendment, Deputy Danny Healy-Rae.
I have a lot of concerns with the way the bill has gone last council, because when it started out, it was to protect youngsters from drinking too much and making alcohol available, maybe too readily available at a cheap price for youngsters. But this bill has gone all over the shop now, because this thing of putting cancer labels on it, we hear this amendment saying that people can't have a free drink or have a drink without being charged for it. So I just want to make a few pointers in relation to in rural Ireland, and there's been a lot of things has happened to rural Ireland since I came up here. Retrograde things have happened, but in rural Ireland you have a thing called a wake. and people go to wakes and they stay with the family for a few hours, and a few drinks are given to the people that are come. So are we going to be policing a place like that, that a person can't take a drink at a wake? Down in rural Ireland as well, we have a thing called a station, where the mass is said in the house, and each house turn comes around after 4 or 5 years, and there's mass said in the house, and then yes, there's a few drinks given, but like the man up there, the deputy behind you there, said, it's the people's choice to take a drink or not. I don't drink, but I have nothing against people who do drink, and the word is moderation. And are we, I mean, but if the law was interpreted to where this amendment is saying, it would mean that openings of anything, book launches, opening any place where there's maybe a glass of wine given out, it's open to interpretation that legally they were doing something that this would be illegal. We have a thing called a ball night, where a locality or a parish celebrates, and they dance at it, they play music at it, and yes, there's drinks available that don't have to be paid for. It's made up between the people that organise the ball night, and likewise biddy balls. I don't know, do any of you know what a biddy ball is here inside? Yeah, but we enjoy those things in rural Ireland. Sadly, we don't have as much as we had, but are we going to have a situation, if we have a biddy ball in the future, that the Gardaí could land like the priests would land long ago when people were at house dances, and hunt them all, come in the front door and hunt them all out the back door and follow them down the road? Is that what we're going to have? This is ridiculous, to be honest. I mean, this Parliament has so many serious things to do, and important things to do, but to be suggesting that it's going to be illegal to have a drink given to you free, or that someone makes a drink freely, give you a drink free, it's going to be illegal. It's absolutely ridiculous. Where do you get enough guards to we'll say, follow this and to make sure that the law is carried out? I mean, the Gardaí certainly have enough things to do, and I know they're very busy, without putting them after people who are availing of a drink that's given to them free. This is ridiculous. There's other issues about the cancer labelling, and he says not on this amendment, but I will be talking about that, because that's fairly ridiculous and fairly stupid and going to be fairly hurtful as well if that goes through in this chamber. But look, it looks to me that some people are gone stone mad, and I mean, again, it's about a person making a choice whether they want to have a drink, and the choice is theirs. And I mean, all right, we set out to protect the young people, and we'll certainly do our best to do that, but this bill has gone all over the shop last corner, and it's absolutely ridiculous.
We're not on a bill, we're on an amendment. No.
Well, I was talking about the amendment, and about this amendment suggesting that it was to be illegal to have someone have a drink given to them. They might have a drink for free.
The Minister who's next, he'll explain to us if that is the purpose. Minister.
Thanks very much, Ciarán Comhairle. I'll ask Ciarán Comhairle, I'll follow your direction and speak just to the amendment. So Opposition Amendment 4 and 5 from Deputy O'Reilly tries to expand the definition of sell in the bill to include supply for the purpose of promoting a service and supply in the purchase of another good or service. And as Deputy O'Reilly knows, I believe that the Minister of the day already has the ability to address this matter under Section 23 of the bill, because Section 23 provides the power for the Minister for Health of the day to make regulations to address exactly the type of issues being targeted here. And under Section 23, the Minister may make regulations to prohibit or restrict selling alcohol at a reduced price or giving it free of charge on the purchase of another product or service. So I'm not sure what you'd be selling at the wake. Selling alcohol at a reduced price for a limited period. This is defined as 3 days or less. Also selling alcohol at a reduced price or giving it free in a manner likely to encourage the consumption of alcohol in a harmful way. So what Deputy O'Reilly is trying to do is extraordinarily sensible. She's trying to ensure that using alcohol as a promotional tool when trying to sell another event is something that is restricted or prohibited. And what I'm responding and saying is that her amendments, in my view, are not necessary because the Minister of the day already has the power under Section 23.
Deputy O'Reilly. Do you wish to?
No.
So are you pressing your amendment?
My amendment is withdrawn on the basis of the clarification provided.
Amendment 4 is withdrawn. Amendment 5, are you pressing it? No, withdrawn. Amendment 6 in the name of Deputy O'Reilly, already discussed with Amendment 1. Deputy O'Reilly to move. Withdrawn. Number 7 stands alone. Deputy O'Reilly. Yep. Amendment 7. To move Amendment 7. Move.
I move. The primary aim of this legislation is to reduce the harm caused by alcohol to individuals, to families, to communities and society as a whole. And one of the key indicators of the level of harm that is caused by alcohol misuse is alcohol-related presentations at health facilities. There are 3 alcohol-related deaths in Ireland every single day, and alcohol currently places a huge burden on our health service, taking up an estimated 1,500 hospital beds in this country every night. €1.5 billion was spent in hospital discharges in 2012, according to the HRB, and this doesn't include the significant costs incurred by our emergency departments, which often bear the brunt of the fallout of our excessive alcohol consumption. We believe that in any consideration of the bill or sections of the bill, the Minister should therefore have regard to the data from the health services relating to alcohol presentations at health facilities, as this can provide us with important routine information on the health harms due to alcohol, as well as the impact on the health services themselves. I understand that the Minister has included sections related to health and social factors, but we do believe that the collation of this data in particular is particularly relevant. Alcohol-related incidents and presentations from alcohol-related illness have a significant cost to our health service in terms of resources, beds and staff. Given that we are legislating and making a public policy decision on alcohol, then we believe that these considerations must be taken into account. And I would urge those deputies who are here with an interest in this to think long and hard before they interrupt or indeed try to delay this. This is an amendment that I have discussed extensively with men and women who are working in our hospitals, with men and women who are on the front line providing counselling and other services, and indeed with men and women who themselves have suffered with alcohol harm, and their families. So I would ask that anybody who intends to make a contribution, please keep those people in your mind. Cormail Michael.
Deputy Stephen Donnelly.
Thanks, Chair. Minister, I had an economics professor who used to say to us that good policy internalises the negative externalities, and I had no idea what he was talking about for a very long time. But after a while, I got my head around it. And what he meant was, there's a bunch of stuff we do that has consequences, positive consequences and negative consequences. And in the world of the economists, these are negative externalities. And the problem is, if they cause harm and there's no accounting of that harm, then society is unbalanced, and we don't account for it within public policy. So his view is, wherever possible, we should internalise, in other words, account somewhere for some of the damaging things that happen in our society. And we're probably all agreed in the chamber that alcohol-related presentations at emergency departments are a real problem. And in some cases, you mightn't have a huge amount of sympathy for those who are presenting. And in many cases, those who have presented due to alcohol-related mischief may be getting seen before people who really do need to be seen, who haven't been drinking excessively. And so I'd like to support this amendment. I think it's important. It's an important first step. We do need to understand the data. I think it will greatly increase the ability of our clinicians, particularly those working in the emergency departments, to be able to show us the evidence, and then we can legislate and regulate accordingly. So I'd like to support the amendment before the House. Thank you.
Minister.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Deputy Dr. Harty.
I would also like to support this amendment because anybody who visits an A&E department, or in fact any other health facility, will see the devastation that alcohol causes and the increased workload that it brings upon staff, and in fact the danger that it brings to staff who are working in our accident and emergency departments, and as Deputy Donnelly has stated, quite often displacing people who need urgent care because of alcohol overdose and alcohol misuse. Also, it leads to increased levels of suicide. It leads to road traffic accidents. So it's not just the actual alcohol presentation, it's the cause of so many other events which lead people coming to hospital. So I think this is an amendment which should be accepted, and what our health service most particularly lacks is proper data on so many issues. So it would be extremely important that we would use this piece of legislation to gather data on alcohol-related harm. Thank you.
Very good. Deputy or Minister.
Yeah. After 1,000 days of people discussing this, I intend to be brief at report stage. I think Deputy O'Reilly is entirely correct. I think this amendment is very sensible. While the bill already provides section 10.5 that the Minister should have regard to health-related risks and other societal harms caused by alcohol consumption when determining changes to minimum unit pricing. That's already in the bill. It also, I suppose, we do have a variety of systems, including the HYPE system, the National Self-Harm Registry Ireland and the Health Research Board, which can obviously help and assist with this, as well as the Healthy Ireland survey. But I do believe that the Deputy is entirely correct to highlight this. Alcohol and alcohol-related disease is a massive burden on the Irish Health Service, let alone a massive burden on Irish families and communities right across this country. And I think this amendment is sensible. I think it will be helpful, and I propose to accept it.
Now, where stands amendment, which one are we on? 7. Amendment 7 has been moved. Agreed. So amendment 7 is agreed. Amendment 8, Deputy Donnelly to move. 8, 10, 13 and 14 are related and will be discussed together. Deputy Donnelly.
Minister, the amendments here refer to providing warnings to the public both in Irish and in English. There are 2 reasons mainly for this. One is the position of the Irish language in our society, in our constitution. There are many people, and I hope a growing number of people, who live, eat, sleep, dream, go to the pub, Oscoilga. And I think if we are serious about these public health warnings, which we are, then we must recognise that there are many people in our society whose first language is Irish. It has primacy in our constitution, and as such, I believe these warnings should be in both languages. The second reason is to try and future-proof the bill to challenge. As I laid out to Minister Byrne in the committee stage, when labelling was done for cigarettes, a High Court case was taken against the state, I believe by a teacher who argued that he had a right for the warnings to be in both Irish and English. My understanding is he won that court case. And so I don't want a situation whereby the labelling happens only in English, and then again a High Court challenge is taken, a High Court case is taken, and the government loses, thus slowing down implementation of the bill. Thank you.
The Michael Hilly-Ray.
Thank you very much, Les. First of all, I have a big problem with this in that I don't want the labelling in English or I don't want it in Irish, because quite simply it is putting us what I would actually call the laughing stock of the rest of the world, because nowhere else do they feel fit to put these labels on alcohol. And why do we have to go on the race to the bottom that here we're talking about put it in Irish and put it in English when we shouldn't be putting it at all? Because again, it comes back to this thing called common sense. People know that if you take too much alcohol on a daily basis or on a weekly basis or on a monthly basis, it's going to be bad for you. It's the same as sweet cake. Sweet cake is not bad for anybody if you take it in moderation. But if you take it continuously in the morning and in the middle of the day and at night time, you're going to get overweight and it's going to be bad for you. You probably will get diabetes. You probably will get all these other medical problems, and therefore it is bad. Everything in moderation. But I don't see why we have to be going on this crusade that is going to give us a bad impression with the rest of Europe, with the rest of the world. People that come here, they'll be looking at our alcohol products that we're selling here and that we're exporting, and we're going to be out of step with everybody else in that we're going to be labelling it. There was a great friend of mine, Lascaux Collar. He's 104 years of age. His name is Michael O'Connor, and thankfully he's still with us, and he's facing into his 150th year. And I said to him on many occasions, Michael, what is the secret? And God, if we can't learn from a man that's 104, we can learn from nobody. And he always looks up at the sky and he throws his head back and he says, Michael, everything in moderation. It's okay to drink, it's okay to eat, it's okay to do everything, but do it in moderation. And for God's sake, that's the words of wisdom of a man that's 104 years of age. And I don't think that we have to be labelling our products in any language and to educate people to the fact that if you do too much of one thing, that it's bad for you. So I appreciate the Deputy, that he's very genuine in his motives, but I'm just saying I think it's wrong. Again, coming back to the industry, it's going to put us at a disadvantage to everybody else. People have worked so hard in the respectable drinks industry to create employment, to build up business, and this is a matter that is causing great concern to the drinks industry in Ireland, to people who create employment, to people who have borrowed money from banks to open up breweries. They're involved in the sale of alcohol, and my God, they're not criminals. They're decent, hard-working, respectable people who are giving employment. They're in every town. They're in every area. They're going around and they're selling alcohol, and now they're looking at the prospect that they're going to be at a disadvantage to the rest of the world because they have to put these labels on the alcohol, and not only are they being told to put it in one language, but they're being told we'll have to put it in two languages. Why aren't we saying so? We'll put it in every language that's there: French, Italian, German. Sure, we may as well have nothing on the bottle, only a big piece of paper explaining, well, this is a very dangerous bottle of concoction that might actually stretch you if we'll drink too much of it. For God's sake, we've lost the run of ourselves inside here, and I mean that.
Jack Damon O'Keefe.
Minister, I support the amendments put forward by my colleague. And what surprises me about this issue is that it was necessary to put down an amendment and that it wasn't provided for by you, and that Deputy or Minister McHugh hadn't suggested to you that this issue would be dealt with, because it should become standard practice that where the signage, labels and whatever, and new legislation coming in, that it be done in both official languages. There's no other state in the world that would bring in national legislation and say only one official language on an official notification such as this. And maybe you could explain to us why that was not provided for in the original draft bill, and why it took an opposition deputy here to remind you of all of the commitments that the Taoiseach and ministers and Minister McHugh is eternally giving us about the government's love and commitment to the Irish language. And it does make a difference to people to see the language, any language, in everyday usage. It has a huge effect on the acceptance of the language as being an ordinary language of ordinary dialogue and not just a language of the couple of fucking. Now, I understand that you've said that there's now a difficulty because of your oversight and that you'd have to go back to Europe and get permission. That just shows you how serious this oversight was. And I'd be interested to hear from you how you're now going to deal with these 3 amendments. I understand there mightn't be a difficulty with some of them. And how are you going to rectify an oversight on your part?
Ray, and we're talking about 2 languages.
Well, obviously, Les Concola, I'm very concerned about this cancer warning label and whether it shouldn't be there at all.
But listen, that's not the issue.
So, I mean, if it shouldn't be there in English, it shouldn't be there in Irish either. And this was added to the legislation with no analysis to justify as to its merits or how effective this measure would be before Christmas last year. It's important to point out that no other country in the world has introduced a mandatory cancer warnings on alcohol products. This will put us completely out of step with the rest of the EU and the world, and this is being promised at a time when our beer and whisky sectors are starting to get going and promising growth. We talk about the brewery in Dingle, and there are about 100 microbreweries in Ireland and 18 whisky distilleries. We talk about a very important facility in the Muckus Road in Killarney Brewing. And how are these people going to manage? If we're going to have a third of the size of the labelling has to be in English and another, this is absolutely ridiculous.
Can I just point out to you, if you concentrate on Amendment 8, it's to insert in both English and Irish, and even if this is defeated, you know, it's there in English anyway, it's to insert it in both English and Irish. So we have to just focus on...
I'll be voting against it in English and in Irish.
You'll have your opportunity. Yeah.
And you see, it's worth considering whether introducing cancer labels is going to solve our problems with harmful or underage drinking. I thought what the bill started out with was minimum unit pricing.
But that's you're an intelligent man. That's not what we're discussing. We're discussing, and all of the items, Deputy O'Keefe, are to do with English and Irish. So, you know, let's focus on it. There were other opportunities for second stage debates, but I'm trying to be helpful because we're not doing what was traditionally known here as a committee stage debate. When all down through the years it focused on this, because now every amendment discussion is a second stage, if I allow it, and I can't allow that to continue. And I would ask you to cooperate.
What we are doing here, Les Concola, is a pile of harm to the microbreweries and to the...
People can make up their mind whether they want English or Irish, and that's what we're discussing.
Well, and it shouldn't be in English or in Irish.
Well, you can vote. You can vote. Who else wanted to? Anybody else? No. The Minister.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry, Deputy Dr. Hartley.
In relation to these amendments, well-intentioned as I'm sure they are, we don't live in a perfect world, Las Corla, and what we're trying to do is make the world just a little bit better. And I think if we are going to accept these 3 amendments in relation to the Irish language, I think it doesn't make any practical sense to me. But the actual effect of it will be either to reduce the font of the warning, because the label is going to be 1/3 of the labelling. The health warnings will be 1/3 of the label. So we'll either reduce the size of the font, or it will reduce the content of the warning. and it most likely will end up reducing the content of the warning. And I think it makes no practical sense. This type of political correctness makes no practical sense. The purpose of the bill is to try and warn people of the dangers of alcohol, and inserting it in Irish, I think, is completely unnecessary. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
Ciaran Corla. So, I want to thank Deputy Donnelly for his amendments, and I want to thank him for his engagement on this. And I also want to say on the record of this House, as I've said to him directly, I know that he put down these amendments in an effort to improve the bill and improve the labelling and improve the notification, and not for any other motive, as I saw wrongly attributed to him. So I wanted to say that on the record of the House. As I've already discussed with Deputy Donnelly, Amendment number 8 obviously relates to the requirement to have the health information on the labels of alcohol products to be in Irish and English, and I am conscious that in order to achieve the objectives of the bill, the provisions in it must be workable. We do need to, I suppose, maintain that balance between what's beneficial to our citizens for the protection of their health, because that's what this is, a public health piece of legislation, a new departure in relation to alcohol, and obviously the new obligations being placed on our commercial operators. That's the balance one has to strike, promoting public health and doing so in a way that is proportionate. We are asking businesses to work with us to change their products, to provide health information for the very first time to those who use them. We're moving from a situation where today there is no health information on the product to adding 6 new pieces of information. I understand this is a new approach, and it will bring with it new burdens for business. If an additional requirement is added that the information must be in 2 languages, this would obviously require, I think the point Deputy Dr. Harty made is a valid one, either smaller fonts or larger fonts, but it will actually potentially distort what we're trying to do in terms of putting very clear information on. A further practical reality, and the main reason why I don't believe I'm in a position to accept or propose that we would accept amendment number 8, is the reality which Deputy O'Cuive also referenced in relation to if we were to make any changes to the requirement for health information on the labels to be in Irish, this could delay the enactment of the bill, not the enactment of the label, but the actual passage of the legislation through these Oireachtas, or these houses of the Oireachtas, because any additional requirement in relation to labels would have to be notified and assessed at an EU level before enactment. Now, I noticed Deputy O'Cuive suggesting that myself, or perhaps the government I'm a part of, doesn't care for the Irish language, which of course he knows not to be true, but nonetheless, in addition to this practical concern, Deputy, I am conscious that we must also, in a public health bill, we must also make sure that the information on the label is clear and is effective, and that must be the most paramount objective of all of us. And there was a study commissioned from Amórach Research in August 2015 to provide recommendations on how best to communicate critical information through labelling on the risks related to alcohol consumption. There has to be an evidence base to this. We have to make sure that this is an effective way of communicating. And that research found that the inclusion of the information in another language on labels served to actually confuse the message being relayed. So for the practical reasons in terms of the EU standstill period, the fact that we wouldn't be able to pass the legislation, and I know it's something Deputy Donnelly and I have discussed, I don't propose to accept amendment number 8. However, in the interest of compromise and accepting exactly what Deputy Donnelly is trying to do here, I would propose that we would accept amendments 10 and 13. I think they're sensible amendments. They require health information to be available in Irish as well as English on notices and licensed premises and on websites where alcohol products are sold online. I've also discussed with the HSE through my department their own website, askaboutalcohol.ie, and all of the relevant information there will also be included in the Irish language. So I genuinely accept the importance of the Irish language, the importance of giving the Irish language a prominence in relation to this discussion, and therefore I think I would propose to the Oireachtas the compromise is not on the labels, but on the website, on the notices. And I would just, because I have checked legally, obviously, the point Deputy Donnelly made in relation to previous court cases, and the very clear legal advice available to me is that that was a different situation, because obviously the tobacco warnings related to an EU directive, whereas obviously something we're doing here tonight is very pioneering. In relation to Opposition Amendment 14, that proposes that data from health services and alcohol-related presentations at health facilities should be taken into account when making regulations on the health warnings and information. This is another amendment from Deputy O'Reilly, and that we take that into consideration on labels, notices and licensed premises and on websites that sell alcohol products. This amendment from Deputy O'Reilly is very much the same model, if you like, that she used in relation to the minimum unit pricing discussion we had only a few minutes ago. Again, I think it's a sensible amendment, and I would propose accepting Amendment 14. So I would would propose to the Dáil that we would accept amendments 10, 13 and 14, and that I wouldn't be in a position to accept amendment 8, not for any reason other than, most importantly, the practicalities of getting this legislation passed, and also the concern about clarity of messaging on labels.
Okay. 2 minutes.
If you analyse what you've said, you'll realise just how extraordinarily ignorant it is. Because, for example, what you've actually said here today, that if Europe were to bring in a directive, following your good lead, that this had to be done across Europe, that suddenly the label would become non-effective in Ireland, because it would have to be done bilingual, because the very directive that forced it on the cigarette packages would force it here. The second point I'd make to you is this. Supposing Belgium decided tomorrow to follow the good example of Ireland, and as you know, Belgium is an absolutely rigidly bilingual society in terms of these type of things, you're actually saying that the label would have no effect, that it would put everybody astray, that it wouldn't work because it would be in French and Flemish. Minister, your own argument doesn't stand up to any rational scrutiny of what happens in other countries where you have a bilingual situation and where you have 2 official languages. It's only in Ireland that that argument washes as being a cogent argument. I certainly agree with my colleague that because of your carelessness in this issue and your attitude, which is, yeah, we love the Irish language, but don't do any practical for it, we have no choice, because none of us want to hold up this bill. Because I'm well on the record as saying that we have a major, major issue with alcohol in this country. And therefore, we have no choice but to accept that you won't accept the amendment. But to think that your arguments are cogent, I have to say, the more you're affecting them, you'll know that they were actually very, very weak arguments, because many, many countries have bilingual requirements, and they do manage to get the message across.
2 minutes.
Thanks, Laskin Curla. Minister, thanks for your detailed response. I just want to start by addressing a point that was suggested by Deputy Harty, that seeking to have public warnings and public communications in Irish is somehow a sop to political correctness. I don't believe it is. I don't believe it is. I think the Irish language is important in this country. I think we need to take it very seriously in this country. And we need to recognise that there are people who live through Irish, who think through Irish, who shop through Irish, who consume through Irish, and they have a right to be warned through their language, their active language. So I would just have to disagree that this is some concept of political correctness. Minister Deputy O'Keefe has laid out the point well on the labelling. I would like to see it on the labelling for all of the right reasons. However, under no circumstances do I want to hold this bill up, so I will withdraw the amendment. As to the legal challenge, look, I'm sure whoever brought in the warnings on the cigarette packets got legal advice as well that they'd be fine. That legal advice turned out to be not true, so we'll see. I hope this time it is correct. So I'll withdraw Amendment 8 regarding the labelling, the bilingual labelling. And acknowledge that you're accepting the bilingual requirements for both the website and the signage. Thank you.
Deputy Michael Hilly-Ray, 2 minutes.
Minister, having heard your response, that is actually all the more concern that I have with regard to this very specific issue. Because anything that you have said, it certainly doesn't convince me. I'm listening to my colleagues and I'm listening very attentively to what they are saying. But I really think that we haven't thought through the enormity of what we're doing here, the implications that it is going to have, and what it's actually going to mean. Again, while I very much respect people like Deputy O'Keefe and every deputy who's made a contribution with regard to their viewpoint on the use of the Irish language on the warnings, I just think that we're losing sight completely of what we should actually be doing here. And that is, we're going down a very dangerous road that I just couldn't agree with. And Deputy Donnelly is making very fair and reasoned arguments, but I just think that they're wrong. and I think that they're ignoring the industry, and I just couldn't agree with it. And your response is of no comfort whatsoever to me.
Oh my God. So, Minister, do you want your final contribution?
I'm resigned to the fact, 1,000 days into this, that no matter what I say, I'm not going to convince some people on the benefits of this legislation. So I'll continue to answer the questions respectfully, but I'm resigned to the fact that I won't change many minds in this Oireachtas tonight. But I am also very sure that there's huge public support for this legislation. I'm very sure that the people who I take my advice on public health policy from support this. Doctors, nurses, frontline staff, people working with people with addiction, National Youth Council of Ireland, National Women's Council of Ireland, people who actually represent a very broad coalition of stakeholders right across civic society. In relation to the Irish language, nobody owns it. Nobody loves it more than nobody loves it. Nobody loves it. Yeah, but it's that sort of condescending attitude that suggests that you love it more than anybody else. It wasn't a careless decision. It was a conscious... Excuse me, Deputy O'Keefe. Thank you.
Minister, without interruption, no bilaterals.
It's very serious, because it was a conscious decision to make... Deputy O'Keefe, look...
Minister,
thank you.
Continue.
It's a very conscious decision to actually make sure that when we put labels on our alcohol, a product that does cause harm, that it's going to be as clear as possible. And yes, you're correct, if a directive came in, it would need to be in both languages. That's entirely correct, and you know, as a former ARA, that that's correct as well. But let me also tell you this, whether that's correct or not, it would still be less effective. I'm in the business of evidence-based policies. Evidence-based policies, evidence-based politics, that's the decision we've taken in relation to this. And I've worked very well with your spokesperson on health on this issue in a bipartisan manner, who hasn't felt the need to condescend in relation to this.
Now, Amendment 8. No, you don't have an opportunity. No. You've been in twice.
There's a big difference between
You've been in
who actually speaks the language every day and their experiences of life and those who don't. That is a reality of life that non-Irish speakers often do not appreciate.
We don't want to reach an impasse.
And people who try to rear their families with Irish as the home language face massive challenges because of the condescending attitude of the Minister.
Minister, do you want to clarify that Deputy O'Keefe has been condescending? Right. Right, we have to move on. Amendment 8, has it been pressed? Withdrawn. Now we move on. The others will vote later. Amendment 9, in the names of Grealish, Deputies Grealish, Scanlon, Aylward, Fitzpatrick, Brantna, O'Keefe, Nolan, Fitzmaurice, Collins, McLaughlin, Deering and Burke. So Deputy Grealish to... Sorry, the next name is Deputy Scanlon to move. Only one can move. You moving the amendment? Yeah, well, are you moving it? Well, Deputy... Yeah, hold on, I'll just go through it. Deputy Aylward, no. You will move it. Yeah, it's been moved by Deputy Fitzmaurice. Deputy Fitzmaurice.
First of all, I think that everyone around here agrees with the spirit of the bill. And we all acknowledge that drink is a major problem right around this country. And most families, including my own, have been touched by problems with drink. But there's a thing called being realistic and unrealistic. I didn't drink because I saw the Heineken cup. I didn't drink Heineken. That's the reality. But some people in my family had a problem with drink. And thank God, touch wood, that I don't. I think that putting this label, and first of all, I think, Minister, and correct me if I'm wrong, and I've spoke to people in the legal profession, Europe controls the food and drinks regulations in labelling, and we know, and I think if we're being honest around this House, that putting this cancer label on it won't end up legal. I think if we're secretly, when you talk to people around this House, a lot of people admit that it won't happen. Now, we are running down a road of, do we move then to every bit of processed food, to sweets, to everything else, that the same risk is involved in it? Because there's evidence to say that too much of all these other things cause cancer as well. And the other side of this as well, Minister, is that we have breweries around this country, and in fairness to Deputy Kelly, and everyone around the House here was supporting it. The bill that he brought in to help rural areas that set up, and great people that set up small breweries, microbreweries. Putting labels on the bottles that they sell in Ireland, for example, and then unlabeling others, it's going to be a total fiasco for them, to be quite honest about it. We are, and just think for a minute, we're bringing in something like, I think it's 850,000 between Yanks and people from other countries, and we are, they'll look at this and they'll say, my God, I'll never touch this again in Ireland, while at the same time the same gear is exported out to their country and nothing on it. And like, it's total, it's absolutely nearly unbelievable what we're trying to do to our own bit of employment, especially in some areas. But I think the nub of the issue is, are we going down a road of every single item that we'll either eat or drink or whatever? Too much minerals is bad for you. Too much sweets, we better put it on the sweet packets. We better put it on every single thing, or else nothing. And I think if you're honest about it, and I know you're straightforward in fairness to you, I think you know that the legal opinion and Europe's thoughts on it at the moment is very questionable, and that it doesn't look like that will be a runner. So we're going to go in here and we're going to put a thing to a vote. We're going to decide then if we're wrong on a few months. And I know there's probably, I think it's 3 years or something, that this is sort of in the balance. So for 3 years then away you go. And we're in between the devil and the deep blue sea. We don't know. So I think, Minister, you should pull back on this until we get clarification one way or the other. I would be concerned about the small businesses, the small breweries especially. And are we targeting then? Are we leaving ourselves open? That's right, fine, if you're going to say this causes cancer. How many other things will we have to do this to? Will we have to do it to meats? Will we have to do it to sweets? Will we have to do it to every single thing? Because, in my opinion, you cannot have one thing different to the other when there's proof that all the others, too much of anything, and there's no point in saying too much of anything, as Deputy Healy-Rae said earlier on, causes problems for everybody. And I think that this is the one I would ask you to have a rethink on.
And Chuck Fitzpatrick.
Thank you very much, as I said earlier, the purpose of the alcohol bill is to tackle alcohol misuse, underage drinking and overall consumption. And it is nobody's interest to see alcohol products misused. I support the overall objective of the bill, but I do have difficulty with a small number of provisions in the bill, such as the cancer warning. This label will destroy the reputation of Irish products who compete on a global basis. Warning to consumers should be accurate. A general warning against excessive consumption of alcohol makes more sense than mentioning one disease. It is vital that the government invest in public information campaign and particularly educate programmes targeted at young people. The HSE has a low-risk drinking guideline, and I think it's very important that we raise this awareness to people. This should be done before introducing the cancer warning on alcohol products. The alcohol bill already provides for a general health warning on alcohol products. This is separate to cancer warning, the pregnancy warning and other mandatory labelling. Focusing on one health issue alone in cancer doesn't give a full or accurate picture to help consumers make informed choices about their drinking. Although the cancer label only applies to alcohol in this bill, as the previous speaker said, there is also a risk that cancer warnings will then be extended to other Irish products, such as processed meat, red meat, bacon, smoked fish, etc. This is a major concern to the food and drink industry as a whole. I'm disappointed that no debate took place in the Channel at the final stage. Minister, has the Department of Health supplied a scientific file to the European Commission to justify the introduction of cancer warning labels? As you stated, this particular provision will not come into effect for 3 years after the point at which the European Commission approves the labels. So basically, the European Commission has to approve the labels, and then it's be 3 or 5 years before the labels come compulsory. Minister, I think we need to have a conversation about where we're going from here. The impact it will have, especially on small breweries, distilleries, and as I said earlier on, we have to combat the abuse of alcohol. Imposing the cancer warning on Irish products will harm the reputation of Irish producers. Will also harm Ireland's reputation as a nation known for producing high-quality food and drinks. And it will delegate Irish products on a global market. Minister, no other country in the world has done this. This government is also busy encouraging distilleries and breweries tourism because they know the importance of the rural development, and breweries and distilleries are very important in this aspect. In my home county of Louth, I have visited breweries and distilleries. I have visited Cooley Distilleries, only 10 miles from Dundalk. This has been in operation since 1987. It employs over 70 people directly, and more indirectly in an area where unemployment is limited. The company has invested $14 million since 2012, and has also increased its shipment by 400% since 2011. Ministers, 2 aspects I welcome. I got reassurance from yourself that there will be no issue with directional signs to help promote breweries and distilleries to tourists. And that's good news, especially in my hometown of Dundalk for the Great Northern Distillery and Cooley Distillery. And I also welcome that the labelling requirement will not apply to export products. Minister, I also realise that there's no family or nobody in this country that hasn't had cancer in it. Cancer is an awful disease, and I do agree that every effort should be put into everything to destroy cancer. My job, Minister, is to represent my constituents. I'm not going to make any apologies for this here at the moment. I'm a very health-conscious person myself. I just think, Minister, I think this is a step just too far this time. And as I said, the one thing I do like about you is you're approachable, and you're a man of your word. And I'm just, and as a Fine Gael TD, I'm just disappointed with what's happening. But at the same time, too, Minister, I respect what you're doing. And the two commitments you give me this evening about the exports and about direction of science, I do appreciate that at the moment. But listen, Minister, as I said, I'm a firm believer. Your health is your wealth of life. And the word cancer, I honestly even mentioned the word cancer puts a shiver through my spine. But Minister, as I mentioned earlier on, people's going to have to take responsibilities. People's going to have to say no, and that's the way to go. And let's Conor, I do appreciate the time you give me. Thank you.
Dr. Brandner.
I wish, obviously, to speak to this particular section, and I want to make it very clear that I fully support the overall objectives of the alcohol bill, and that is, as we all know, is to tackle alcohol abuse and underage drinking. And I have to say, like yourself, Minister, I welcome the targeted and evidence-based measures that will help us to address these issues. I would like you to help us along the way here by answering a couple of questions as part of my process of getting an understanding of what is the right way to finalise this bill, and I don't want to hold it up. There's a perception out there that people who have problems with it want to hold up this bill. I see no reason why this bill cannot go forward tonight if some of the issues that we are concerned about can be addressed. But I'm also a realist to know that democracy reigns, and I have no doubt when the vote is held in this House that the bill will be passed. So let's start from there. But in the interest of democracy, I think it's important, the same way as Deputy Fitzpatrick indicated, that we have both an obligation to represent those in work, but equally those who may have issues with alcohol abuse. I want to put 2 questions to the Minister. I know it's not part of it, but it's part of my process. The timing of the introduction of this labelling, Minister, I'd like you to clarify what you believe. I'd like you equally to indicate to us the issue of the third size of the label, the 1/3 size that was in the bill, and nobody has clearly said to me that that's gone. The issue of, obviously, the knock-on effect of this on the producers and the small producers that Deputy Fitzmaurice and many others will refer to. There are 10 microbreweries, I might add, in my constituency in the last 2 years, in addition to the larger ones that Deputy Fitzpatrick referred to, and they are seriously concerned about the cost that may add to undue issues being added to it. But I want to make it quite clear in this House that any of us who are debating this issue, and certainly I can speak for myself, are not looking to stall the process. And I will be supporting the bill, but I want reassurances in relation to the outcome. I have to say that imposing cancer warning on alcohol product does affect the people in my constituency. Indeed, one microbrewery that I'll name, Listolk, is employing 14 people, and that's 1 of 10 that has been established, as I've said earlier, in the last 10 years. The reputational damage that putting this labelling on will cause a problem for the drinks industry of this country, and for anybody to doubt that it won't, I've said it and I say it publicly. You put one product that has no label on it in our airports, and the same product on the shelf in Ireland has a label on it. Anybody with common sense who was in opposition or wanted to promote their product would display those two items and say, what in the name of God are the Irish people trying to do? They're telling those abroad that it's not carcinogenic, and they're telling their own people it is, and I have a difficulty with that. I want to refer to the fact that no other country in the world has taken it, and I do believe we have taken pioneering steps in many issues. I've said it in the plastic bag, the smoking issue, but we're entitled to a level playing field, and I don't believe that this bill is going to do that for us, and I'm concerned about it, and that's why I'm speaking tonight. Deputy Fitzpatrick, I don't want to be repetitive, has said about we already have warnings in relation to pregnancy and other issues on it, and I think people generally know that excess use of alcohol will harm the health, and the reality is that the process of this bill, that it's the minimum pricing that will help to stop the type of binge drinking that is going on in this country. I would prefer, I have to say, if the government had stuck to its original commitment to include a general warning. But as I said, I'm a realist in relation to what the outcome will be, and sometimes a whip is cracked in that respect. I just will conclude by saying, and I spoke on this some time back when this was being debated earlier, and it makes a laugh when we talk about the Irish language, to which I fully support. It could be some help because it's called Uisce Beatha, the water of life, and indeed we demonise drink, and rightly so, in excess. But I feel the producers of this products that we're talking about have been demonised as well, and there is a conflict there. And the reality is this, and others are saying it, we have choices to make, and ultimately people have to make those choices. It's also important that this House legislates to protect those who are not able to make choices, and in that respect I fully support the alcohol bill, but I am, Minister, concerned that you answer and tell me, as I said at the outset, that the timing in terms of the introduction, because it will give breweries the opportunity who know it's going to happen, be it right or wrong, to prepare for it. The sort of minimisation of the costs, particularly the small breweries who won't be able to maybe cope with it. And lastly, but not leastly, when you realistically expect this bill to be implemented in full. And I think we're entitled in this House to have that perspective.
Deputy Michael Collins.
Thank you, Les Kincorla. First of all, I'm delighted to get the opportunity to speak here tonight. And, I got a bit of criticism for putting forward some amendments to this bill. And I'd like to say that, we do live in a democracy, and I do believe that, I keep my discussions brief on these amendments, but it's important that they are put forward, because I'm trying to reflect what the people in my constituency have been saying to me. And I can only, and I meet quite a lot of them, and they think this has gone one step too far. And there was other, ways that we could be tackling, we could be working towards making sure our young people are understanding of the effects that extreme drinking can be. But we tend to be taking the easy route out, and of course the sensational route. Of course, we'll be the first in the world to put cancer labelling on our bottles, and of course we'll be patting ourselves on the back and losing the real the real works we should be doing here in tackling, especially I'd be worried more on the underage drinking. I was listening between, cancel labelling in English and cancel labelling in Irish, and I was afraid there before we'd finished it, we'd have to have a little booklet hanging on to every bottle before a person would buy it, and they'd have to read the booklet the way we were going. There's no common sense. There's not one bit of common sense going on in here, and just more and more. And myself, I don't know when last I took a drink. Maybe just 3 weeks, maybe it was a month ago or 6 weeks. I can't remember. I barely have time to drink it. But the way things are going, I'm nearly driven to drink here. Trying to debate a bit of common sense into rules and regulations that we're making here. This won't be a runner in Europe. Of course, it won't be a runner in Europe. We know why it won't be a runner in Europe. The rest of Europe will not damage their drinks industry. So basically, the person from abroad comes in and reads that you could get cancer by drinking this bottle of drink here or having a drink in Ireland. That won't be seen in their own country. We're only making a mockery of ourselves. That's all we're doing, and damaging the industry that creates so much employment for people. And I think we've forgotten all about them. They've been forgotten, and I wonder, is democracy going out the window here? Because from what I gather, people are being gagged from inside here. Well, they're nearly allowed to speak, but they're hardly allowed to vote on this going forward. And we live in democracy, and people should be allowed to say what they say, because they're talking to their constituents. Each and every deputy that's elected here is speaking to their constituents, and their constituents are giving them a very clear message, and they're giving me a clear message anyway. So I'm bringing that message back here to the Dáil. And Minister, as I said, I wouldn't be big into the old drink myself, but I will say one thing, and I've continued to say that, and one thing you failed to do, and others. If you want to send a message to the people of the Irish Republic about the damage that drink is doing to this country, close the Dáil bar. And I've said it time and time again. Keep it open as a little cafe or whatever, so that the jobs aren't lost, but close the Dáil bar. And that's sending a serious message. But you won't do it, or any other party here won't bring it forward either. That's an opportunity. So what I'm saying is start leading by example and close the Dáil bar. We shouldn't have a place of drink in our place of work, and that's sending a message to the whole world. But you won't do that, Minister. So look, I totally oppose any labelling, cancer labelling drink. There's carcinogenic in red meat, traces of carcinogenic in red meat and in smoked salmon. So what's next? The butcher is selling you your bacon, so he runs out. You make him put a sticker on it that you might get cancer if you eat the bacon, or you might get cancer if you eat the smoked salmon. What are we going to do next? Are we going to eat it all? Are we going to drink? Are we going to be reading books instead? We'll all be. Maybe we'll be losing a whole lot of weight. I don't know, but we're going down a very strange road. And I think, a good few years ago, to tackle underage drinking, I put forward some missions, and nobody kind of took any notice of them. Basically, that a lot of people over the age of 18 were buying alcohol in off licences for people under the age of 18, and how we could trace the sale of alcohol to the person who ends up drinking it, who bought it in the first place. And very sensible proposals I put forward. No one ever, it was ignored, basically. And I think that's the road we should be travelling here. Instead of doing the most sensational thing, of course it'll be grand, it'll sell a few, headlines, but long term it won't do a whole pile. Only damage employment in this country, and damage ourselves abroad as well.
Deputy Scanlon.
Thank you. Minister, I suppose at the outset I just want to say that there's nobody in this House or in this country who doesn't know the damage that alcohol does to people. We have all, I'm sure, seen it at first hand, whether it's in our families or outside our families or wherever. Now, but at the same time, we have to be reasonable as well. And I think part of the problem is low-cost selling is one of the big reasons. I was in a shop the other day. You could buy 2 cans of lager for the price of 1 bottle of Coke, $2.50 for the bottle of Coke, $2.50 for 2 cans of lager. Now, if that isn't creating problems, I don't know what is, and that's something that really needs to be addressed. And, will the cancer label stop people from drinking? I don't think it will. I was asked the other day, thank God I stopped smoking 15 years ago. Somebody asked me to get 2 packets of cigarettes and take them out where I was going out to the country. I went in and I got them. And my God, to see the pictures that's on those packets of cigarettes, what cigarettes can do in relation to cancer. And I said to the person, do you look at this, or have you seen this? He said, don't pass any heed of it. Well, my God above, if that type of warning doesn't frighten people, I don't know what will. I'd like to get clarification, Minister, on the 2/3, 1/3 on the label. I'd like you to clarify that, please. And, since 2011, the only jobs that came into my hometown in County Sligo was jobs created by 2 young men who started a microbrewery. Today, those people employ 30 people. The product isn't sold very little in this country, but it has been exported and doing very well, and they hope to increase their work staff by an extra 20. In Drumshanbo, a man took a chance on it, and he bought a closed down jam factory in Drumshanbo. He started making gin, gunpowder gin. That product today, that distillery today employs over 30 people, and this man intends to employ a lot more people. That product is sold across Ireland, and it's sold in 50 countries globally. That's what's happening out there at the moment in relation to small breweries and distilleries. And I know in Sligo, on the shores of Loughill, there's a proposal for a distillery. In fact, the whisky is there already. A 25 million investment, which are going to create at least 100 jobs. I'm making these points, Minister, because of the benefit that these microbreweries and distilleries and the economic benefits they've made to the area which I represent, and also another brewery in Sligo starting out, and they have 15 people at the moment. So I believe we need to have a balanced approach in relation to labelling. And, on the one hand, we have the government encouraging new distilleries and whisky-related tourism, seen as an important driver of rural development, which it is, and a source of significant growth for the economy. There's no doubt about that. And when you consider that 2.5 million visitors this year visited distilleries and breweries right across the country, and in fact in my hometown again, they had an open day in the brewery there. Irish Rail ran a special train. 1,500 people turned up to a small brewery. I don't understand it, quite honestly. I don't know what they see in this, but it is a growth. It's a growth tourism business. And anything that we do, we shouldn't do anything that would do any damage to that, I believe. And I fully accept and respect the damage that alcohol does. But as Deputy Fitzpatrick said, people have choices. And I'd say while 99% of people can go out and take a drink and enjoy a drink, there are a percentage of people, unfortunately, where it takes a grip and it causes havoc, quite honestly, in houses across the country. So, Minister, I will ask you just for clarification in relation to the 2/3, 1/3 label, which will be going on the bottles. Thank you.
Deputy O'Reilly.
Before I speak on the amendment, I want to acknowledge that we have Senator Francis Black here with us, and we all know Senator Black has done fantastic work on this, and I just want to recognise that. The point has been made that, the point's been made that we are all aware of the damage that alcohol causes, and yet in the same breath people say we're all aware of the damage that alcohol causes, and yet we really don't want to take the measures necessary to do something about it. It's a little bit shocking to me that people need to be reminded, but this is called the Public Health Alcohol Bill, health being the key word there. So I suppose for the information of people who mightn't be aware, alcohol is classified as a Group 1 carcinogen by the International Agency for Research on Cancer, because there is a proven causal link between alcohol and several types of cancer. Alcohol consumption can cause cancer of the mouth, the pharynx, the larynx, the esophagus, the liver, the bowel and the female breast. All of these cancers show evidence of a dose-response relationship. The risk of cancer increases steadily in line with greater volumes of alcohol consumption. So when we say we are all aware of the harm that is and can be caused by alcohol, I think we need to name it, we need to acknowledge it, and then we need to take steps to reduce that harm wherever we can. In this state, the proportion of alcohol-related deaths from cancer is higher than the European average, and in fact that would suggest that maybe we need to take more measures than other people in Europe, or indeed that maybe we just should not be ashamed of being able to provide a little bit of leadership on this issue. Research has shown that alcohol is associated with approximately 900 new cancer cases and 500 cancer deaths annually. More than half of all head and neck cancers and 12% of breast cancers in Ireland were found to be associated with alcohol consumption. And as one of the deputies pointed out, when I see or I hear the word cancer, I shudder, and I think that's the point of the labelling, is to ensure that people actually consider before they have a drink what they might be potentially doing, and indeed people can make an informed choice, and I am very proud to support providing people with the information that they might need so that they can make an informed choice. Despite the demonstrated links between alcohol consumption and ill health, alcohol continues to be advertised heavily as though it were not a toxic substance. It is assumed that consumers have access to the information that they require to make informed choices, and indeed the debate here this evening proves that perhaps more information is indeed required. In numerous studies and journals published by the British Medical Council of Public Health, it was found that providing detailed warnings about cancer risk on alcohol products was a viable means of increasing public awareness of the health risks associated with alcohol consumption. In one study, responses to the cancer statements were neutral to favourable, indicating that they are unlikely to encounter high levels of negative reaction from the community if introduced on alcoholic beverages. Females, younger respondents and those with higher levels of education generally found the statements to be more believable, convincing and personally relevant. Therefore, cancer warning statements on alcoholic beverages constitute a potential means of increasing awareness about the relationship between alcohol consumption and cancer risk. So I think that we should, as a public health measure, be able to agree that this is one step we very definitely do need to take, and we should support it. We cannot go back to the days of the tobacco industry, where the interests of the industry were put before people's health. And the issue of the Dáil bar has been raised, and I'm already on the record as supporting that, and I do believe that we can, with regard to alcohol consumption and the potential harm, lead by example and indeed install a small cafe in lieu of the Dáil bar.
Deputy Carol Nolan.
First of all, I want to state quite clearly that I support the objectives of this bill. I'm very aware of the culture and the difficulties that we have with alcohol, and we're all very aware of that. But I think it's condescending and downright disingenuous to accuse us or to assert that we're ignorant of that fact. We're not. But what we're saying here is that parts of this bill lacks common sense. You do not seem to have much regard. Many of us here are from rural counties, and we've stated quite clearly the serious impact that the labelling issue will have on businesses and on our industries, breweries, right across this country, and you're not taking that on board. And if this label goes on, is it going to be extended to our food sector? Is it going to damage and severely damage our agri-food sector, which is already under tremendous strain with the onset of Brexit? So, I mean, it just lacks common sense. There's no common sense. It's like it's not well thought out. Somebody thought this would be a good idea. Let's put it in. And you know, and it's very unfair to accuse us here that we're detached or disconnected. We all have families with alcohol problems. We have members who have had cancer, and I think it's downright disingenuous to accuse us of being ignorant of that fact. We're very, very well aware of that fact. But what we're stating here is we're being pragmatic, we're being reasonable, and we're just putting forward to you, Minister, that the cancer warnings on labelling is it's not going to have an impact. Firstly, we need to look at our education, getting the programmes out through our education system, more programmes through the HSE. We need to do that, more of that, to tackle this issue. And I'm aware that numerous studies have been conducted to ascertain links between alcohol and cancer. And like every single person here, I welcome all of that research. However, despite numerous attempts to establish cause and correlation in many cases, there has been an absence of scientific evidence to substantiate this assertion. Alcohol abuse is a complex and social problem.
That's completely unscientific.
Sorry, I didn't interrupt any of you. Sorry, just no interruption. No interruption. Again, are you a rural TD? No. It's not all about Dublin up here or other cities. No.
Sorry.
Excuse me. No, I have every right to be speaking here.
Could I ask the members to allow Deputy Nolan make her Could I ask Deputy Nolan and people to show some respect both for Deputy Nolan and the Chair? Continue, Deputy Nolan.
Okay. Alcohol abuse is, as we know, a complex and social problem, and one that requires a multifaceted approach, and not just one particular approach, which is doomed to failure. This will not be achieved, I believe. I don't believe we'll tackle the problems that we have through crude, misleading and perhaps downright untruthful health warnings on our alcohol products. And there is every reason to believe that this proposal is doomed to failure at EU level, and I believe that has been said, Minister, by some people in your department. So, let's deal with this. Why bring forward an issue or a part of a bill that's doomed to failure? I mean, you're Minister of Health. Surely you can make a call on this and make a good call on it. I also want to briefly mention the impact that these measures will have on our distilleries and breweries that have diversified in recent years to become visitor centres. And we've heard many TDs in your government, Minister, talking about brewery here and indeed being pictured at the opening of many breweries and distilleries throughout this country. And now here you are trying to destroy them. In recent years, we have built our entire national tourism strategy on visitor experiences rather than tourist destinations. The Irish food and drink experience has now become an internationally traded tourism message, and many small brewers and distilleries have diversified in order to incorporate visitor centres and the tasting experiences. These operations are not primary alcohol wholesale or retail outlets, yet are at risk of being caught in a legislative net that never set out to trap them. And that's why I'm saying, Minister, it's just parts of this are not thought through properly. Derogations must be made to protect these visitor centres, many of whom are a living history interpretation of age-old crafts. These centres have become important ingredients in the development of tourism activity in rural locations. We're depending on this. Our local economies are absolutely dependent on it and will collapse, Minister. Will collapse. Not that you seem to care in Dublin anyway. But they have become a vital contributor to rural economies. And in my own constituency of Offaly, Tullamore Dew employs 120 people between the distillery at Clonminch and the visitor centre in the town. It attracts approximately 45,000 visitors, and it was a huge investment project at the time. I would not like to see all of this positivity, because they were positive developments, impacted upon in a negative manner by sections in this bill pertaining to misleading, labelling and signage constraints, which I know will be dealt with later. These sections lack common sense and could do irreparable damage to the local economy of too many rural counties. And you're here to represent rural Ireland as well.
And I call it Deputy.
Thank you very much. I suppose, first of all, I would acknowledge also the presence of the previous Minister, Marcella Cochran, who had a role to play prior to you, Minister Harris, in bringing this bill to the House. And, I'm on here a short couple of years, and when I came here first, this was one of the first bills that came before us for discussion. But we left after the Shannon, and I assumed, what was going after the Shannon was going to come back, more or less what came back out of some of the items, and until this issue of the labelling and the cancer word. And, Minister, can I let's say out straight away, I acknowledge that the purpose of the alcohol bill was to tackle alcohol misuse, underage drinking and overall consumption, And, everybody can go into detail of how much alcohol creates cancer. And, to only a few months ago, there was a food tax levy brought on sugar, because sugar now has a health warning. We didn't put tax on sugar because to make people, because it was a premium product. We put tax on sugar because of a health issue, that people will stop the suffer obesity, and of course obesity unchecked can lead to death. It's fact, can lead to death. But is there warnings about take sugar in moderation on the packages? And that's what's going to happen here. You know, they mentioned other products, meat, and that could be next area of target. But what I'm trying to say here, Minister, is a bit of fairness and consideration. Like, you know, you're right about signposting in public premises, publicans, and will it serve a purpose? I don't know, will it serve any purpose in the main pubs in Dublin, because they'd be so packed, the attendants wouldn't get a chance to look at the walls. Whereas down in rural Ireland, they're closing every day. You see my own county of Cork, we've lost 25% of our pubs since 2005. 25% of the pubs in Cork have closed. And, you know, are we trying to put up more barriers for people to go into these pubs to have a couple of drinks? And, you know, we have been through the Road Traffic Act, which ensures that no anyone who drink driving over the limit is penalised. So what other penalties are we going to put on our rural pubs? Like, you know, did it help people from going into them? Because, Minister, we need to clarify even on that issue. Like, you know, when you do, if you do get it through, like that, where will the signage be? Will it be beside the front door? Don't come in here, you'll get cancer for a drink. And it's going at the moment. And that's just time on rural pubs. But, Minister, most of my colleagues have touched it, those not on the prohibition side. And I respect the people who are totally coming at amendments. And, you know, I must address that issue. It's ironic that in the last couple of weeks in national press that it's the members who come in with amendments to delete or put in something in favour of redacting about how you treat drink have been castigated for delaying the bill. Before we talked in these amendments, we had other members of the House delaying the bill because they wanted to sweeten more for themselves and play to some gallery. You know, I'm talking for common sense here, not PC. Might be the case, like, you know, maybe I'll be corrected in some time, you know, but you know, this issue, like, you know, we're using the democratic process to ensure that a fair bill is eventually signed in by our President, Dáil Éireann, that can be implemented and put through for the well-being of the people of this country. And I mean the well-being of this country, but at a respectable level. We cannot be going over the top. Why? How can we have a Minister for Health down in his office promoting cancer signs and drink bottles, up the corridor in the Department of Agriculture, probably in the Department of Enterprise, you have ministers jetting down the country, giving grants to open distilleries, microbreweries. You have Minister of Agriculture jetting abroad, promoting drinks, food, which are labelled beverages and food abroad, and back home in the Emerald Island, it's like being in Colombia. We can produce the cocaine, but let the world suffer the consequences of cocaine. That's what we're trying to tell the world, like, you know, that you can drink abroad, but you can't drink it in Ireland. It's going to kill you. And that's like the Colombians. I use that analogy. It might be a bit too extreme, but it's a fact. You're telling the Colombians, and even heard that last week, they've actually upped their production of cocaine production because they have markets abroad from the world for it, and it's killing people, and I know that. Minister, in my own backyard, I have both types of industry, both micro and large scale. I have Irish distilleries who have grown tremendously over the past number of years. They provide jobs, but they also provide an income, premium income for tillage farmers. Maybe this year, because of the drought, tillage acreage might have gone down a bit, or the yields and tonnage might have gone down a bit. But those who are lucky enough to get a premium price to supply the distillers, even the Heinekens and them, you know, they get a premium price on their grain to make sure they get a living. We could be jeopardising all that. I go back to the issue of Irish distilleries. They are growing big and fast. At the moment, there's rumour that Irish distillery might be thinking about relocating for another site. Not just storage, but for maybe for another distillery, because the capacity at the moment where they are is limited. There's a town in East Cork near Youghal on the seashore, where they've suffered tremendously. There was devastation, lots of jobs down 3 years, lots of jobs. In fairness, governments have tried to get replacements to no success. Some of my colleagues mentioned already, rural Ireland is forever going to be dependent on indigenous industry. And that's where you come back with the microbrewery, the micro distillery. That's where we're back to. I'm trying to say, Chairman, no, Chairman, give me a chance now, please, because it's the first time we spoke to the Chair. But, Chair, everybody else has the bargaining chip here today, and I haven't spoken too much on the bill before now. The point I'm making, Chair, is why are we putting laws when even the EU have not even think they're compatible with the issue at stake? And that's a big issue that's here, like, you know, we are the very people, we are the very people who come back to this chamber every so often. We have this in the EU, we have this in the EU. But at the moment, they don't have it in the EU, but we want to have it. Who are we trying to flagellate here, like, you know? Chair, I ask the Minister, please, Minister, pull back on this issue. I would actually please pull back on it. You know, I have to respect my party's view, but I think it should be fair consideration should be given reconsidering this amendment. I think you're pushing the boat up too far. And please, think of the jobs and the development in rural Ireland.
Thank you, Deputy. Could I just ask, and I'm calling now on Deputy Aylward, you know, we're at Amendment 9. I think if people sort of respect the clock and stick to 10, I think in the interest of moving this bill forward, I would appeal to members to try and stick to what the amendments are. We're dealing here with the labelling issue. Deputy Aylward.
Thank you, Clare. Look, Minister, I too welcome the aims and ambitions of this bill is to reduce excessive drinking, and I accept that. We have a problem in Ireland, but a lot of people. But I am not happy with the labelling issue, and in particular the word cancer. A lot of people dread the word cancer. It's a severe word, especially if people had it. I'm a survivor myself of cancer. It's a word that puts dread in people. And I don't think we need to go as far as putting the word cancer on our labels on bottles in this country. I accept that you could put something, an alternative like drink damage your health, something along that line. But the word cancer, I think, is too severe. I'm asking you to reconsider the word cancer. I think it has deep repercussions in people's minds when you mention cancer, especially people that have gone through it and people dread it. And as I said, if we were to put on everything that drink causes, you want a barrel, not a bottle, to put on it what drink causes, if any excessiveness. There's such a thing as control and self-control and people knowing what to drink and what not to drink. I mean, it sounds here tonight by some people here as demonising drink, as if you take a drink as some kind of a bad person. And thousands and thousands and millions of people around the world enjoy a drink that don't go into excessiveness. They drink it with their drink, bring it home on Friday evening and maybe have a meal. They go out on Sunday night. I'm from rural Ireland. Most people on the weekends go out and they enjoy a pint of Guinness or 2 or 3 in the pub on a Saturday night and a chat. And to think that now we're putting a sign up on these bottles when they take it that drink causes cancer. I mean, it's not necessary. And as been said already, why are we doing this? We're even able to pass it through in Europe. It could be refuted in Europe. It'll be 3 years before we put it in. Are we becoming a nanny state or a dictatorship up here? Are we deciding how people live their life and what they can do and what they can't do? And you're taking the pleasure out of something that is pleasurable if it's taken in the right mind and in the right amount. And excessive drinkers will not take any notice of labels or anything on bottles or people that are alcoholic. And this is not going to help. I'm asking you to pull back from the word cancer and to say drink damage your health and warn people that way. And that's my concern of this one. I'm also worried about the signs in pubs and I think we're hypocritical here in Ireland in that we're going to have serve and drink here with a label on it that causes the cancer, drink causes cancer. But if you go across half mile across or half an hour across the Irish Sea, you'll be getting the same drink with say Jameson or Paddy or something, and there'll be no sign on it. That's hypocritical in my view. And it's also uncompetitive that Irish companies are going to have to carry the cost of this, where any other place in the world there's no such thing as labelling of this sort. And I think we have common sense as the rule here. You can get a bottle of Paddy, a bottle of Jameson, a bottle of brandy that's made in Ireland in any other part of the world with no sign on it. But you come into Ireland and when tourists come here and they say, next thing this sign is going to be on every bottle they look at, the drink causes cancer. I don't know where we're going. We have become the nanny state. We're dictating to people their life of what they do and what they can't do. And I don't think that's our role up here. By all means, excessive drink has to be stopped, but I don't think that's the way about it. And I think we all have microbreweries in all our areas. In Carlow, Kilkenny, have Tubin, we have distilleries, all starting up. And we are not putting them at a disadvantage by bringing in this excessive laws that we're bringing in now. I'm asking the Minister to step back from this and to drop the word cancer and put just on the label drink causes damage to your health and drop the word cancer. That's my tune sequence word.
Thank you for your briefness. Could I now call on Deputy Healy-Rae? Oh, sorry, Danny.
Yeah, look, I suppose I'm too very concerned about the damage that this will do to the tourism sector and to the hospitality sector and to our micro breweries and our breweries. I'm proud to say that Kerry is home of some of Ireland's most reputable distilleries and craft breweries. The Dingle Distillery has over the past 6 years built up a reputation of producing some of Ireland's finest whisky, vodka and gin. The Dingle Distillery has world-class visitor centre and that attracts tourists from all over the world and makes a significant contribution to tourism in the town. Kerry has also some small but thriving craft breweries. Yes, but this, I'm sorry, Chairman. I'm sorry, Chairman, but this is going to hurt these people if they have to put these cancer labels on their products, and other products coming in from Scotland and every other where don't have to do that. Do you understand what I'm saying, Chairman? There are 6,450 people employed in the drinks and hospitality trade in County Kerry, which represents 10.5% of the total number of people employed in the county. No other county in Ireland has a higher percentage of people employed in the drinks and hospitality sector. The drinks industry is the lifeblood of many communities, and elected representatives such as myself must do everything to protect those jobs. That's what we're doing, and that's what we will continue to try to do, because that's why we're elected here, to make you aware of what you're doing is wrong and no necessity or no need in the world for it. We all want to tackle the problem of harmful drinking and underage drinking especially, and that's what the bill started out to do a number of years ago, but it's deviated from that totally now with these cancer labels and all the other requirements that are going to be put in place for supermarkets and that. No, and you see, the thing is, no other country in the world has mandatory cancer labels on alcohol products. Such a measure applies a stigma to products made in Ireland and damages our reputation as a country that produces recognised quality products of international standing. You see, the reputational damage to this category could be huge, both in Ireland and in export markets, undoing all the hard work of recent years. Several other foods, such as red meat, sausages, bacon and ham, have been classified as carcinogenic by the International Agency for Research on Cancer. If Ireland requires cancer warnings on alcohol, it is likely that similar products will be introduced to other foods, which is of serious concern to Irish food processors. See, it's all about in moderation. A few drinks in moderation or no harm to anybody. But that's the word. But is this going to stop people that drink an awful lot? No, it's not. It's not. But it's a gimmick by you, Minister, and this government to try to think that you're actually going to do something about this. Won't stop underage drinking, and this won't stop excessive drinking. That's what we started out to do, but we're going to wait from that. And to see, people have drunk alcohol for years and years, and drinking plays an important role in sustaining socially supportive friendship networks, improving happiness and combating loneliness and isolation. And I say to you, Minister, maybe you don't know about loneliness and isolation up here in the city or near the city, but in rural areas they have little else to do, only have a few drinks for company's sake, and that's what it is, and that's what it was ever. And it's absolutely ridiculous what you're at, because Scotch whisky won't have it, whisky from any other part of the world won't have it. Well, you see, we're going to be. Why do we have to be forced with this? You're saying they're going to have it when?
Please, through the Chair, Minister, and to conclude, Deputy.
But we do know that this will place people like the operators of the Dingle distillery at a serious disadvantage, because if you have a bottle up on the counter with a cancer label in it, and another bottle that doesn't have a cancer one in it, which one will the consumer go for, whether it is a tourist from whatever part of the world? And we're depending on tourism in a big way in the county of Kerry, and I don't know why I'm being interrupted. And you see, we started out with good intentions to prevent underage drinking, and we were hoping that the minimum unit pricing would have an effect and a positive effect in that regard. But we've gone totally off the wall with this. We've gone totally, it's totally ridiculous. And this is not to say that there are issues that are not issues to be addressed, but this is not the way to do it. And there's also strict codes in place on how alcohol is advertised and marketed. Eurostat recently identified that the cost of alcohol in Ireland is the highest in the EU according to consumer price levels in the 2017 report. But you see, you're going away from the point. Yeah. With this cancer label, and it's going to affect our tourism product, because people dread cancer. We go to so many funerals and meet so many people have lost family members because of cancer, which are caused by so many different things.
Please, Deputy.
But you see, I was interrupted in the middle of it.
I accept that. That's why I'm giving you some latitude.
Even by yourself, and sure, that's all right too.
Deputy please.
But you see, you're gone away from the core of what we set out to do at the start, and we're gone totally ridiculous by insisting that we'll have to have labels on bottles and alcohol and in pubs and in other venues. Totally and absolutely ridiculous.
Thank you, Deputy. I'm now calling on Deputy Matty McGrath.
I too am raised to make my comments on this amendment here this evening, and I fully understand that cancer has very serious connotations for young and old. There's hardly a family, in the country that's affected by it. Indeed, the National Hospice Day was last Thursday. Coffee Mons up and down the country. Certainly, it needs to be got out there some way to people of all ages that any harmful products are there. But I think this, and I want to acknowledge that I lost 2 brothers to cancer and 2 first cousins and many people. But I think that with this, while the bill might have been well intentioned, and that's why the amendment is in, but I think it's just crossed the line of common sense and common understanding, and no impact analysis carried out as to the detrimental effect. We're trying to deal with one detrimental effect of ill health, but no impact analysis that this legislation might have adverse effect on the economy of our country, especially our rural country, the rural countryside, and indeed urban. In your own county, Minister, I go out to Bray regularly, and I go into a few hostilities there as you frequent yourself. I see a host of craft beers, a host of them, that are Wicklow based and Bray, and the town of Bray based and places, and they're in every county now, thankfully. And we're trying to encourage the spirit of entrepreneurship. We're trying to encourage people to become self-employed, have the courage, and get Enterprise Ireland, and the LEOs and the County Enterprise Boards to support these people in business to create employment in rural and not so rural towns and villages, and indeed in the countryside. And we must do that. And some other speaker I heard earlier on the monitor, like talking about ministers are turning up. Yes, of course, to launch a new brewery. Maybe you launched one of the ones in Bray yourself, Minister, and Wicklow you could have, I don't know. But maybe you... I am on the labelling, yes, and you might do that. Yes. I am focused. I'm just saying that it's having a terrible impact, and will have a terrible impact. As I said, we fought really hard in the programme for government for rural proofing of legislation. And so we're passing legislation here that's not anywhere rural proofed, anti-rural, but also anti-work, totally anti-work. And the man that goes out at the end of the day is pay our woman. That's the people who support it. And I hear some people, even the teacher, support people get up early in the morning. These people get up very early. They put their hands in their pockets to invest in a site, to sometimes restore old buildings, old breweries, get some funding. It's not easy to get the planning, all the process, and the whole strict regime around this distilling of alcohol and the craft beers. And they have to be regulated, certainly. And then they sometimes go without the wages themselves for several times to try and get it off the ground. And now that they have, and many microbreweries have mushroomed up, indeed, I mentioned earlier, Deputy Kelly had a bill last year that we allow them to sell, as you could buy and taste some of the alcohol in these places, and we all supported that. But this is the direct opposite of what this is. Labelling. And kind of, seriously, label the bottles, labelling and postering on the premises, and indeed the barriers as well going into which I supported. I'm not in favour of off-licence or shops areas having too much free access into the alcohol part of it, but. Everywhere I go now, we're not tackling where we should tackle. And so several budgets, there are probably 7 or 8 budgets now, I've made budget submissions, Minister, to put a capping charge or crocking charge, call it what you like. The vintners were on for, different people were on for it, and the cans that are sold, 2 dozen for €18, or the bottles. And we heard Deputy Denny Healy say, according to international research, we're the most expensive place in the country to buy it over the counter, as in a pub. And we will support these pubs. Why have we refused in budget after budget that we wouldn't try and up the price of the drink that's so available to young people especially, and unscrupulous older people buying it for young people, and then having younger people in shops that are able to control, the peer pressure and selling it to them. I thought a function had to be cancelled, a very important function that had a long history in a town in my county, because of what happened one Sunday night with the amount of drink that walked out of the supermarkets. Labelling, yes, I'm talking about balance. I'm talking about balance. All the labels in the world could have been on that night, Cahilloch, but it was going to be sold out. It could be labelled everywhere. Wrapped around it. But it was going to be sold. So we're going after the wrong area. And we're having a huge negative impact on employment and on production and business and our people who want to be entrepreneurs and workers and get the job done. And we're not focusing at all on the huge problem with the proliferation of young drinking in the streets, public order offences, drinking in fields, God forgive me, and whatever, and teenage drinking, and taxis picking it up even and dropping it to houses. So I mean, we've gone down this road in a hurry to be the best boys in Europe or the best boys in the world, what kudos we're trying to get, without a proper analysis of the damage and destruction that this is doing and the benefits that we're going to get from it. Because tourists come in here and they're going to be laughing at us, quite frankly, because I don't believe this will see the light of day if someone takes a challenge to our friends in the EU. I don't think it will, because it makes no sense to me. But that's for another day. But I am speaking here on behalf of Ardney, Dáil Éireann, and the people who want to, as I said, especially in this microbrewery industry, are doing it now so well. And indeed, the other people who want to sell it over the counter in a licensed premises with a licence up behind you on the counter, and it can be inspected by Garda Síochána or anybody else at any time. And you have health and safety, you have HACCP, and you have your food, you have all those inspections. So we're crippling ordinary business people. We're trying to, with good intentions, I accept that. I'm not saying the bona fides are correct, but it's a sledgehammer to crack a chestnut, and I think it will have negative repercussions on the microbreweries and other outlets, pubs. They're kind of endangered species now. And we give different status to different groups. We'll have to give some kind of an ethnic status to the publicans now, because they're disappearing like snow off a ditch, and we're passing legislation after legislation to just close them down. They always paid wages, they always paid rates, they always paid back, gave employment, and above all, they allowed us many areas to have functions, and whether it be a funeral or whether it be an engagement party or win a match or whatever, there was no many other function rooms in many other areas, only the publican who kept his lounge in many areas and still keep it insured and pay rates on it to support the community. And this is not supporting the community, and this won't have the desired effect either.
I call on Deputy Stephen Donnelly.
Thank you, Cahirlic. I want to recognise that there are strongly held views on this particular issue around the House and around the country. And I think those who are making their views known are doing so representing what they believe to be the best interests of their constituencies. Fianna Fáil's position is that we are supporting the inclusion in primary legislation of the cancer labelling. So why? Why are we taking that position, given that there are strongly held views in this chamber? We've heard from Sinn Féin and Fine Gael and from Fianna Fáil. I think there's two questions we have to ask. One is there a material risk of cancer associated with alcohol consumption? Or is it a marginal risk? Are we talking about burnt toast, or are we beginning to move into the realm of cigarettes? Is it a material risk? And the second question is, if it is a material risk, is it a known material risk? How many people actually know? If this is materially carcinogenic, do people know it is? And I don't mind saying in the chamber, Chair, I didn't know it was. When I heard about this amendment first, I thought, here, surely not. Surely this is nanny statism at work. Surely to God, are they going to start putting labels on rashers and telling me if I burn my toast, I'm eating it at my own risk? So I did some research and I spoke to clinicians, and the figures I got back shook me. 500 people a year die in this country from alcohol-related cancer. Die. That's about 3 times the number of people who die in this country every year on the roads. And that's a number of tragic fatalities that gets a huge amount of investment and warnings, and rightly so. But 3 times more people die from alcohol-related cancers. And so then there's the question of, well, is it just for excessive drinkers? For everybody else, is it absolutely fine? And the data I was presented with says, no, it's not fine. Now, there's lots of data, and many of us around the House have the data. I'm just going to read out one, which is the increased risk of breast cancer, or association with breast cancer. And it's that for every 10 grams of alcohol consumed, on average per day, a woman's risk of breast cancer increases by 7%. Okay, what does that mean? Well, it turns out that the average consumption of alcohol is 30 grams. And so the average consumption of alcohol in this country would therefore be associated with a 21% increase in the risk of breast cancer. Now, that to me is a material risk, and it applies at average consumption levels. So this idea that we're in the world of rashers and burnt toast is not true. And this idea that you have to be drinking 10 pints a day for it to be associated with a risk of cancer is not true. It is a material risk, and that risk begins at low levels of alcohol consumption. So that answers the first question. So now let's talk about the second question. Do people know about it? Now, I'm going to move from data to anecdote, which always makes me a little bit nervous, but I'm going to do it anyway. I started asking friends of mine about this. When I got this data, I said, you know, do you know that alcohol is carcinogenic? And the answer pretty much across the board was no. I spoke to one friend of mine who had a family association with cancer. And she got really quite upset when I gave her the facts. And I said, well, if you're drinking the average amount, the data says that maybe not for you because of your genetic disposition, and obviously there's massive variables and complexity involved, but that on average, you're increasing the risk of getting breast cancer by more than 20%. And she got very angry. Now, the idea that I would know that, and we would know that, and not tell people that, so they can make an informed decision, is not one that I think we should do. And the second one, maybe I just know a lot of people who don't know a lot about healthcare. So there was a tweet yesterday from a nurse called Laura that really struck me. It sort of summed it up for me. Do people know? So maybe non-clinicians don't know, but the doctors and the nurses, well, everybody knows. Here's what she said. 32 students attended my nurse triage clinic today and were asked about their usual alcohol intake. Only one of the 32 nurses were aware that alcohol is a carcinogen. So to the second question, is it widely known that alcohol is associated with cancer? The answer to me would appear to be no, it is not widely known. So is it a material risk? Yes, it is. Do the public know about it? No, they don't. Do many clinicians know about it? I grant you I'm going on one tweet, but if we were to take that, no, they don't. Apologies to all the clinicians who do. And therefore, the position we are taking is to support the inclusion of cancer in the primary legislation. There are counter-arguments. There are counter-arguments around hierarchies of diseases, and they are legitimate counter-arguments. And there were concerns potentially about the EU's response, and they are legitimate concerns. My view is that the EU should accept this. This is our business. This is our country. This is our public health. And if we, as the democratically elected Parliament, believe that it is in the public interest to do this, I believe the EU should respect that. And if they don't, if we find ourselves in some position where we are boxed in legally, then the Minister can bring forward a very short miscellaneous bill. Let's not forget that there is probably a 4-year lead-in from now to when this labelling will actually appear, which means there is ample time for a short targeted miscellaneous bill if necessary. So the risk to the progress of this, I believe, is eminently within the powers of the Minister in this House to deal with. And for that reason, we believe that the cancer warning does need to be in the primary legislation. Thank you.
Second last speaker or contributor on this, Deputy Jack Chambers.
Thanks, Cathaoirleach. And in the first instance, I want to commend the Minister for what you did over the weekend. When I read the headline in the Irish Times or one of the newspapers, I really said, this is the industry have got this country again. and the strength of them. So I commend you for holding true on this. This is a very important public health measure that has taken a significant amount of time, and it's important that you follow it through to the end. We've lots of spurious claims being made here and elsewhere to undermine, to chip away at a very important piece of legislation. People mentioned attendance at funerals, at hospices. The reality of it is you'd attend less as frequent, or maybe that person who you attended a funeral may not have passed away as early as you expected if they had known about this very issue. And what we have again is everyone accepting the legislation, saying, oh, it does make a difference, and we accept it, and we're not trying to block it, and we'd never listen to the industry about this. And it's well-intentioned, but, and it's harmful, but, and it's great, but there's a caveat to everything positive that the people trying to undermine this legislation are doing. And the disgrace of, in this House and elsewhere, is how the drinks industry has tried to infiltrate TDs, to undermine facts. The reality of it is, we've heard again about common sense. Well, let's base public health on evidence and on science. That's the common sense when it comes to public health policy. And the Minister is to be commended for driving this through and holding it to the threshold of good public health policy. Because I know Senator Black is here as well. We didn't have cancer labelling in primary legislation, but it was put in. And to take it out would have been an absolute contradiction to good public health. It would have completely undermined the science and the facts. And that's what we need to hold true to. Again, we've had people making very spurious claims. Someone said how it doesn't try to question the cancer claim, and I came in, Chair, on that. The reality of it is it causes mouth cancer, it causes cancer to the pharynx, the larynx, the esophagus, the breast, the liver, the pancreas, the bowel, colorectal cancer. Most people know somebody about that. And we also have an industry. A recent New York Times article exposed some of the National Institutes of Health have a lot of funding from the alcohol industry to fund some of their studies, again to try and shape the studies so that to try and make moderate drinking appear to be safe, to try and normalise it, to try and inject that doubt into people's minds. We need to send out a strong signal as a Parliament. I'm glad there's collective support on this. Alcohol does cause cancer, and we'd be negligent in not telling people that. It absolutely does. And some people have mentioned toast, red meat, smoked salmon. Check the British Medical Journal. There are 13,861 entries for alcohol and cancer as of this evening. In the Lancet, which most people would refer to when it comes to science and evidence base, there are 25,048 references to alcohol and cancer. They're the facts. That's the evidence. And we'd one person here in the chamber saying that alcohol and loneliness are somehow inextricably positive and linked. Well, my colleague, Senator Swanwick, did a very good study on loneliness, and I think you'll find the word alcohol isn't mentioned in it as a positive impact for people living in rural Ireland who have isolation, who have problems. But try and create policy solutions to help rural Ireland, rather than trying to go back to alcohol, to go back to the thing that you'd say solves every problem, Deputy Healy-Rae. You're undermining your constituents. You should be telling them the science and the facts. You made a very unfortunate remark to say alcohol can help loneliness, and that's not something this chamber should be putting on any alcohol product. We should be telling them the absolute facts.
Deputy Chambers, please address your remarks through the chair. And
I will.
These altercations wouldn't.
I'm not going to try and hold up this debate. I wasn't going to speak. I'm glad my colleague, Deputy Donnelly, has provided a strong support for this. I just wanted to say I was very saddened at the weekend that I thought we were going to remove this measure from the Public Health Alcohol Bill. We should be a leader in Europe when it comes to public health and to alcohol. My party leader, Micheál Martin, took on the smoking and the tobacco industry many years ago, and we had the same spurious claims being made by that industry as are being made now. And it became a leader of change in terms of public health care around warnings and labels and everything else. And it's important that we do the same with alcohol. People will still take a drink. Tourists are still going to come here and have a drink, but it's important. And to say that it's an Armageddon effect, again, is misleading people. There will still be jobs and growth in this industry, but we need to present people with the facts. And I'd prefer to have less nurses and doctors and GPs employed dealing with the acute issues around alcohol across our primary community care and hospital system and to deal with those issues, rather than reverting back to the people who are just in your ear lobbying you about something that relates to their pocket and not about public health. So thanks, Chair, for your patience. I'd like to commend the Minister and the various parties for pushing this and keeping it at the threshold it's at. I think that's very important that we send out that message from this chamber. Thank you.
And second, lastly, again, Deputy Jonathan O'Brien, followed by Deputy Hartley.
I wasn't going to speak either, because I know that my colleague Louise O'Reilly has outlined all of the arguments in favour of that, as have the two previous speakers very eloquently. But the reason I did want to come in was because of some of the claims which were made. I mean, to suggest that there's going to be 2 bottles on a shelf, one with a label warning of the associated risks of alcohol and cancer, and the one next to it with no label, is just not factually true. And we need to deal with facts here. That is not going to be the case. It doesn't matter where that bottle came from, be it Scotland, America, anywhere, it will have a label. So every bottle being sold on a shelf will have the same label, regardless of whether it was brewed in Dingle or brewed in Edinburgh. That is a fact. What is also a fact is that there is a proven causal link between alcohol and certain types of cancer. That is research done by the International Agency for Research on Cancer. That is a fact. You cannot dispute that fact. I've heard another deputy tonight say that because we're going to put these labels on bottles, it's going to kill rural Ireland. Now, that is an opinion. It is not a fact. But what is a fact is that there are 500 cancer-associated deaths last year due to alcohol. That is a fact. It is not an opinion. It is a fact. And I think Deputy Chambers put it well when he says, this is not about telling people they shouldn't drink or they can't drink. It is about giving them informed information so they can make informed decisions. I'll be honest, I don't drink. I don't touch alcohol. But if I did, I would like to have the information before I decided whether I wanted to drink. The same way, cigarettes. I do smoke. But there are warnings on the packets of cigarettes that I buy informing me of the dangers. I know what those dangers are, and I make a decision. I make a choice based on the information given to me. And I'm very grateful for that, because that is my decision and it's based on facts. So I just think, I actually don't know what the big argument is in relation to this. Why? One deputy asked, why are we the first in the world to do this? Why not? Why shouldn't we be the first? We're talking about tourists coming here and they're going to get this impression that if they drink Irish whiskey they might get cancer, but if they drink Scottish whiskey they won't get cancer. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. I actually, when this legislation passes, and if this amendment stays in it, or it stays as it is, and the cancer label remains within the primary legislation, I actually think it would be a good day, not only for this House and this country, but I think it would be a good day for everyone, because not only are we informing our own citizens, we're also informing the thousands and thousands of tourists which will be visiting. So we are educating people, not only in this country, but further afield. And that's something we should be very proud of. So rather than asking why are we going to be the first, the question I would ask is, Why not? I'm actually very proud that we will be the first. And I think that is, you know, a lot of decisions that we make in this chamber down through the years haven't benefited citizens and have had untold effects on their health and their mental health. But this is one which is not going to do that. So let's just get on with it. Let's just pass the bill and just get on with it. And people can have their opinions, and they will continue to have their opinions after this legislation is passed. But people will also have facts, and they will be informed. So let's just cut the nonsense and get on with it.
Margaret, Deputy Michael Harty.
Thank you very much, Cathaoirleach and Minister, for taking the debate. We are all aware of the excessive alcohol intake and how it affects society and how it affects people, both in their physical health, their psychological health, and the social effects that alcohol has. And we're all aware of people who develop cirrhosis of their liver. We think that's the only illness that alcohol will bring physically on people. But people are not aware that alcohol will cause cancer. And I think that the most important part of this piece of legislation is to educate people that cancer is a real risk if you drink alcohol. Less is best. We are not going to eliminate the consumption of alcohol. But I think we have to let people know that if you drink alcohol to excess, you have a higher risk of developing cancer. So the purpose is not to stop people drinking. Obviously, we're never going to do that. But we do want people to drink sensibly and to drink within the recommended limits. And the recommended limits for a male is 17 units of alcohol a week, and for a female, 11 units. A pint is 2 units, a glass of wine is 1 unit, a bottle of wine is 8 units. You can work it out yourself how many units you drink in a week. But if you stay within that limit, the likelihood of you developing cancer is reduced by 50%. You will never eliminate the risk of cancer, and we're never going to eliminate the consumption of alcohol. What we're trying to do in this bill is to educate people that if you drink sensibly, you'll reduce your risk, but you will never eliminate it. And that's not the purpose of the bill. The purpose of the bill is to try and reduce the toll that alcohol takes in relation to cancer. So there are 900 cancer-related illnesses diagnosed every year, starting from the mouth, from the throat, from the esophagus, your bowel, your liver, and breast cancer. So we have outlined these. Several members have outlined those. And of those, 500 will die every year. So this bill has been in the Dáil or in the Oireachtas for more than 1,000 days. So if you work out the maths, that's 2,700 people have developed an alcohol-related cancer, and 1,500 people have died from an alcohol-related cancer since this bill was introduced into the Dáil. So every day this bill is delayed is taking a toll on somebody's life. And cancer is a risk, we all know that. You cannot eliminate risk, but you have to educate people. And it would be quite remiss if we were to put labels on alcohol which had the calorific content of alcohol, which had just a bland health warning, but don't mention cancer. It might give you a touch of cancer, but don't mention cancer. There are already pregnancy warnings on alcohol, a very small diagrammatic pregnancy warning, but nevertheless it is important that people are aware of the damage that alcohol can take if you consume it during pregnancy. And there is a significant entity called fetal alcohol syndrome, where people who drink excessively during their pregnancy, their baby can be affected significantly developmentally in relation to the alcohol that mother has consumed during their pregnancy. So there is no sense in putting warnings on our bottles if we exclude cancer. And I think there would be a case to be taken against the alcohol industry if it was known, as the World Health Organization has said, that it's grade 1 carcinogenic, and you didn't put that warning on your product. I think the alcohol industry is leaving themselves open to litigation if they did that. And we mustn't underestimate the power of the alcohol industry. There has been intense lobbying over the past number of months. We've all experienced it. Unfortunately, it is the power of that lobby which has led, I think, to the length of this debate this evening. So the fact that Ireland will be unique in the world in introducing this warning on labels, I think, is to be commended. As Deputy, thank you, Jonathan O'Brien, excuse me. As you have mentioned, so I think just because no other country has done it is no reason why we shouldn't do it, because the facts are there and the scientific evidence is there. I don't think anyone can argue against the scientific evidence. I know the speaker who challenged the scientific evidence is gone, but the scientific evidence is there that alcohol is a risk factor for cancer. And cancer, like many other entities in our society, like road traffic deaths, the reduction in our road traffic deaths was not as a result of one particular initiative. Many initiatives in relation to that, the reduction of our deaths on our roads were introduced. In the same way, reducing the incidence of cancer is going to be multifactorial. And as we identify carcinogenics and as we come across them, it is extremely important that we are aware of them, that we make the public aware of them. The public have their choice whether they wish to drink excessively or not, but it is extremely important that they are made aware through labelling on products that cancer is a risk if you drink excessively. Thank you.
Margaret, and finally Deputy Murphy.
A very brief contribution to this debate, and I felt in conscience the more I listened to the debate that I did need to say something. I listened to some of the amendments proposed by Deputy O'Reilly, and I listened to many of the speakers in this chamber. But for me, in making up my mind not to oppose this bill, was the opinions of the two medical people in this chamber this evening. And I feel I or no other deputy has any right to question, and I mean this, to question people who have the medical experience, who deal with patients, who know the danger of excessive drinking. And for me, Deputy Harty and Deputy Chambers, and those two people in particular, were the reason that, I said to myself quite clearly, I cannot oppose this bill, even though I have some minor reservations about it. And I also acknowledge, in terms of the Minister, he has the medical experts as well. But this debate has been somewhat clouded this evening, because one could be forgiven for thinking that somebody was going to be policing the door of every pub and that you probably wouldn't get into some of the pubs. That's not what we're about here. We're about, I suppose, controlling or trying to control the abuse of alcohol in this state. And whether we like it or not, we have a major problem. We all meet in our clinics, if we want to be honest. We all meet in our clinics where families at times come in pleading, begging about members of families badly affected by alcohol. I don't drink, but I go into pubs and I mix with people who have a drink. And I have no difficulty with moderate drinking. But this society has to accept alcohol is a major issue. And again, I'm inclined to agree with Deputy O'Brien. Why not be the first to do this in the world? Remember when Micheál Martin took on the smoking lobby and the way he was hounded and abused? And if you went out now and did a survey today, I would say 98% of people, even those who still smoke, would say that was the right decision. We were the first in the world to do it, and now many nations have followed us. I have a little bit of sympathy for some of the breweries, family businesses, and they have concerns about part of the labelling and part of the advertising. I've discussed it with Deputy Donnelly, and he has clarified some of that for me. But in general, I welcome the bill and support it, allowing for the fact that I do see some of the family breweries probably having those reservations and worries about aspects of it in relation to the advertising. I'm just going to ask two questions that the Minister might answer. If this bill goes through, how long do you think it will be before the labels will appear on the bottles? And secondly, will Europe be forcing us to implement this?
Murphy now call the Minister.
Well,
Thank you very much, Cathaoirleach, and I very much welcome the discussion that we've had on Amendments 9, 11, 12 and 18, which have been discussed together. I want to try and respond to some of the points that were raised, including people calling on me to find common sense, or to kind of not go too far, or to listen to their common sense view. When you're Minister for Health, it's very important you listen to health experts. It's very important when you're bringing forward a public health piece of legislation, you listen to those who know a bit about public health. And I'm very confident in bringing forward this bill, which has cross-party support. I think this is a bill that appeared in almost every party's manifesto in the last election, and here we are still 2 years on from that, trying to pass it through this Oireachtas. The people I've listened to in relation to this, as well as the Chief Medical Officer and officials in my own department, include members of the Alcohol Health Alliance. There are people like Alcohol Action Ireland, they're the Royal College of Physicians of Ireland, they're the Health Service Executive, they're the Irish Heart Foundation, they're the National Youth Council of Ireland, they're the Irish Cancer Society, they're the Irish Society of the Prevention of Cruelty to Children, they're the Children's Rights Alliance, they're the National Rehabilitation Hospital, the Irish Road Victims Association, the No Name Club, the Mary Keating Foundation, the Purple House Cancer Support, the Irish College of General Practitioners, Aware, the Samaritans, the Institute of Public Health, the Rape Crisis Network of Ireland, the Rise Foundation, the Alcohol Forum, the Cork Local Drug and Alcohol Task Force, the Family Support Network, the Irish College of Ophthalmologists, the Union of Students of Ireland, the National Suicide Research Foundation, the National Women's Council of Ireland, the Alzheimer's Society of Ireland, Mental Health Reform, the Irish Medical Organisation, Social Justice Ireland, Men's Health Forum, Irish Student Health Association, the Irish Dental Association, Amen Support Services, Dual Diagnosis Ireland, A Lust for Life, REACT, Pavy Point, Barnardo's, the Environmental Health Association of Ireland, the South Western Regional Drug and Alcohol Task Force, Galway Healthy Cities, Community Awareness of Drugs, Ballymun Local Drug and Alcohol Task Force, Finglas Cabra Drug and Alcohol Task Force, Tala Drug and Alcohol Task Force, Drugs.ie, the Dental Health Foundation, the One Step Clinic, Lifewise, Dr Siobhan Jennings, Dr Suzanne Cotter, Dr Hugh Gallagher, Professor Joe Barry, Professor Frank Murray, Dr Bobby Smith, former Senator Gillian Van Turnhout, Professor John Crown and Kathleen Moore-Walsh, the Law Lecturer in the Waterford Institute of Technology. And these people here in the Oireachtas on a cross-party basis. This is a piece of legislation that those who work on the front line and see the impact of alcohol want us, are begging us to implement. And they've been at it now for over 1,000 days. And we've a duty to get on to it. There is absolutely no doubt, and I'm shocked by some of the comments I've heard, where people have stood up and made statements of fact saying, no, there's no established link between cancer and alcohol. That is a mistruth. Are we allowed to say that? A mistruth, I think, is as far as I can go in this House. That is not true in any manner or means. The World Health Organization says that is not true. 900 people this year in this country will get alcohol-related cancers, and 500 of them will die. In the years 2001 to 2010 in this country, your constituents, and I reckon people in urban and rural Ireland, have died as a result of alcohol-related cancers. And in fact, 2,823 men, perhaps some of the funerals or wakes you were at, died of alcohol-related cancers. 1,700 women died of alcohol-related cancers. Is it too much to say we should stick a bit of a label, something like this, on a bottle,
Without interruption, Minister. Deputy.
Thanks very much. Something like this that could actually tell our citizens about it. That's what this is about. 2,823 men, 1,700 Irish women have died of alcohol-related cancers, and we're saying it might be a good idea to stick a bit of a label on a bottle to let them know. You're right, on its own it won't fix it. There needs to be a multifaceted a multifaceted approach in relation. I'm addressing all my comments to you. There needs to be a multifaceted approach in relation to how we address this. But this is a part of it, this is a part of it. Now let's be clear. It's always been the intention of the Public Health Alcohol Bill that there would be labels on the bottles. That's never changed. That's always been the intention. When my friend and colleague Marcella Corkin-Kennedy was taking this bill through the Seanad, that was also the intention. The debate has been: is it better to do it in primary legislation, or is it better for the Minister of the Day to do it in regulations? So we've never disagreed, contrary to what I read, as to whether or not there should be a cancer warning. It's about the method, the mechanism. And in the Seanad, a motion was passed unanimously, by the way, unanimously, in November of last year, to say put it in primary legislation. And I've looked in recent days and engaged with stakeholders to establish what's the best way of doing it. And I've fallen down on the side that we should try to lead in this area. We should leave it in our primary legislation. We should send it to the European Commission, and let's see what the European Commission has to say. If Micheál Martin, Deputy Micheál Martin, and I give him credit for this, if he had have adopted the approach of some people in this House that have taken to this debate, we wouldn't have a smoking ban. We wouldn't have a smoking ban. Because a lot of the arguments people are hurtling at me tonight are the same arguments that were hurtled at Deputy Martin in relation to the smoking ban. Public health legislation is never easy. And yes, it does cause discomfort, and it does cause us to change the way we do things. Now, I do need to say, Cahirlock, on the record of this House, and I've shared this with members of the opposition, there is a risk. There is a risk in the approach we're taking tonight, and we have to share that risk. We have to share that risk, and we have to enter that risk with our eyes wide open. The European Commission did not issue a negative opinion on cancer labelling when it was notified. That's clear, but it did make very clear that a final decision could not be reached until the relevant regulations were notified and scrutinised. People have asked me, when does the labelling come in? The legislation is very clear. It doesn't come in until 3 years have elapsed after the Commission has approved the label. So, as people have said to me this week, if the Commission come back and give us a negative opinion, we have a period of time to work out how to deal with that. But it's not a reason not to do it. So I propose that we oppose these amendments, which would, in my view, try to remove the spotlight that collectively we wish to shine on the fact that there is a causal link between alcohol and cancer, and that our citizens are dying as a result of that causal link.
Are people satisfied, or do people want to have another round? No, well, that's your prerogative. Could we have agreement that I would put the question? And the question is that the amendment be made. There stands the amendment. Amendment 9, amendment in raising the committee proceedings. The Hiachti Rinne Aberdishneel, Sheelam Gwil and Kesht. I think the question is. I didn't even finish what I was going to say. I think the question is carried, or lost, I should say. You're calling a vote. That's fine. I didn't see one.
the deputies dissenting who are claiming a division please rise in their places? As fewer than 10 deputies have risen in their places, I declare the question is defeated. The names of the deputies who claimed the division will be recorded in the Journal of Proceedings. And could we have your indulgence now for a few minutes? We move on to number 10, already discussed with it. Deputy Donnelly to move. You move. Deputy Donnelly moves. You accepting it? Amendment 10 has been moved. Ichiritan Awawar Abadis Ta, and Aganya Abadis Neil, Shilan Golan Cash Richard and Cash Richard. Amendment 11, Deputy Grealish or one of his colleagues to move. Already discussed with 9. Deputy Grealish, Scanlon, any of you? Which of you? Me. Deputy Collins has moved. Already discussed with 9. Ichiritan Awawar Abadis Ta. Ichiritan Aganya Abadis Neil. Shilan Golan Cash Calchet and Cash Calchet. Short bells. Michael. in the name of Deputy Michael Collins and others. The question is that the amendment be made. We have some silence just for a few moments. And on that question, a division has been challenged. Will the deputies dissenting who are claiming a division please rise in their places? As fewer than 10 deputies have risen in their places, I declare the question lost. The names of the deputies who claim the division will be recorded in the Journal of Proceedings. Now we move to number 12, already discussed with 9. One of the deputies who tabled to move. Moved by Deputy Michael Collins. It should have done a wawer abadis ta, and a gunya abadis neil. It should have done a wawer abadis ta. It should have done a gunya. It should. Sheeran Golden Cash culture. You need to be a bit vigilant. Item number 41, the Public Health Alcohol Bill. Amendment 12, in the name of Deputy Michael Collins and others. The question is that the amendment be made, and in that question, the division has been challenged. Will the deputies dissenting rise in their places? As fewer than 10 members have risen in their places, I declare the question lost, and the names of the deputies dissenting will be recorded in the Journal of Proceedings. Amendment 13. Amendment 13 already discussed with 8. Deputy Donnelly to move. Amendment 8. Ichudatana Wawar Abadista. Sorry, Amendment 13. Ta Ichudatana Gunya. Tan Kesht Richa. Number 14 already discussed with 7. Deputy O'Reilly to move. Ichudatana Wawar Abadista. Nagunya. Tan Kesht. Ichudatana Wawar Ta. Ichudatana Nagunya. Tan Kesht Richa. We've already dealt with it. It was similar to Amendment 7. But Amendment number 14 in the name of Deputy Louise O'Reilly. The question is that the amendment be made, and on that question a division has been challenged. Will the deputies dissenting and who are claiming a division please rise in their places? As fewer than 10 members have risen in their places, I declare the question is carried. The names of the deputies who claimed a division will be recorded in the Journal of Proceedings. We now move to Amendment 15 in the name of Deputy Donnelly. Deputy Donnelly to move. Deputy Donnelly, you have 7 minutes or less.
The purpose of this amendment is to provide the same regulations on the air side of airports as are seen in the pubs. So it is a full transfer of the regulations that we'll see in the pubs to airside. That's it. Thank you.
Oh, did you say she was elected? No, she's up and out. We brought her.
Okay, Deputy Donnelly.
Go again.
You didn't hear a word. Well, it was worth listening to. Yeah, well, you might repeat.
Thanks for the support, Lascan Corla. The purpose of the amendment is to transpose the requirements seen in pubs around signage and so forth into airside travel, so essentially duty-free in the airports. It would remove the requirement for labelling for the airside products. So what we want to do is achieve a balance that meets all of the public health requirements. We do that by ensuring that all of the requirements for the pubs are met, and we want to make sure that we have a level playing field for the producers in the foreign markets, so we meet both requirements with the proposed change. Thank you.
I think this is a reasonable amendment by Deputy Donnelly, and considering the amendment ensures that consumers in duty-free shops will have access to the relevant health warnings and information on a notice, I'm satisfied therefore that it respects the intention of the labelling provision. I'm happy to accept the amendment.
And everybody happy? The amendment is accepted. Agreed? Agreed. Amendment 16 in the names of Sherlock, Grealish, Scanlon and others. One of the group to move the amendment. Deputy Sherlock has moved. Deputy Sherlock. Okay. 16 and 17 are related. Anyone offering? You can. They're being discussed together.
Oh, forgive me. I don't have the group.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, Deputy Sherlock.
No, I'm part of a number of other deputies who have put forward this. I make no bones about saying that I'm from the constituency of Cork East. Irish distillers have a big operation there through Middleton distilleries, and big Irish brands are present there, Jameson. And I just have a little concern, and I'm hoping that the Minister can allay my concerns in respect of signage. The offering in relation to whisky tourism is quite strong at present. There are up to 130,000 visitors coming to Middleton annually. They are tourists, they are responsible persons, they're purchasing, and it has a massive knock-on effect in terms of the multiplier effect into the local economy, because they're spending time within the region of Cork and the southwest. And and forgive me if I'm misinterpreting the legislation, but I have a worry that if we are to put in place measures that would prevent signage to distilleries such as Middleton, that it would serve as an impediment, if you will, to those visitors. And you know, Irish Distillers is a big employer. It employs, you know, 600 people across 4 sites. And, you know, whisky tourism, as I've said, is a growing offering as part of the tourism spend, if you will. And I just wish to, you know, add my voice to the concerns in relation to signage, and particularly in relation to visitor centres, because I think that's a key part of this as well. Can I just, while I have the floor in a few short seconds, if you will, I had put down an amendment which I didn't press, or which was withdrawn, if you will, at committee stage, in relation to cancer labelling. And the reason I did that was because, not because I was against labelling per se, but I was against, or I had reservations about cancer labelling only. And I wanted to look at the whole labelling issue in the round, because if you think of diabetes, cirrhosis, you know, cardiovascular disease, depression, seizures, gouts, you know, there are a whole range of illnesses that are contributed to as a result of the abuse of alcohol, if you will. And it's for that reason that I had the amendment in. I'm hopeful, though, that if we're going to take an approach to labelling, and that we would look at all of the illnesses and all of the diseases in the round, and that we wouldn't be just so prescriptive in relation to cancer. And that's just the worry that I have. I'm not against labelling per se, but I do think, though, that, you know, if the Minister, you know, at some stage could answer that, I would be very grateful, and I don't wish to delay the passage of this legislation any further. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Deputy Fitzmaurice.
Minister, there's a worry that say some of these breweries where they are at the moment, they are where they are. You cannot just pick them up and shift them somewhere else. And some of them would be beside, be it a park or be beside areas that are now going to be forbidden. And I'm wondering, like, you know, they're built, they're there, and now maybe one place that escaped the whole advertising side of it or the signage side of it, and another place would be beside somewhere that you can't event. And I'm just wondering, what can you make some sort of a modification to help those that, because of where they're built and they're there for a good few years, that they cannot just up sticks and go? Can something be done on that? Thanks.
And Chuck Danny Healy-Ray.
Again, I'll be brief. The adverse effect they will have on visitors, you know, when they'll see this sign, wherever it is to be placed, going into these places. And I have to record that I'm worried for small breweries like Killarney breweries and the Dingle brewery, that will adverse them or reverse the progress that have been made and the jobs that they have provided. And if we go back 6 years, when Dingle started up, there weren't, I can tell you all here what's left here, there weren't many jobs in Dingle at that time. And the people there are very glad of the employment that they give all year round, and the attraction that it now is to the town as a place for tourists to visit. I think this will have an adverse effect on them and on the jobs there, and likewise in Killarney on the Muckross Road for Killarney Brewing, where any time I pass, there seems to be a crowd inside the big glass door, being taken and tours around. So I just think that it is proper that I record my concern on behalf of the people who have developed those businesses, and for the people that are employed in those places. I think that there's no need whatsoever for this, and it'll have no beneficial effect for the youngsters that we started when this bill was being drawn up first. It was to help and to prevent the abuse of alcohol for youngsters and binge drinking. I can't see what binge, tourists coming like that to our country, and for 1 hour they may visit these places. It's just ridiculous, preposterous what you're at. These visitors may even only stay for a half an hour. I don't know how this is to be of any benefit in this system of stopping youngsters of drinking at underage or drinking too much. I just don't see any that is serving any purpose or any real effect. Thank you, Les.
Michael Hilary.
Thank you very much, Les. It is very important that directional signage and advertisements directing people to visitor centres and places that have built up trade would continue to be allowed in the future, regardless of whatever is passed here in this Dáil. And if the amendments will help or assist that, they're obviously very important, because one thing that we can't have is a situation of the goalpost being moved in the middle of the game. In other words, people who applied for planning permission for visitor centres, who built up a trade, who built up a business, who perhaps have a brewery and have signage going to that, which allows for visitors to call to them and direct them to that visitor centre or to that brewery. Well, anything that is passed by this Dáil should not impede, restrict or take away from the right of those people to advertise, direct or show people where they are located. Because, as already been stated by Deputy Fitzmaurice, people have had to develop these wherever they could, wherever they own the property, whatever locations were available to them. We can't go moving the goalpost now in the middle of the game. If they have their permission and if they're there, we want them to stay there. We want them to be able to attract the visitors to their places and to continue to give the employment that they're giving, because to do anything else would mean shutting them down and closing them up, and that would obviously be a very retrograde step. So we have to be very, very mindful. The power that legislation has is all-consuming, and that is why we have to be so careful about what we're doing here, and that is why I have such concerns over what we're actually doing at all here, Lascaux Collar. But look, that's people's right and entitlement, and the bill will proceed, but you can be sure of one thing: where I think it's wrong, I'll say it's wrong, and where I think it's right, I'll say I think it's right. But I'm very worried about the whole signage aspect of existing businesses and existing breweries and existing visitor centres, because there is a massive attraction for tourists and visitors who come here and who want to see how beer is brewed, how whiskey is distilled, the master craftsmen that do it, and they want to sample it, and it's like it's a niche in the market that wasn't there a number of years ago, and we have to be so careful that what deputies are doing here tonight will not be detrimental to those businesses.
Matty McGrath.
Yes, as I said earlier, I want to be repetitive. It's vital, I think, that we don't do harm to existing businesses and fledgling businesses, and indeed envisage businesses. And I name one, and that is in my own town of Clonmel. And what used to be Bournemouth, Drinking Still Bournemouth, is now owned by CNC. And they have a huge vacant property in Dow's Lane in Clonmel. And I remember as a Buchalog going in with the picked apples, having given a hand, all of us, my brothers and sisters, picking the apples. And the employment, I brought in a tractor and trailer and heeled up inside, and then weather like this, a bit later in October normally, and the frost and with the fermenting and the crushing of the apples, you would get the smell wafting up the town. You wouldn't need signage to find the Bournemouth's apple plant, because you had the wonderful smell of apples being crushed, and it was an aroma that people grew up with, loved, became part of the heritage on Clonmala, Vale of Honey. And that, unfortunately, now has become open. But with the Apple Fest, which is a new festival that we have to commemorate the apple industry and the cider industry in Clonmel, we launched it about a month ago, and it's been opening on Saturday evening. And part of that building, we succeeded in getting part of it open to show the public who wants to come, young and old, and the young people especially, they didn't ever remember it. The big vats and the throne are still there. And that's going to be part of the Apple Fest, which is a two-day festival for a week in Clonmel, trying to extend the tourist season. And we have groups there, and the Leader Company have funded this, supported this, and so have other groups. And private people. The Apple Farm Contrast, and a wonderful apple farm that many people know of, and other producers. And we've Long Way Cider down in Carrick and Shore as well. But plan on to make is, we are hoping to develop the centre of the town of Clonmel and many other towns, and we have schemes, look for more schemes in the budget or rejuvenation of our rural towns. And this is an integral part of it. This building is falling down. We're hoping, and CNC, that we're dealing with tough cookies. They don't have any really huge commitment to the heritage of the town. They're about pounds, shillings and pence, or euros and dollars. And they've lost their shirt in America, and they've lost badly in England, but the Bournemouth plant is really profitable with the last number of years, and thanks to the workforce. We took massive cuts, massive change in order to keep this. And we are promised $500,000 from CNC and Live Horse to get grass to do this tourist trail of the old heritage of the industry, and maybe some people employment there as tour guides. And it's right in the middle, not far from our historic town hall. Actually, it connects to the back of that town hall, and down the narrow street, and the main guard, and this the town hall, and this tourist heritage centre, and indeed on down to the bottom of the town, and down to the Bournemouth plant, which is in the Waterford Road. And countless hours and weeks and months of work have gone into it by entrepreneurs, but enthusiastic people who are interested in history and interested in our heritage, and we salute them. And it's so important that we don't pass some legislation here, or elements of it, that would damage this, would stop this in the tracks. We don't have, as I said, the live crushing of the apples, the live scent and aroma, which many people loved. We got used to it. It was a pretty, we all know what it's like about stewing apples in the kitchen, or even here inside in the Dáil canteen. But when you had that on a massive scale, the aroma would make your teeth, your mouth water for, sorry? Yeah. bit of what?
He's getting you hungry.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm saying it was wonderful. And many of us at the time didn't have a lot. And the young people picked the apples. And hundreds of growers who went to Cranprice, as far away as Dungarvan, to supply the apples. And there's still a number but that's a whole part of our heritage in Tipperdown, Hess, in Clonmala. And I hope that you'd all come as tours. And as Deputy Hilly Ray said, he sees the people visiting the distillery in Kerry. And I want to say, Minister, when I put the question to you earlier, maybe you were present at the launch or helped to launch some of the craft beers in Bray or in Wicklow or out in Roundwood or in Greystones. But certainly, shortly after the last election, about two weeks. It was the Friday before we were travelling to government to talks about the formation of government in Athlone. And Minister, now Taoiseach, then Minister, came in and launched Tipperary Whisky for a good family who now you're trying to get one elected to your party for Tipperary. And a Scottish brewer who was connected with the family came and showed their talents, and the whisky was tasted well, certainly, but that's kind of still in there and envisaged and being supported by Enterprise and Leader grants. And it's now moving to, I understand, to Dundrum, to the old renowned Dundrum House Hotel. Many of you might have been at weddings there. So that's in its fledgling state. So there was the Minister Taoiseach. And he promoted that, and rightly so. And now are we going to pull the rug from under his feet that you won't be able to find it, you can't advertise it? This is Lula stuff. This is kindergarten stuff. This is legislation that's not been examined and rule-proof, certainly, or industry-proofed, or an audit as to the likely negative impact it will have on first of all, the volunteering aspect of our people in Clonmel and South Tipperary. Second of all, the entrepreneurial skill of the people who are going to come on board. And third of all, it'll be a lovely out for CNCs. We're giving you the money, but you're not really interested now. The legislation has changed and we can't have this. So Bulmers is renowned all over the world. And see the auctions there and see the big tanks and see the lovely films they've made advertising. It's part of our heritage in Clonmel for long generations. Homegrown, it started small, and it's the kind of thing we want, and come in to be a huge industry and taken over then by the conglomerates, unfortunately. But look, it's still there, and the growers are still there, and they're depending on that because they give employment, picking the apples, pruning the trees, fertilising and everything else, and replanting. So, are we going to pass something in here tonight? I just ask you to think about it. Think about it. And all your aspirations, and Deputy Annie as well, talking about toast while ago, about your toast or the sausages or the rashers. Think about the jobs of the people is more important. You're in the confidence of supply, and if we get your way, you won't be able to eat an apple or drink a bottle of cider or anything else, and then labels on top of it as well. It's folly, and it's ill-advised, ill-thought out of, and ill-judged. And this is it all out. You can't have signs in case you can't have signage in case you would be able to see it or be directed to it. Exactly doing exactly opposite of what the local group there, volunteers, are trying to do to rejuvenate our town centres and towns that have become dilapidated.
Collins on signage.
Thank you very much. That's Concora. I suppose we're talking in relation to signage and the amendment that we put forward. I suppose, you know, what we're trying to do is protect our distilleries and our visitor centres here. I think it's very, very important. I think more than anything else here in relation to this amendment that we would be seen to protect it. There's distilleries in my own constituency. There's one being built at the present time in Clonakilty, and one being developed in Bandon. And there's people putting hundreds and hundreds of thousands of their own personal money into this business, Minister, and they're finding it very difficult to, I think, basically start their business and try and get it up and running. Their intention is to promote, I suppose, the drinks that were maybe in Ireland long ago. Number one, their intention is to create employment. Number two, and we should be in every way, shape and form trying to help them to do that. That's mainly for the to sell our drinks abroad and bring in our visitors here, and not finding it and putting extra obstacles in front of them. These, as I say, some of them are employing people. I was with one of the gentlemen that is building one in Clonakilty, and he took me up to the higher end of his building, Minister, and he was saying that if there was a play school within 200 metres, and maybe you might correct me on this, Minister, maybe you're not interested, I don't know, probably have your own mind made up on these things. He's not interested, I'd say, Minister, but I know it's hard to concentrate for hours, but no, but this gentleman said to me he had a distillery in and a high-rise building. So he said within 200 metres, if there was a play school, he couldn't advertise his business. Now, in fairness, someone that's putting hundreds of thousands into this business, and if he's within 200 metres, and maybe you could correct that if I'm wrong, he can't put up an advertisement of his business there. I think that's going to be very damaging going forward for that man's business, and many, many more visitor centres. I think there's 13 distilleries and visitor centres being proposed in the coming years. So I think people are tapping into, I suppose, maybe we have a good, people across the world look at Ireland and they see, the good drink products we produce. And when they come to Ireland, they'd like to visit and sample some of that drink. And we shouldn't be, I suppose, prohibiting them by pulling down adverts and just basically putting up some things that were maybe good, visible to people long ago and never caused an issue. And now we're trying to create a bit of employment in throughout West Cork and in different places in these distilleries and visitor centres, and they're going to find it difficult if all this rules and regulations. What happens with the situation if they have a little booklet? Are they allowed to have a booklet anymore? Must they have you know, as many would have, you'd expect, promoting their business. Must they have a little cancer tag on every page that's open? Are they allowed to have a little booklet anymore to hand out to people when they come into the country? I'd appreciate you might clarify that, Minister for Distilleries or whatever going forward, because it looks to me as if there's so much rules and regulations attached to this. They nearly want a dictionary. A book as thick as a dictionary to go through what they can and what they can't do going forward. So yeah, I think I'd let it at that. I'm keeping my discussion on amendments as brief as possible, but I'd like some answers, Minister.
Kevin O'Keefe wants to make a short contribution.
Yes, Minister spoke already, but I think an important issue here. Not too long ago, when we here in this House, with the eventual acceptance by the Minister for Justice, when Deputy Kelly and the Labour Party moved the bill to allow on many distilleries and microbreweries where we can have visitor centres to taste and purchase. What I want to say, Minister, is before I left Cork County Council, your government, the previous government, had great success in launching the Wild Atlantic Way. The Wild Atlantic Way, obviously, is the coast of the west of Ireland. I had councils inside Cork County Council look for signage for the Wild Atlantic Way towards the eastern side of the Cork City. What I'm trying to make to you, Minister, here you are creating a fierce prohibition and the promotion of these businesses. How many of you here in this chamber know where Ballyduff, West Waterford is? I don't see any hands rising. Oh, of course, Deputy. All right. Your government, Minister, has given tremendous funding to... thanks, Deputy. Look, all I'm trying to say is that Ballyduff, tremendous investment given by your own government for a micro distillery to get functional and operate in a village that has been decimated down through the years. Lots of gather bags, lots of shops, the dairy, the Glenbeigh branch and that. And here we are now, giving this money for investment for a centre that's dependent on tourism, the purchasability of these tourists. Will I give them an indication of how to get to these places? And Minister, I go back into the issue about your other ministerial departments. I mentioned earlier on in my deliberations that we have trade delegations abroad. Minister Creed, at the moment called Minister for Food and Beverages for this jurisdiction, goes abroad with trade delegation. These people make deals abroad. But there's often the case when you meet purchasers abroad who like to come back to the country of its origination and see where the product is purchased, where it's made, go through the process. And here we are telling now that we're sending one type of battle out to abroad, but when these delegations will come into this country, into this jurisdiction, they will be subjected to our laws, which says drink is carcinogenic, bad for you, don't buy. But we're outside our jurisdiction, we have the same minister probably saying the same thing. And that is a big concern, it's like talking out two sides of your mouth, I think, Minister, you should be a bit lax at the proposals here, that, I had to mention already, that in my constituency again, Irish distillers, major tourism, over 100,000 plus people going through it, but we must maintain the advantage of marketing. And the marketing is done by signage and advertising. And I think you should be a bit more relaxed on this law, because it's going to have a major impact on the growth of this industry. Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you very much, everyone, for the contribution. Look, I hear lots of references to dictionaries and lots of pieces of paper and booklets. Just to be clear, the label, but that's a sample label, not the size of a dictionary. Just to be very clear, this is what we're talking about tonight. This is the very, very controversial thing that's upsetting people here. So look, in relation to Amendments 16 and 17, which propose to exempt directional signage, advertisements in relation to the promotion of a visitor centre, let me be very clear, because there's a lot of misinformation out there, and I appreciate Deputy Sherlock's a genuine question, and indeed others' genuine question in relation to what is the factual situation. Directional signs to visitor centres are unaffected by any of the provisions of this bill, and therefore no exemption is required. And I've seen some vested interests put up directional signs and say that's not allowed. That's again another mistruth from industry. Directional signs saying Tullamore due this way or whatever. We're not going to advertise all the brands in here because that would defeat the purpose of this bill. Go that way, go this way, they go the other way. I've seen lots of these. Those directional signs are allowed. What is not allowed is an attempt to turn a directional sign into a billboard or an advertisement or a promotion for drink. That's basically it. That's the differentiation in relation to that. And those would be regulated in the same way. This is about allowing kids grow up before we expose them to drink. This is allowing children in Ireland to have a childhood. That's what this is about. And we saw the Health Research Board's study in 2014 that showed more than a quarter of Irish children, young people between the ages of 13 to 17, had said they had been really drunk. And the highest rate of increase in liver disease discharges from Irish hospitals was observed among 15 to 34-year-olds. So we have a problem here. We have a problem with drink in this country. It's not a made-up problem. It's not a problem dreamed up by people. It's a problem that our doctors are seeing every single day. It's a problem that's affecting your constituency. And you've got to decide tonight which side of the argument you want to be on, whether you want to stand by protecting the health and well-being of your constituents, because people are dying because of our inability as a country to tackle our awful relationship with alcohol. So I don't propose to accept these amendments.
Minister's explanation and justification. So there are quite a number of names on this one, but I certainly am happy to withdraw my name from this amendment, or at least not to press the amendment.
Who has moved the amendment?
I've responded to about the brochures in distilleries.
Brochures and distilleries.
Are they allowed to have their brochures like they always do? Or do they have a cancer label on the brochure? I'm sorry, no, because I think you're being frivolous about the cancer label. Well, oh, sorry, I'm allowed. Sorry. You know how this.
Please give the minister. Deputies, the minister will respond.
This democracy works in a way that you get to say what you think about me, and God knows you hurl it across at me, and I get to say what I think about you. I think you're being frivolous about cancer labels. That's my view. Okay, that's my democratic mandate in this Parliament to say it. I think you're being frivolous. The brochures cannot breach the advertising regulations set out in the legislation. So I have responded. This is report stage of the bill. I have responded to Amendment 16 and Amendment 17. I don't propose to accept them. I have fulfilled my duty in responding.
Deputy Sherlock has withdrawn Amendment 16. Withdrawn. Amendment.
He's withdrawing his own name.
Yeah.
I am withdrawing my own name. I'm satisfied with the explanation that the Minister has given me.
Is there one of the other group who have moved it? Right. Amendment 16. It should then a wawer aberdís ta. It should then a ganya aberdís níl. Should an gon cashed culture. Members, please take your designated seats. If you're standing up, you'll be counted. Amendment number 16 in the name of Deputy Michael Collins and others. The question is that the amendment be made, and in that question a division has been challenged. Will the deputies dissenting or claiming a division rise in their places? As fewer than 10 members have risen in their places, I declare the question is defeated. The names of the deputies who claimed a division will be recorded in the Journal of Proceedings. So that's number 16. Could you just... item 17 has been moved. No, I think it's 10:15. We adjourn. So, Tandalar, Ahlo, Gachi, Lanye, Chai, Majinamara.